70 millimeter IMAX Flex yesterday. Curtis will have an official review of the Odyssey.
I cannot wait. Tomorrow, going out to Brookline and checking out the Odyssey. I have not been to the cinema since Dunkirk by Fenway.
Yeah, interesting Brookline choice.
Coolidge Corner has that thing. They came up on my AI, and they said that is the...
Yeah, no, you have to see it in the
I mean, if you're going to do it, might as well do it.
Do
it big, Curtis.
Got 5D. 5D is the way to go.
Can I tell you, I went to that theater to see Slumdog Millionaire, and the person behind me happened to be eating Indian food, and it made it feel so much more real.
Slumdog Millionaire, maybe one of the best songs to come out of that.
Oh.
The
dancing at
Gyro.
The end of it.
Is that what it's called?
Gyro? No, that's what Greg had for lunch.
No. What's the name of that song?
Hero?
Oh.
The dancing at the end of the credits.
Yeah, but what's the name of the song?
It might be the best Spider-Man movie of all time.
Don't spoil it. Spider-Man, does he win?
You said not to. I mean, that's kind of redundant there. It was great.
Who's the star?
Tom Holland and Zendaya. Zendaya might be the best actress in the game right now. Nobody's doing it. And plus, they also just made like $1 billion, the two of them, because they were both in the Odyssey. Now they're both in Spider-Man. They have to be loaded. They're great in that.
Hathaway is in everything right now.
Love Anne Hathaway.
Yes, coming up.
Why is that?
She's the it girl.
She is?
Yeah. She's coming at like a lot of movies right now, but then coming soon, like Verity, a bunch of these movies that are going to be all Anne Hathaway based. Were there Boston scenes in the new Spider-Man?
No, just kind of mentioned briefly.
Okay.
Anne Hathaway was great with De Niro in The Intern. Great movie.
Oh.
You would highly recommend, though?
Highly recommend. Great film.
Highly recommend. Did you go solo dolo, or did you bring a lady?
Oh, with my mother.
Oh,
God.
Very nice. Things have really gotten bad for you on the social
side.
Really
really tough yesterday. I find out I have no hope because I have 4 roommates called Mom, Dad, and my 2 brothers. So I guess the dating life is over.
Don't get Courtney going on that.
You're under 30.
Don't get.
You're not even 25 yet.
That was my whole thing. Over 30.
Okay.
And can I just say, our friends, Scopa and Scotty, heard from them. They thought it was hilarious.
Yeah. Well,
2 guys in their 40s, roommates. They don't room together anymore, though. They just moved.
Okay.
Scotty just moved out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's a whole different thing, is living with your parents well into your 30s. But
you're like 20.
Listen, I understand.
23.
I said yesterday, the economy is very difficult, so I understand what people are going through. So
really do.
It's really,
like
10 grand a month.
I hate being the only truthful person here.
And the other thing was the people that called yesterday kind of made your point. Like the woman that called in, very nice lady, who said that she fell in love with her husband of 30 years, God love him, and that he had a roommate. He owned the property. Yeah. If the person you were interested in was the one renting the property, it would have been different. Like, it's just, we can't be honest with ourselves. Like, yes, there are certain exceptions to the rule, and Courtney wasn't saying everybody's a loser.
No.
She was just saying for her own personal desires, that was a deal breaker.
And I think that when I thought about it a little bit more when I got home, there was a point when I was growing up, when I was younger, that moving out, being on your own was something to strive for. Like to move out of your parents' house was something to strive for. To be able to afford to live alone was something to strive for. We've become this nation of people that just want to be victims. And God forbid I say that it's something to be admirable to live on your own. Like, I'm the bad guy. No, it's just something that I think that is something to look to do in your life. And I think the age is 30. And I got all the heat for it yesterday. Wiki was saying that you got to be 28 out of the house.
Wiki has no sympathy for anybody.
No.
Not at all.
That's also the same guy who wants his son-in-law to pay for everything. So
Yes. Do you pay them rent?
No, I don't pay rent.
No rent?
No rent.
You don't throw them 100 here or there every once in a while?
100? I don't have that type of money lying around.
Gift cards.
I paid for the movie yesterday.
Did your mom get the milk duds, or how'd that go?
No, we split a popcorn and a soda.
By the way, Courtney, I'm coming to your side of the street on popcorn.
It's the best.
Unbelievable.
And you can't split it. Sorry.
Yeah, you can't split it.
Can't split it.
It's a large pop. I'm not a huge popcorn guy. It makes you feel sick.
Okay.
Well, news with Courtney coming up.
Butter.
Hill Notes at 9:30, so you can leave one of those at any time on the Odyssey app on any topic. And where were we with They Said It Chime?
Greg, it's time to hear from Bill Belichick. So to open the presser, the athletic director at UNC said they won't be taking any questions on Mike Lombardi because the students and staff and faculty aren't allowed to talk about it.
Right, ongoing investigation, employee privacy issue. Yeah, no question.
So the reporters tried to ask a question about Mike Lombardi the best way they could that kept it about football. We can hear that question in Belichick's answer.
You mentioned you can't comment on Michael's situation.
That's right.
Which of his responsibilities behind the scenes has been delegated, which staffers have stepped up, and how have you addressed the chain of command?
Yeah, well, we're working through some things. You know, we're at a particular time of year now where there are certain things that are in play and certain things that aren't in play. They won't happen until later in the calendar year at some other point. So, again, we're taking it day to day and you know, working through the things that are on the table now.
Who did you delegate?
Bridgewater State champion cheerleader with his consigliere out of work. Like,
Yeah, but still, if I saw him out in the wild and I wanted to say
and I love
hello to
Bridgewater
him,
State.
and I wanted to say hello to him, my voice would still shake. So I'm not going to call him a, what did they say, pathetic loser?
I am sure hungry for one Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from 20 Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring Greg Hill.
Brunch to raise money for the foundation on Sunday at Moxie's.
It's going to be a good one.
Probably have to go without the Benny.
12 seconds later.
Moxie's, big brunch.
Yes.
Greg just said.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yes. Oh, you're coming?
Oh, you're coming?
I think
We just talked about that on the show moments ago.
I'm sorry. I was reading people telling me I'm an a-hole.
With Wiggy.
I didn't know that shootouts had rainouts.
Is that what happened?
Yeah,
Rain down?
Yeah, I got shade on IG saying that I didn't predict that he would have the shootout rained out.
And Courtney.
Well, after a packed Stoughton Select Board meeting where residents turned out in large numbers to support
and a Stoughton woman.
Yes.
I've learned.
And Curtis.
While he's rebooting, I have a list. If you have another call, you're going.
Maybe he's calling from his Apple Watch. Have you ever seen somebody
worst.
take an Apple Watch call? In
The
public?
worst.
Yeah.
It's much better to just not answer.
Yep.
And Shime.
The girl yesterday, that was like
In the open
sultry.
today.
Yeah, it was. I loved it.
Ooh.
The missus okay with that?
Yeah, she knows what she's got.
Oh my lord.
She locked it down.
Now,
Let's get down to business.
Time to party.
it's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What's poppin'? Well, that was a statement series for the Boston Red Sox in Los Angeles. A sweep of sweep of the Dodgers. I want to say more. I don't want to say less. I want to say like Will Fleming. I want to say Dawn is what I want to say. That's what I want to say.
I don't think there's. I think it's like they're official. You know what I mean?
You led the Dodgers to the World Series.
Yeah.
I think everybody was kind of looking for this series as like, as we get
Litmus test.
Yeah, as we get to the pretty much the end of when the trade deadline will be, is like, all right, where do they stack up against a team like the Dodgers? And I mean, it doesn't matter if it's the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Rays. They look good, man.
Well, the question is, what is Presbot cooking? And so we have up until 6 o'clock. I was anticipating that maybe I would walk in here this morning and something had been done overnight, but not the case. And so are they actually, Courtney brought it up during the feed, are they actually buyers, or does this series internally make John Henry and others say, well, we're rolling along here fine. We don't need to do anything when it comes to this baseball team.
Right. I think they might be in that position. They might look at it and go,
no,
we bought on Curtis Mead. We're good enough. Like we don't need to buy anything.
No, Curtis, where do you stand this morning?
If they do nothing today, then Craig Breslow should just go home and do nothing the rest of the year.
What do you want them to do, though? What's your need for them after that series?
A bat. I would have if the
Bats are
Scooble
hot.
trade. Everybody talking like the Dodgers are this like immovable object. The prospects they dealt in that deal, every other major league team basically could have made the trade that was in contention.
Yeah.
They elect to because, as I said last week, Greg, the owners in Major League Baseball love having the big, bad, scary Dodgers. And if
Well,
you
not only the owners, but there are some fans like myself who also like it. Like, I look at this and go, baseball needs a salary cap. Like, you cannot.
Yeah.
How could the team like the Red Sox compete? Oh, wait, they just swept them in L.A.
Right, but they didn't have to go get schoolboy.
But that's my point, is that the notion that, like, you're going to allow these owners to collude at this level to create this team that is this, like, oh, my goodness gracious, what are we ever going to do?
Did you just suggest collusion?
Of course.
Well, Curtis, your tweet last night was intense, though.
My man Bucci, a guy that gets it, retweeted it. Nobody I work with ever does
But
that.
Curtis's tweet last night was basically like, if Henry could get a salary cap or a World Series, he's going salary cap.
1,000%.
Well, yeah. I mean, Curtis is on record, and I disagree. Like, I am a fan of, when it comes to a team like the Dodgers, who just has endless deep pockets.
Right.
And we're sitting here. I got 20 years maybe left on this planet. John Henry's not selling the team during that 20 years.
No.
So I got 20 years for this baseball team to be competitive. And he's not, short of a salary cap, he's not spending like the Dodgers.
You don't think you're going to outlive John Henry?
What's that?
You don't think you're going to outlive John Henry?
I mean, I don't know, Curtis. He probably does that billionaire thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where, like, that
Doesn't
weird
pay
guy,
taxes.
that guy who wants to live forever,
Yeah.
who does all the
blood stuff.
the
Yeah.
blood
Brian
exchanging.
Johnson, I think his
and
name is.
Yes. He probably does that stuff. So.
He's probably just like Pat Riley. He's going down. Where'd Pat Riley go? He went down to like Panama or some
No, that was the
foreign
Butler.
place
Yeah.
and went down there, got his blood spun, and next
Yeah.
thing you know, he feels great. So,
I think it was France.
but if you look at the Dodgers, right? I would say that probably every other team in the major leagues wants a salary cap after seeing what the Dodgers do and feel like, all right, and the Red Sox are part of that team because, they're probably like, well, we don't necessarily have to spend that money and still be competitive.
Do you think if George Steinbrenner was still alive and not his loser son, that the Yankees would be wanting a salary cap?
No, not the Yankees. I think there's a handful of team like right now the Dodgers. I think the Yankees are probably in that. The new Mets owner probably doesn't want one, but he's probably kicking himself in the ass spending all that money on Juan Soto, and they stink.
But to be clear, Curtis, you think that the collusion comes from the fact that nobody else put an offer together for Skubal and that the Dodgers got him because everybody else wants that lockout?
Yes.
Okay.
The owners, if the lockout is far more sellable to baseball fans if it is on the heels of a three-peat by the Dodgers.
Okay.
If the Dodgers stumble and they don't get back to the World Series and say the Rays win the World Series, then it's more difficult to sell to the Major League Baseball fan that this is an urgent, imminent danger to the future of the sport, and we need to lock out a season to implement a salary cap.
But I don't think the Dodgers have to win. Look at this. Greg just said he wants a lockout. My boy texted me.
I don't want a
no,
lockout.
Excuse me,
I
want a salary cap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A salary cap. My boy texted me over the weekend and was like, "Yo, this is Skubal to the Dodgers. MLB needs a salary cap." So I think there are a lot of fans, whether the Dodgers win the World Series or not, that probably go, Major League Baseball needs a salary cap, and the Dodgers, what they're probably trying to do is saying, you know what, this is a rental for them. I don't know if they're necessarily going to, sign Skubal
Well, I
to
think
them.
they probably will. I mean, they have endless gobs and gobs of money, and so
Well, it's because Shohei deferred.
Yeah, well, and there's
the Red Sox could have had Shohei defer. Every other team in baseball could have had Shohei defer.
They're sitting on I think the number is $1.2 billion in deferred payments to players, and so they don't care at all.
Right.
And so short of getting an owner like that in your city, I think there's probably a lot of people who are like, all right, let's try and somehow find a way to even things out a little bit so that teams can be competitive. And I'm not so sure, Curtis, when it comes to owner collusion, because I think the owners want the small market teams to remain in baseball, and they're never going to be able to compete with a team like the Dodgers. Never.
Well, the owners right now don't want it to be easy for any other team to compete but the Dodgers. Their goal after this is to prevent other teams from outspending them and for them to have a secure, guaranteed payroll for each of the next 20 seasons so that their values of their franchises are higher so they can sell their team and make more money.
And you think the players like all these guys from the Dodgers deferring money? I don't think the players want that. The players are probably like, wait a second, I want my money now. Why do I have to wait? God forbid something happens, you know what I mean? And you're deferring this money till, who knows when. So I think the majority of players, if there is some issues within that union, they're probably against players deferring for their money.
Here's a text that says, it's amazing that they can fund the whole thing with a half-empty ballpark on a Sunday afternoon.
I was shocked.
I know.
Did you see the picture of Edelman with his daughter? I was like, at first I said, oh my God, why is he posting this? He's going to get absolutely bombarded. And then he had an entire section to himself.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it was on Instagram. If you honestly want to subsidize every market in baseball and say, let's make it an even playing field and hand in the absolute massive advantage that you have had as a Red Sox fan, then that is on you, and that is not something I will ever in a million years do. And the people texting you and Greg and Wiggy, I don't dispute it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Did they text you in 2018 that we need a salary cap?
No.
Did they text you in 2021 that we need a salary cap?
No.
Okay, so all of a sudden, because of the behavior of an owner and the behavior of one franchise in
it's
a sport,
not one, Curtis. Would you stop it? If you had to honestly sit here and bet and go out of the, what is it?
No, I'm talking about the owner of the Dodgers.
No, I'm saying, but what is it, 30 Major League Baseball teams or something like that? I'm willing to bet you that probably 27 of those teams all want salary caps.
What owner of an industry would not want a salary cap? Every owner that owns anything would want that.
But you make it sound like it's the Red Sox.
No, I'm saying the singular owner was not John Henry. I'm talking about because of an owner in L.A. and the way he conducts business, we are now saying that all of us have to change what we do. And to me, that is absurd.
Right, but I think before the Dodgers started doing business as business kind of is being done right now, I bet a lot of these owners might not have been pushing for salary caps, but they were pushing for like number of years guys can get when it came to new contracts. Like that, I think the Red Sox, you could tell, because think about how many contracts they were stuck on guys, whether it was Kyle Crawford, whether it was Adrian Gonzalez, whether it was David Price, where you go, Jesus, these guys are getting 8, 9, 10, 11 years, and they're having to eat money. So the owners were probably...
Manny Ramirez was being paid up until last season or whatever it was.
But at least with Manny, he was good for the majority of his contract. So I bet a lot of these owners are
Dustin Pedroia has deferred money. There's a ton of guys.
No, I'm saying a lot of these owners are like, we need to fix this where we're giving Vlad Guerrero Jr. 15-year deals, and now we're having to eat money for 7, 8 of those years because not necessarily him, but he's not very good. Look at Mookie Betts.
Yeah. Well, listen, I want to get you on the record on that this morning when it comes to the Dodgers and to that deal for Tarek Skubal. And how do you feel about that? How do you feel about Major League Baseball? Talk about that. That is on the table. Patriots training camp continues. We could talk about that this morning. Are we getting a Spider-Man review from you, Shime?
I'd be happy to give you one. Yeah.
Maybe later. All right,
Hell
later.
Yeah. And I went to Odyssey.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
70
okay.
mm.
All right. We'll get a couple reviews when it comes to films on the show this morning.
You got
Leads coming up in just a couple of minutes, literally a couple of minutes. They said it at 7:15 this morning. And that includes what Don said after he and the fellas completed the sweep in Los Angeles, and what Aaron Rodgers said is the best thing the missus has done for him. So we'll get to that during They Said It. News at 8, and that includes the new noise restriction on the Cape, which has the pickleballers' shorts in a bunch. We'll get to that during the news and Hill Notes at the end of the show. Leads in 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
what time it is.
Chocolate starfish. Wanna keep on rolling, baby. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios in beautiful, safe Brighton, Massachusetts. No fee unless you win. We will get to leads coming up in just a little bit. This is Mike from Framingham. Mike, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing? Wiggy, you're against deferred payments for baseball players? Isn't Bobby Bonilla still getting paid?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's still getting paid. I know he's getting paid for a while. I'm saying I think players that are in the union might be against it because now a lot of teams would come to them. I want my money now. I don't want to have to wait,
He's getting paid through 2035.
No, I know that, but I want, like Juan Soto, I want my $700 million. I want it now. I want every penny now. I don't want to defer it and let them collect interest on my money. So I bet there are guys in that union that don't like that.
But why have they allowed it to
I
exist?
would want the deferred I would want the deferred payment because how many times do you hear about athletes going broke? I think that's a great thing.
I'm not saying it's not a great thing. Don't get me twisted. I'm just saying there are guys out there that would be like, well, now they're going to come to me and say, hey, I want my money deferred. The same way we talk about Drake May and his contract next year. You don't think they're going to go, hey, Tom Brady came to us and took a hometown discount?
Right.
Not that I'm saying that like the player should have the option to do it, but I bet there are a lot of guys like, man, now they're going to ask me to do it.
This is DJ from Hyannis. Hello, DJ.
Good morning, gang. Good morning, the Queen.
What's up?
Morning.
My name is John Curtis. Christopher Curtis, the wallet shut off. Why are you worried about everyone else's money?
Having a rough morning, DJ.
You're always worried about everyone else's wallet, all this stuff. You make enough money over there, don't you?
I could give two poops about anybody else's money. In fact, I want the government to stay out of my wallet and everybody else's. I would say,
but you're always concerned, I shouldn't pay this, I shouldn't do that, I shouldn't do this, the owner shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do that.
DJ, it's very simple.
DJ, cut you off.
DJ, I know it's going to be difficult. That line didn't work the first 3 times. It's going to be difficult for you to comprehend this.
Guess what? I love you anyhow, brother. I love you,
DJ.
He loves you.
That's very. It seems it. The reality, DJ, is very simple. I, as a fan of the Boston Red Sox, it is in my blood like Greg loves Slipknot. Okay, I want the team to take advantage of the massive regional support it has and not hand it over to the Tampa Bay Rays. I want the Boston Red Sox, who sell out Fenway for Zach Brown, for tours, for bricks, you name it, to utilize that money to not buy other entities, but to reinvest in the product and win world championships. That's what I want. And just because we're in this little ebb right now with the ownership group that we have, I do not want to give in and forfeit the massive advantage we have built because the people here for generations have cared deeply, financially and emotionally, in the Boston Red Sox. That is all. The winds of the day will change. One day the world's ending, the next day the world's going to be back again, and we love it. The reality is that we are forfeiting a massive advantage that has been built by people for 100+ years in this area.
Does it concern you at all when it comes to the future of the game, which is what you're talking about, when you have small market teams that are going to be unable to compete with the Dodgers, and if the Red Sox go in that direction again, with the Red Sox, with the Yankees, with other teams financially?
There will always be big and small market teams. And it's more difficult, but if you have the right people in charge and you have more people interested in your sport, the NFL parity is not from some owner being brilliant or Paul Tagliabue or anybody else. It's because the game is so great and so many people watch it that every team begins the year with shared $400 million. That's the entity that creates the ability for everybody to compete. The baseball has been struggling locally for a generation, Greg. It has been NESN, YES, SNY, the teams that have the regional networks have a massive advantage because it's all about local TV revenue from selling the games.
Well, and I think the Dodgers get a fortune from Japanese TV rights.
Oh, yeah.
if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think so because of the
yeah.
show. But I think that the Red Sox look at it and go, if we're able to get to a World Series and win it or not win it, I think they look at it like financially their motto has changed. Like, we don't need to be in top 5 when it comes to payroll to still be competitive and good. Right. And I think that's what they're kind of showing, is they're saying we're not going to throw a bunch of money at guys that might turn out to be, bad contracts after year 5 if we don't have to and we can compete at a level. I know the Dodgers.
Well, they have a team in their very division that has been doing that for the last several seasons, and that is the Rays, who are very competitive with a payroll of $87 million.
Right.
So they have an example right in front of them.
Right. And they have actually 2 examples of the other team spending a ton of money who hasn't won a World Series, and they're doing kind of what the Dodgers are doing. Now, granted, I know they played in one, but the Red Sox have won a World Series, before the Yankees have done it.
All right. Well, statement sweep of the Dodgers by the Red Sox. This team is hot. And we will talk about that with you all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Chime, let's get going with leads, please.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
What's it like inside the bubble? Does your head ever give you trouble? It's no sin. Trade it in. Hang on. Help is on its way. I'll be there as fast as I can.
Chime, that is the Little River Band, and I know why you chose that as the lead this morning. You're hoping that a little bit of help is on the way for the Boston Red Sox. Leads are brought to you by Subaru. With so much to love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. It is going on right now, and you can find your Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hello, Shime.
Hey, Greg, good morning.
Will this take be as bad as your Roman Anthony take that I heard over the weekend when I was driving to Newport?
I think it was a very fair take.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. You'd prefer to get rid of Roman Anthony over Marcelo Meyer, really?
What?
Oh, wow. What? I never said that.
Yes, you did. You said both he and...
I said I think the franchise is more willing to give up Roman Anthony than they are Franklin Arias.
Yeah, you said,
so it would help if you live.
And you said Marcelo Meyer also.
Yeah, I said they would be willing to give up Marcelo Meyer.
Yes.
Not that they would be more willing to give up Roman than Marcelo Meyer.
We'll go to the tape later.
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
Good morning.
Clearly, you weren't listening well enough, Greg. But okay, that's okay. I have a football lead for you today. So I don't know if you guys remember just a couple years ago, the New England Patriots drafted a wide receiver out of the University of Washington named Jalen Polk.
Yes.
Everybody, or a lot of people thought Jalen Polk might be a good player. Turns out wasn't a great player. And actually yesterday, Greg announced his retirement. He's no longer in the NFL.
Only 2 years in the league for the man.
Yep, and he was reportedly going to be competing for a spot in that crowded Saints receivers room behind Chris Olave and Jordan Tyson, and decided, nope, I'm going to hang him up, and instead is now going to retire. And I look at the current Patriots receiver room, and I really hope that this does not also spell a future for Kyle Williams that is short-lived, because you look at the room right now, and he seems to be the odd man out. If you keep Kayshon Boutte around, you're not keeping 7 receivers on the roster. And I think, ultimately, you may keep Efton Chisholm over him just because of the special team stuff. Like, he would be the 6th receiver, so he's not actually catching many balls. It's more so just a special teams thing. And if that's the case, Like Kyle Williams immediately becomes the odd man out, and I'm worried that Curtis was right last week. He kept saying, "I don't understand why this team just can't draft a receiver." There's a million good receivers in the NFL these days, and the Patriots can't draft a single one. It feels like. So I'm hoping that that's not the case with Kyle Williams. But right now it seems like again he is the odd man out.
Can you look back at that draft and say, "Holy guacamole"? We all agree that sitting at 3, taking Drake May was, by all accounts, I had the famous thumbs down at the pub in Keene, but 99% of America, that was the obvious pick, right?
Yep.
Yes.
That was,
especially after who went 1 and 2. Yep.
Brooksy would have picked Drake at number 3.
Yep.
He's a great GM, though. Jalen Polk out of the NFL.
Oh, no.
Caden Wallace, bubble guy, guard. Layden Robinson, not on the team. Javon Baker, not on the team. Marcellus Dial, don't even know who he is. Joe Milton, outside of Ken Laird, who has him in the Hall of Fame, not on the team. And Jaheim Bell.
Oh, man.
What a horrific draft.
Yeah. And the crazy part about it is people love Jalen Polk. Like, I mean,
I did. I was one of those guys.
After like Denzel Boston, they were like, "Oh, this kid, he's made a ton of plays." And
what's your guess? 37th overall. That's basically a first-round pick.
Real quick, what's your guess? What's Wiggy's guess when it comes to Pop Douglas? Like, I don't know how many touches is he going to get?
I think he's going to get a lot. And I was listening to, I think it might have been Friday. I can't remember. I was listening to Jones and Keefe, and I actually texted them. I was on my way to I was on my way to the range, and I texted them and I said, "Please let me know what's going on in the slot position, right? Because I know Josh McDaniels' offense." And the slot position is a valuable position. And I was like, is A.J. Brown getting any burn there? And they were like, not really. It's mainly been Pop Douglas.
Okay.
So he's probably going to be the guy when it comes to your slot wide receiver.
All right, Shime, nice lead from you this morning.
Thank you.
We will be back momentarily with more leads on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. Tracy's turnaround continues. The Red Sox with a sweep of the Dodgers, and you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI, or whatever you want to go with. I mean, we talked to Bresbot on Thursday, and if you want, you could call it Breslow's reboot, whatever you want. But I'm sure he's in early this morning over there cooking, Curtis. I would imagine.
He's got a dartboard with your face on it.
I think Cotillo called him a big game hunter.
Oh,
today.
wow. I like that.
Okay.
Calm down.
Should anything happen, and I hope it does, I hope you're not sleeping on this baseball. I hope you're not thinking that this baseball team is good enough as currently constructed. So, but if and when it does, we will tell you about it here this morning throughout the day up until the deadline at 6. We were in the middle of leads when we were rudely interrupted, and this is one from Curtis. Curtis, good morning.
Good morning, Greg. Great to see you. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. We'll do Sox all day. This came over the X Twitter machine over the weekend, and if you want to talk about what the lasting impact of NILs and the wild, wild west of college football will be, it will be the demise of every other collegiate sport. Penn State's annual team-by-team revenue was shared on social media, and the football program, we have this on X, profited $57.6 million.
Wow.
Men's basketball profited $172,000. This is in the Big Ten in Happy Valley.
What?
Now let's get to every other sport. Okay, every other sport lost money at Penn State, not Boston College, not some fledgling private institution. Penn State. Women's basketball lost nearly $5 million at Penn State. So what's going to happen is college football will become its own entity, and without some salvation from Bezos, all of these other programs will go to club. And the big bad bully Nick Saban, the big bad college football superstars getting all this money, has been glossing over the fact that they have been single-handedly elevating your son's fencing team and your daughter's track and field. Like, this is as jarring a graphic as you could have. This is 2025. This is not some, pandemic era thing or 20 years ago. And this is by far this is not exactly the heyday of Penn State football.
Right. Yeah.
Well,
you're talking about the way in which, and I'm sure maybe North Carolina and Duke, the basketball team makes more and the football team makes less. But you could probably put this across a broad stroke and say this is what every collegiate program looks like in America.
And I think it's also important to know when you look at Penn State last season and the teams that succeeded and played better than their football program, and I understand football is a beast of its own, but like their men's hockey team advanced to the Frozen Four. Like, these are teams that played extremely well last season and still lost. These numbers are insane to me.
And imagine, and Curtis has got a great point, this is Penn State.
Right.
Imagine what Boston College looks like.
Well, let's not.
Well, no, I'm just saying I'm using that
exactly the same. I mean,
I'm just saying they probably don't make as much, what's their profit compared to like Penn State? I'm just saying it's
the football program, I'm sure, is far less. And the other teams are the basketball program absolutely does not make money at Boston College.
So I guess my point is, so think about how much they have to support those other programs by not making as much money.
Right. I always go back to when BC would make the Hula Bowl and people would say, oh, well, they got $500,000. BC loses money when they go to a bowl because you have to buy up $200,000 worth of tickets you can't sell. This, to me, the reason I'm choosing Penn State is not to ignore Boston College. It's that BC is far worse than this.
Yeah.
So if one of the most profitable schools in the country and one of the most profitable conferences ever created in the Big Ten is losing this amount of money on the non-football sports and barely breaking even in men's basketball, this is a model that is a Ponzi scheme.
Right.
And so what you're going to see, unfortunately, is that the college football world will be its own salary cap. It will be its own entity entirely. And everything else will be basically drowning.
And they want
UNC football's about to cut $1.5 million a year from the salary.
That is true
that they have down there.
But when you see these states go crazy because their football coach makes $10 million, they're profiting $60 million anyway.
And then they want and then they're like, like the men's lacrosse players should get NILs like the football players or the women's soccer team. It's like,
or even less than that. They want the same type of buildings for
like
the basketball team than the
Right.
basketball or the football team.
Right.
And I actually have UMass's. I didn't want to show it, but had they not had fireworks after the one score, they would have profited. But.
Yeah. Well, and Curtis, do you feel like when it comes to sports in general at college that it is a good thing for them to operate all of these teams at a loss because of what the students gain from it, or they ought to redo the model?
I just think I think collegiate athletics are great. I love it. I think that they do my sister dove at Boston College. She loved it. I mean, that certainly didn't make any money. But people need to understand how it's being funded and why. And the way we discuss football as if it's this monster, especially when I was at BC, it's like, why can't I park on Thursday night? I'm like, hey, they're paying for your biology department. Like, can you please take a breath? And for me, what are you going to do to fix this? How are you going to make these schools, these programs more profitable? How much time do we hear about how the women's team travels or how the golf team travels or how these, well, they're traveling that way because they don't have the funding.
Right. And I think, like, as far as, like, the other programs, Curtis, I think it's a great lead, is the other programs is do you get to a point where you say, like, all right, you might have to be club sports for these other programs and that kind of thing. And, because you factor in, because you look at all those other sports, a lot of those other sports still give out scholarships, whether they're partial scholarships or,
or full scholarships.
Or full scholarships.
That's what I was going to say. You make them club teams, then these kids can't go to those schools anymore.
Right. But you got to be able to, like, to Curtis's point, football is funding for the rest of these teams, and people are always trying to take a shot, especially at the athletes when it comes to who play on the football team.
All right, that is Curtis's lead. More leads coming up next. Shime got a pretty good cover of an Eagles song last night from Zach Brown at Fenway.
Ooh, heck yeah. Which one?
Take It to the Limit.
Oh.
Nice.
One more time. Take it to the limit.
Let's do it.
Smack dab in the middle of colder weather, which I put it up on my Instagram. I am arguing that is a top 5 ballad all time.
Colder weather is interesting.
Yes.
I sing that while running, and I just cry. I love colder weather.
Would you disagree?
No, I was just pensive. I was thinking about it.
Okay.
I would tend to agree with you. I love that song.
How does for those watching the show on Twitch or YouTube, what do you look like when you're pensive? Oh, I see. Okay, so sort of head askew, aimed toward the skies, contemplating life.
Think like the great, was it Roman or Greek statue, the thinker, without the hand to the chin.
Right, and a smaller member.
Hand to the chins, you mean.
Fair point.
Yeah, by the way, you can watch the show on Twitch or on YouTube, and it is brought to you there by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and you can go there if you're in the market for a diamond or a beautiful timepiece or something special for your beloved. So go see them in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This might be brag of the week. Joe from Abington following up on Curtis's lead. And Joe is the commissioner of a D1 college program. Brag of the week. Hi, Joe.
Greg, good morning. Greg, how are you this morning?
What's up?
Great show. Listen every morning on my walk and run. Just a quick comment on Curtis's take. Curtis isn't entirely wrong, but he's not entirely right. So the formula that he laid out has been the formula in college athletics for quite some time now, that the higher resource programs that make money fund the lower resource programs.
Yep.
The issue that exists right now is that the higher resource programs are using an inordinate amount of their funds, forwarding them into the NIL program.
Right. That was my point.
That's what's leaving less money to put into the Olympic sports programs. I'm simplifying it, but that's what the bigger problem is. This formula has existed forever.
Yeah.
The problem is now and I don't fault NIL and the student athletes making money, but that's why the Olympic sport programs like lacrosse, field hockey, soccer, etc., that's why some of them are on life support.
Right. So in other words, he was using the example of Penn State football program netted $52 million, whatever the number was, in the past. That would go back to the other sports to support them.
Right.
Now, some of it's going to NIL deals and whatever.
Right. That they're their own entity, no longer part of their entity within the university is no longer. So they are not subsidizing the other programs. They are paying for their own players.
Well, that's the revenue sharing. That's what that is at the college football level. See, a lot of people don't understand that the NIL and revenue sharing are two completely different things. And what Curtis is talking about, the revenue sharing that now the colleges, that the team like Penn State can say, okay, the money that we're able to make off revenue and other things, TV deals, jerseys that are sold, we can now put that back into our program to pay players. That's the revenue sharing, and that's where a large portion of that money is going. See, when people think NIL, they think like, oh,
Popeyes.
yeah, like, no, like there's only a small fraction of players that are actually out there doing commercials like Arch Manning or, you know, some of these higher end players are doing. A lot of that money that a lot of these kids are making, when you see them making $1 million or $2 million a season, it's because of the revenue sharing, the money that the school has made off of them. And now saying,
well, no, it's not revenue. You're using that word that phrase on purpose. It's they're paying the athletes.
But that's what it's from, though. It's from them. It's from the revenue that they get from.
Yes.
Yeah, but
right.
the school is paying them.
Yeah,
the school is paying them.
Yes.
Right. That's what Joe was saying.
Right. But what I'm saying
you're not
is
clearing anything up. For
no.
anybody.
But when people think NIL, they think like, oh, okay, these kids are getting money because of some commercial that they're doing. No, these kids are getting $2 million a year because the money that they make from, you know, the TV deals and the jerseys that they sell, they're now just putting back into the football program.
The NIL is separate from the revenue sharing.
Right.
The NIL is something the player can go get on their own.
Yes.
It's very infrequent, whereas the revenue sharing is based upon just like the NFL salary cap structure.
Right.
It's different than what the people, I think, outside of the football world may understand.
Yeah, and that's what I was just trying to explain. A lot of people don't realize that.
All right, let's get to Courtney's lead. Courtney, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. We have a new Fergie when it comes to the national anthems heard around the country. The Women's Pro Baseball League had their inaugural game on Saturday, and Martha Reeves, who I was not familiar with, Greg, but I'm sure you are. She's a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Inductee.
Her band was Martha and the Vandellas, I believe.
Big fan?
Yeah, they have some good songs.
Okay.
I mean, we're going back decades here.
Yes.
But, yeah.
So she took the mic with two backup singers, and here's just a little taste. And if you have the time today, I recommend you go listen to the entire thing at some point.
What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched.
Absolutely shocking. It took over my entire feeds all weekend long, and I finally sat down to watch it. But at 250 years of our country, if you have an inaugural game, despite no matter the sport, you got to do something better than that. I'm sorry. We've talked about guys going up there doing concerts, not being able to dance. Martha Reeves, it might be time to hang it up.
85 years old. I think.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Too old to sing the anthem, but can still run for president.
Yeah. that's.
I mean, if you were gonna rank emergency top 5 worst anthems, you would certainly have Roseanne at the top of the list.
Yeah, but she's not a singer, though. You know what I mean? Roseanne is just an actress.
Wait, how can we forget one done by somebody on this very program?
Yeah, but I'm not a singer.
Yes, didn't know the words.
Good point.
No, I knew the words. Yeah, that's called crowd. When you can't sing, you got to get the crowd involved. But Martha Reeves,
she could have used a boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, she could have used something. But she's a singer. Like when you're a singer, and it's like, yeah.
Well, that's why Fergie is like #1 when it comes to terrible national anthems.
Yeah, you
this
got
is
to
a
hang
close
it up.
second.
Yeah, just like she's 85 years old. Maybe you might want to just hang it up.
Did any viewers actually see that live during the debut
No.
of the Women's Professional Baseball League? No offense.
No.
No offense.
I didn't even know there was women playing baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, I
The
knew
more
they
you
played.
know.
I knew they played softball, but I didn't know
I
like.
believe there's a Boston team.
Right.
I didn't know there was a baseball league.
Sure there is.
Does Rosie O'Donnell have a role, or Tom Hanks, or any of them?
No. Oh.
Have they got a spot for Tristan Cassis? All right. Well, that is Courtney's lead. Thank you, Courtney.
Welcome.
In 2 minutes, lead from Wiggy, lead from me, all coming up on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
to so many, despite their inability to be grateful. Tom Brady.
Oh. Well, you're going to like my lead, I think.
Happy birthday, Tom. Thank you for everything you've ever done. And Wiggy, thank you for making him.
I appreciate it.
74 degrees in Boston, cloudy skies. Going to rain all day, but the rest of the week looks okay. It's muggy out there. Oh, boy. Wait, Greg, this would be a double application of deodorant today.
Yeah, and the rain's going to be heavy at times. Already is heavy at times, correct?
Yep, it's about to begin in earnest. It's going to rain throughout the day. The commute should be ugly, despite the fact that nobody usually works on a summer Monday. And but should dissipate tonight, tomorrow. Going to be gorgeous, mid 80s and abundant sunshine in the Boston area.
Okay, Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. Windows, doors, new roof, siding, all of it at Window World of Boston. So go to windowworldofboston.com. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So I had a sports lead and a non-sports lead.
Oh.
And
do we get to pick or are you picking?
You guys can pick.
You rarely go non-sports.
No, I really do.
You do oftentimes the same lead that you have done 10 or 11 times before.
Yeah, when it's popular, I definitely do it. That's what you have
bring
to
it
do.
back. Yeah, when it's popular, bring it back.
I just recycle it.
Yeah.
Remix it, what we call that.
I think I want non-sports.
All
from
right,
you.
good. I was hoping you went non-sports. Courtney?
Yeah, non-sports.
All right.
Yeah.
So I am going to jump on the soapbox. Is that what they call it? Just
sure.
for a hot minute here. And I know we're going to get to it later in the news. But in less than 6 months, I'm going to say that again. In less than 6 months, 2 trained, legal, lawful, gun-carrying American citizens help save the lives of many people. And I know there are a couple lives lost in these incidents. But legal, trained, lawful American citizens help save lives.
You are talking about the absolute hero.
Yep.
That stepped up during the horrific In-N-Out shooting, which happened in Idaho over the weekend. And the guy had his pistol with him and went right into action and was able to distract the guy, and the guy ended up being taken out.
A pistol with no optics. You know, some people choose to go iron sights or optics, whatever you want, but also looked like it had a suppressor on there, which helped with, muffling the sound. And these anti-gun politicians are still beating the drum to try to take, it doesn't matter what type of firearm it is, whether it's an AR-style platform rifle, a semi-automatic rifle, handguns, Glocks, whatever it is, there's anti-gun people are still, politicians I should say, are still trying to take weapons out of legal, lawful, trained American citizens because of the few bad apples that are generally criminals who are not going to listen to any laws regardless of them. But yet they are still trying to take the guns out of people's hands, like what we've saw 2 people helping out to try to do something before police can get there. Because remember,
one of them was an off-duty trooper.
No, but the other guy,
Yes, well, you keep saying 2 civilian. The other person was an off-duty trooper.
Yeah. But I want to highlight.
Which one do you mean was the off-duty trooper?
There was 2 people who had guns
in Idaho.
In the Idaho one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were including the guy here on Memorial Drive.
Yes.
Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying when I say those 2, because I like to separate the off-duty police officer only because people are going to be like, oh, well, he's an off-duty cop, so he's strict. No, I'm talking about the one citizen who was in Idaho. I think it's Jordan something. They haven't said his name yet. And then the other guy who was like a former Marine that helped the state trooper out. These are just regular people that train. I don't know how much they train, but clearly you could tell that they train, and they were willing to jump into action because they were there before police can get there. And if people don't know, if you live in like an urban setting, it generally takes police anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to get on the scene. They were right there. But my point is that you have these anti-gun people, we have them here in Massachusetts, who want to take guns out of good American legal citizens' hands because they just don't like them. They don't. And and if you ever talk to these anti-gun people and you have a conversation with them and you say, well, why is the reasoning behind it? It's because they don't like them. That is it. It's like literally somebody going, I don't like pickup trucks, so I don't want nobody driving them. It makes no sense.
I mean, pickup trucks don't kill you.
What? You can't take a pickup truck and drive it into a crowd of people?
But you can do the same thing with a SUV.
Right. No, I'm just saying you can't just say I don't like guns.
I'm scared of guns. I don't like guns, and I was probably on the side of no guns for anybody. And I think being on this show and talking to you so much off air, it's changed my opinion a little bit. I think we need stricter gun laws. But if you are somebody who is doing the training, getting the license, doing everything in the correct avenues, I know I feel safer around you.
But I would say this: the laws are strict. Like, you have to pass a background check. You can't just and this is from the feds. Like, you can't just walk into a store and go, all right, I want to buy that gun, and they say, all right, we're not going to check your background. Like, the laws are extremely strict. The people that a lot of the times when criminals are getting guns, they're doing it illegally.
Well, how did the guy that had the gun in Idaho get the gun?
He probably was a legal citizen that, was able to get it, that had mental issues.
Right.
So is that like, so are you saying if you got mental issues, you can't drive a car? Because who's to say you don't?
The goalposts.
No, I'm just saying he had mental issues. I don't know 100% if he was a legal citizen. I don't know his background, but I'm just, this is my opinion because they haven't said it. But if he's legal and he can own a gun and he chooses to do something horrendous with it, that shouldn't affect gun people.
I don't think the two people that were killed by this guy are comforted by the fact that a legal gun owner stopped him from killing other people. I think they wish their loved one was gone.
Oh,
they
no.
want to know why he got the gun.
But don't you think those other people that potentially could have been murdered are happy that guy showed up and draw down on this guy and were able to take his attention away?
Yes.
So that person who was a legal gun owner happened to be in the right place, saved lives, because now the other guy is worried about somebody else shooting at him.
Now, let me ask, your first shooting competition was postponed due to rain?
Due to weather. Yeah, I was so disappointed in that because I was really looking forward to it, but I ended up getting some practice in with my coach, so it didn't turn out.
Rescheduled?
I believe so. So he's gonna let me know, but we're still working for the first one. We'll get you the footage as soon as we get there.
All right, Wiggy, thank you very much.
You got it, brother.
Those of you who are texting in and have an issue with Wiggy, you can direct your comments right to him.
Yeah, you can send them to me
on the social media.
How about calling?
He will respond. No, I don't want to do
you don't want him calling?
gun control debate.
All right. Well, you can hit me up.
It's been done many times.
I might go live.
Everybody, you're gonna go what?
I might go live.
Instagram live later.
Instagram live, YouTube live later on.
Later on, have a debate with everybody.
Not a debate, a conversation.
Just a conversation.
Yeah.
A happy conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Curtis brought up that today is Tom Brady's birthday. And I was surprised over the weekend by the way in which an activity that Tom Brady was participating in was described by many on social media who were calling it sad or heartbreaking. Curtis, did you see this? Tom Brady was out riding on his yacht, his $20 million yacht over the weekend. He's down in Miami, and if you're watching the show on Twitch or on YouTube, then you can take a look at this, sitting out on the front deck by himself. He's got a captain who is taking care, obviously, of the yacht. And people were talking about how sad it is that Tom Brady is on this yacht by himself. I immediately thought, what a marvelous time that must have been.
Oh yeah.
Like you're not sad about. Is anybody sad about Tom Brady? These people are like, oh, his kids are with Giselle. Oh, he doesn't have anybody, doesn't have a girlfriend, doesn't have anybody to hang out with. I was like, to me, getting a couple hours on your $20 million yacht by yourself, cruise around, would be the greatest thing in the world.
I was jealous when I saw that video. Let's be honest. If Tom Brady wanted some lovely ladies on that boat, he could have easily. They would have been there in a minute. I'm willing to bet you could have send out one text message, and there would have been.
And if he did that, a million people would have said, "How sad! Tom Brady needs to show that he's with all these young ladies," and it would be the same. He can't win.
No, it's just they're jealous. He's sitting on his yacht, riding up and down the harbor in Miami.
No, see, look, there are some people in the Twitch chat. Top Gun photo in a truck says, yeah, that is pathetic. I would have stayed underneath until I got way offshore.
Shocking, an anonymous user in a Twitch chat would have stayed underneath.
I would have been at the front of that boat like damn Bill Murray and What About Bob, hands wide open, just like, that thing, when I saw that, I was like, man, you're a lucky MF.
Yeah, I mean, I wish it were me. I am happy for Tom Brady and happy for the yacht. Looks beautiful.
Oh, man, it does.
That's what $20 million will buy you. And that probably answers when we question why he's doing WWE and all those things, Curtis. He's got to pay the mortgage on the boat.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, this was such a weird thing when I crossed my Instagram and Twitter over the weekend where people are judging it. It's like you're sitting inside on Saturday night saying how bad his life is. But Greg, can I ask you a quick commentator question? Because of Brady's, you said why he does all these jobs. Were you shocked at the speed with which CBS cast Tony Romo aside?
I was shocked about it, but then I went back and thought about the fact that when they did that deal with him, there were a lot of people who were saying he was way overpaid for what he. Now, I am one of the rare people who really likes Tony Romo. Like, I think he does a good job.
It's fine with me.
People say he's gone way down performance-wise and he's not good anymore. But I was shocked until that point, Curtis, when because it gives them the opportunity to either redo that deal or get out of it if they want to get out of it. I can't believe that J.J. Watt is going to be as good as he is going to be.
I think J.J. Watt is going to stink, but for me, I disagree. I think Romo has sucked. I thought he was so great, but you are, I think, in the majority. I think a lot of people still think he's pretty good. In that moment, you're still a month from the first game of the season. To so quickly, the only thing I thought of was that the guy from Oracle now, like they've had a new owner at CBS. So maybe they didn't hire him. They're looking to save money. They've got all that money into the new network and all that stuff with Paramount.
J.J. Watt's been really good with, I think he's been with Iron Eagle in the past. I think J.J. Watt's been actually really good. So I'm kind of excited to hear how he does with Nance.
I was waiting to hear how sad Kevin Olsen, the guy that
Greg Olsen
was, that he didn't get the number one gig.
Well,
but
was there, and I don't know, I kind of heard this, like maybe saw it on social media. I don't know how true it is. But are they saying that he had like an open container in the vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe that's probably why they pulled the plug on.
But it's not even a criminal offense in Wisconsin. It was just like a traffic citation.
I think I think people look at it and they go, oh, he was drinking and driving,
If you watch the actual footage of the body cam, she brings up the fact that he has the small alcohol bottles in his car, and he says, well, were they open? Were they open? He keeps going back at her. So unless there was something else in there that was open, he fought against it in the body cam footage.
Right, and that's why I was asking, because then
you can have alcohol in your car that's closed.
Right, but then that's why I said afterwards, I don't know how true it was, they were saying, oh, he had an open container, and if people are going to look at that and go, well, even if you can drink and drive in Wisconsin, they're going to be like, oh, he was drinking and driving, and that's probably because then he takes some like step away, or isn't he like now? I don't know if he's going to rehab or didn't he step away?
What?
Didn't he say like he's stepping?
What do you mean, did he step away?
Didn't he say he was like taking?
Curtis just brought up the whole story, which is that they have suspended him indefinitely. That's the whole thing we're talking about.
I know, but prior to that, didn't he? Wasn't there reports like he was kind of like taking some time off, or maybe it was all right.
I didn't hear anything from his side. I could have missed it. I just saw. It was just shocking to me how in these cases, generally speaking, you just sort of let it go away for a bit. And I think it was Friday afternoon where they had the report that Watt was going to be going in to be the number one broadcaster, which I don't know. That to me, I feel like they believe either the new owner think it's overpaid, which is what Greg's point is, and he's probably right, or B, and could also be both, they viewed that his performance was not living up to what they'd initially paid him, and this is a way to get out from under the contract.
All right. Those are our leads, and they said it in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show next. The red-hot Red Sox complete a sweep of the Dodgers, and the trade deadline is looming, and we were talking about it a lot the first hour, but I hope that Presbot is over there cooking right now as we speak, Curtis. It is going to be disappointing. If 6 p.m. comes and goes and there's nothing done by this Red Sox team, if they feel like they can just stand pat, I am going to be disappointed with a capital D over here. I'll tell you that much.
Can we agree to one thing that they need at the deadline that may not even require trading a prospect?
Sure.
A new jet.
Okay. Yeah, they do have problems flying an awful lot when they fly commercially. You're
Wilson
right about
Contreras posted on Instagram that they were stuck again in L.A. Like,
So did Jaron.
I have to. He's back on social media.
Yep.
Good for him. That was a bit of a hiatus. So the manner in which that this team, I've flown Delta, sick brag, several times. I haven't had a delay in like 2 years. How is this team with Delta on a private charter jet constantly on a tarmac? I don't know.
It. Maybe, honestly, no offense to John Henry, probably using Groupons or something like that, or Travelocity. Maybe they book on Travelocity.
He's got spare miles.
I don't know.
Greg, you know what I wanted to say to you, and maybe you and a lot of people who think like you, because it will be interesting that people will be upset if they don't do anything today.
Yes.
After they just swept the best team in Major League Baseball. And if you look at them over their last 8 series and what they've been able to do and how they've been sweeping teams, good teams.
So this is an interesting take.
Mm-hmm.
So you think they're fine as is, and you wouldn't go out and add.
I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't, but I'm not going to be upset if they don't. Like, I don't get how you'll be upset if they don't. I mean, I know they added Curtis Mead, who ended up getting hurt.
Yeah.
But if they don't make another move, I'm not going to be upset, especially looking at this team and how it's constructed right now and where you are. You just swept the best team in Major League Baseball.
Yeah. Listen.
I guess my question is, why are you upset after the way that they've been able to perform?
Because I look around the rest of the league, it's not that good, and you have a prime opportunity if you add here or there to really go for it and to get this team into the World Series. So I that's why.
Right, because you saw what the team did last year, which was nothing, and then they were a player or a play away from getting to the ALCS and beating the Yankees. That's
but
why.
this team is completely different than what we saw last year's team after the All-Star break. Like, this team looks way better than what we were able to see after the first, few games after the All-Star break.
They've been playing well recently, though, and you've got guys like Chad Tracy telling media that they deserve to have additions. So if Chad Tracy's in media saying that they deserve this team deserves for them to make moves at the trade deadline, to then not do it.
I guess the biggest question is this: they made a move, right? And they got if he wasn't hurt, would you still be saying the same thing? Like, if Curtis Mead wasn't hurt,
no. I mean, if Curtis Mead was not hurt, I might be saying, listen, I would like for them to add an arm in some way, shape, or form, because as we have discussed many times, I don't know what the restriction's going to be inning-wise on Peyton Tolley going forward. I don't know if you can count on 36-year-old Sonny Gray, who gets hurt a lot. I have questions about that. So
last year after the All-Star break, they went 11-6 in their next 17 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I think you're thinking about the trade deadline where they fumbled. We don't know what this team's going to be after the trade. After the trade deadline, it's been that way every year. They've had the same record. You see that stat over the weekend? They had the same 56 and 51 record for 4 straight years.
Yeah.
Yeah. This team deserves an investment. They need a bat. They need to hit home runs. Craig Breslow made a lot of news when he was on with us last week, and the one thing that I saw everywhere was when he talked about how you need to you have to have home runs in the playoffs.
You need home runs.
And that's something their team doesn't have.
Yeah. All right, Chime, let's get to it.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They
said it. You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Ooh, ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It on the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law. They are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you've been hurt on the job and you need help, reach out to Catches. Just go to catcheslaw.com. Shime, what are we going to hear first today?
Well, Greg, we were just talking about the Sox, so let's hear from one of your Red Sox superstars right now who is just hitting the absolute cover off the baseball. That would be one. Ceddanne Rafaela, he joined Will and Lenny DiNardo after the game last night and talked about how much fun he's having and his home run there early in the game.
I think right now we have a lot of fun as a team, and no, I think right now it's the most fun I'm having with. Yeah, I think it was huge to bring us back in the game, and then the boys did the job again. So I think it's been huge for us when we fall behind, answer right back, and I think that's been one of the big keys for us.
Ceddanne may be having a lot of fun, but nobody is having more fun than Will Fleming. I mean, the man is absolutely into it night after night after night, Curtis.
You should see him when they're stuck on the tarmac. He just starts karaoke.
Well, Wiggy, I can understand, I guess, that you look at this team and say, hey, you know what? If they stand pat and they're unable to add what they want to add, they're worried about the price being too high, they're worried about what they're worrying about what they're going to have to pay somebody going forward, whatever. I can see how you might be confident currently right now because they're on an absolute run.
Yeah.
He's done it again!
Yeah, they're on, like you said, a run, a heater. Who I wouldn't have thought that they would go into L.A. and sweep the Dodgers.
Nobody would have.
Right, and so
not a soul.
So and I'm just saying from where they might be sitting, and they might go, okay, all right. Is there somebody that we could get that, and we heard Bresbot say, is more than just a rental, that could be a guy that could be here for 3 to 5 years that we would want to go get and help us? Where do we need help? Do we need – I mean, you got guys that are like now their bats are getting hot. Rafaela, Abreu, we've already talked about, Contreras. Even, say what you want, Duran. You might have, 3 guys that could potentially get the 30-plus home runs or at least in the high 20s. And you start to go, our rotation looks good, our bullpen. Maybe we might not have to add. And then once they potentially get Meade back, they might say, here's a bat that we're going to have come postseason.
If they go 30-21 the rest of the way, which is very doable, they end up with 90 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Consider where they are.
Can you believe that? We thought they were going to lose 100 games, and they might win 90.
We were trying to figure out mathematically if it was possible or not for them to lose 100.
That's remarkable.
They might win the division. I mean, I know that and all that, but think about there was points in times where they were 14 games out.
Yep.
I'm like, there's no way. And now they're in a legitimate chance and spot where the division is something that they can win.
They're 2 games out in the loss column of the Yankees. You remember when Michael Kay berated Red Sox fans for having the gall to say that the Yankees sucked? And he's like, you're the worst team in baseball.
Yeah. All right. We are in the middle of They Said It. We'll get to more of that next.
Want good food? That's
during They Said It what Mike Vrabel said about an area of big growth for Shime's guy, Drake May. So we'll get to that coming up. Hill Notes at 9:30. You can leave one on any topic, of course. The red-hot Red Sox with a sweep of the Dodgers this weekend, and you can leave a Hill Note on that or on any other topic on the Odyssey app, and we'll play the best ones back at about 9:30. But what is next, Shime, when it comes to They Said It?
Well, Greg, it's time to hear from Courtney's quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron Rodgers spoke with Kyle Brandt of NFL Network and talked about reconnecting with his family. We all saw those amazing photos.
Yes.
And who was the most responsible for him reconnecting with his family? Let's hear from Aaron Rodgers.
You know, a big part of it was getting married and having those conversations with my wife that allowed me to kind of open up to the possibility of coming together. It's been a couple-year process now, the conversations, and it's been really beautiful to reconnect with them, all of them. And I got to spend a long weekend recently. Those pictures are from in Nashville with my parents, my brother and his sweet wife, and their incredible 2 kids. So I got to be an uncle. I saw that. It's really special. So a lot of my life has been full circle, I think, the last year. And I'm happy to be reunited, and that part of my life is a really beautiful addition. And I got to give my wife a lot of credit for, not that she was pushing me, because she never was, but just the way that she loves and supports me. Having her by my side during this process has been really special, and I miss those relationships. And there was reasons for it that don't need to be talked about, but I'm thankful that that's come all the way back around.
Wow. This is why I love. Nothing like finding a soulmate, and they are there to help you during your toughest moments. I wonder if the family got to meet the wife, or if she's invisible to them also. I don't know.
Was the family at the wedding when he married the wife?
Definitely not.
No, I don't know.
For me, it was the first time though where I thought maybe there is a wife. Because if you're going to bring your family now into this crazy mess, like you're talking about being an uncle. If you're going to go out there and say it was my wife that forced me back into, or didn't force me because she never would do that, but got me to go reconnect with my family. To me, now you're putting your parents, your sibling, one, because Jordan was not in any of those photos, sibling into this complete mess where they now have to answer, oh, have you met Aaron's wife? What's Aaron's wife like? To me, it was the first time that I said, maybe there is a wife.
But he said everyone. I think he was correcting those that said he's not talking to Jordan Rodgers, because he said my whole family.
Well, Jordan was not in those photos.
Right. Well, neither was the person that put it all together. His wife.
Right.
Yeah.
The missus.
Does anybody ask
the old ball and chain, Curtis?
It isn't this also a weird way kind of blaming, like, who was the attractive girl that he was with before from
Olivia Munn.
Olivia Munn,
Danica
Patrick, and the
Shailene
actress,
Woodley.
Shailene Woodley. Like, isn't this his way to be like, well, they never wanted to see my family.
Talk to the wife.
The wife is all about it. This is
wild.
so fascinating.
He's like your boy in what was Usual Suspects? What the
Kaiser
hell?
Sose?
Yeah, who the actor that played him? He was like the what the hell was his name? The one who got in all the trouble.
Yeah, he got in trouble on Nantucket.
Kevin
Spacey.
Kevin Spacey. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. It's like
Talk to the wife.
It's like Aaron Rodgers. He is like even now with you, and I'm kind of leaning you up. Does she really do exist?
Right. When you bring family into it, it makes it a little bit more murky. And can I say, love is a beautiful thing. I saw Greg and Lindsay kiss yesterday. It was the first time that I've seen you kiss.
Well, you know.
And it was
was
took
it
my
a
breath
passionate
away.
kiss?
No, it was a
Like a
goodbye
peck?
kiss.
Yeah.
But
Oh, okay.
she said, like, honey, I have to go. And the way they interacted together, I said, this is beautiful.
Yeah, because sometimes you just can't deny it. Real love.
Yeah. It was almost like seeing your parents kiss.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, because
All right.
I've never seen Greg kiss before.
I mean, I will say, while that was going on, I did feel her reach for my wallet, which I thought was somewhat inappropriate. But, all right, what's next? Here come the Twitch comments. I love them. I'm not going to read any of them,
we
but I
can't
love
even
them.
make a joke. On this one.
What's next, Shine?
Well, Greg, do you want to get to Mike Vrabel here?
Sure.
I stumbled upon this weekend. Mike Vrabel talked about Drake May growing as a leader. We can hear from the head coach.
Again, you have to understand he's young, and in his mind, he's like, I haven't done anything. And so I don't want to, lead or be out there if I haven't really done anything. I said, well, that's not really how it goes. I mean, you're the quarterback here, and you have to, there's certain things that you have to do. And he embraced that, and you can see the growth there, and you can see the way that guys respond to him, and him being the conductor. And when the quarterback does stuff, then people are like, okay, we can. That's okay to do. It's okay to celebrate. It's okay to do these things. And again, we talked about everybody's personality being different. Certainly, Drake's mindset is exactly what we want: the competitiveness, the energy, and the performance.
Well, I love that. Mike Vrabel, I have no concern whatsoever when it comes to somebody who's going to be able to help a young player become a leader. I mean, that's what he was when he played here. So, but the connection between he and A.J. Brown, which the Substackers were all worked up about, seems like it's there.
Right.
Shime, I heard you talking about it during the Big Dog Show on Saturday. And as long as A.J. Brown can stay healthy, which I guess is the only concern, this offense should be really, really good.
Seems like the timing's getting better.
Yeah.
Substack they learn about timing.
They were cooking a little bit this weekend.
It takes time to get timing based on a certain player's physical attributes and those type of things. So I love hearing from Vrabel, and I think what this does for me, hearing him talk about Drake May like this, makes me believe Drake May is going to have a better year, because now he has the confidence to kind of be himself and go, all right, I don't have to look around and be like, damn, I ain't did nothing. So
the best part about that was him saying Drake has said, I haven't done anything, because that's what we wanted. And going into him being a MVP candidate for him in a Super Bowl, people were so worried, if he wins so early in his career, if he wins MVP too early in his career, then he's going to be too big for his bridges. Like, to me, if he feels like he hasn't done anything, he's going to come back with a vengeance this season. And that's all I want out of him.
And I think he's just going to have that extra confidence to now be like, oh, I am Drake May. I've done some stuff. Let me have my personality come through that way, where I don't look at veterans looking at me like, listen here, young boy, keep quiet. You ain't even done nothing yet in this league. Where I think now he starts to see like, oh, I can be like, hey, you need to do this or you need to do that. Not that he's going to be like the, overpowering type of personality like that, but he can just be himself. So that's very interesting.
Courtney, just a heads up, it's too big for his britches, by the way, not too big for his bridges.
So it's britches?
Britches, like your pants.
Oh,
yeah.
Did she say?
I missed
Career that he's going to be too big for his bridges.
The bridges.
I always thought it was bridges.
Yes. It's britches.
Britches, like pants.
Do you ever think these things through?
No.
Like, how would somebody be too big for a bridge?
Literally, not my monkey, not my circus. I just thought that was what people have been saying since the olden days.
Yeah.
Too big for your britches.
Britches.
Pants.
Britches.
Who calls pants britches?
It's an old
school
yeah.
thing.
They used to call them
Britches.
Yeah.
It's like people screwed that up like
Career that he's going to be too big for his bridges.
the other thing they screw up
Sagamore
is
That's how I pictured it in my head.
nip it in the bud.
People say butt.
Yes. So,
Nip it in the bud, not butt.
Let's not use that
for your
term, please, for
britches.
personal reasons. Thank
Britches,
you.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's an old school
I'm
thing.
going to write that one down so I have it.
Yeah.
Ooh, back to the notebook.
Yeah. Too big for your britches.
It's more Greg's era when they call them britches and skivvies.
Right.
It
My
gets
mom used to say, pull up your britches.
Yeah, it's an old school thing.
Wow. Career that he's going to be too big for his bridges.
Yeah.
Wow.
Those britches up.
All
You
right.
got your suspenders on.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of They Said It next. Coming up, we will get to the news with Courtney in about 10 minutes or so, and there are some angry pickleballers on the Cape, and we'll get to that and the pop of the pickleball on Cape Cod coming up during the news, among other things. Curtis, can you address these texters say your laugh has changed of late? I love your laugh. You haven't changed your laugh, have you?
I haven't done it knowingly.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'll just sit and just be quiet.
It could be the teeth.
Yeah, it could be an adjustment to the teeth.
That could be.
I think he's always had that same kind of
I don't know.
laugh. Like
it's an honest reaction to Courtney. She makes me smile. I love her dearly.
That's so nice.
And I just the show flies when she's back in.
And certain jokes, there's levels to laughter based on the jokes. There's some that they're so funny you got tears coming out of your eyes, so you have a different laugh.
Yeah. I didn't laugh a lot at Odyssey, but we'll get to that later. That was a
oh yeah.
Oof.
Well, I can't wait to hear your review.
Right.
And Shime's review of Spider-Man coming up. I would assume during the news. We could get to it then if you want. All right. What else, Shime? What else should we get to during They Said It?
Well, Greg, we brought up Tony Romo earlier, and CBS is moving away from Tony Romo.
Well, he's been suspended indefinitely. I would imagine that he could probably get some help, and if that's what they want him to do, and then he could be back. Do you think he ever gets back with Jim Nantz though, or do you think that you actually think J.J. Watt does a good job?
Yeah, I do. And I think this is a way, as Curtis mentioned, it's kind of a two birds, one stone situation where they want to get out from the Romo contract and promote J.J. Watt, because I think they really like J.J. Watt and they don't want him getting scooped up by somebody like Netflix or one of these streamers that's starting to pick up games, is my assumption.
Then that tells me they're going to let Romo go then, right? Because if they're going to suspend them, it only goes down a couple of different avenues. Romo now has to go get help for whatever issue it is to potentially get his job back, right? Because that's going to be the reasoning on why they would bring Romo back, CBS.
But that, to me, leans into Greg's take on this, that some people think it's a money thing, that they wanted to cut their ties with him.
Right.
It was a get-out-free card.
Right. And so if it is the money thing, which is the 16...
Is that wrong, too?
Get out of jail free. No, you kind of...
Get out of jail free. But yeah, get out free
Get
card.
out free.
Yeah.
Well, you all knew that
exactly.
jail was what I meant.
I laughed with my mic off because I'm trying to workshop it.
If people know it, you don't have to say the jail part.
Exactly.
Right. It's an economy of words.
Right.
Why say more words when few words do trick?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, or the 16, and to Greg's point, they don't want to pay him $16 million a year no more, which they don't think he's
Would
worth.
somebody else pick him up? Like a Netflix?
I mean, I would.
Can I tell you
where
where I would love him? Would be Thursday night instead of Herb Street on the Amazon Prime game.
Great call, Curtis. You're on your money today. Good job.
And we got an NFL game Thursday night. The last weekend without football has passed. Thank you.
It's an amazing thing, Greg.
Praise you know who. Thank
Tom
goodness.
Brady.
Praise Odysseus.
Yeah. All right. Anyway,
we were talking about Tony Romo, and the owner of Tony Romo's former team, the Dallas Cowboys, that would be Jerry Jones, spoke to the media, was asked about Tony Romo and what Tony Romo is dealing with right now. We can hear from Jerry Jones.
Well, I very much have had a chance to talk to him, and I've been talking to him. I love him. I love what he's about. I love his character. I love his love of sport. And he's a very, very unique talent. And the real question is, and I don't even have to ask what the answer is, do you think Tony Romo knows how to get up when he gets knocked down? Okay, he had a life of that. And absolutely, that's one of his greatest attributes, is that he can handle adversity. And so this is something that he will work through. He is a unique talent. His vision was just mesmerizing when he was a player. But he sees things and can articulate it so instantly. He'd walk out under center out of practice, and the defense would have 12 people out there, and it'd take him about a second to say, Coach, we got 12 guys out here. Get one of them off on the deal. He just sees it, and then it goes. He has that skill. It's made him a great, great portrayal of the story of football games. So obviously I'm a big fan of his, big fan of his family, and let me tell you right now, he's as real as he sounds. He feels every downtime, he feels every uptime.
I mean, it is what made him so great and so unique when he started, but I wonder if the shine has worn off that. Like, I love that when he first started and he would sit there and be able to tell you what they were going to do, basically when they were coming out of the huddle.
Right.
It was awesome, but maybe people just kind of got sick of that. I
would just also throw in, he sees things except for the snap on the extra point that he was supposed to catch for the field goal there.
Yeah, that could have been a center issue.
Yeah.
But I think, too, what happened, Greg, is Tony Romo was kind of the first to do this and do it, like, so well. And then it has spawned a lot of other former players that have come in and done very similar things in a much more kind of not vanilla tone, but a much more measured approach compared to Tony Romo's kind of over the top. And so I think the over the top thing has rubbed some people the wrong way. And that's why they're gravitating towards people like your Greg Olsons and your JJ Watts and stuff like that.
Too much trying to be like John Madden. And I think to Shime's point, because
I don't. I would disagree with you. I don't
well,
think he was
that's the over the top.
I don't think he was trying to be like John
The
Madden.
boom, bang, bow.
Yeah,
turkey legs.
Remember when Amendola was rolling and he goes, ooh, ah, ooh.
I mean, that was John Madden. Because if you look at him, there have been plenty of guys that have come.
This team is DTF, Jim.
Right, there have been plenty of guys that have come before him. We talk about Troy Aikman, Chris Collinsworth. I think people liked Romo and they liked some of that stuff, but then he got into a lot of the over-the-top
Jim!
color commentary, and I think, that maybe people got annoyed with that.
Yeah, people do it all the time.
I know, but
it depends on who the person is, and some
that is
people
true.
love it.
Yeah.
So if you just don't like Tony Romo, you don't like Tony Romo. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it's one of two things. Either the new ownership of CBS says this is way too much money, or this is a bigger issue. There's been issues with alcohol or substances, and this was their ability to exit the contract.
What was he making per season, Curtis?
$18 million.
18, and Tom Brady is making 25.
36.
Right? How much?
36.
36. So
Not bad.
double the money for Tom Brady.
Oh, boy. Because isn't Aikman up there now, too? Aikman's up there.
Yeah, and Fleming's, I think, $17 million a year.
Yeah, not bad.
Fleming's earning every penny with these home run calls. Just constant.
Interesting during the broadcast on, I guess it was Friday night, where Will kind of backed Jaron Duran. Did you hear that?
Oh, by the way, quickly, I undersold Brady. $38 million a year.
38.
No, I didn't hear that.
We should get to that coming up because he basically was saying he spoke to some people, and when Jaron Duran said that was a thing that they were working on internally and nobody needed to know about it, that it was something that is being worked on. Oh, they're working how to yell at your teammates and blame them for things that they didn't do. I guess.
You know what that tells me? They're not trading him today.
No, they're not.
Because you're not going to be doing these, contorting yourself into a pretzel to defend something if you're going to just trade him today to the Brewers.
And all weekend, Chad Tracy was defending him.
Yep.
All weekend.
And Bradford, I heard him on Jones and Keefe talk about, like, the guys in that clubhouse really like him.
Yes.
Which,
They
Sure
do?
they do.
Yeah, that's what Bradford was saying. His
Did
teammates.
Wilson Contreras looked like he really liked
Well,
him
not
in
Wilson.
the dugout.
But I guess Whitlock was like,
That's-
"Yo, he's my favorite teammate."
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I mean, this was Bradford
I mean,
saying,
maybe
and
he
he's
brings
around there all the
snacks.
time.
Listen, maybe he brings the best snacks. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea, but I am waiting, Curtis, for a deal to be done. I want one before the end of the show today.
If they don't, I think people will be frustrated. But maybe Wiggy's right. This team is currently constituted, can ride the, Monasterio to a championship.
Well, so then would you say that sweeping the Dodgers was, if you're somebody who wanted a deal or deals done by the Boston Red Sox, would you say that sweeping the Dodgers was the worst thing that could have happened?
No, I don't think I have too much faith in Craig Breslow and John Henry that they believe that this team can continue to play like this throughout the playoffs. That if your goal is to get to a ALCS or a World Series, that you need to get a bat and you need to get another arm.
Well, they feel like they
Especially 'cause
probably got their bat.
But he's injured.
But if they're thinking there's a chance he's going to be back by the postseason, that might be there's our bat when we're coming.
No, the fact that they acquired him tells you they're going to make a deal today because they knew they had a need, and that guy's going to be out until at least the end of September.
All right. Well, then if you believe that, then
They believe that.
Well, if they believe that, then nobody should be upset because by the end of the day today, the Red Sox will have added another bat.
They will.
And
Why are they so tunnel vision focused on? Somebody was asking this in Twitch. I don't know the answer. On shortstop and a shortstop for the future.
Because they hate Meyer.
Yeah,
story.
But you also have a prospect which is like the 5th best prospect in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he's been raking in AAA, by the way.
And he was not in the lineup. I was so excited. I was refreshing my
know.
baseball prospectus link.
I saw that yesterday. I guess if he's, if you're worried about, how long it's going to take to get him up here and bring him along or whatever, it just seems like to be singularly focused on that position.
Do you know when it went downhill for Meyer? When he was late on Jones and Keefe. Everything else has just been crap. They went down there for the sole purpose of interviewing him, and he showed up at like 1:57.
Yeah. All right. That is They Said It. We are going to get to the news with Courtney and what is going on when it comes to angry pickleballers on Cape Cod next.
Did you?
Wondering if you heard Chuck Schumer kind of pass gas. It sounded like he passed gas when he was up there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I think he'd just been to Taco Bell.
The news.
Is it relatable to you?
No, because everybody says, oh, you can eat that, it's organic. I said, well, that gum horse manure is organic, I don't eat it.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
Ariba.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
A terrible shooting unfolded Saturday afternoon at an In-N-Out in Idaho. The shooting left 3 dead, including the gunman who died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was 24-year-old Chad Williams. 7 others were injured. An off-duty trooper and an armed civilian both confronted and fired on Chad, which police believe saved others' lives there. So crazy story, terrible story. 3 dead, 7 injured, and a lot of people transported to the hospital after something like that. But it does beg the question, did the off-duty trooper and the civilian who was armed, them firing upon the gunman, save other people's lives?
Yeah, hands down.
What about, would you be able to sit there in your car and video the whole thing, or would you hit the gas pedal as quickly as possible and speed away?
I'd hit the gas pedal as quickly as possible and get the hell out of there.
I was amazed by the people, and I'm sure that you're in shock, and maybe you don't want them to know. They were kind of crouching down in the seats or whatever, so you don't want them to know you're in the car.
No, but if you're in the car, hit that gas pedal and get
out of there.
It's like, I don't know if you saw the video of the dad in front of his house with his kids and the dog, and they start shooting, and he's standing there just like looking around and wondering, and like the bullet whizzes by him, and his kids, like he don't grab his kids and run and nothing, and then the neighbor's kid is running across the street while shots are being fired. Yeah, it's all over social media. They basically like, look at this guy's lack of awareness and how he needed to help his family.
Well, there was also a fatal shooting in Eastie early yesterday morning. Police responded to a shooting in the area of 464 Meridian Street around 1:30 a.m., and the man was transported to a nearby hospital where he was declared dead. His identification has not been released yet, and no arrests have been made. Here's one witness on WHDH.
Yeah, I heard like 7 shots last night. It was like around 1 o'clock at night. Yes, I heard it. It was like boom, 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 boom.
Well, dangerous in the old neighborhood there, Wiggy.
You know what? And this is interesting because of obviously this shooting and the one in Idaho, and then obviously we had in Cambridge. I think you got to get in the mindset, especially just today, and this is always the mindset of I've always been in, and I always tell my kids, like, anything can happen no matter where you are at any time. So be prepared for everything. Check your surroundings, know where you are, know who's around. If you see, and I think we're so buried in our phones and we tend to lose sight of that. Or we are like, nothing's going to happen to me.
Following numerous noise complaints, Mashpee is now requiring pickleball players to use a noise-reducing ball. Now, the quiet balls can be a bit more expensive, but the town says players who do not comply may have their court privileges suspended or revoked.
Oh, no, not the suspension of court privileges.
Yes.
Oh, my Lord.
And they said officials will be strictly enforcing these rules.
So they have the pickleball police down there in
They do.
Mashpee.
Yes.
Awesome.
We can hear from one pickleball player, Paul Key, on WBZ.
You can get these on sale for about $1 a ball. This is the ball that the town is now saying that we got to use. It costs $50 a ball, and it does not play anything like a pickleball. It's garbage.
Damn.
Well, that's a real problem.
Right.
So I think I would fight back if I were a pickleballer.
Yeah, should.
Like I would, if I was in some sort of an over 70 league down there, and this is going to affect the way in which I was able to play. I think I'd have an issue with it.
Oh yeah.
I think I'd say go ahead if you want to try and pry the quiet ball from my cold dead hand. Go ahead. Like, I mean, who do they think they are?
50 beans too for the quiet ball.
There are noises outside.
Right.
Like, I hate to break it to people in Mashpee,
right?
But you got trucks driving by. You got the ice cream man is coming by. He's got his ding-a-ling thing making noise. Like I like.
Well, that's a bigger issue. If that's
the way. That's the way it goes.
Right.
Like, I'm sorry.
It's a piercing sound.
Yeah.
It's pop, 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 pop. I wear headphones sometimes when I'm outside. I can't sit on the deck. I haven't sat on the deck in 2 years.
Here's a great point from a 978 texter on the Subaru of New England text line. So the town of Mashpee put all of these pickleball courts in, and then they get some complaints from a couple Karens like that guy, and they're telling people they have to spend double, triple, whatever the normal ball costs, and not get the same bounce effect. Like if I were them, I'd be like, get out of my kitchen.
Yeah.
It says ping, 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 ping.
Curtis, that's a pickleball reference. If you didn't know,
I'm on it.
where the kitchen is.
Yeah, it's right there in the middle there of the court.
By the way, I'm a fan. I've never put any effort into it whatsoever. It's probably because I used to work as a tennis instructor. I am a fantastic pickleball player.
All right.
One of us dominated at Fenway.
Well, yeah, I wasn't in that one. I would, if necessary, I would kick your ass in pickleball like I do in life.
Wow.
I would love to do it.
But we could. You want to do the match one pickleball? Me versus you, Curtis.
Sign me up.
All right,
That would be interesting.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's do it.
There's plenty of places you could do it, especially by the seaport. There's a whole bunch of pickleball.
Yeah, there's a whole new. There's a whole new place. There's
Yeah.
a whole new pickle place.
That's what I was going to ask. It's in your backyard. You don't hear the noises?
I don't care.
Yeah.
Like I moved to the city.
Right.
I was aware it was going to be noisy. It's like people who complain about. No offense to our guy Sean McDonough, but he didn't like living over there because of the airplanes.
Oh,
like do you like the airplanes fly in the sky and they fly over your building?
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
I mean, I don't. You
make it sound like there's nonstop flights at 2 a.m.
And but you get used to it.
Yeah,
and
it
you don't.
becomes-
It doesn't even bother you at a certain
becomes
point.
white noise.
Right.
Yeah, and they're probably not playing pickleball after 10 p.m. in Mashpee.
When Sean moved there, did he not see Logan across the water?
Right. I mean, that's. By the way, his golf tournament today. So hello and good luck to our good friend Sean McDonough, who is really. We were talking about Romo earlier. You can argue that he is the best play-by-play guy in the entire business, Curtis. And I would argue that.
And I would say does more philanthropically than almost anybody you'll ever meet.
Yes.
He has range. I'll give him that.
His range is unbelievable. His calls the World Series to the Final Four to
Stanley Cup.
Cup. And also the epic calls that he had with Remy growing up, listening to him on TV 38 in Nesson was one of the great memories of my childhood.
Anybody who could do hockey should they get massive pats on the back. You know, they can do that. The play-by-play fast. The names and they're spot on.
We have to do this before Labor Day weekend. Like we have to. This is like pickleball is the sport of the summer.
Let's go do it down in Mashpee and see if they arrest us.
Yes.
Oh, I love it.
I would love to do that.
Oh, we should go out by right. We should do it from his deck.
Now, we wear some kind of coordinated outfits, Curtis?
I would love to.
Okay.
Average Joe's like dodgeball, something like that.
Yes. All right. What else, Courtney?
This next story is crazy. It's about a Zillow listing in Colorado that's gone viral. It's a 3-bed, 2-bath. It's listed for $215,280, and it doesn't show photos of the inside on the listing. That's crazy. But you can go even further and say the listing says you can't go see the property and you cannot have an inspection before you buy. Then the kicker, you have to get rid of the current occupant. If you buy this house, you have to get rid of the person living in it. Now, at first, you would think that this is like a squatter situation. Right. It's a woman, Tori McMahon, who says that after her husband died, the house went into foreclosure, and she's been fighting the banks over it for the past couple of years.
Huh.
So she's saying that this house is not for sale.
But the bank has it for sale.
Correct. Right.
So the bank is saying you can buy this place, but you got to get rid of the lady who is living there.
Correct.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna buy that. And then you said no inspection.
No inspection.
Well, people might buy it. I mean, it's only $200,000, so people might be like, "I'll find a way to get her out of there."
Yeah, but you know how it is nowadays. The squatters have more rights than the actual homeowner. So it might take you years to get her out of there. Now you're stuck paying a mortgage.
Yeah. Well, we can hear from Tori.
The ad is unreal. Who would buy a home, sight unseen, with an occupant still in it? This is the last thing that my husband bought for me before he passed. This is where I raised my children. The bank has been unwilling to work with me. We took out the actual loan on this house in 2006. In 15 years, 2021, this home would have been paid off. I've had 3 attorneys that could not even get this straightened out. We put a lot of work into this property. I'm staying. They can come on in, but I'm not leaving.
Well, I mean, the bank has the if they want,
right.
they if you can't pay your mortgage,
yeah.
they get the house.
Oh, that's kind of the purpose of the mortgage.
Kind of how
that's
it works.
All right.
All right, we are going to take a break. We will get to the rest of the news coming up in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on today's Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
Whitlock sets at his belt. He throws, and a swing and a miss! The Red Sox have swept the Dodgers! It was the Cedon Show in the City of Angels, and the Red Sox, a 6-1 road trip they cannot lose. 23 wins in 26 games, 4 bombs for Cedon, 3 in the third for the Sox, and they come to the home of the two-time defending world champs and say, we are right here with you.
You can't see the morning, but I can see the light. Try, let it ride. Well, you've been out running, I've been waiting half the night. Try, let it ride. And would you cry if I told you that I lied? And would you say goodbye? Or would you let it ride?
Will Fleming with the call. By the way, the reviews so far on my guy Lou Merlone on the national broadcast last night are fantastic.
Yeah, he did a good job.
I was at Zach Brown, so I was unable to catch Lou, but he did a great job last night.
Yeah, I watched it. He was doing a really good job. He,
Okay.
It was him and Oral Hershiser
Yeah.
and was it Clayton Kershaw? Is it the other guy who used to play for the Dodgers? They had him there, but Lou was like, he was like the main guy.
Yeah. All right. Well, it is trade deadline day, and we will find out what Brezbot might be cooking, and we'll let you know as soon as we hear it. And in the meantime, we can get back to the rest of today's news.
Spider-Man brand new day opened over the weekend, and the numbers, Shime, are pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, so domestic, which is U.S. and Canada, $355 million. Internationally, $572 million.
Wow.
Worldwide total, that's $927 million. That makes it the biggest opening weekend of 2026 and the second biggest global opening weekend in history.
Really?
Wow.
Yes, it's only behind Avengers Endgame.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Okay, so Avengers had the best opening weekend ever.
Yep.
And Spider-Man is second. Shime, you loved it. Quick review from you, please.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Tom said on this show on Friday that he thought it was the best Spider-Man movie. I would disagree. I don't think it's the best Spider-Man movie ever made, but I think it probably comes in at like number 3.
Oh.
I think it was fantastic. It was an excellent movie. My theater was packed at 10:20 at night. It was jam-packed. So it was a great movie, great time.
And my guy was in it. The green guy was in it a lot too, right?
Green? Oh, yeah. Your guy, yeah.
Green Goblin?
Yeah.
No.
The Hulk.
The Hulk.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's in it a little bit.
Yeah, because they've made him like basically a punk in Marvel.
What do you have better? Which ones?
Spider-Man Homecoming for me is better. I really liked Spider-Man Homecoming.
Yeah.
The first Tom Holland one was just, I think, the best. It was really good. And then probably Spider-Man 2, the Tobey Maguire joint, the second one, that was probably just slightly better than this one.
Okay, and Curtis, your review on the Odyssey?
So was at Coolidge Corner Theater. We arrived at 3:10 for a 3:30 showing. Jess got the last 2 seats in the entire theater. We had pre-purchased.
So you had pre-purchased.
Yep.
But there were only 2 seats left in the whole play, and they were all there well before 20 minutes before start time.
And I have to say, the seats actually ended up being great because the 70mm was delightful.
Can you tell a difference?
I thought there was one. She didn't think there was. But to be fair, if you're with me, your eyes aren't working. So the cinema was packed, which I thought added to it. Like it was this old school theater. I thought it was great. B+.
All right.
For me, John Leguizamo stole the show.
Awesome.
He was excellent. I thought Anne Hathaway sucked.
Oh, interesting.
I way overacted. I thought it was an hour too long.
I was going to ask because it's nearly 3 hours, right?
A little long.
Okay.
But the cinematography, like Matt Damon's going to win Best Actor. Nolan's going to win Best Director. I think it's going to win Best Picture.
Yeah.
All right.
But it was, for me, I loved the lessons. I have a question, spoiler alert. Why was Odysseus so loyal to, he went west to go in honor of the men that died? Why are you loyal to the whole crew was like trying to commit, like there was a mutiny on his hands. His number 1 lieutenant kept doubting him and he just kept saving them over and over again. Anyway, I thought it was an excellent movie. I would recommend it highly to families. Like if your kid's in high school, it's a good lesson, a lot of good things in there. Wasn't the greatest movie I ever saw, so maybe I went in with a little bit too high of expectations, but strong recommend.
Did you know that Matt Damon's stunt double is a woman in this movie?
No.
Yes.
Did
yeah.
not know that.
Woman is his stunt double for the
All right.
Odyssey. Very cool.
Does he do a lot of things that are stunt? Like, does he do
I think you're specifically there's a scene with the Lystragonians who are supposed to be giants. And so this woman was of much shorter. And so they did like a cool camera angle that really kind of showed how big these guys were compared to the Greeks.
Okay, so she was a stand-in.
Well, no, they called her a stunt double.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
She's a
okay.
stunt double.
All right.
Not just a stand-in.
There was good. There was
Devin Dalton is her
There was
name.
good action in there, Curtis.
Yeah, very good action.
All right.
I love the Trojan horse. I'm embarrassed to say how little I knew about it in
That
hindsight.
stuff was the best part of the movie.
Absolutely excellent. And
All right.
what was the other thing? No, I thought the cinematography was unbelievable, and I don't recommend waiting for this to get to your TV or your TV, like watching it away from the theater. I'm sure Shime's right; it was very similar in an IMAX. But if you have the chance, the theater was awesome in Brookline, and it was a jam. Isn't there something better about a full theater? When you're
Hell
watching
no.
something?
Yeah, I don't really like.
Yeah,
full
I'm not
theater.
with you on the
Oh, I
full
liked it.
theater.
It felt like I was watching.
People are
something.
sitting right next
Yeah,
to you.
too many people.
It felt like the
talking.
movies were back.
Yeah,
It was so nice.
I felt like I was Roger Ebert.
Yeah, go to the wrong movie theater. He'd be like, "Oh hell no, I'm never watching a movie here. People talking."
No, people were quiet, very respectful.
Shime, what do you mean when you say the movies are back? Like you feel like
No, that's what it
was
felt like when
back
you're
to the
in.
heydays of Hollywood.
Yeah,
Is
like
that-
I went to Spider-Man Friday night at 10:20 at night. That means
All
the
right.
movie doesn't actually start until like 10:40.
Yep.
And my theater, I kid you not, was packed to the brim. Every seat in the house was taken, and it
And
just
none of the people there were.
that's not true. I very much am. But no, it felt like movies are kind of back a little bit. That's all. Like it's
Certain
nice
movies.
to yeah, exactly. It's only
Yeah.
going to be in certain situations,
Yeah.
but it was nice to have that experience again, like you used to have pre-pandemic.
Now, somebody told me that you were relentlessly heckled at a comedy show over the weekend.
It did happen. Yeah, it happened on Saturday
Where was it?
up in Nashua.
And what happened?
Well, Lauren got us tickets, sit in front row, and so he the comedian was asked about us, and we were newly married, and he was asking what we did for work, and obviously I was like, yeah, I'm on the radio, and
Obvious.
obviously, and so then he's like, well, okay, and so he asked where you work, and I told him EEI, and he asked me what my my favorite thing about having been on the radio is. I was like, well, I got to play catch with Drake May. That's like number one. And, there was a lot of other jokes that ensued about that. And so, yeah, I was very much a focal point of that.
Who was the comedian?
I believe his name is Lucas Zelnick. Zelnick.
Oh, wow.
Good show?
Yeah, it was great. I had a blast. I laughed a lot.
Did you try to, respond back with a little humor?
Nope, Greg. You're not supposed to really talk unless talked to. So I only responded when I was asked a question.
Okay.
Other than that, I just I sat there and I was the butt of the joke.
And he got the mic, and he'll end up roasting you if you try
Exactly.
to talk back to him.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is AJ from Framingham. What's up, AJ?
Hey, you guys had asked a question about why Odysseus was loyal to his soldiers. So basically, this story was used. It's a super old story, and the book actually was used as kind of a war war laws that soldiers had to use. You know what I mean? So they obviously committed a lot of crimes in Troy, and that's why they had such a tough road going back home.
Right.
They got cursed because they went against the gods. So
Zeus, right.
that's
Yes.
why Odysseus was so loyal, because that's he's a perfect soldier.
Yes.
Right.
Well,
You know, that's his whole thing.
there are some people, this is weird to me, some people who are upset that the film is not historically accurate, but it's it comes from a tale that's like 3,000 years old.
Right.
That was written by somebody.
Yeah, it's first of all, it's an oral story, so it was passed down for generations
Correct.
to be a voice. It was never written down, and then it finally got written down, and then it was written down in Greek and has been translated by multiple people. And Christopher Nolan took inspiration from a specific translation of the book.
Well, when he said Troy, is there any portion of this story that's connected to the Troy Achilles. Is it Achilles? Is that
Achilles.
Achilles.
Yeah.
Is there any connection in that in this movie?
They do a lot of the Trojan horse stuff, which
All right.
is, and they do it like in flashbacks, and it's different people telling you whether it's John Bernthal's Menelaus or
All right.
it's Matt Damon's Odysseus. They do a really good job of tying that in and explaining it. It was really cool.
I like Troy that movie. That movie's a good
Some
movie.
people were upset that Odysseus spent a lot of time on TikTok.
No, he spent a lot of time on on an island with the nymph Calypso is what he did. I think,
Yeah.
yeah. So I think that's one of the things that people have.
Charlize Theron.
Yes, people overlooked quite a bit. Odysseus, bit of an F-boy, if you will.
Okay.
And they don't really get into that as much.
This is what I
but
need to be told to go see the movie.
Well, you're
yeah.
going to be disappointed if you're looking for it.
He was like, I mean, he was on an island with a beautiful nymph for 7 years.
Wow.
Just constantly making love.
Yeah.
And then in
Well,
the books,
I mean, you're on an island with a nymph. Who wouldn't?
yeah, who
Right.
loves
I
you
mean,
more
what
than
else is
anything on
there
the
to
planet?
do? What
Build a
else is there to
pickleball
do?
court.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
That's where the name Nympho comes
I
from.
didn't know that was an appropriate word you could use on the radio.
Oh, nymph.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Nymph? What you said?
Nymph?
Nymph.
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 Nympho?
NYMPH.
Is that where the actual word comes from? Then is it like that we've always talked about? Shime, I'm going to you because you're the smartest.
Shime's it. I think the one issue that I don't know. I thought it was great. I really did. I loved the movie.
What's the one issue that you had?
I think that Odysseus might have gotten too big for his
Career, then he's going to be too big for his bridges.
Oh, too big for his bridges, Odysseus. Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, which is strange
All right.
because they didn't wear them bridges back in
We
the day.
will get.
He
to,
looks jacked, by the way. He must have lost like 500 pounds, Matt Damon, in that role.
Oh, yeah, he was cut up. He was looking good.
We will get to the rest of the news coming up next.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff.
gonna be funky. How come all the pretty girls like you are taken, baby? I've been looking for someone like you to save me. Life's too easy to be so damn complicated. Take your time and I'll be waiting. Keep me in mind. Somewhere down the road you might get lonely.
Well, as I said earlier, fantastic show last night, Zach Brown Band at Fenway. And an appearance by Gary Sharon, who was in the band Extreme, and he came out and sang More Than Words, which was excellent. Full house at Fenway. And Zach Brown, apparently he's got a new cruise ship thing that he's doing with Margaritaville, and he gave everybody in the place a free cruise last night, Curtis. Everybody at Fenway Park, free cruise. All you had to do was send a text message.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, pretty cool. And then I ran into somebody from the world of sports that many of us may have believed had entered the witness protection program. There was a little meet and greet thing going on before the concert. And would you like to guess who was there? Who I was concerned about the conversation. But
Boston related or national sports?
Boston.
Wait.
Boston related.
I got a name on my mind, but there's no way.
I was a little concerned about having the conversation with the man, but it was marvelous.
Can I say who I'm thinking?
Yes.
Gerard Mayo?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Zach Brown?
The dude has lost like 40 pounds. He looks fantastic, Gerard Mayo. So there he was, enjoying the show last night.
Wow.
What do you guys talk about?
I went over to him. He's like, "Hey, how are you?" I was like, "How's everything going?" He said, "Everything's fantastic. Enjoying life, enjoying family, and all of that stuff." So the guy looks stress-free, and obviously, listen, he's got all the time in the world to work out, so looks fantastic.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah,
that is wild. The ending of that was just so crazy. Like, it's one of the rare cases where everybody's right. Like, he probably shouldn't have had the job. The Patriots definitely didn't give him a shot to be successful, and it had to end, but the way Kraft did it so quickly was brilliant at the end of that season.
Yeah.
But you remember the final week of that year where he had the benching and then the guy started? Like
Ramondre.
Yeah. Ramondre
There's
Stevenson.
no way you could do anything more convoluted than say to the media that the guy's not starting and he plays the game. And now, thank God, he's doing well, happy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. He was so good to us, even though everything was so bad.
Yeah. I think he would make a great. Do you think he'd make a great defensive coordinator or something somewhere else? No, you think
He should be doing what he's doing.
He was a good linebackers coach. I think that was
Neutralized. Bam.
And as a defensive coordinator, I thought he was pretty good. A lot of people we've had Devin McCourty on. I think Devin was still playing, and they were like, maybe that's more of his. That's where he'd stay in that lane. That'd be a better lane for him. But unfortunately, I would imagine those days are probably long gone.
Thundercat.
All right. Anyway, rest of the news, Courtney, what's next?
Well, 39-year-old James Powell in West Virginia, he stole $17,000 worth of Little Debbie's snacks. Where do you fall on Little Debbie's when it comes to snacks?
I don't know if I really was ever a fan. I preferred the Hostess cupcakes, like and then I like the Funny Bones. Is that a Little Debbie product or
No, those are Greg's cakes.
Are the zebra
Curtis
cakes Little Debbie's?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
As a child, Greg, I consumed more Swiss cake rolls than should be legally allowed.
All right, I like those.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this guy was a driver for Little Debbie's, so he was taking the product and then filing fake invoices that these were delivered.
Yeah,
he was
that's
caught.
a no-no.
Yeah, he was caught trying to sell them back at a flea market. He faces 15 total charges, including forgery, theft by deception, and tampering with records. Here's Detective Brady Stallings.
One of their delivery drivers was fraudulently issuing invoices to 3 different stores without delivering product. We heard he was around some local flea markets in the area. They knew right off the bat that something wasn't adding up because when they got billed for the invoice, they don't pay it out without scanning the product first. So they didn't have the product to scan, so they disputed the invoices with McKee Foods.
Now, Bill Simmons, The Zone, in the Twitch chat, is suggesting when it comes to the snack cake space, Entenmann's is the GOAT. Are you in agreement on that?
I I don't really know. I like the snack cakes. I eat them all. I told you I like the Swiss, the zebra cakes and chime. What are the ones you said? The
Swiss cake rolls.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll eat them all.
Yes, the Entenmann's
Let me see what
coffee cake is pretty great.
I like those.
That's
I was a big
superior.
oatmeal cream pie guy.
I never really got into that.
So
but
good.
I told that to Courtney. She said I was a serial killer.
Yeah.
Those things were dynamite.
All right. What else?
We have the dumbest of the day.
Oh, okay.
Stop being dumb.
And now, this woman is stone cold dumb.
I'm a dumbass.
The dumbest of the day.
Try again, dumbass.
All right, Curtis, we listed everything that happened over the weekend. We have determined this might have been the dumbest of the weekend.
So, Greg, I am always shocked that there are not more accidents like this. Jet skis are really dangerous, and it's not easy on the open ocean or open lake to be going 50 miles an hour and have control.
Well, there's oftentimes people who are on them who've never driven them or piloted them ever before. It's a scary thing.
Right. Yeah. Or piloting them in reverse, as this gentleman did. Do we know where this was? We have the video of it on TMZ. He has his butt facing where his head should be facing. He's on a jet ski, and he goes right into a dock.
I mean, I saw this footage over the weekend. Did he pass out or
Yes.
something?
Yeah.
Why did he? So he's driving along normally. You can see it if you're watching the show on Twitch or YouTube. Driving along normally, and then he decides to, be a hardo.
Yep.
And he flips around, and then passes out and goes straight into the dock.
I mean, he had to have been drunk.
So lucky.
He's lucky he's not dead.
Yeah. He then talked about it. He's like, there was audio of him talking about what happened. He said, I've done this trick a million times over.
I won't be doing it anymore.
For whatever reason, he does not know why he passed out. And
well, probably because you're supposed to be paying attention on a jet ski and you're flipped around not looking where you're going. Like, wow, what? Lucky he didn't take anybody out.
Exactly.
Well,
Like,
lucky he didn't hit those poles at that high rate of speed.
But
He
lucky
went.
he didn't hit another jet skier, or a swimmer. Like terrible.
He went right in between the two poles that are on that dock or whatever it is, and at that rate of speed, he was so lucky that he didn't hit one of those poles because it could have been a lot worse for him.
Oh, a suggestion in the Twitch chat that maybe he was breathing in the fumes because of where he was, where he had his head positioned or whatever, closer to the engine.
Could be.
I don't know.
He says he doesn't know how he passed out, and
Oh my God, he's
crazy.
He's lucky he's alive.
Yes.
He won't do that again, I don't think.
And his homeboy's following him,
not.
recording it, and he can't even do anything.
I know. All right. That is the news. Thank you very much, Courtney.
You're welcome.
And quick reminder about Hill Notes, 9:30 this morning. You can leave a voice note on any topic, whatever is on your mind, on the Odyssey app, and we'll play the best ones back coming up at 9:30.
I will say this, and obviously I was pretty outspoken about it last night, just given the optics of what happened. Talking to people around the team today, including Jaron, there is a little bit more to it than what met the eye last night. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch is a chopper foul. He knows that he needed to handle it a little differently, wait a little while, not do it that publicly. But I can say definitively, talking to him and Chad and everybody involved, it was not about whether Wilson should have come home and run. It wasn't. And we're not going to get more into it than that. But that has become very clear.
Will Fleming over the weekend, I mentioned that I had heard that and did a spit take when he said that because we talked it to death on Friday. I think you either stand on one side or the other. There's nobody in the middle on Jaron Duran. However, I don't understand what the explanation could be for what he was doing.
Okay,
Like,
Wasn't he saying run?
Yes, he was saying run.
But
yes.
let's just all say, okay, let's take it at face value because I don't think Will Fleming's lying. I don't think he would say that if he wasn't told that. Okay. Now, would I ask more questions? Maybe, but he has a great job and he doesn't want to ruin it, and I respect that. I'm not being facetious.
Yeah.
Then just say there was a play on. We don't have to know what the play was.
Yeah.
You can just say he thought there was a sign that meant this was going to happen. It didn't happen. He was frustrated. Like, why do you have to shroud it in secrecy? It's so strange.
I think that's the issue. Like, both things can be true. They could be working on something in practice, but the way in which Jaron Duran handled himself in that situation, that's what people have an issue with. That's what people are upset about. And so, I mean, to me, this is textbook the Red Sox trying to cover their ass. And talked to Will Fleming, gave him this little tidbit. And Will Fleming, you know, like most people, when Jaron Duran was making an a-hole out of himself, called him out on it. And now he has to backtrack. That's what it is, point blank. He in the moment called him out. He was talked to by the Red Sox, and then he went back on his word after and said, no, Jaron Duran's right. They've been working on something secretive in practice, and I'm not going to get into it anymore. I don't blame Will Fleming for doing that. Like Curtis said, Will Fleming's got a job to do. He needs to protect his job.
And now I need some education on this. I saw it, heard them talking about it. Pop fly to left field, correct?
Yep.
Contreras on third base, correct?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was an all-city catcher. What play is there other than a tag-up? Am I missing something here?
What if the third base coach gave a sign to Duran that meant a certain pitch was coming?
Right, but Duran was upset because he was saying run, like he wanted him to tag up.
Maybe was there anybody else on base? I'm trying to remember. Was there anybody?
Yeah, there was, yes, second and third. Runners at second and third.
Oh, so it wasn't first and third.
No.
Okay, then there's nothing you can do.
Right, that's what I mean. So, like, fill me in on this mysterious, and I'm making air quotes, play that you could be talking about. It's simple. Baseball, fly ball hit to left field. guy on third base, do you tag up or you don't? It was a shallow fly ball, and even on the broadcast, they're like, he's going to get thrown out by 10 feet.
Was there anything earlier in the at-bat?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I wish Will would have shared what it was. Like, if Jaron Duran is talking to him about it and telling you, here's the explanation.
Right.
Back to what Curtis said earlier, Jaron Duran could have said it post game. But so we're all left to wonder. Now, we talked about this earlier. Is Jaron Duran still on this baseball team tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Yes,
I
Curtis?
think so, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Because they love him as a teammate?
Well, then why are they wasting this? I guess you could make the contrarian point, which is that they're saying all of this so people that are possibly acquiring him don't think worse of him.
Right.
So
yeah,
I'm on Friday. If you had told me to bet, I would have said everything I have, he's gone.
Here is it's Dakota from Braintree. Hi, Dakota.
Hey, good morning and welcome back, Coco.
Thank you.
Such a joy to hear your ears. Hope everything's great with the family. I mentioned it right after this happened on the airwaves next day. This isn't about the running from third, because there's no way that's played Major League Baseball or any high level would think the guy can score. This is about the Red Sox historically being able to steal signs. And the reason why I said it last week when it first happened is, if you remember, Chris, and I'm not sure if you saw the game about a week ago, that on a foul pitch, Contreras started yapping into the Red Sox dugout for no reason. It was like so odd. And then I was like, was someone giving him like the wrong sign, and it was a curveball or a fast or location, whatever. And then this happens on a play where he never in a million years would have tried to scored. It had to be something between Contreras and Duran that the team is working on, continue to try to just steal signs or location. That's it. It's not about the run thing about third. That's just the easy point your fingers. And I'm glad Will Fleming came out and said it on, I think it was Friday night that he came out and said it, because that's what it was. It's the only thing that it could be.
So
that's true, because it's the one thing they would not publicly be open about.
Correct.
Right.
So he's supposed to be, Wilson Contreras is supposed to be stealing that sign over there, is what you're saying.
He's supposed to, and depending on whether it's the third base coach or a batter that's on the bases, you tip location. You can tip signs. Pitches tip things. Catchers tip things. Everything can get tipped. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't make any sense. And the reason why I go back to the thing about Contreras yelling into the Red Sox dugout on a foul ball, like within the last week, 4 or 5 games before that.
Could you imagine being this brazen in cheating that you're screaming at your teammate on television for not giving you the pitch?
Well,
well, he might have gave him the wrong thing. Like I've played with a lot of Dominicans that can whistle like crazy, and they're great at it, like in the Park League, and they will whistle specifically a certain tone that will tip a pitch or a location. It's been done forever. So you can steal whatever you want, as long as you're not using technology, Chris. Stealing can happen. You can steal location. You can steal signs.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing wrong with it.
Was a
but
trash
if you get
can? That was not technology.
It's not what I don't think there was anything wrong with it, as long as you weren't using technology to steal signs. If the pitcher or the catcher or an infielder or an outfielder, we used to steal signs. When I was at the plate, I used to look at the shortstop or the second baseman or the center fielder right before the pitch. If it's a fastball, they're going to shade you the other way. If it's a breaking ball, curveball, they'll already start tipping it off. Many players on the field can tip pitches or location where it's coming, and there's nothing wrong with stealing that.
Dakota, what does Bresbot do today?
I need another starting pitcher, and I'm not sure if they're going to get a bat, but they got to do something with the shortstop with Mona. There's too many regular plays that he just coughs up. Bennett would have been sailing through that game and struggled, and they could have lost it because he's just not a true shortstop. So I don't know if they're going to bring Arias up or who they're going to get, but they need a guy that defensively is going to be a lockdown shortstop. They can't live and go into the playoffs with Mona, even though he's hitting great.
All right, Dakota, thank you.
Take care, guys.
This is Anthony from Weymouth. Hey, Anthony.
why he was so upset was because he wanted the guy at third base to draw the throw, which means to run down the line 10, 15 feet like you're trying to score. That allows the outfielder to try to throw him out at the plate. If he throws wide or long, he can keep going, and the guy can move up on the other base. That's all he was upset, because he stood on third base and didn't do anything. The idea when you're a runner on any pop-up is to try to draw the throw, make him think that you are running to the next base. That's all.
So, like, I'm watching it over and over and over. The pitch was right down the middle. So, I mean, if Contreras didn't give Duran the proper sign, that's the only thing you could think about is, like, you'd get the proper sign. But the one caller saying to draw the throw down the line, if you're Contreras and it's a short fly ball, you know that you're not going to tag up in this situation.
No, it was so short, it was practically like an infield fly.
Right.
ball.
You'd have been out by a week. Right. And so if you're Contreras, like, all right, I'm not going to go crazy and go too far down the line, because guess what? They can easily pick me off at third base. I don't really understand why everybody's trying to make
excuses.
Yeah, like, oh, now it's sign stealing. The pitch was right down the middle. So, and if you're Duran, I guess in that situation, are you waiting for Contreras to tell you what pitch is coming? I don't necessarily buy that one. I don't know.
Well, it's something they're working on. It's very secretive.
Yeah, I mean, it's something new in baseball that I never short fly ball to left field. There must be a play where
You don't have clearance. You have no security clearance on that. Only
We don't need to know.
Only Will Fleming does.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's the security clearance there.
But if it's not illegal, then why are they being so silent about it? If it's totally normal, why can't they say that?
It's
so weird and annoying.
It's not what it is.
Right.
He was pissed. He did. By the way, he did come off the bag, and it,
right.
He didn't run 30 feet. He ran 10. He ran 10. I mean, I don't know what's the.
And if it is, Curtis, to your point where it is something else, it like you can't really say, like, because then you're really throwing each other on the bus, like Duran going, oh, I was sitting on waiting for Contreras to give me a sign of a fastball that he stole, and I was sitting on a fastball, and the guy threw me a curveball, and I wasn't expecting it. That's the only thing that that would be the only thing that, if it is a sign stealing thing, that would make me think that that's why Duran was upset, because Contreras said one thing, and that then he was sitting on another pitch, and that's why he was, that caught him off guard. But
All right. Well, Major League Baseball trade deadline, 6 p.m. And he can talk about what the Red Sox will or won't do all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. We will be back in exactly 2 minutes. the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win. We will get to Hill Notes coming up. We should probably get the weather in, although the way it is outside, I think it's going to be a nap day or an inside day today. Can you open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis, please? All right, it's coming down out there, Curtis. Cats and dogs.
Looking out at the pike, it looks like a lot of people decided to watch us on YouTube at home today. It looks like people are staying in. 75 degrees, raining now pretty much through 6 o'clock tonight. Thankfully, the Sox are off until tomorrow when they get back to Fenway against the White Sox. Tomorrow is going to be beautiful. 85 degrees. I have a question, just a personal question.
Let me just mention that you can get a whole house full of windows installed for $99 a month from Window World of Boston. So go to windowworldofboston.com. What's your question?
Can I sue the city?
For what?
So Mitch has this. I was walking James to tennis yesterday, and a moon-sized crater in the sidewalk right by the Boston Public Garden, and I fell head over heels.
Oh, really?
And I have a gash in my knee, massive gash in my knee.
Probably walking on your phone, not paying attention.
No, I was carrying James, walking, and out of nowhere, across the street was a Tate, and we said, "Ooh, we should get Tate."
Well, you got to have the kid walk on his own. What are you carrying him around? You can't carry him around his whole life.
Okay, well, that's what happened to me, and I'm okay. This is on Twitch. You see this? I mean, do you think Catches could come in with that?
Definitely not.
They might be able to help. Maybe I don't. It doesn't look like you're severely injured, but maybe you are.
I don't know. Anyway, I considering what we pay to live in this city, the size of this crater-like hole in the sidewalk was very alarming. But stay away from those today, and it'll be beautiful.
You might have a case there, though. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think you got something, especially if they know that it was there and no one fixed it. So might got a little case.
I'll go back to the scene of the crime.
This is TC. What's up, TC?
What's up, guys? Courtney, congrats to you and your husband, man. Best thing in the world.
Thank
you
you,
have a
TC.
little boy. All the best to you guys. So a couple things on you're welcome. A couple things on the Durant thing. One particularly on the other night, and then in general. So the other night, that thing, with throwing his arms up and causing a scene, like 100% complete idiot, stupid move. But is everyone surprised? And you know what I mean? Like, the guy's a head case, right? So he's going to do some stupid things. He's done some stupid things. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what Curtis thinks. It doesn't matter what any of us think. It matters what happens, in the locker room, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't think that he went up to Contreras and the third base coach and was like, "Listen, I'm sorry, another moronic thing I did. That's me. What am I going to do?" And they say, "Hey, no problem, no big deal." Obviously, it hasn't affected the team. And in Durant in general, okay, going into the weekend now, yeah, he's hitting under 200. He's having a rough go this year, right? But you know what? He's a left fielder on the best team in baseball. He had one more RBI than Freddie Freeman did going into the series, I believe, or even going into last night. So top 20 RBI guy in the American League. He's got about 14, 15 home runs. He's got 15 steals. So as long as you can be a grown up and admit, you know what, guys, sorry about the things that I'm causing by being an idiot, but you guys know that I'm kind of an idiot. I'm a head case. And as long as everyone in that room accepts it, and obviously they do, then what's the problem? Everyone wants this guy. Curtis thinks he's not going to be on the team come Friday. I mean, come on, my man.
Well, I mean,
Think about what you're talking about.
The problem is that you need a bat and you need an arm. That's the problem. And so
yeah, that's fine. I'm not talking. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking who then. So you're gonna, if you're gonna try and go out, and maybe it's just a moonshot, but you try to go out and get Hunter Goodman, for instance.
That's terrific. Well, that'd be great if they did that.
Yeah, but
What's
you're
that
gonna
to do
have
with Durant, though?
Who are you?
I'm talking about Jaron Durant.
I know, but you don't want Jaron. You don't want Jaron Durant gone. So who are you giving them?
All I'm saying is, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is that what he did the other night, all of a sudden doesn't get him kicked off the team, get him away from here as fast as we can, because obviously the team's doing pretty well, and he's a major part of it, whether you like it or not. He's one of the 9 that's out there.
Well, do you think the Red Sox got better after they traded Nomar Garciaparra?
What does that have to do with Jaron Durant, dude?
You're talking about the roster.
What does Nomar Garciaparra have to do with Jaron Durant?
TC, follow
I'm talking
along.
about Jaron Duran.
You're talking about
follow
the
along
team.
with me. I'm not talking about Garcia Parra. I'm talking about Duran.
All right, so
I
you
gave
don't
a
want-
bunch of
wait,
things
you don't think
Duran
that there
does
are
well,
really
and
successful-
No one wants to. You don't want to comment to me telling you Duran's a top 20 RBI guy in the American League.
Yeah,
I get no
I
response from you. You want him shipped out of
TC,
town.
you just started a question. I'm trying to answer it, and then you jump back in 2 seconds. So
I
I'm
didn't
trying
ask
to
the
answer your
I
question.
made statements about Jaron Duran.
Right, and I'm telling you
I'm
that
hearing
Jaron
crickets
Duran,
about
it is possible to have a team that is really successful with players that they would still be better without.
Maybe they would. I'm not. All I'm talking about
Okay,
is the
we
fact
agree.
that Jaron Duran is a laughing stock of the team. People act like he's like holding them back, and they're the best team in baseball. And he's
All
one
right,
of the
so-
9 guys that goes out there every day and plays.
All right. So when it comes
So
to
his
those,
teammates obviously don't mind.
listen, when it comes to those 9, 10, 11, whatever, however you want to call it, you don't want to part with any of those guys. I get it. So
I'm not talking about any of those guys. I'm focused
You're just
on
talking about
Jaron
Jaron Duran. You
The
love
talk of
Jaron
the town
Duran.
has been him
Yeah.
throwing his arms up and doing a stupid thing the other night.
Flipping
which
the
was very
flipping
dumb.
the fans
but the
off.
moral of the story is if he went up to Contreras and the third base coach and said, guys, you know I do stupid things sometimes. I'm sorry I showed you up, but let's go win ball games. And they say, "Fucking sorry."
TC, watch your language. We're not on Sirius XM until September 1st.
Clean it
Please.
up.
I just had a heart attack.
We're not on Sirius XM and swearing until September 1st.
Right. He likes Jaron Duran because he swears at people.
So what?
I get where TC is coming from, though. We started off by talking about the Will Fleming walk back a bit, and to TC's point, and this is why I brought up the mental health thing at the beginning of the show on Friday. I think when you have a player like that, whether you agree with what he's done or not, but you know his personality and you know things he's been through, guys are going to have his back.
Right.
And that was going to become a topic of conversation. And I think Will Fleming is a perfect example of somebody who called him out in the moment, then thought about it, whether he was talked to or not, and then kind of had to walk it back after. So that's why the team is supporting him. Chad Tracy all weekend long, players, anybody that's asked about him. I think that's what TC was saying was not about the trade deadline and more about how this team is supporting
Let's
him.
go back to the tape and watch Wilson Contreras when he hasn't been told what to say or hasn't had a conversation. What did his face tell you in the dugout after Duran's antics in
It
that
was
game?
like, stop talking to me. You're hitting 193. Like,
Yeah, he
what
was
are you,
upset.
Like,
Right.
what are you talking about? And of course, those guys. I'm sure those guys would say they love Connolly early and wish Connolly early. If they love a guy, that doesn't matter to me. Like, what does that have to do with what they need to do to get to the World Series?
The team without Devers was far better. Devers was talented, the best hitter on the team. Like we don't have to go back to Nomar. We can go to last year.
But it seemed like Devers was more of an issue in the clubhouse than Duran. It seems like a lot of his teammates, and this is just me listening to Bradford, and he knows a lot more than I do, when it comes to what's going on in the clubhouse. He says that a lot of those guys in the clubhouse really, really like Duran. Has Duran performed at a level that he should be? No. So if you want to trade him and you want to get an upgrade because of the production that you're not getting from that position, no issues with that at all. But if you feel like, well, we got other positions that we would prefer to upgrade, and Duran is, what's he, top 5 on your team when it comes to hitting home runs, if they feel like, all right, his production isn't there, but he's a good teammate, he's athletic, he gives us some type of he gives us something on this baseball team, and if everybody likes him and you're not able to get nothing for him, then you can't just ship him out for nothing, unless you think that we're just DFA him and say, hey, the hell with him. But it don't seem like that. It seems like they like him and they think that he has some type of talent.
Yeah, I believe it was Bob Nightingale last night who said that they weren't going to do anything with him at the trade deadline. They may do something with him in the offseason, but you're going to see Jaron Duran on this Red Sox team for the remainder of the season.
Right, because they must believe there's some talent there that he just he hasn't been able to unlock yet. And, and if they feel like shortstop is more of a position of need right now and we can get away with Duran, then he's a well-liked guy. And in that moment, I bet Contreras couldn't stand them. But, the heat of the moment, passion, people say things. As long as you apologize afterwards, that's the thing that matters most to me as a teammate.
Well, you need him out there anyway because Scheim wants to get rid of Roman Anthony. So that's
Greg, I just think that there's a good chance that he gets traded today. Who knows?
Who's that, Roman Anthony?
Yeah, I think it's more likely than like Franklin Arias getting dealt. After what he's been doing in AAA lately, he's been absolutely raking.
You think it's more likely that Roman Anthony gets dealt?
I don't know, Greg. You hear all the stuff that has come out, off the field stuff, all those possible rumors.
Stuff? There's no off the field stuff.
What do you mean? We've been talking about it for months now. Since he is the comments made by his teammates. Like, look, I'm just saying, don't be shocked if he gets traded. That's all.
I wouldn't be shocked.
I wouldn't be either.
Roman Anthony got traded today?
Yeah.
I would be shocked.
Same.
One guy hit one home run when he was healthy. The other one's got 14. The other one is
one guy's got $130 million in his
Of
contract.
course.
Who's 22 years old. Who's one of the great prospects in baseball. The other guy's swearing at fans.
No. But I don't know if they necessarily
put them in the same category as laughable.
No. You're just
but Durant is cheap, and they can get rid of him whenever they want.
But do you think they look at Roman Anthony and go, was he worth that money we gave him? I think they might be a little bit buyer's remorse.
I don't think they do at all.
I believe they do. I think they might be like,
There's not a chance in hell they trade Roman Anthony today. Not one.
I don't know.
When we asked about him,
I wouldn't be shocked if you see like a C.J. Abrams Roman Anthony type trade.
Right. When somebody asked about it when Bresbot was on Thursday, and he wasn't like,
he definitely did not rule it out.
Right. So I don't know.
That was that idiot Curtis.
I don't know.
Somebody asked we did not ask specifically about Roman Anthony.
I said, is Roman Anthony untouchable to some degree?
Right.
And he said nobody's untouchable, but I didn't read that as that he's trading him today.
No, I'm not saying he's gonna get traded, but it wouldn't shock me because I don't know if they still feel the same way about Roman Anthony that we all did at the beginning of the season.
I think that can be true, but that also doesn't mean you trade him at his absolute low point when he's hurt and he's at the Homewood.
But let's say that was it Kansas City Royals, right? Bobby Witt Jr., right?
Yep.
Let's say they say, hey, we want Roman Anthony.
Oh, I do it.
Of course. So that's maybe I'm not going to put words in Chime's mouth, but that's the way I look at it. I don't think they look at Roman Anthony as this savior of the Red Sox organization and the next face of baseball where he's untouchable. I think if the right opportunity presents itself or the right deal presents itself, they'd be like, go ahead, take him.
Do you think a lot of teams would present that opportunity right now, though?
I think there's a portion of teams out there that believe that Roman Anthony, you know how the baseball...
And he just got hurt. Like, they don't think that there's anything else other than the fact that he just got hurt.
Yeah, you just brought up off-field stuff. So,
no, I know. Because we hear it all the time. I'm just saying, there may be other teams in Major League Baseball, though, that just think, oh, he just got hurt. Like, it is what it is.
Look at Durbin. Bresbot, I saw something, he was talking about Durbin on social media about how before that once they got him in the deal, like how he was a guy who just never got his opportunity and this and that and the other. And so there are teams out there that probably feel the same way about Roman Anthony. Like, he just got hurt.
I just think it's such a risk if you're Craig Breslow and you trade Roman Anthony at this state. Like, if he turns into anything like what you think he could have been when you gave him $130 million, you got nothing for him.
No, that's true. But if you don't, and if you have the opportunity to get in like a caliber of like Bobby Witt Jr., and you don't, and then Roman Anthony doesn't turn into that, then you're sitting there and people are going, well, why the hell wouldn't you have? It's no different than what we do right now with Brad Stevens and not him throwing Hugo Gonzalez into the deal or Shyman to get you Giannis. Why didn't you do that at the time?
Yeah, I just think they understand that players get injured this season and he got hurt last season. Doesn't mean that you're soft and that they're, in World Baseball Classic time, everybody was talking about him being the face of the game. Like, I don't think their opinions changed on that. I mean, they're the ones who didn't do him any favors when it came to the injury thing and to talking about him being back in 10 days.
Yeah, but think
without
about
knowing what the injury was.
Think about this. Think about this, Greg. Roman Anthony has been here what? Like on the major league team, a year and a half?
Yes. Yeah.
He's dealt with 3 injuries or 4. And his production hasn't been so great other than the World Baseball Classic where you go, okay, he's worth it. He had, what was it, the low back last year?
Yeah, that's what all he's had is the lower back and the finger.
And the finger. And didn't he also have didn't he have something else with his like his stomach or something or his oblique or something too?
You're thinking of Courtney and the butt thing.
Still dealing with.
You're still dealing with that.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Not feeling good this morning. I'll tell you that.
Well, you could stand up.
I've
You should
been
feel
standing.
free
I've
to-
been
you-
sitting.
you
The bathroom situation running. I'm sitting on a donut right now. It's.
Don't waste a good donut.
Oh God, Greg's mad. I was wondering why he was salivating.
It is debilitating.
Oh God.
It's okay.
What you women go through.
A warrior.
I mean, really,
it's fine.
we cannot understand.
Well, men can also get these.
Oh, they can.
So it's more of a
Oh.
PSA that this could happen to your bumhole as well. Good.
Greg, by the way, Wiggy right again. In August 4th of last year, Roman Anthony missed time due to lower back discomfort. September 3rd, placed on 10-day IL with left oblique strain.
Thank you.
Okay.
So there's a guy
because he swings like an absolute savage. That's why.
Oh, but that could be part
That
of
doesn't
it.
seem good for his body.
Right.
Maybe he should swing a little less.
All right. Well, we will see.
What about Bub? How's his bum hole?
Deadline is 6 p.m.
That word is always funny.
You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI, including in 2 minutes, no longer with us next. Well, this might be what are we doing, but Patriots have moved their practice indoors today because of the rain, Curtis. And so Jones and Keefe will not be out there today. They will be here along with the Drop God at 10. And you can talk to them about the Boston Red Sox, who swept the Dodgers, and about the New England Patriots and everything else that is going on trade deadline day. And Patriots, thank goodness, will open the season in Seattle in about 5 weeks.
Oh, Greg, I can't wait.
Is that 5 weeks from Thursday?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. Well, tell you what.
Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday. Courtney's right. Wednesday.
They go out there and win this game, and you're gonna see some talk of a repeat return trip to the Super Bowl, Wiggy.
Yeah, I've said this before. My expectations for this team are, I had them making the playoffs last year, but I I feel like that they should make the AFC Championship game. That's my
Or
expectation.
bust. Yeah, you're going to be disappointed if they don't.
Yeah, because I think they're a much better team. Obviously, the injury thing, that plays into everybody year in and year out. But you look at, I think, Drake May, another year in Josh McDaniels' offense, he's going to be a better quarterback, talent around them.
Christian Gonzalez deal done by that opening night in 4 Wednesdays or whatever it is?
I believe so. I just...
You do?
Yeah, because I think the Witherspoon deal gets done. They're in the same position, so I think that deal gets done before week 1 of the regular season. And I just, if you're the Patriots, do you run the risk of your, best defensive player holding out because you might be squeezing him over a few $1 million?
Yeah, but he hasn't been holding out yet. So I think
No,
that's
I'm
why
saying for week 1, though.
Yeah, I think a contract will get done at some point. I don't know that it'll get done by week 1, but at this rate, I don't see Christian Gonzalez holding out. Like, he would have already started.
Whoa, if his contract isn't done by week 1, you think he's playing in that game?
I think they're close enough on a contract that no matter what, I think he's good to go.
Oh, I don't.
Is how I read it.
I disagree with you. There's no way. I mean, I was like, wow, he's playing now, but it's practice. It's a controlled environment. He knows what he has to do. He's probably not going 100 miles an hour when it comes to coming up and tackling guys. He doesn't have to do that. But week 1.
But, like, he's covering A.J. Brown every day at practice, Wiggs. Like, and he's not on a maintenance plan like
no, but
Morgan
that's
Moses
different, though.
is.
Like, that's different
I don't
than
know.
practice is way different than a real game where,
Sure.
And I know he's risking it being out there now and practicing, but you're really going to be risking it when you're out there in a live game where guys are going to be coming up trying to cut you, trying to knock your head off. So,
I mean, Witherspoon is doing the same thing. Like, he's out there in pads, too.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking they must be close if those guys are in pads because aren't there running backs? Isn't Bijan Robinson doing like a hold in? So there are guys that are upset about their contract that are not practicing. So I'm guessing that these guys, both of them, are pretty close, and it's just like a few $1 million.
All right, week from Friday, we will be with Mike Vrabel on this show down at Gillette Stadium, and Boomer Esiason begins on this program. What's the date on that?
The day
Sean?
before opening day. So what is that? September 8th.
Okay, excellent. We will be right back with Hill Notes next.
my friends, the time has come to raise the roof and have some fun. Throw away the work to be done and let the music play on. Everybody sing, everybody dance.
Sean, you got to get this off. I don't know what just happened there, but that's awful.
You gave me a name and
Yes.
gave me a song title. I
Yes.
typed it in.
I said, hey, I'm thinking about this song. It's in my head, and it's Joe Walsh, and it was All Night Long. And so then you went.
I typed in Joe Walsh all night long, and it popped up Joe Walsh up all night.
Nope.
And James Walsh all night long.
Neither one. So you need to. I don't know. Maybe you need some help from ChatGPT.
I have an idea.
There is a legendary song,
1980,
by Joe Walsh,
all night long.
who was in the Eagles for quite some time, called "All Night Long."
I don't know, Curtis. You can look at my search bar here. It says
it was on the Urban Cowboy album.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Excellent film with Twiggy.
Yeah.
Who was in? Who was the male star of Urban Cowboy?
I want to say, was that
Odysseus?
John Travolta?
Yes,
Right.
nailed it, Wiggy.
Right.
Nailed it.
Greg, I have an idea.
Joe Walsh all night long.
Yep.
You alluded to the ChatGPT.
Yes.
Every break we have your mic go both to Shime and ChatGPT for the song request. And then we can see if ChatGPT is more accurate at doing the rejoin that you're asking for.
Also, whoever that was, it takes a lot of balls to cover the great Lionel Richie. Nobody should ever nobody should ever cover Lionel Richie.
Don't know what that was.
No,
Sorry.
No. All right. Anyway, it is I mentioned that Jones and Keefe are in the studio because Patriots have moved practice indoors, no longer open to the public today. So they are coming up at 10. But right now, let's get the Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
Was singing the national anthem in the New Jersey Nets game against the Bulls. That's number one as the worst song ever sung before a game.
Who did he say?
I don't know who he was.
The Nets and the Bulls?
Hear what he was. I don't know what that was. I don't know.
Do you remember the Bulls song when they were introduced?
Yeah.
I think that's probably what he's referencing.
No, he's saying the national anthem of the New Jersey
Nets
Nets versus Bulls.
Game. It was
Horrible.
the worst ever. Like,
I don't know who sang
Carl
it.
Lewis.
Carl Lewis. That's
we
a
cited that
legendary. That's a legendary, horrendous version of the Star Spangled Banner. Yes.
Hey man, let me tell you, these citizens are wiggle, waffle, American one-woners, owning those ones.
That's it. Well, you know what? It's going to be some wiggle, waffle, American citizen that might be somebody who saves your ass when some psychopath pulls out a gun and wants to shoot everybody up. Listen, lead is wiggle. You better hope they're there.
You become very aggressive with your opinions when it comes to the Second Amendment.
Well, and you know why I'm aggressive? Because the anti-gun people are even worse.
Well, they probably think you're the worst. Like,
No.
are you self-aware enough to know that?
Yeah, but I don't.
There's a lot of them who listen to the show, and they're probably like, they're like, Wiggy is the worst.
Yeah,
Wiggy just he likes guns. That's why he has his opinion.
Yeah, but you know what I never do?
Why is your opinion any better than theirs?
No. My opinion isn't any better. But you know what I never do? I never force my opinion on them like, oh, you need a gun. You need a gun. You better go get you a gun. You better go get.
You say that sometimes.
I never said that to you. Ever said go get you a gun?
You said that I should.
I said you should look into
strapped,
it. Yes, protect yourself.
Which is the same thing.
But if you don't get one, do I be like, oh, you're a moron?
No.
Right?
No.
Oh, why don't you have one? Right? And so where the anti-gun people, they look at it and they go, they don't like guns and they don't want nobody having guns. I don't think that everybody should have a gun. If you don't want one, Courtney, you're a perfect example. I say, yeah, if you want, fine, and protect yourself. But I'm not like, oh, you're a moron because you don't own one.
No.
Go ahead, Chime.
Courtney, you're the best thing that's ever happened to radio. Too big for his bridges. I almost just choked on my fruit salad here in the morning. So thank you for that. Welcome back. We all know you're never going to become too big for your bridges. Welcome back, Coco.
Yeah, you know what? I sometimes blame people in my life, like my real day-to-day life, that didn't ever correct me. Because I've said that, I'm sure, to people many a time. And you know who else thought it was too big for your bridges? Mitch.
Really?
Mitch.
Really?
Mitch texted me and said, I've always said too big for your bridges.
Huh.
Yeah.
Really?
It's so quick, you would not know. You know what I mean? Like if somebody didn't correct you, it sounds bridges and bridges sound close.
That's fair. It's like playing it by ear instead of playing it by air, sometimes people say.
Exactly.
You know, I always love when one of you guys mispronounce a word or maybe use the wrong word in the wrong scenario, and then you got the captain of the grammar police, Curtis, coming in laughing and, degrading and making fun of and yada yada. It always makes me think about that time when you guys were talking about NASA going to space and whatnot, and Wiggy used the term explorationist. And you had Curtis in the back. Explorationist? No, Wiggy, that's not a word!
No. I do hit a few words here and there.
It's good to see I don't live rent free in that guy's head.
Wiggy, you're talking too much today.
Hey.
My job is to talk.
That's what you're paid for.
That's my job.
And probably you miss Friday, so it's basically
more words.
Double. You got to get all the Friday talk in
Yeah.
and the Monday talk in today in one show.
Well, I like to talk,
Yes.
and then I like to be on the radio and talk. So I mean, isn't that what it's? That's kind of what.
Listen,
isn't that what that's why they call it talk radio?
Yes, that is why they call it that. I mean, you like to talk. You talk for an hour and a half on the phone on the way to Connecticut with the missus.
Yeah. And then I'll talk to Courtney during the break.
Yes, 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 you do. Yeah, I get to hear all those conversations.
Yeah. Well, I think they're good conversations.
yeah.
You know, I learn a lot.
There was one this morning where Courtney was asking if we get the word nympho from nymph, because Shine brought up nymph on the island with Odysseus. Yes.
And I believe that's where nymphomaniac
And
came from.
I did actually Google it, and it doesn't seem like one is
Oh.
the same as the other.
Okay.
Nymph is more like someone who lives kind of like a fairyland,
Oh.
whereas a nympho is sexual.
So that maybe that's what it was. The
I don't know the etymology of the word nymph, but I mean it might be a Greek word that changed over time. I don't really know.
Hey, you know who we really owe an apology to? Chaim Bloom. Because trading Mookie Betts was actually the best thing he could have done for this team. Because Mookie sucks right now. And he sucked for the last 2 years. And that's going to be 8 years in a row. Because he's got 6 more years on that horrible contract in LA. Where he is absolutely useless for that team. He's useless in the postseason. He was useless here in the postseason. We owe you an apology, Chaim.
You ready for a fun stat, Greg, for the Duran defenders?
Yes.
Right now, Jarren Duran has more home runs than Mookie Betts this season.
All right. This was something we were talking off air. If Roman Anthony came back, I would still have Duran as my everyday outfielder. I wouldn't put Roman Anthony out there.
You would DH him?
I would I would use him every now and then, but Duran would be the everyday guy. I would see all right, let's see what kind of bat you really have. I think people look at the World Baseball Classic, and this was another conversation we had off air, is that he fell in the perfect lineup with a bunch of talent around him where he's at the bottom of the lineup. Here, they're asking you to be the 2 or 3 hitter or the leadoff hitter, so there's a lot more pressure on you. How do you perform when you have to deal with that pressure?
Still wetting the bed from the fever dreams of Greg's golf swing, but I guess that's water under the britches.
Fraud! You're a fraud!
Big Dog, you are a fraud. From that planted female call last week to then this morning when Coco makes the comment about the bridges instead of britches, you didn't call her out right away. What did you have to chat GPT at first, you fraud? Shame stinks.
I called her out pretty much right away. I just waited for people to, finish their thoughts, Dave, because I don't want to just interrupt people. And then I brought it up, and I mentioned, it's like, Courtney, I think it's britches, not bridges. That's all,
That's it.
She's a youngin', though.
Yeah.
I mean,
she clearly didn't know.
That's
why it's a
heads.
teaching moment.
Oh, and
Well, Shime's younger than me.
No, but another great conversation we had off there as well is, 1 in the hand, 2 in the bush, right?
Which I thought that was a sexual thing as well.
Right. There are.
That's not the phrase.
Oh.
Yeah, it is.
Wait, can you say that one more time, please?
And he tried to explain it to
1
me,
in
and
the
it made no
hand,
sense.
2 in the bush.
No, that's not exactly.
So what's the
there's
phrase?
more to the phrase.
Yeah, but what's the phrase?
It's a bird in the hand.
Yeah. I know it's a bird in the hand.
Is better than 2 in the bush.
Yeah.
How do you guys not understand that?
I understand now that we're saying birds.
Yeah. Well, that's why I
Yeah.
wanted him to clarify.
Okay.
But what's the difference?
Have you never heard the expression before he said it today.
Correct. Well, one in a hand, two in the bush.
Yeah.
I had heard
Right.
a sexual phrase similar, but no.
This is the shockingest moment on this show.
Right. But
most shocking.
But
I think,
that's
is
my
actually.
point is you're from a world where you might not have heard that because it's still the same
Well, you
thing.
also said like 6'1" or a dozen.
6'1", half dozen is another thing the old heads say.
Right.
That's another thing that all the old heads, 6'1", half dozen.
My favorite old head saying is "Hold your horses."
It's like, and then they get.
Well, it's
like,
not really just old people who say
it's old people.
6 one way, half dozen the other. It's,
Yeah.
It's the new version of that would, I guess, maybe be 6'7".
No.
that's probably the new version.
No,
of that.
6'7" means absolutely nothing. The old heads will say that 6'1", half dozen.
I've never heard that one.
Yeah, because it's an old head thing. That's
Okay.
like all these things that we've talked about where Courtney might not have britches and bridges all sounded. It's like something that
I have said that phrase many a time though in my life, and nobody has ever.
they were
corrected
big in
me,
the
so-
50s and 60s.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah, career. Then he's going to be too big for his bridges. Yeah. And you know what? In another month, I'll probably forget that we had this conversation, and I'll do it again.
Well, it's funny you say that because I think you did this on the show prior to today.
I do believe I did as well.
That'll do it today, Greg.
Okay, Shine. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. For all intents and purposes, reach out to Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan.
Major League trade deadline, baseball, 6 p.m. And one can imagine, can they not, Curtis, that Presbot, as we speak, is furiously running all kinds of data through multiple models over there in the bowels of Fenway Park. And there is one name, Shime, that will not be available to the Boston Red Sox any longer.
That is correct, Greg. According to Jeff Passan, the Philadelphia Phillies are acquiring second baseman Luis Ariz in a trade with the San Francisco Giants.
Okay. Not the Dodgers, so that's good news. What'd they give up?
I don't see the return yet. It's just that they're acquiring him so far from Passan, but I will keep an eye out.
Yeah, I mean, the argument, we had it for a lengthy period of time this morning on the Dodgers and the salary cap, and the argument is always going to be, if you're basically just like they did not have to give up much to get that deal done. And so the question is going to be, why not the Boston Red Sox?
Well, I guess the question becomes, does Scooble become a rental, or will the Dodgers ultimately say, all right, we're going to give him a long term?
Some people don't care. If you're renting for a prospect.
I don't know. I think there were because I made mention of it on Thursday, and people were like, oh, why would you want a rental? Why would you give up this for a rental? So a lot of people sometimes, go down that road. I'm not giving up this prospect or that prospect or this player for a rental. So I mean, I would have definitely done it. Don't get it twisted. I would have definitely been all over Scooble.
I recognize that Wiggy is being very observant and realistic about where the Red Sox are right now, and that they have played really well with this team. They clearly don't have major flaws. They wouldn't be 26-3 in their last 29 games if they had them. But I go back to last season and the way we felt, in the way that season ended in Yankee Stadium, where they lost 2 straight. This is a period where you can feel good as you are, but if you're not being honest about the flaws your team has that will be exposed in short series, then you're not doing your job.
But I also look at last year. If we're really going to go back and we're going to look at the series, why did you lose? You lost because your third base coach decided not to send the runner, in my opinion, right? You lost also in that series because you didn't want to have Ceddanne Rafaela or lay down, or maybe he laid down the bunt. I can't remember which one it was, and we're like, why are you doing that? And so there were more managerial things, in my opinion, on why you lost to the Yankees. Now, maybe you might have.
How many runs did you score in the last 2 games?
In the last 2 games, I want to say it wasn't many.
Not enough.
No, it clearly was never enough. But it wasn't like your pitching was getting shellacked, right?
Well, no, but I mean, you're also not going to be able to count on Garrett Crochet at all.
No, but you've been doing that all year long.
You scored 3 runs in the final 2 games.
I know you have. You've been, and half of the year it was good. The other half it was awful. That you've been doing it all year long. So,
what's that?
The Red Sox.
But the pitching has been good pretty much all season long. Last year, let's look at the rotation this year versus last year. Your rotation is much better this season than it was last year. And even though you had Garrett Crochet last year,
you can't say that and then look at last year and say, what was your issue? You allowed 1 run, 2 runs, and 4 runs in that series.
Right.
So pitching wasn't your issue in that series either.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I said pitching wasn't the main reason why you lost last year's series against the Yankees. You lost because I gave you my opinion was the third base error. There was a base running mistake. That's the reason why you lost that series.
But the reason you make deals today is so that your margin of error isn't that slim.
But I also look at this season's team versus last year. Your rotation is far better. It was Crochet and then nobody. You were counting on Brian Bayo, and I think Conley Early might have been your second best pitcher of last year's rotation because Giolito, remember, he got hurt. Your rotation this year, and granted, you didn't see Peyton Tolle put Peyton Tolle in the postseason. Same with Bennett. But you know what? Based on where they are going into the postseason, I'm confident.
But at the trade deadline last year in 2025, they were playing a lot better than a lot of people expected. And I believe that when we were talking about it last season, a lot of people were saying, oh, it's okay if they don't make too many moves because look at how well that they've been outperforming than we ever thought they would during spring training. to Curtis's point, then you get to the to the postseason and things blew up. So if you stand here right now and you're saying, well, they're performing much better than most people expected them to, they've been on a heater right now, then they worry that once you get to the postseason, if you don't do anything right now to secure that you guys have gotten much better, then it could blow up once again.
Yeah, I feel like Red Sox fans tomorrow, there's no game tonight. The only game is the trade deadline, will be incredibly frustrated, borderline angry should they do nothing today.
Well, the good news is Jones and Keefe and Drop God will keep you up to date with everything. We got to get out of here, Shime. So, but when something happens, you'll hear about it, and you can talk about it right here with those guys. Next, we are back tomorrow morning at 6. Thank you for listening.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be a long time till we raise another glass.
you ready for another Red Sox sweep, Keith?
Yes, I am, Jones. Holy mackerel. Against the Dodgers? Dodgers good team. Dodgers pretty good team, right?
I mean, they're so good they're ruining baseball, according to some.
They might be saving baseball, but that's a separate topic for a separate time. This was incredible. We were talking on Friday about like what do you want this weekend? What do you want this weekend leading up to the trade deadline, which is today, in a mere 8 hours?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they can't do it like right in the middle of our show, but whatever. It's 8 hours away.
I don't know why they don't do it on July 31st anymore, but whatever.
Also weird.
Yeah.
You're like, what do you want to see this weekend? What do you need? I go, give me one win. Give me one. Oh, I have shortchanged this Red Sox team once again. They got 3. They got all 3 against the best team in baseball. Like, what a time. What a thrill.
They were behind in all 3 games, so maybe this will sound weird. A couple of them were kind of easy. Like Saturday night game, the Yamamoto game. You knew they were probably going to be in trouble. They even pulled that one out.
Yeah.
But the other 2 were kind of easy.
Crazy.
So you can dial us up here today, 617-779-7937. Interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Geef. You can watch along and chat. Twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. You can do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there, subscribe to WEEI. Now, if you're watching along today, you'll notice we're in studio.
Yeah, we are. A nice dry studio.
We were supposed to be at Gillette.
We were at Gillette.
What happened?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. We were at Gillette. That's not true.
I wasn't at Gillette.
I was a mile up the road. Route 1, the one that everybody stops in on. Yeah, I got my coffee.
You see this Dunks brag?
Yeah, I got my coffee.
You see this?
What's all that label on there?
Oh, I don't
what do
know.
you get on there?
I walked in and got it. I'm a walk-in guy.
Oh.
So I walked in. It's just my name.
Well, what is that? One pump of what? What is all that?
Oh, it's a little pump of coconut.
No way.
Yeah.
How is that?
A little pump of coconut.
Yeah, a little pina colada in the morning?
I like a nice pump of coconut in my mouth.
Did you know that, Nick, about Jones? He likes a pump of coconut?
I figured he wasn't a black coffee guy, though.
I often do black coffee. But
sometimes I do 3 pumps of coconut if I've had enough to drink.
This one's got a good flavor, though.
Sick brag, bro.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know
it's nice.
coconut. Yeah.
Oh, it's nice.
I wouldn't think to put that in the iced coffee, but
this,
how about you?
This coffee is from Foxborough.
Yes.
It's
yes.
I drove all the way to
I can tell
Foxborough
you guys,
today just to get a coffee.
I can tell you right now, all you weathermen out there, it is raining in Foxborough. I was in Foxborough. It is pouring. It was like 9:05. The Patriots were like, hey, let's move practice indoors.
Yeah.
Thus, we cannot see it from our perch on the blue level of Gillette Stadium.
Mm-mm.
And so we get a text from Ken. He's like, you guys want to go back to the studio? I'm like, I guess.
I said no.
So what was fun was
I said I don't, and I apparently was overruled. I said, well, I'm already here. No.
No, this was the right call.
I said, I just got my coffee. I'm in Foxborough. No. Yet we're here.
I like to sit in traffic 2 different directions in the morning. I like to go south for an hour and then also north for an hour. So that's me. But I'm not going to let that stand in the way of celebrating this Red Sox team that is unbeatable.
It's not about us, Keith. It's about the Red Sox.
If you want to feel a little bad for us, you should. If you want to feel a little bit bad for us, you could.
I'm just going to tell you, no one had a longer commute than the 2 of us.
Nobody.
No one, at least to just go get a coffee.
Nobody.
Just go get a coffee. They're lovely in that
They
Dunkin'
do
Donuts.
have good coffee. I guess that's Walpole. I don't even think that is Foxborough.
Best coconut pump I've ever had, quite frankly.
I think it's Walpole.
Schlittler. Careful.
Yeah, no. Camp Schlittler's family was down the street there.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
But it was good, and still I'm in a good mood today, despite 2 hours of rain traffic.
Me too, Keith. Red Sox sweep
Nothing's
the
worse
Dodgers.
than rain traffic.
No.
Yeah.
Red Sox sweep the Dodgers. It is unbelievable what this team has now done. They've swept the Yankees 4 games. They've swept the Rays 4 games. They've swept the White Sox, who they've now passed, by the way, in the AL. They have the 3rd best record in the AL.
Yeah.
And now they've swept the Dodgers.
Duck boats.
I mean, why not? Honestly, why not?
That's the right way to say it.
With a straight face, tell me why not.
I'm not saying they're winning it, but yeah, why not?
So I kind of
They beat all the good teams in baseball. They beat them all.
So we were, once they turned this thing around, once they righted the ship, and prior to even the 15-game heater, right? Like, maybe even halfway through that, you and I were kind of like looking at the landscape of the American League, and it's like, it's not just the teams that are in the middle that they're fighting for the wild card. They just beat the Yankees. They just beat the Rays. Like, why can't they beat them? And I still feel as good, if not better than that. There's like, why aren't they the best team in the American League? Or at the very least, why aren't they the team that could win any series in the American League? Now, the Dodgers, who you just swept, so you should have a lot of confidence. You should feel really good about the team. Now, they just added Tarek Skubal. They won't throw an opener, I would assume, in the World Series. They were also missing a couple of guys, but that's baseball. Like, there might be injuries on both sides by the time both teams get there.
Red Sox who's missing more guys than the Red Sox?
Yeah, the Red Sox are missing a lot of guys. Although some of the guys they're missing weren't really exactly helping the team.
That's true.
But I get your point. But yeah, now I think you're allowed to talk crazy. Talk as crazy as you want about the Red Sox right now. They're 9 games over 500, but they dug themselves a giant hole, and they were able to emerge from that to be in the spot that they're in. And before, they would be trailing in a game, and you could shut it off.
Oh,
you could turn it off and be like, I'm going to go do something else because they're going to lose the game.
No, now if you turn it off, they'll be ahead 1 inning later.
Oh, yeah,
If you shut it off and then go
you
back,
go to the
you'll be like,
bathroom, you come back, you're like, oh, they're winning?
you'll be like, they hit back-to-back home runs again?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Again?
Back-to-back dingers. Yep.
That's basically what they've been doing.
No, it's been really fun to watch.
So look, the Red Sox are 5 games up on a playoff spot. They've been the second wild card now for about a week.
Yeah.
They're only 2.5 back of the Yankees. They're almost closer to Tampa than they are to being out of the playoffs.
Are they going to win the division?
I mean, maybe.
Are they going to win the division?
I take it back.
Are they ever going to lose again?
I'm
they
sorry.
might not. Yeah, drop got a good point.
I take it back. They are equidistant to Tampa. I thought they were 6
good
behind
use
Tampa.
Of equidistant.
They are 5 games behind
It's like
Tampa for
coconut, this
first
coffee.
place.
That's what it is. He's like spry today.
I am smarter. 5 games up on a playoff spot, 5 games back at Tampa. They're as close to first place as they are to missing the playoffs for the best record in the American League. So here's why not, Keith. My guy Brez.
Yeah, what's he up to?
Apparently nothing.
Oh,
he is doing what has me terrified. And I said this last week when we're like Bobby Witt and all these other names. I'm like, I don't want him focused on those. I don't want him focused really even on C.J. Abrams. Those guys I don't think are going to move. And if you pull off the 1% trade, like the tightrope walk, to thread the needle and get an absolute blockbuster deal, that's awesome, and I'll approve it. It's not like I'm against Bobby Witt or C.J. Abrams. Is he wasting his time on those guys?
Possible.
Does he have deals lined up? Dombrowski just got a guy I wanted the whole trade deadline. Arise.
You love that guy.
Okay? Other names are moving around. The Yankees have done stuff. The Rays have done stuff. In fairness to Breslow, he did a deal a week ago.
He made a move.
And he
can do it.
That guy unfortunately got hurt. Through no fault of the team. I know some people want to blame the team.
I'm not blaming the team.
He got himself hurt. So Breslow did make a deal in his defense. He's made other smaller deals like Jahmai Jones. Today's the day. And today's the day we're really going to grade him on. So why not? Why not the Red Sox, Keith? The deadline would be why not. Other teams are getting better, and right now, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, and this is sort of the fears that we had that we thought maybe went away just for a brief moment with the Curtis Mead trade. But the last couple of years, now the momentum was different, but like where they were at in the standings, or like they felt like they could be a playoff team, and they just kind of sat on their hands. Now, 2 years ago, I think it was more wishful thinking. Meaning like, they're out of it, but maybe they could be in it, and then they weren't. Last year, it was more, all right, do something to solidify this team, and it didn't really happen. And then you were just relying on the guys that you had. Now, that was still good enough to make the playoffs, but after winning the first game, you lost the next 2, and then it was like easy come, easy go. So, yeah, this team, we've been screaming about it for months and months and months. And even though you've had certain players like carry the offense at times where you're like, oh, maybe it's not that bad, the reality is they clearly need another bat. And really just to stay where they're at, probably add another arm too. Like that became more of a need based on injuries and trading away Connolly early. So you're like, there's still a lot of different avenues for this team, right? It's not the team that's like, we only need a closer. All we need is a closer. All our eyes are on closer. Every team knows that. The Red Sox are in the spot that they were before. They could add almost anywhere and find a place for him on the team.
Starter, reliever, catcher, shortstop, left fielder, DH.
Lefty hitter, righty hitter.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I mean, I could pretty much use anything. So it is...
Maybe an ambidextrous guy. That'd be cool.
That would be really cool. It is...
Isn't that Siegler?
Yes. I actually almost just said this.
Seagulls.
You watch that? You watch the Durbin Siegler thing?
No.
Let me tell you. It was awesome.
No.
It was awesome.
Those guys
Keith.
are funny?
Those guys were. I said...
Seagulls and Durbin?
If Jones and Keefe ever going to be looking over their shoulder, when those
don't
guys
give anybody any ideas.
when those guys step away from baseball,
Don't do that.
That'd be the one thing I'd be worried about is the vibes from those two.
Was really high.
Real high.
Okay.
But yeah, Seagulls is.
Was Jaron Duran on their show? No. Okay.
Seagulls grew up throwing both righty and lefty.
Like Pat Venditti.
Yes, exactly.
And Greg Harris.
Took the words right out of my mouth. 617-779-7937. Jones and Keefe are here in Brighton.
Good and dry.
And we got all the latest on the Red Sox. Anything happens from Patriots practice inside today, we'll be sure to pass it along. Let's keep going with the Red Sox and their ceiling, though. How high is it, and what can stand in the way, a.k.a. Craig Breslow? We'll get to that. 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Men, when addressing...
This one right field, high and deep. Is it fair? It is, and it's gone. It's gone. Yoshida, it's the third home run of the inning. 5-3 ball game. It's batting practice out there, boys. Let's go. Let's go. Emmett Sheehan blows, dude. Reeks.
Let me tell you,
What a call by Hogg.
the man was in the zone last night.
He is.
3 home runs and 4 batters, batting practice out there.
Incredible.
Emmett Sheehan blows,
Stinks.
boys. He effing reeks.
Reeks. The guy reeks.
That doesn't get used enough.
No, reeks?
Reeks.
Because that's like, there's no coming back from that. Like, oh, did you reek? You're like, yep.
Let's go. Let's go. Emmett Sheehan blows, dude.
It's crazy to think
Reeks.
how dark it was for Hogg at one point. A couple of months
we
ago,
almost lost him.
it was dark days.
We almost lost him.
Real dark days for Hogg, and
He
now
was almost bacon.
he was.
Sausage links.
He's never been better.
No, he was almost getting
You and
off.
chopped up.
Hogg's thriving now. Hogg is, and we're the beneficiary of it. We get to hear calls like that now, and hopefully this season goes on all the way to Halloween, for God's sake.
I hate watching this team right now.
That was him.
That
This
was it.
season.
I'd agree with him.
So did I.
Yeah.
We were
So,
with him.
Do you think when they do like a Red Sox documentary on this team when they win a World Series or something like that?
Oh, Netflix should be on this.
It'll
The
be like
Hogg calls?
It'll be like Fleming call mixed
Yep.
in, Dave O'Brien, maybe like a
Hogg.
national call. They sneak in like a Hogdale
I
call.
would hope so.
They should.
Oh, they should interview Hogg.
Hogg should be one of the guys they go to.
Yeah.
He's like in the pig pen there, and they go to him, zoom him in.
Oh, they just like ask him like
No,
a few
from the
questions
same
like about
setting.
the teams.
Yeah.
Who watches the team more than him?
I can't think of anybody. Well, Will, we had a brag of the week. He watches every
Will
pitch.
claims that, but Will has missed games.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean he's not watching.
Well, true. That's a good point.
You know, he could still be watching in his off time. But you're right. Hogg is, we know for a fact he's there. There's video proof of every game he's called, every pitch, for the love of the game. Truly for the love of the game.
No, it really is. 617-779-7937. We were looking over some different things going on out here with the Red Sox at trade deadline
But what we
time.
do need, you mentioned trade deadline, so we need to make sure that this is clear. So right now, our guy Billy Lanny is still on his way back from Gillette Stadium.
Yeah, he was like physically
legit
inside the stadium.
Yeah, he was running routes.
He was
So
all the way in there.
He was in there. We were on the outside.
We weren't quite in.
Trying to figure out how to get in. But Billy will be back, and he, of course, will be manning the Major League Baseball trade deadline desk.
Yeah.
But people want to know, if any trade happens between now and 2 o'clock, how will we know? Like, if we're a listener, how would we possibly know that there's a trade?
Can you believe it?
That's it right there. You hear a glass break, a Joe Castiglione into a John Cena theme with some air horns mixed in. You know that there's a trade. It could be anybody. We'll throw it to Lanny at the desk. He'll tell you what the trade is, and then we'll go back about our day.
Well, should I give you a couple of trades that have happened while we're here?
Yeah, you probably should.
Arise got traded to the Phillies.
Yeah, I know you're steamed about that. Guy
And
does hit like a 320 every year.
let me give you one. Well, it's just Dombrowski getting a guy that I wanted where I'm like, oh, that makes sense. And it's like a useful player.
Yeah.
It probably cost him nothing. I don't know enough about the prospects in the deal, but like I'm going to bet at the end of the day, everybody hates Arise. It probably costs nothing.
It's true. And he's a rental too, right?
I didn't think much of this trade. The Blue Jays dealt away Gosman, but then they also just got a starter from the Angels, Jose Soriano.
Oh.
But in the deal, they got a prospect that is, or a shortstop prospect, rather.
Prospect, right?
A
Like
top
good
prospect at shortstop. So does that mean they're moving Neto? And
yeah.
does that mean that Neto is going to the Red Sox? Potentially. Like, keep an eye on that.
It could.
And it means that Arias probably wouldn't be involved in that deal.
That's also a good point. Maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about prospects, like you could take him still. He's playing a little second base. Plus, he has a lot of value.
But like, you get Neto, keep Arias. Who,
Oh,
by the way,
I would be in on that.
Arias is definitely available, by the way, according to Alex Spear.
Yeah.
A couple of other items out there. Well, number one, the Red Sox have more plane issues. You see this?
Yeah. You know what's funny is somebody tweeted out a screenshot of Jaron Duran's Instagram.
Yeah, it was.
Thought he quit Instagram.
Oh, great point.
Is that news? Is that a breaking news that he's back?
Great point.
He got flack for like
I was like, of
calling out
course,
Michael Holly.
Of course, he's the one belly aching about it on
Well,
Instagram.
obviously he is, but he quit Instagram
Yo,
because
you're
I think
right.
people were being mean, and then now he's back.
He was gone for like a day, and he came back in.
that work like that?
I have no idea.
I thought you should like.
I don't have an Instagram.
You don't have Instagram.
Never mind. Can I delete it and then get it back? I have no idea.
But that's why I feel like if you delete it, you should be done with it.
Yeah.
I've never deleted Rich Keefe WEEI. I changed the name.
Yeah.
At one point, it was Rich Keefe
Oh,
Show.
that's why Tracy Bingham can't.
I was going to say Tracy
She's
Bingham
confused by that part.
might think that you deleted it.
Yeah, no, it's there.
It's
It's open for everybody.
I think if you,
You're like, hey, can I have that back? If I'm Instagram, I'm like, no.
if you lose
Start
it,
over.
If you lose it, you can't use it. That's your stance.
I have heard that.
Okay. Well, more team playing issues for the Red Sox. Maybe that's screwing up Breslow. Maybe that's why he can't make any deals.
That's what's funny about this team, too, is like since this run that they've been on, they had the crazy thing where they showed up to New York like an hour before the game. They've had like 3 different plane issues.
Mm-hmm.
They've had multiple doubleheaders, and there's like,
doesn't stop them.
Just grinding.
So Rosenthal says that the Red Sox, or he passes along this, I should say, from a person on the condition of anonymity so they could speak candidly about the Red Sox.
Finally.
They said in a text to Rosenthal, all I hear is Boston/SS. So the Red Sox in a shortstop. That's all I hear. Yes.
Jeez.
I don't like this from Carabas.
Scary.
Carabas goes, I'm emotionally neutral.
Emotionally neutral?
Not getting my hopes up because
Okay.
last year taught me the Red Sox can make a great offer and the deal can still not happen. By the way, they offered
Peyton Tolle, Franklin Arias.
and Arias for Joe Ryan.
Thank God that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Because Joe Ryan's been fine. Like I think he was even an all-star. But like you look at the pitching that they have, and Peyton Tolle is a part of that. Franklin Arias, you feel like, and I'm okay trading Franklin Arias,
Me
but
too.
you just would want something better in return.
I know their motivation is there, Carabas says.
All right,
I
we'll
don't
see.
know that another team's willingness to negotiate without delusion is also there. Well, I don't agree with that second part. The Yankees just made a trade.
Yeah. The Yankees made a trade.
Rays
the,
have made a trade. The Phillies made a trade. I don't know. The Dodgers made
Blue
a
Jays,
massive trade.
Yeah.
So, like, no, other teams are making trades. Don't tell me it's only delusional teams are making trades. Don't tell me that.
Trades are happening.
Everybody's like, the Tigers got ripped off for Scoobel. So
Yeah.
don't tell me everybody's making delusional trades.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's what's going on. 617-779-7937. I heard a big discussion about Duran this morning. We're going to circle back to that later on this hour. Jason on the Vineyard, though, wants to discuss. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, everybody. That was a really good game last night. Just one thing I wanted to point out. When we had, that was in the third, I believe, right, where we hit the 3 home runs. We had Sedane and Abreu and Yoshida, and then Contreras didn't hit a home run.
Correct.
He struck out, and he got upset, and he went down. You could see it. He went down into the locker room, probably punched a locker or something, came out, and I think it was Willier that kind of tapped him and said, hey, man, it's all right. I feel like he's a great player. He adds a lot to this team all the time. He's ever since he got hit in the head there, maybe he's a little shaken, a little off his game, but he gives so much to this team. I just feel like he ought to rejoice with his brothers when they hit the home runs. But back to Duran.
Yeah.
So somebody was saying about Duran this morning, what he adds to the team. But I was thinking about the Red Sox game now. They're big part of their game, besides the long ball, which is great, is small ball. And when you play small ball,
small balls and long balls.
One of the most essential things you need is speed, and I believe Duran brings that. I've seen this guy score from first to home.
Yeah, I've seen it too. Not as often as I'd like. So he wants to keep Duran.
Can't steal first.
Well,
please use your time as efficiently as we can.
So he's
the speed merchant.
He likes the speed from Duran.
Yeah, other guys are fast.
Well, as fast as he is, he never steals bags.
No.
And
he stinks.
And he's mad at Contreras for not celebrating with his teammates.
I think Contreras is fine. I'd leave Contreras. I'd let him do whatever he's doing.
I feel like Contreras has done a ton of celebrating this year. I guess I didn't happen to notice it in that inning last night.
I mean, he got screamed at by Duran last week.
Oh, he did scream at the dugout when he fouled that ball off.
He
and
did.
They were clapping for him.
He did.
Not a fan of that.
No, he didn't like that. Keep it down.
Although the theory, did you hear Dakota this morning? We were both in the car for a long time.
I was in the car
did
for
you
quite
hear
a bit.
Dakota this morning called up Greg?
All like a sign stealing thing, and they think that they're
and he
like.
seems to think that weird thing with Contreras clapping at the dugout was them like either giving him the wrong signal
Yeah, and
or
he's
not
like,
giving him
guys,
a
thanks for
signal.
the curveball.
Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe.
I mean, I guess that's
not a bad
possible.
theory. I think
Yeah.
the easiest theory, though, Occam's razor, as they like to say, Keith.
Ooh.
The simplest answer is usually the most obvious. Duran's just an a-hole. I mean, that to me is probably what's going on. But maybe they're stealing signs too.
It's funny. They had like 10 different calls call in about different theories for what it was. Each person sounded so sure of themselves as to what it is. And after each one, I was like, if that's true, still get rid of them. I was like, I don't care.
Whatever.
Like, fine.
You can still go.
You want to be right about the sign stealing? You want to be right about the he didn't mean Ron? You want to be right wrong? Like he's got stuff dealing that he's dealing with. Like I don't care. Get rid of him. None of it made me say, oh yeah, keep him. and Chad Tracy doesn't sound like a buffoon for like defending him the way that he did. Yeah, he said run. No, he didn't. Well, we all saw him say run.
Wait, I think he did.
I think you're putting him in a tough spot too, and I know maybe people don't care about that as much because the interim manager, but I feel like everything else is going so well. Then you got to answer questions for why your left fielder is screaming at your third base coach and your best player.
We'll get to his thoughts on that, or our thoughts on Duran. 617-779-7937. Chad Tracy with a full-throated defense of Duran. So what does that mean?
Yeah.
Is he going to be here? Will he
Yikes.
not? We'll get to that later on this hour. On the way next, deadline is heating up. Red Sox, at this point anyway, sitting on their hands. Let's get to Scooble, to the Dodgers, what it means for baseball, and some other moves in the division coming up next.
Having health insurance is a must.
Chad Tracy says notifications on, not a healthy lifestyle. He's probably right about that.
I don't have any notifications on. You know that about me? You don't know that about me. Some
Meaning-
people do. Like I
meaning
don't
like
have
the volume, or you don't get any push notifications just like visually on your phone?
Yeah.
Oh, so I get push notifications.
I shut them all off. I think maybe like
no
podcasts-
noises though. No noises.
I have no noises. Maybe like podcasts that I subscribe to might like pop up and be like, oh, it's available. But as far as like Twitter or like Instagram or anything like that, I don't, because I feel like that would be kind of maddening.
Okay, so you kind of subscribe to the
I kind of do. I get
Chad
it.
Tracy School of Thought.
I mean, I'm still on my phone too much, but I mean, at least the notifications are not on.
So deals are happening. Nick just let me know that it's the number 4 prospect in the Phillies system for Arise.
That's a lot for a rental, right?
I would think. I mean, we know Dombrowski, quote unquote, torches through the farm system and like burns it down. So I don't know how good their system is, but
True,
that's
true.
that's higher than I would have expected, in fairness. And then even if the Angels are getting a worthwhile prospect from the Blue Jays, a shortstop for Soriano, who had like a good April.
Weird.
I don't know. That tells you prices are high, but I would say this team is worth investing in. And remember, last year we're like, prices are high. It doesn't matter. Give up whatever for Joe Ryan. In retrospect, they would have overpaid for Joe Ryan. And they probably made the right call, or maybe Minnesota made the wrong call, in not taking Arias Antoli in a deal for Joe Ryan. So look, it might get away from you. It might get a little crazy. I would say this team, the way they're playing and the level they're at, they're once again on a 5-game winning streak, like among the hottest teams in baseball.
Yeah.
They've beaten all the good teams in baseball in the last month.
Mm-hmm.
But all those teams are about to get better. You just swept the Dodgers. They got Skubal. You swept the Yankees 4 games. They got Luis Garcia, who you were linked to. You swept the Rays in 4 games. They went out and got Freddie Peralta, who I wanted and thought could be had. Who else am I missing? Teams that have gone out and improved. White Sox made a couple of small deals. You swept them. So those are all teams that you proved you can beat. They've all gotten better. And where are you?
Well, actually, they got worse. The Red Sox, unfortunately, they're winning a lot of these games. But if you're just looking at on paper, unfortunately, Curtis Meade is out probably for the most of, if not the rest of the regular season. So you essentially just dumped Connolly early for this team, right? Like I understand why they made that move, and it could have worked, and that all that's great. But you had a week to sort of either make up for that or add another bat or like add another arm, certainly. And so right now, if you're just saying all these teams that are competing, what did they add versus what did they subtract? All these teams subtracted minor leaguers for a shot at somebody to like help them out at major league level. The Red Sox got rid of Connolly early, and the guy they got in return is out now for a while. So you're going to still, as of right now, continue to have to do it with the Andrew Monasterios of the world, and right now Jaron Duran and Patrick Sandoval. Like you're going to have to rely on all these guys, which has worked for right now.
Yeah.
But you
Let
get
me tell
another
you,
couple of months.
The Monasterio thing. And there's a guy who texts in every day. I
Yeah.
was harsh on Monasterio earlier this year. So they're texting me like, how about Monasterio now?
Oh, no, he's useful, but I think he is what he is.
Well, the bat's good.
Yeah,
and he's red hot right now. The guy can't play. The guy defensively can't play
I was
shortstop.
going to say right now, the way he's going, because you always thought of like Yoshida Romy DH combo. Like Monasterio could be like half of the DH combo.
Yeah, DH fine.
Yeah.
Second base probably fine.
Maybe.
When
Shortstop's tough.
When he filled in at first a couple of those games, when like Contreras was suspended, he was horrendous at first. He's worse at shortstop.
Yeah.
So I don't. But I want the bat in there. Is my roundabout point. But it highlights the need at shortstop, which apparently the Red Sox are going after. We'll see if Breslow can close on that. It's Jones and Keefe live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Are the Dodgers ruining baseball, Keefe?
No, I love it actually. So you might find it contradictory, but I love a super team in baseball, and then I root against the super team in basketball. Now, part of that is in basketball, you do have a salary cap, and usually those super teams are kind of put together by the players themselves, and LeBron's a part of a lot of them. So I root against them, but I also don't think it's bad for basketball. I just think it's like a great villain, right?
Yeah.
So I root against it, but I'm for it.
Yeah, it's not bad for the sport, but when those super teams come together, you're not rooting for them.
Whereas like the Dodgers, I kind of am, because it's like hey, every owner, you can do this if you want. Hey, every baseball team, you can do this. Now, maybe every team's a stretch. Maybe Tampa Bay can't do it. Maybe a couple others can't.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, how do the Dodgers always have a good farm system and always get every player that they want? I don't know. They're running it pretty well. So there were rumors like a week ago they were going to get Skubal, and you're like, yeah, I guess why not? And then lo and behold, they get Skubal, and good for them. Like, I think it's a great, like, the Red Sox could be doing this. The Yankees could be doing this. The Cubs, the Angels, all these teams could be doing it this way.
The Red
I
Sox
love
and
it.
Yankees used to do
They
this.
used to
Like
do
it's
this,
like
too.
Red
Yeah,
Sox
good
and
point.
Yankees fans cannot get mad at the Dodgers. Oh, the Dodgers ruin baseball. They're just doing what you used to do.
I love it.
They're just doing what the Yankees used to do. So I don't think they ruin baseball. Do you subscribe to the conspiracy theory, Keith? This is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
That the owners are actually orchestrating all this so that the Dodgers make such a point and run circles around everybody if they three-peat, Chief Pete, and they go out and win 3 straight, where now all the fans look at it and all the other teams in baseball look at it and go, well, what the hell? We can't keep up with them anyway. Salary cap. And maybe the players look at it and go, salary cap. Do you subscribe to that conspiracy theory?
I don't.
I don't either.
I think it's more the
It's
Dodgers have.
It's a fun one.
Yeah.
But I don't either.
I don't. I think the Dodgers have so much TV money. They had that crazy TV deal out there, and they were able to get Ohtani to like spread out his money the way that he has, defer, like a lot of other players have been able to defer it. And then it's just a place that a lot of players want to play and a lot of players go to. They're offering a lot of money. They can make trades because they've built up such a good farm system. So I don't believe the conspiracy theory. Also, like, I'm surprised so many owners are good with the salary cap. Not to go down that road for a minute, but so like half the league would have to spend more money.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how many of them are like thrilled to do that, and only a handful would have to shed money.
The players should want a floor. I still don't get why they don't want a floor.
Well, because I think you're only getting a floor if you have a ceiling.
They think it's a slippery slope to a ceiling, which is fine, or a cap rather. But they should want a floor. They should absolutely be in favor of a floor. They're not, and maybe that's just a negotiating tactic. But yeah, that seems to be where it's heading.
My other quick Dodgers take after watching them for 3 straight games. So they have a great record. They're the favorite to win it for a 3rd time. They really should be so much better than they even are. Kyle Tucker and Mookie Betts are terrible. Like, they can't hit anymore, or at least for this season. I don't know for their careers or not, but they're bad hitting.
Mookie Betts, Red Sox stats had this the other day. Mookie Betts for like 2 calendar years has been bad. He's been a league average player.
Like Mookie Betts, Xander Bogaerts, it bothered everybody that they left, but those guys have been pretty bad. And I know he's moving positions, and Mookie Betts would still be a great personality and everything to have. He's playing shortstop for him, for God's sakes. But Mookie Betts has a sub 700 OPS, and Kyle Tucker, who's making $60 million a year, has a OPS just over 700. He has 9 home runs. How many does Monasterio have?
Yeah. He might have more. I mean, I think Cedana has 7 since the All-Star break, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He had 4.
He had 7 like in the series.
In
he
LA
might have had
this
more.
weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, Caleb Durbin has more home runs than Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
It's wild. So, and like their team's still really good. They're in first place. They're the heavy favorite to win it. They have Shohei Ohtani, for God's sakes, and he's still like the best player in the world, maybe the best player of all time. But you look at their lineup and you're like, the names are better, but then you're like, yeah, Betts isn't doing anything. Kyle Tucker's not doing anything. It's kind of weird.
Ohtani doesn't even pitch anymore. He hasn't pitched in a month.
No, I know. It's really strange. You know, they have a couple other All-Stars. I think Freeman's been pretty good, but like they're kind of somewhat underwhelming, and yet here they are, top of the league.
617-779-7937. Guys, there's still 7.5 hours until the trade deadline. Relax for now.
Okay, thanks. I needed that.
Hammer away at Breslow if he does nothing significant before the deadline. Well, no, I mean, I agree with that.
Well, tomorrow it'll be a different tone because we'll know for sure whether they did or didn't do anything.
But like, the closer we get to the deadline, you have to, based on his track record of doing nothing at deadlines, you have to be getting more and more worried as the minutes pass.
Teams have to like our players.
Yeah, well, no, it's fool me once, fool me twice, fool me thrice, because that's what we're looking at here. If he doesn't do anything again at the deadline,
our guy Justin in DC, Keith is making sense.
Yep,
Breslow gets an A for the Mead move. He loved the Mead move. It's amazing.
I didn't give him an A for that, so maybe I'm not making sense.
If this is all he does, I think this is where he's saying you're making sense.
Yeah.
Then Breslow gets an F for the deadline as a whole. He needs to make a major move, according to Justin in DC.
I would love a major move, but I'm even to the point where like 2 minor moves might even. Not that it would make a major move, but you get my point. Like two, you're like, all right, you're helping the team out, like because the team is playing so well.
A big league shortstop and an arm and a catcher. A big league shortstop and a catcher, something like that. 2 of those.
Yeah, at least one everyday player. Like I don't need like a platoon guy. This isn't the team where you're like, oh, they're on a hot streak. Like just get them a guy that can like hit righties or whatever. Like no, I need a guy that's in the lineup every day.
McAdams says he thinks there's a feeling on the part of upper management and ownership that it's time to go for it. No more kicking the can down the road.
Go for it.
And talking about sustainability. So if that's true, we'll see. If that's not just lip service and interest kings and drumming up everybody to get all excited just to get let down at the trade deadline. if John Henry and upper management are really taking a different approach, that will nudge Breslow.
100%.
I mean,
not just nudge Breslow. I mean, if you think they're the ones that like did the Devers deal, like maybe they might even make a deal.
They might make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true. Other moves we mentioned quickly, the Yankees got Luis Garcia, who I was never gung-ho about, but that's a player the Red Sox were linked to. I don't know that it's a clean fit on their roster.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's going to play defensively. He's pretty bad defensively.
It's a lefty in Yankee Stadium, though. So
no, that's true.
He's going to hit a lot of home runs.
Well, but I'm just saying, I don't know where he's going to play. They might have to
I
move.
think everybody there is hurt.
Jazz Chisholm, the team is hurt. That's true. And then the Rays also got Freddie Peralta, who the Red Sox were linked to last offseason. He's been bad with the Mets.
Yeah,
but that's a really talented guy that the Rays, if they have any chance of fixing him, could turn things around there with their arms.
Yeah, no, it's possible, but I think it just further shows that teams are making moves. You know, as much as like, it's like a seller's market. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, some of the buyers are getting players.
Correct. And it's why I don't want to hear, you have to get delusional to make trades. Did the Mets get delusional?
Maybe they all did.
Did the Dodgers get delusional?
All the way to a World Series.
Did the Yankees get delusional? How about the Phillies getting a rise? Like maybe some of them overpaid.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of them are regarded as delusional. The only delusional team at this point, I think, is the Tigers. And people can't believe that's all the Dodgers gave up for Skubal.
They bungled that from Jump Street. The way they talked about him,
the
way they went out and signed Framber Valdez.
I listened to that guy
Yeah,
one
yeah,
time,
you're right.
and I'm like,
Yeah.
I know people hate Breslow. This guy's way worse.
He's
Whatever
worse.
the guy's name is in Detroit. I listened to that guy one time. I'm like, this guy is a disaster.
And at least Breslow brought in Crochet. This guy basically got rid of Skubal.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here. Your trust level in Breslow. What's the Red Sox ceiling after a sweep of the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Rays, and throw in the White Sox while we're at it. Those were all division leaders in the last month that the Red Sox swept. We can get into that. Plus, Chad Tracy defending Jarren Duran. Does that mean we're stuck with him?
Hey.
Let's get to it next.
Head over to
He's had the job. There's a couple on-field things that we've questioned, right? Like he put Jake Bennett out there a little bit too long.
Mm-hmm.
I even thought in the game on Friday when he brought in Moran to face Shohei.
Terrible.
So stupid. Just put him on. Especially when it's 2-0. Well, put him on.
Even simpler than that. Just was Suarez 65
or
pitches?
Like Suarez just keep pitching.
Right.
Either way, that whole at-bat was terrible.
Let
so
the veteran
yeah.
face Ohtani.
Yeah.
Instead, I completely
So
forgot
I'm
about
like,
that.
all right, my man's starting to lose it here a little bit. Maybe, this is why he's an interim manager and they have a decision to make at the end of the year despite this run that they're on. And then separate from that is, one of the things that managers have to do is sort of like manage the personalities, right, and all that. And so I just feel like I'm sure Duran is a pain in the ass to manage, and you're like, you never know which version's going to show up each day. You got to put out all these fires. But the way he's handled it is kind of a joke, right? Like, hey, he said run. No, he didn't. Like, well, okay, like he did though. He did yell run.
I get reading lips can get a little sketchy, but
time.
It was one word.
Not that.
It wasn't a long sentence.
I think we got it. I think we were able to connect those dots, Chad. And then he's like, well, you guys don't really know what it is. It's like, all right, well, then you can enlighten us. So don't be like, oh, there's all this wild speculation. Right. Because a lot of people care about the team and they want to know what the hell's going on. And you're like, well, I can't tell you what it is, but trust me, everybody's fine.
And if Duran's barking at everybody because they're trying to steal signs or whatever Dakota was proposing today. Another caller, I heard a string of callers, as you said, Keith, they were all like defending it.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
If he's trying to steal signs or whatever, and not even like illegally steal signs, but just like they're all trying to like give each other signs and he got the wrong sign, so he's yelling at him. Yell at him in the tunnel. You don't have to make a whole show of it. Now it's all over Nesson, and now everybody has to answer about it.
Here's a crazy idea. Just don't yell at him. Be a good teammate and don't yell at him.
Or be like, I suck. You're great.
Yeah.
I won't say anything to you.
So, buddy, and as somebody else said, Contreras didn't try to force a throw from third base, which he absolutely did. Go back and watch the play. Contreras left third, forced the throw. That caller was just wrong. I don't really understand why everybody's glaring at him in the dugout then. If Contreras relayed a bad pitch and Duran's mad about that,
yeah,
why is everybody glaring at him in the dugout then? And if it's just something everybody's working on,
right?
Why is everybody, and I mean everybody, coaches, Contreras, why are they all glaring in the dugout? Why did he pout and not give everybody the Wally head? Why?
Well, he was pouting.
So, like, to me, I just don't like that Tracy is so defensive of Duran because I'm worried that's the posture of the organization to protect him because he's not going anywhere at this trade deadline. Nightingale had an item over the weekend that said they'll look to trade him this winter.
Well, you got to like treat him with kid gloves, I guess,
Yeah.
because which is unfortunate. I don't think you have to treat anybody else on the team like that because he has his little outburst and his little pout session, and then the next game, right in the lineup. Like, so there's not even like any kind of, are you going to sit down after that, regardless of what the reason is? I'm sure players get annoyed at other players all the time. You got to like scream at them and make like a big to-do.
No.
Plus, it's not like a one-off with this guy. Like, there's always something. It might be a fan. It might be a podcaster. It might be a player usually not a player on the other team. Just usually that's something that stands out. But it's usually maybe players on his team. So
it's a good point. Has he really ever gotten into it with guys
No.
on the other team?
I don't think so.
I mean, opposing fans.
Sure. Although
Red
I think
Sox
a lot of them are Red
fans,
Sox fans.
opposing
Yeah.
fans,
Yeah.
his own teammates, his
Yeah.
coaches.
So, I mean, I would
media members.
Yeah, it don't matter.
Not many opposing. It's a good point. Not many opposing players.
Save it for the other team. Doesn't usually happen. Or is it just one of these things where Chad Tracy is this is maybe an excuse I would give him, and I don't even know if it's true. All right, trade deadline's Monday. I can't go up and down on this guy and start talking about, where his motivation's at and where his head's at and this, that, and the other thing. And then we're trying to tell the Padres, oh, no, he'd be good with you. Oh, he'd be good
No,
with
look,
you. So,
I think
maybe
that's-
you kind of soft shoe it a little bit now.
That's a good conspiracy theory.
But I don't even know if I buy it.
Well, I don't because how many years we've been doing this with Duran? They always keep him. And
But, like,
the reports are that they always overestimate him and they always want too much back in a deal.
But, like,
And
they're
if-
not going to sign this guy to an extension.
No.
Right? Like, and I know it doesn't have to be one or the other, but I'm saying, like, they're more likely to move on from him at some point than they are to, like, lock him up long term. Now, I know his value is nothing. So now they got to be like, all right, are we better off just keeping this guy? He's barely like an average player this year. He's, I would say below average.
Text line says he's a diva. So is every other player.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, look, if you want to say all professional athletes have a little diva quality to them, fine.
You think Seagulls and Durbin are divas?
I was gonna say, on the diva scale, though, this guy's tipping it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Here's
yeah,
a
but
little.
here's the thing. Like, usually divas are really good.
Yeah, correct.
And then you kind of look the other way and you're like, yeah, I wish every player didn't handle themselves like that. However, they're hitting 40 home runs or whatever. Diva it up.
You get special rules.
Yeah, you can't hit 200.
No. And then,
he is up to 200 now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
200 on the nose.
A fire little series for him. Then.
Yeah, big time.
He did have the first RBI in that game on Friday night. He hit the bomb last night. I mean, I wouldn't expect much out of it, but maybe it's a sell high. Maybe it's a sell high moment.
It could be.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
A little more here from Chad Tracy on Duran leading into the game on Friday.
How much rope can you give a guy like that?
I think you can give him some rope. Like, I think that you can't ignore what he's capable of doing. You can't ignore the month he had in May, and I get that, right? He's gone through some struggles. You can't ignore the level of defense that he plays. You can't ignore that he can bunt against lefties. He can get a safety squeeze down. He can sack bunt. He can steal a base. Like, sometimes it's very easy just to look at a batting average, and I'm well aware of, like, qualified hitters and all this stuff, but, like, you can't ignore that he's hitting 280 with runners in scoring position. Like, there's a lot more than I look at than just a batting average and what he is capable of doing, even standing in left field to help us win a game. You can't ignore those things when you're in my position. So, and you have to weigh what you have available to you, what's best to help us win now. So, no, it's not all that difficult to balance for me.
Guys, he can bunt. Like, what a joke. guys, he's pretty good in left field. It's like, is he?
Yeah,
And he can bunt.
Yeah.
He can bunt against lefties.
Yeah.
So we keep him in there sometimes against lefties because we know he can drop down a bunt. Hopefully, so can every guy in the whole system. Shouldn't every guy be able to bunt? He's like, he can bunt. Yeah, I understand he's dead last in qualified hitters. I know your stats. It's more than that, though. He can bunt. All right.
So
it's not a great defense.
But if you want to say that, hey, that's a good pitch to another team trying to trade for,
Guys,
and you want to buy into
want
that
somebody who
theory,
can bunt?
go for it. That to me sounds like a guy who's defending a player he knows is going to be here. That's going too far.
Oh, my prediction is he'll be here,
Yeah,
and we're going to be like,
stinks.
why? Because they just feel like they should get more value, and they keep playing him. I don't know what it is. There was I don't know if it was that cut or there's another one pregame on like Saturday where Tracy's like, oh, he's a good player. It's like, well, he had a good season 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean every guy that has like a good season. This is like the Rich Keefe rules.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, for you of all people.
Even I know there's something wrong about that.
For you of all people to say this.
Yeah, he was great 2 years ago.
Quite brazen. 617-779-7937. You can jump in on the Red Sox at the trade deadline. Phillies made a separate move, by the way, acquiring Brooks Raley, a lefty, from the Mets. So a couple of moves from Dave Dombrowski.
Right.
He usually does pretty well at these trade deadlines.
He does.
Craig Breslow, TBD. So we'll await and see. Anything goes down, you'll hear it here on Jones and Keefe. In just 2 minutes, though, let's start mixing in a few thoughts on the Patriots.
Oh.
They are practicing today indoors.
Inside.
In Foxborough.
Okay.
Is Mike Vrabel making things more difficult on Robert Kraft when it comes to the Gonzalez negotiations? And if so, why? Let's get to that. 2 minutes. You're on.
to get done. And when it gets done, that'll be the progress that's made. And everybody that's involved is working hard. Can't express the professionalism that Gonzo has started camp with. It's clear that he wants to improve, that he wants to be the best at his craft and at that position. I think that he's made that known by the way he's come out here to practice.
Mike Vrabel on Saturday discussing Christian Gonzalez, who was one of the players the Patriots managed in that Saturday practice. Gonzalez, Morgan Moses, I think Marcus Jones was another one. A.J. Brown left that practice early. That was not one of the names that Vrabel mentioned.
No.
That they were going to manage.
Right.
So something to monitor today when the beat writers get in there to the field house down in Foxborough.
Bring an umbrella, am I right? Just to get in there.
Yeah, for sure.
Good grief.
So we're still going to talk to Mego later on today. Mego at 1 o'clock. We'll get the latest from Patriots practice indoors today. I wonder if Vrabel's making things a little more difficult on Kraft by referring to Gonzo as a guy who wants to be the best, and the way he's come in, he is capable of being the best. I wonder if that's making things a little bit more difficult.
So I'm going to say no, only because I think Robert Kraft is like, well, we already offered him the most money in Patriots history. Didn't you hear that? We already offered him the most money for a corner. So, like, I would agree with you. He is the best corner. Now, you could get into the numbers and, like, what's real and what's fake. But in Robert's mind, he's like, we offered him a very fair contract in his eyes if all these things are true. And he's like, we would only do that for the best corner in the league. And so if Vrabel's going to say that, why not? And so I think that part, plus I have a good sense that Gonzalez and his agent know what his value is, right? So, I remember pointing out when Jim Harbaugh said that about Derwin James, like he's the best safety in the league, and then boom, they signed him to the biggest safety contract. And you're like, well, they probably kind of had to at that point. But I feel like we're still in that area where are they going to just exceed the highest number, or is Gonzo asking for way more? And that's sort of where you get into that, how long is this thing going to drag out? Because I think the Patriots are very well aware, whether Vrabel said that or not, just what it's going to take to keep this guy.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody there is frustrated yet.
No, because he's there. I think they would be if he was not doing anything.
See, that's also what I think, and it's why I'm less concerned than I thought I would be at this point in time that he's not signed. Like, if he wasn't out there and he was holding in and he wasn't fully participating, he wasn't doing team stuff, then I would be a little more pounding the table. What are they doing? Get something done. Why are you dragging your feet? There was I forget if it was a Fords in Foxborough, just like a mic'd up thing they did. You see A.J. Brown talking about Gonzo
No,
covering
I missed
him?
that.
He's basically like, I can't get over the top of him. He's like, and I don't know if that's a bad sign for A.J. and
well,
his
he
ability
did, though.
He did eventually.
We saw him get him on there on
one
of
those plays, but he was frustrated early on in camp when the connection wasn't there. And so, I don't know, Gonzalez has looked really good. He's out there. So to me, I don't get the sense Vrabel's frustrated. I do wonder if Kraft loves those comments. There's also this. Vrabel, in a follow-up, I forget if the question is in there or not. I think it is. He's kind of asked about, well, are you going to negotiate with players who aren't here? Is that part of why Gonzo's out there is the implication? Here's that exchange.
You guys have a policy, Mike, that you won't negotiate with players who aren't practicing?
I think we just want to have a policy that we want to re-sign players that we draft or that we covet that we feel like can help us win. And that's our goal. We want to draft really good players and good people, develop them, have them play for us, re-sign them, build a team with them. And so, there's a lot of, whatever policies there are. I think that a lot of things is a case-by-case basis. And, I've talked about his professionalism and the way that he's started camp and how he's practiced and always, you want your best players to show that on the football field.
So
didn't say no.
I mean, that's true. He did not say no.
Where'd that come from?
Good question.
So don't you think?
Do you have a policy that you won't negotiate with guys that aren't out there?
Don't you think, was that Phil? I don't know who asked that.
That sounded like Phil.
So
I'm
you
not
think
sure.
Phil had heard that?
Maybe.
And was like, hey, is this true? And he's like, well.
So it would make more sense if it wasn't also Witherspoon practicing full in Seattle.
Yeah, but it's also the first time we've really even seen this, right? Or at least here. And Vrabel has more personnel control here than he did in Tennessee. I'd have to take a look at what happened in Tennessee with any of these players. But last year, it was more of like, hey, everything's going great. Everybody's new, a lot of new players, a lot of new coaches. This year, this is the first time you have a guy eligible for a massive extension, and he is there, which is surprising. I don't know if Seattle has a similar policy or not. And yeah, this does feel like maybe the agent is like, this is the right way to go about it, which is pretty risky in my mind. But this is what he's decided to do. But Vrabel didn't shoot it down.
No.
Like Vrabel, so I wonder if there's some, and then he did he's like, well, case by case. So like, I don't know if he'd open the door to that completely. Because I feel like
he did say their policy is to sign young players, though.
Okay, let's see it.
And again, it's that's putting a little pressure on Kraft. I don't know if he realizes that or if that's what he meant to do, but I can't imagine Kraft is happy at any of those answers.
Yeah, he's like, all right, let's take it easy. We already offered him the most money ever in team history.
Our policy is we want to sign all our young players, and it's like, okay, well, Drake May is now hearing dollar signs, and Gonzo's hearing dollar signs, and Kraft is losing dollars in his mind.
Do you think Drake May signs his extension before August 3rd of next year?
Big time.
Okay. So at least they'll have that. Like, that won't be hanging over their head. But this one is kind of going on.
If it does, that's shameful.
Oh, yeah.
With a young quarterback like this.
Especially if he's like any good this year. If the wheels fall off, that's different.
Right.
But
if
I
he
don't
has some kind
that.
of disaster field or season rather on the field, then that is different. But okay, so you think there may be a policy there? You think that because that is an interesting question.
It's a weird question, honestly. Like, only weird in that it seems kind of out of nowhere. Like, unless you were told something like that, or someone's like, "I think this is what it is." Seems like it come from somewhere. Maybe I'm just speculating on the speculation.
No.
I don't know, but it feels like that was like a question that had some knowledge behind it, but he wanted to confirm it, and then Vrabel didn't really shoot it down. Kind of talked all around it, which made me think, all right, maybe they do. Maybe they did say, hey, if you really want to get it, the best way for you to get a deal done is to play. Doesn't mean the player's going to listen.
Well, I was going to say, I'm surprised an agent would play along with that.
I've been surprised by most of the moves thus far. I thought Gonzalez would be there, but would be like jogging around in like sweatpants.
So a texter says, just a texter, and maybe I'll do more research on this, but they said the Seahawks do have this policy. And so, I mean,
what are the chances? But I guess
I just can't imagine that works all that well. Like, hey, if you're not here, we don't negotiate with you. I'd be like, okay, fine,
right?
Yeah,
good luck.
Yeah,
won.
Seriously, good luck without me out there is what I'd imagine most athletes and most agents would do. But okay, maybe that's a Seattle policy. Maybe the Patriots are taking a page out of that playbook. It's clearly different than what the Lions and the Falcons are doing, the Tampa Bay Bucks are doing. Like, I think most teams, you can tell a guy, hey, we're not going to negotiate with you if you don't show up. Try telling that to Logan Mankins or, some of these other guys who have had knockdown, drag-out, long-term negotiation. Deion Branch over the years. Like, I can't imagine that flies, but okay, fine. That's your policy. Maybe Gonzo's falling for it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I've been wrong every turn. So, like, he's been there this whole time. He's been participating. They put the pads on. He's still there. They have joint practices a week from tomorrow with Indy. So we'll see. That'll be interesting. Because I don't expect him to play in any of the preseason games. But joint practices? Like, I don't know. Maybe he will do that. You read more text? I just Googled this, by the way. It says the Seahawks don't have that policy.
Okay.
But that also could just be
how the heck? I mean, I don't
know if anybody's ever come flat out and said that.
That's what I mean. Like, they just like the teams just like put that out there.
They have a sign up
in like a press release.
Sign up.
That's a harder thing to Google than one would expect. But anyway, no, I was reading this text. Maybe you two are surprised at Christian Gonzalez and the way he's practicing
on a 1-85.
But the real question is Hunter Henry surprised? Good point by that text.
Probably not.
Probably not. I wouldn't think so.
We should mousetrap him. Be like, how surprised are you that you made the Super Bowl? And then he'll be like, 1. How surprised are you that you lost the Super Bowl?
Damn it.
He's like, 85.
There you go. Full scale, full gamut. 617-779-7937. How's Kraft feel about those Vrabel comments? And what is the Patriots policy with Gonzo? Because I still have trouble making sense, as do most of the beat writers, why he's even out there. It's great. I think it's good news. But on the one hand, he's out there. You think maybe they're close. Burt Breer says they're not close at all.
Hey.
So, I don't know. I don't really know how to make heads or tails of that one.
Schefter, too, said that, right, over the weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, doesn't sound like they're close. Because everybody, it sounded like 2 weeks ago, they're like, well, Witherspoon's close.
Yeah.
Is he?
Nice.
That seems like he's in the same boat.
No deal there yet.
Yeah.
617-779-7937. You know who is actually there and signed, Keith, and I can't believe it.
Yeah, this has turned quickly.
Gabe
Akis
is now out there
in the house
and participating, not in full team stuff, but some of the drills. Let's get to his impact coming up in just 2 minutes on Jonesy. Mike Vrabel on second-round pick. Gabe
Akis.
Yep. He's texting Vrabel late at night.
Like nonstop. Like, dude, enough. That's why you have notifications turned off. Be like, I put the little the moon or whatever it is by Gabe Akis. I don't need 2 a.m. text messages.
No.
Like,
So
save it.
I mean, if we're taking Vrabel at face
Who's he
value,
think he is, Jackson?
Say it again.
Yeah, Jackie is Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson used to send us Jackson 5 ideas at like 3 a.m. Like, dude, I don't want that. You guys, I could do something about like the Olympics. Like, just please, just save it.
Yeah,
save it for the morning.
We do it on Mondays.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out closer to Monday. It's 3 a.m. on a Thursday right now. We got some time to sort out.
Don't need this.
The Jackson 5.
Yeah.
So, he's got Akis texting him at like 10 o'clock. What he claims there. Now,
God loves football.
Look, it's Vrabel.
Yeah.
Maybe it's sarcasm. Maybe he's embellishing. Maybe it's a joke that we don't get. So what's the joke?
It's like Drake May said last year about Vrabel. He's like, sometimes I think it's a joke, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, what Vrabel's claiming is that the guy, they're telling him he's not practicing the next day at 6, and then at 10:30 he's texting and being like, hey, can I get out there and practice?
Am I practicing? They're like, no.
Which on the one hand, he's passing off as a guy who really wants to be out there.
Yeah.
Which, let's just try to make heads or tails of this. Does he seem like a guy who's really wanted to be out there all offseason?
Did not appear that way.
That's not what I think. That's not the way I view it.
The signs early on suggested otherwise.
Most players sign some sort of deal where even if it's not a contract, it gets them out there. I forget the terminology Reese used.
Yeah.
But this is what Trevion Henderson did. He didn't have a contract, but he was out there working, so he was protected. And most players do something to get out there. This guy does not strike me through his actions.
His situation a little bit different.
It is.
And so you wonder if we don't know, maybe he would have signed something, but the Patriots wanted it to look a little different kind of thing. Because like they were obviously annoyed with him.
This is like a waiver to just get out there and practice. This
No, I
wasn't
know.
even like a full-blown contract.
But I would say the good news is it's all changed pretty quickly because there was like a week ago we were talking about him. We're like, we may never even see this guy. He was unsigned. He was hurt.
You see the clip of him this weekend where he bowled over the coach?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a coach.
I can start somewhere.
But, I mean, he knocked the crap out of him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take it. And so he went from all this to signing his contract, being in the building, and then being on the field within like 3 days. So I'm like, oh, that is a lot better than I thought.
That seems promising.
Yeah.
What did Curran tell us last week? He's like, yeah, if he's out here by joint practices. And when he said that, I'm like, no
Yeah,
chance.
like, you think so?
I'm like, zero chance that happens.
Turns
now,
out there is.
That sounds pretty in play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm still worried about what he's going to bring to the table. He's late to the offseason. Forget the offseason. He's late to training camp. He did not have an offseason, really.
No.
So I'm still worried. I'm still worried about that.
Yeah.
But what can he add? I mean, he seems back on track to add something to this team, which I was very, very skeptical of.
And it feels like he's going to have the opportunity, right? Because we're looking at guys like Swinson and Ponder. Who knows what you're going to get out of Harold Landry? You do have Draymond Jones, but this is, I think, going to be more of a quantity over quality position. And so if you get a couple of those guys to sort of just maximize the time that they are on the field, then you'll take it. So I kind of like it. When they drafted him, I had higher expectations, obviously, than now. But right now, you're like, he can be thrown into that pile and be one of the guys that helps him at that position. I don't know if it's going to be like week 1 necessarily, but I think he's at least above a non-factor, which kind of felt like he might be a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. So, look, I still feel like by far that's the biggest position of need. We're going to get to Kayshon Boutte coming up, but the first time I started to go, oh, maybe this makes some sense as to why they would deal Kayshon Boutte, who feels like he's getting de-emphasized, at least over the practices over the weekend, where now Dobbs is getting more reps and he's getting fewer, and you have to wonder if maybe the start to camp with all the buzz around Boutte was to showcase him. If they could flip Boutte not for a late-round draft pick, for another body at edge rusher, somebody who can help, then that starts to make a little bit of sense. But yeah, throw Akis in there as well.
Yeah.
Because I think it's clear that's by far the biggest position in need on this team. And I am starting to have a little bit of question about the defense. Defense started real hot, and we're like, what's going on with the offense? Now the offense is heated up, and I want to flip it around and go, okay, well, is the defense going to be as good as we expected? And maybe the Patriots have a really good offense, and Drake May and A.J. Brown is unstoppable connection, and McDaniels calling good plays, etc. I do, before they did anything in training camp, I had way more questions about that side of the football than the offense. And I think I'm back to that now, highlighted by edge rusher.
Yeah, well, that is the weakest position, I think, overall. And it's an important one, too, right? Because if we're going to talk up quarterback and cornerback, is being like, you have really good players at this position, and so that should outweigh things. Like, not having a good edge rush is the other side of that spectrum. So I still think the defense is good. Now, that's also going to be if everybody's out there. Because when we were at training camp last week, you're like, well, when Carlton Davis isn't out there, that kind of knocks things down a little bit, as most teams would. But like, you go from like a strength. And if Kevin Byard, who was Mego's dud, we'll ask her the little update on Byard later today. She's going to join us at 1 o'clock. But they can have, in my opinion, the best secondary. But if Byard's a step slower and Carlton Davis is kind of in and out, you're like, oh, well, that combined with a weaker pass rush, suddenly not ideal. But I'd still trust him overall. You got Milton Williams there in the middle. I think the linebackers are a little bit better than you do. So I think they're going to be a top 10, top 8 defense? I still think that's play. Top 8?
So I don't feel great about 10.
You don't feel good about top 10 defense?
Well,
like points allowed?
No, I don't. So could they do it? Sure.
Is that more because of them and not the schedule? Because last year they feasted on some bad teams. Their numbers were really good.
No, it's more that they are just facing a better schedule. Okay. And, I didn't feel like their defense most of the year was lights out, although come the postseason, it was quite good.
Well, even regular season, they finished 4th in points allowed.
But that
I'm not saying they were at the 4th best defense.
And they played
just numbers-wise.
And they just played so many backups and so many bad teams that I thought that was a fake number. But
I feel like that could jump down to like 8th.
Look, maybe they're onto something come postseason. Maybe. But, okay. I mean, if they're top 10 at the end of the year, you're feeling pretty good about the direction of the defense and what they can do. And I agree. There's some swing players out there. It seems like there's going to be Gonzo. It now seems like there's going to be Akis.
Yeah.
Carlton Davis, I'm not overly concerned about long-term. I don't love that he continued to miss time over the weekend, but I'm not overly concerned about long-term. I'd expect they'll manage him like they did last year.
Yeah, well, 2 of the big ones are, like, is Byard better than Hawkins? We always assume that he will be.
He should be.
But he needs to be. And then is Draymond Jones an improvement over Chason, or is he at least a wash? Because if it's like a step down, now you're taking a pass rush that we all thought needed improvement anyway, and then you remove your best pass rusher from that team. So, like, that's one area where I guess they could be worse. Because everywhere else, it's pretty much the same, right? Like, you're bringing back Milton, Barmore, and you're bringing back the middle linebackers, you're bringing back all the corners. So, like, other than that, it's pretty similar. It's just who you're facing on a weekly basis.
Yeah. So, look, I think Akis out there contributing.
Yeah.
And, again, it's not even team drill stuff, or at least it wasn't this weekend. We'll start getting reports out of the bubble or Fieldhouse, rather, soon enough. But I'd imagine he's ramping up closer to that and maybe out there participating in joint practices. And then if he's a name that starts flashing then, Keith, all of a sudden you're like, okay, we're back on with this guy.
Yeah.
And, maybe he's a real contributor because that's a guy we felt good about where they got him in the draft. Maybe we're starting to realize why he fell in the draft. But all of a sudden that starts to look a lot different if he's a piece that's out there, because that's a pretty massive piece they were missing to this point in the offseason.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll get into, again, the wide receiver room. We got our eyes on the trade deadline out there in Major League Baseball. It's
crickets.
Quiet not just with the Red Sox.
No, that's what I'm saying.
It's really quieted down over the last hour or so. What was the last big move? A rise to the Phillies?
Probably a rise. And we cover every move here, and there's
we do
nothing.
And it's been largely crickets to this point.
I don't even know if we have any rumors. It's just quiet. You had the one earlier today. It said Red Sox and shortstop. It's an SS.
We have Spear connecting them to catchers, including Francisco Alvarez, Goodman, Hicks in Miami. So that's an update if you want.
This was from less than an hour ago. Buster Olney, Clay Holmes, Robbie Ray, Brady Singer, maybe Mize, the primary starting pitcher rental still on the board with the Brewers, Phillies, Braves, Red Sox among possible buyers.
Okay,
it's a buyer's market.
I feel
with
good
the starting
about
pitching.
Dombrowski getting his guy, so cross one of those names off. Whoever that is, Dombrowski will get that guy.
No doubt.
The Braves will probably get their guy.
Yep.
Brewers, I don't know. Brewers were connected to Skubal. and didn't get him.
No.
So I don't know about but you're probably getting the third best name on that list based on the other teams that are involved at best, if you're getting anybody.
Yeah.
We'll see. 617-779-7937. Big day out there for the Red Sox and Major League Baseball. Let's also get back into the wide receiver room for the Patriots. Kayshon Boutte and his future. Are they starting to de-emphasize Kayshon Boutte? Were they showcasing him early on in camp? Let's get to that next here on Jones and Keith. Mike Vrabel on Keyshawn Booty. A lot of noise out there. We want to get into the latest on Keyshawn Booty.
Can you believe it?
Of course, it's trade deadline day. Anytime you hear that sounder, you know, Jones, what it means. It means a Major League Baseball trade has gone down. And normally we would go to the trade deadline desk with our own Billy Lanny. He's left the desk. He's not at the desk. I don't know.
I think he's still frustrated about getting stuck in that elevator at Gillette earlier today.
Could be drying off. Maybe he had some bad lettuce.
Could be.
I don't know what's going on with Billy. So let's go to the substitute trade desk with our very own Adam Jones.
Oh, well, Keith. According to Jeff Passan, the Atlanta Braves are acquiring left-handed reliever Brent Sutter from the LA Angels in exchange for Nacho Alvarez Jr.
Oh,
Sources
Nacho
tell
Man.
ESPN. Yeah,
Nacho Man. You know who? What Suter's nickname is?
Suits.
The Raptor.
Oh, that's cool.
That's really cool. I kind of wish they got him now. Kind of wish they got him.
Zoot Suit Riot. That's what I would have called
not
him.
bad.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
that'd be my nickname for him.
But all right, so that's another Angels trade.
Okay. I kind of like Nacho
Zach
Alvarez.
Neto, Nacho's good.
Well, this is a good point. That's the second trade the Angels have made, at least.
Yep.
Right? Am I missing another one? And they traded Soriano to the Blue Jays. They got a shortstop prospect who, according to MLB Pipeline, is the 43rd overall prospect in baseball. So, maybe that makes them more likely to move on from Zach Neto. Are the Angels done? Will they deal with the Red Sox? They continue to be linked to basically every shortstop under the sun.
Yeah.
Which is kind of how it's going.
Yeah. One of them will stick.
Yeah.
They'll get one of these guys.
Have we talked about this yet? The Ellie De La Cruz that they were linked to over the weekend?
No, we have not talked about it yet.
So it's just interesting. They have Bradfo brought up Witt. Ellie De La Cruz they've been linked to. They have been linked to Neto.
Abrams,
They have
Lopez.
been linked to Abrams. They've been linked to Otto Lopez.
Cal Ripken Jr.
We've
A-Rod.
Lindor.
Tejada.
We've brought up Seager.
Yeah. They had Nomar on the broadcast. Just shortstops nonstop.
They have been linked to a billion shortstops. So clearly they're involved in that market. It'd be pretty disappointing if they don't come out with a shortstop. And, it'd also be pretty disappointing if it's somebody like Gleyber Torres, who I don't even know how much shortstop he's playing or if he's more second baseman these days. But, that would be pretty underwhelming given some of the names they've shot for there. And you wonder if Breslow's preoccupied with a big fish instead of something realistic.
Man. Oh, no, I know. And they did get a deal done a week ago, so that makes you feel a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
They were able to make a move, and not an easy move either. This wasn't like, hey, take our 15th prospect for your rental player, and we'll just kind of move on. It's like, no,
Do you think they made that trade because Breslow thought the deadline was last week?
Well, maybe.
Oh, great call.
But then they woke him up. They're like, no, there's more. There's more time. There's more time, and this guy's not going to help us. He's hurt.
That'd be so brilliant by them. Internally all year, they've just had, the trade deadline highlighted, a week earlier.
Craig, it's actually the 28th.
Craig, do not use Google.
Yeah.
The trade deadline is not August 3rd.
They're like, the Nationals like, man, he was really persistent. He wouldn't leave us alone.
You had to get the deal done.
Shouting. He had a countdown clock behind him. We could hear it. Yeah, maybe, but at least
That'd be
now.
a good move. That'd be the smartest thing the Red Sox have ever done.
They should tell him, though, that today you can also make moves. And
Okay.
we have 6.5 hours.
Okay.
Inside 6.5 hours.
What's your confidence level something's getting done? I was pretty confident last week.
Well, as a great man once said, on a scale of what, 0 to 100?
Sure.
0.
Actually, I would have taken the joke a stick drop there, but I'll go, it's not high.
Yeah.
That's not high.
Okay.
I think they might get a scrubby reliever, and we're going to be like, wait a minute. You need a starter more than a reliever. You need a shortstop. You need all these things. And I feel like a trade will happen, but we're going to be let down by it.
Let me think outside the box for a second.
Oh.
What if they just traded medical staffs?
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
What if
Can
they
you do
just,
that?
Yeah, they just dealt their medical staff for another medical staff.
You'd have to throw in something else. You'd have to throw in like a groundskeeper. You'd have to throw in somebody that's actually good at their job.
Great call.
Yeah. We'll give the guys that take care of our grass and our medical staff for just one X-ray machine of yours.
Yeah, that's all we need.
Tell whether stuff's broken or not.
Yeah, just so we know if players are actually hurt or not.
Like an easy-to-read X-ray machine is what we need.
We can properly relay info.
Yep.
All right, that'd be a good deal.
That'd be pretty sweet.
We'll get to Booty in a moment, but Bob in Needham has some thoughts on the Red Sox trade deadline. Hello, Bob.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys heard last night in one of those sports final shows. They had Abreu.
I missed it.
One of those guys. He said, what was the difference? He goes, we weren't having any fun in April and May. It just shows you those cancers that were in the locker room. I'm talking about Roman Anthony, Myers, Cassis, whatever. Once they left the building and went down to Fort Myers, they started to win. The guy said, "We're having fun now." We started having fun.
I'd point out the manager's gone too. You left him out of it, but whatever.
Would you say Garrett Crochet?
I agree with that completely. But did you see that San Francisco traded the second baseman to the Phillies? Dombrowski always makes good decisions. They got the guy that's led the league 3 out of 4 years.
We're jumping around here, Bob.
Yeah. Well, I like Arise.
No, Jones is a big Arise. You have to talk about Luis Arise to Jones, his favorite player.
We mentioned it.
All right, I didn't like the choice of words there, but he was saying that this team is good because Meyer and Anthony aren't around.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's not the first time we've heard that. We've talked about that.
Does Duran feel like a good teammate?
No.
Does Duran feel properly focused on or off the field?
No.
Okay. They're winning in spite of that. So I can't imagine Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer are dragging the team down any more than that guy.
I would say overall, like, vibes are high, and that's the thing is, and you could probably overcome a couple turds in the punch bowl. When you're talking about a baseball team, what's the roster's now? 26.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like
27 on a doubleheader day.
Oh, that's good. Get that extra guy up there.
Yeah.
But I mean, no, I think there's something to those guys being gone, maybe a little bit, right? Like those guys are.
Look, you can't rule it out.
There's something there.
I think it's much easier than that. It's much more related to the manager.
Oh, the manager's gone, and like
me.
the excuses and some of those things.
But I'm also biased on that, since I wanted him out for years. So whatever. Maybe I'll call out my bias on that. But I think it's much more about the manager being gone.
I did like
than it is about Anthony and Meyer and those guys being.
No,
gone.
that's true. But there's also something about some of these guys just getting their opportunity and just like trying not to let it go, like Seagulls or Jake Bennett or Monasterio, even at the plate, less so in the field. But like those guys just being like, all right, we have an opportunity, and then like actual really like established players like Wilson Contreras having the season that they're having with like Sonny Gray. Those guys have taken on like the leadership role. That's what everybody says. Like those two guys have come in and they've, I don't know, it took them a little while. Not those two specifically. I just mean the team. But then they kind of recognized that, and now they seem to be rolling.
617-779-7937, your phone number to get in touch with Jones and Keefe. We're brought to you by Avellino's Restaurant. If you're planning a corporate meeting or a private party, book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Go Avellino.com. We've done this before, Keefe, but let's do it again quick. And instead of a power ranking of the shortstops they've been linked to,
okay,
and we like a good power ranking.
I do like a power ranking.
Let's go through a few names. Yes or no, you'd give up areas for this player. Okay. C.J. Abrams.
Yes.
Bobby Witt.
Yes.
Ellie De La Cruz.
No.
Really?
Yeah. I don't like him as much as you do.
Okay, so I would.
You're a big Ellie De La Cruz
I'm a yes
guy.
on all three of those.
Okay.
Seager.
No. Seager, no. Seager bar? No.
You have the right player again, or is this a Matt Chapman, Matt Olson situation?
No.
No, Seager.
Poor Seager.
I guess, yeah.
I'm close on that.
Really?
I think I'm a yes.
God, Seager's terrible this year.
Nick
No,
hates Seager.
you
Nick
hate-
always hated
180.
Seager.
You hate Seager.
Is he a 2-time World Series MVP, though?
Yeah. Lindor.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yeah.
Neto.
No.
Yes.
Ooh.
Otto Lopez.
Definitely no.
So that's my
I'm
line.
closer to Neto than Lopez.
I'd give up every other name we mentioned. I would give up except Otto. Otto Lopez is where I draw the line.
So, you know, it's funny, just the way the years are. I'd give up Marcelo Meyer for all those guys, but I wouldn't give up Frank Ayers for all those guys.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? But like that's how it's gone. Guy's never even played in the majors. And I'm like, let me hold on to him.
Meyer's in every single one of those deals.
Yep.
Yeah.
With stuff, because you know it's not a straight one for any of them.
Throwing Meyer with the medical staff, maybe.
Meyer, medical staff.
That gets it done. And a groundskeeper.
And Tessie. Sorry, Tessie. You got to go.
Sorry, Tessie. We don't want to do this.
Keeping
Tessie.
Wally.
We wanted to hold on to you.
I don't know if the rain's going to take it away. I think Wally might be making the rounds at CC Bean's summer camp today. She might. Yeah, it might be brushing elbows with Wally.
Wow.
I think
Well,
that's
coat on him.
What kind of big bucks camp are you sending your kids to?
Boys and Girls Club, baby.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell
Wally must make the rounds. It's pretty cool.
You said no, Tessie?
Oh, I think the thing that got sent home said Wally.
So maybe
if she's
maybe that tells you Tessie could be in a deal.
Well, it is trade deadline day.
Yeah.
So she's gonna stick
that
around.
might tell you a little something.
Or maybe she just helps with like the atmosphere. Like she with a Breslow in the war room.
No, I
not
thought
like
you.
that. No, not like that.
Yeah.
She's somebody's daughter.
I thought you were saying.
No, I mean like just like they're in the war room. I'm sure it's pretty tense, and then
Yeah.
she's just kind of like waving around, doing like Tessie stuff.
I think you were going to say laundry and dishes is what I thought you were going to say, and I was just
Making me a sandwich. 'Cause that's what I need.
How dare you put Tessie there?
No.
Your gender roles. You're really living a few
I
decades
would trust
out
her.
of it, quite frankly.
I trust her more than Breslow to make a deal today.
Yeah, she'd probably get
She'd be
something
way
done.
better.
Yeah, she probably would. 617-779.
You know what I'm mad about?
What's that?
So you know how Nesson has that great commercial where they're like the women of Nesson?
Yeah, well, they're just like everybody except they're women.
They don't include Tessie in any of the commercials. Don't you think that's a huge miss?
Yeah.
No, I think it's great. They have like an all-women like play-by-play team, color team, the camera, women. Not a shot of Tessie.
It's disrespectful.
Junk.
I never thought about it.
Honestly. Put her front and center next time.
What is the tagline though? The tagline is it's like
We're women?
We're just like everybody else except we're women. I'm like you're not like half of the people on the planet, actually.
I think there's 51% women in the world.
Okay,
I think there's more women.
About half.
No, but there's more of them.
That game's coming up.
The women game?
I think so.
Tessie better be front and center. Or they got a real problem on their hands. That's just my thought.
We were supposed. This is not in any
what are you
way
gonna
an
say?
easy segue,
No.
but we were talking booty.
We were talking booty. We still can.
So when it comes to Keyshawn Booty, Keith,
Never left.
Do you think they're de-emphasizing him?
No, not necessarily.
I'm starting to wonder if the way he flashed early on at camp, he started to get lower reps. According to the writers that were there on Saturday, Mike Reese, chief among them.
Yeah.
So
I think there's a little bit of that. I think it's
were
also
they showcasing him, and now they're like, it's time to get Dobbs back up there and getting the reps we were planning for him.
I think it might be more letting Dobbs and Brown figure out the offense. I don't think it's as much as like, because even around the league, I think they're going to look more on like last year's tape than they would like, oh, what did the guy do in camp? I think Brown and Dobbs are learning the playbook. Booty has a great connection with Drake May. Those plays hit, and then so they sort of flashed a little bit more. And so they're just going to Brown and Dobbs more. So I think that's just going to, you can't have, if Drake May throws the ball 20 times and like most of it's going to A.J. Brown now, like everybody else is going to go down. So Keyshawn Booty had a bunch of big plays early on. I think it's less like he's doing something wrong or even more so like they're trying to de-emphasize him. It's more like, hey, these two guys we think are going to be better. Like, let's get them more involved.
Yeah, look, I still don't want them to trade him. I'm not warming up to that idea. Again, we surmised if you trade him for a pass rusher, then okay, well, tell me who that pass rusher is. Maybe I'll feel a little differently. But certainly for a late-round pick, I'm not moving Keyshawn Booty. I do wonder now if that's what was going on. Showcase him early at camp, try to pump up the trade value because they're moving on either way. He seems very open to a deal. Garigian said last week he's requested a trade. Reese had more on that over the weekend as well. He would welcome a trade, I think is how Reese worded it. So same vein there. It sounds like reading the tea leaves, that's where it's heading, which I'm against. But that's where we're at right now with Keyshawn Booty. 617-779-7937. More your phone calls. Also, all the latest here at the trade deadline. We'll update that next.
Let me tell you.
to do anything
That's
at
the
this
question,
point.
right? Yeah.
They don't need to.
Okay.
I think they want to, though, and I think Boston wants to capitalize on this run that they're on right now and reward the players really for all that they've done in getting them out of the depths of the American League East and into a playoff position and the top targets that they could have. C.J. Abrams is clearly the best hitter on the market right now. I don't think he's particularly likely to move, but the Miami Marlins have been very busy talking about buying a little, talking about selling, and Otto Lopez as well as Liam Hicks are two guys who would fit very well for the Red Sox.
Tessie is the Royal Rooters rally cry. Tessie is the tune they always sung. Tessie echoed April through October nights after serenade installed in Neil Young. Tessie is a maiden with a sparkling eyes. Tessie is a maiden.
We can start a pressure campaign, Keith, to get Tessie on this Woman in Essence broadcast.
Well, you know what? I got to make sure that she for sure is not in the commercial. I feel like I don't remember her in the commercial, but next time I see it, which will be tomorrow when they play again, I will be like, "Ooh, egg on my face." She's actually prominently featured. I don't recall Tessie being one of the women of Nessa.
I mean, if you think you can't make mascots a part of your broadcast, I beg to differ, because we had like 8 on at once.
One of our best shows involved 8 mascots sitting in a duck boat in Worcester.
Somewhere Shime just said,
Well, I'm sorry, what's that?
No, I'm sorry, did you say 8 people in a mascot?
Can we see their paws? Like, no, you're not going to see their paws.
Yes. So anyway, we'll continue to ratchet up the pressure there,
Definitely.
to get Tessie out there.
If nothing else,
she deserves some equal airtime.
Uh-huh.
If nothing else, but no, the Red Sox continue to think big, which I applaud Craig Breslow for doing. But at some point, you got to say, all right, we're getting a rise, which is what Dombrowski did, or all right, we are going to get whatever Gosman or some other arm like that. Some of the names, Luis Garcia, names like this, Freddie Peralta. At some point, you got to go, all right, we're not going to get some of these big. Ellie De La Cruz would sound great, and it's great we're linked to him, and Bobby Witt, and C.J. Abrams. But if those guys aren't going to move, that's a problem. So I hope he's doing the next thing, and you hear a little bit of that from Jeff Passan. They're also in on Hunter Goodman, from what you read, at catcher. All right, well, maybe they're also in on Hicks in Miami, or who's the name that Spear just linked him to? Francisco Alvarez with the Mets. Like, he needs to really be canvassing where he's got these big ticket names and then he's got something beneath that lined up. And he's never shown he can do that.
No.
So that is what I'm concerned about at this trade deadline. But it does sound like it's an all hands on deck kind of approach. They've been linked to all of these shortstops. Arias is not off the market. So, I mean, if they're dangling Franklin Arias in some of these deals and they can't push it over the edge, you do start to wonder, is he just overhyped as a prospect?
Well, I don't know if he's overhyped as a prospect. My concern would be, though, if Connolly early, maybe we, I guess, have overhyped some of these guys, because I would think Franklin Arias would go in a major deal, and where I'd be really disappointed is if it's like a lesser than deal. So like Connolly early, if you told me they were going to trade him, I was like, yeah, they might trade him, but it was like in a C.J. Abrams type of deal. It wasn't necessarily for Curtis Mead. And so if that's what the asking price was for Curtis Mead, now I feel like maybe Franklin Arias does get traded, and it's not for the top tier guy. You know, like,
which you don't consider Neto a top tier guy, right?
I don't. That one's the closest on the fence.
He
to
is
me.
a cut below that, but
like Otto Lopez.
Yeah.
Like, let's go back to that one. Let's say they trade him for Otto Lopez. They're like, well, you guys wanted him to make a deal, didn't you? And I'm like, yeah, I guess, but like,
let's play this game. What if it's Arias for Neto and Detmers, which is a pitcher having a good year with the Angels?
No, that would tip the scales.
What if it's?
I'd feel better about that.
What if it's Hicks and Otto Lopez for Arias? So now it's Arias, another shortstop plus something else the Red Sox could use.
Yeah, that feels like you've lost 2 trades on paper, right? It doesn't mean that they can't like.
I still
Mead
wouldn't.
and
I wouldn't do
Lopez.
that Marlins one. I wouldn't. The Angels one I'd do just for Neto. So sure, throw in an arm. I'd be happy to do that. I was asking you. If
Oh
that
yeah,
tipped
no,
it.
the Angels one I could. If you get 2 players for one, then I would do it. And even if Franklin Arias ends up being a great player, then like so be it. Like I'm fine with that. I'm fine with like I'm not trading because I think he's going to be a bust or anything like that. But you want to make sure you get a really really good return. I feel like the Marlins guys would be overall a disappointment. So I'll say that now, because if it happens, I won't change my tune.
That's why we talk through it, because when it happens at 6 p.m., and all of a sudden we come in the next day and we're like, I don't like it. People just go, oh, well, you're just going to hate whatever they do.
No,
Not true.
I don't want Otto Lopez, at least at that price. Right. So if it's lower and like
No,
if C.J. Abrams doesn't move, Bobby Witt doesn't move, they get Otto Lopez and they give up something other than Franklin Arias, then okay.
No, if you want to give up Meyer plus for Otto Lopez, I'm in.
Have at it. Yeah,
fine.
I don't think the Marlins will do that.
I don't either.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
I know.
there
I
is
know.
a price point where I'm in on Otto Lopez, but it's not Arias.
Yeah.
And I'm not enamored with him.
Mhm.
Let me update this.
Okay.
Carabas said earlier today it's quiet, a little too quiet.
Oh, I agree with him.
He is now updated, Keith.
Yes.
I'll be honest, he says, the streets got some things to say right now.
Streets are talking is what he's saying?
Streets are talking
Okay.
was his famous tweet right before I believe they dealt for Garrett Crochet.
Oh.
Now,
okay.
I'm not sure his hit rate on Streets Are Talking is 100% because I feel like he was gassing up before the deadline last year too.
Okay,
but he's just letting us know Streets got something to say right now.
Streets got something to say. They got 6 hours to make something happen.
Yeah, Streets got to stop just talking.
Although I do feel
Streets got
confident.
to actually get something done.
201, I feel like a deal could definitely go through.
Yeah.
Right? 201, usually right when we're walking out of here, you find out, breaking news.
Oh, I would have my afternoon commute ruined along with my morning commute, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, not ruined. I guess I'd be happy they made a trade, but I'd be frustrated.
You know what I'm actually going to do?
During our window.
Just for giggles, I'm going to drive back to Gillette to after the show and then drive home.
Get another coffee.
Yeah.
It was a good coffee.
It was a really good brew.
Yeah, it was.
I drank it
They
too
do
fast.
good work. That Foxborough Dunkin' Donuts, they do good work.
I know.
Is that Walpole?
No, it's Walpole.
That Walpole Dunkin'
Because
Donuts, they do
on
good work.
Route 1, you get that sign that's like, welcome to Foxborough.
Yeah, I know you're right.
So, yeah, it's still Walpole.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Good enough to walk right in. I don't even sit in the drive-thru for that.
Oh, really? They move all right in the drive-thru.
Do they?
I wasn't getting out of the car today. It was cats and dogs.
I got out.
You did?
I got out.
You
I
get
got
soaked.
I got wet. It was not my best.
It's
move.
always faster.
Yeah, no.
You think so?
To walk in?
Oh, walking's
It's not
always
al-
faster.
It's not
Not
always
always
faster.
faster.
I bet at that one it's faster.
Maybe.
Yeah, I
Order
bet they-
ahead, walk in, take it off the shelf.
Yeah,
There you
yeah,
go.
They do good work.
Just-
though.
Yeah, all right.
What were you gonna say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
617-779-7937. This is good.
What do you got?
Texter here. In my most recent MLB The Franchise, which we got an update on Duran's player card.
Oh, I saw that
last week.
Yeah.
Another viral tweet.
Yeah.
Ish.
Well, most of them are. Like a sneeze.
My most recent MLB franchise, Liam Hicks, was MVP of the league.
Liam Hicks was the MVP of the whole league?
That's what Texter said.
All right. I like that a little
That's
bit more.
something.
Yeah, what's going on with your
Breslow, if you're listening?
Harrison Hicks. They both suck.
Oh, no. Yeah, does that scare you on Liam Hicks?
Is that his brother?
Yeah, maybe. That just scare you a little bit. 617-779-7937. More of your feedback here on the Red Sox. And, what's been kind of a sleepy deadline overall. I mean, the Yankees got better, but Luis Garcia, that's not like, oh, my God, pull over. I can't believe that trade just happened.
Yeah. No, but that's another guy. Just go to the Nationals, get a hitter.
The big one's Skubal. I mean, the big move at this trade deadline has been Skubal.
Yeah.
But I'm saying beyond that, there have not been a lot of big names to fly around to this point, correct?
Yeah, no. I mean, I guess you wouldn't put Peralta on that list.
No.
You wouldn't put Luis Arraez on that level.
I like Peralta.
But
I
they're
like
good
Arraez.
players.
Look, Luis Garcia is a player the Red Sox were linked to. But none of those are like.
No, Skubal is off the charts.
But I'm saying
Skubal might be the only big name at the deadline. I mean, Zach Netto's not a household name.
No, I would say he's not. No, he doesn't pass the sniff test.
No.
Although if I asked my wife to any of these players, she would say none of them are household names. Not a single baseball player. She'd be like, Jeter? Who are you talking about? A-Rod? Like, nah, never mind.
So we'll get into your latest here on the trade deadline. Let's get back into the Red Sox and their sweep in L.A., what it means for the team, and why it does put pressure on Craig Breslow to actually get something done for once at this deadline. We'll do that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith. High noon here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. It is trade deadline day in Major League Baseball. We are less than 6 hours away, Keefe. Although these deals can trickle past 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true.
But a 6 p.m. deadline on August 3rd is now when Major League Baseball has their trade deadline, which something feels off about that, but whatever.
I don't care for it, but
Breslow,
here we are.
Breslow has a little extra time to get something done this year. We'll see if he does. In fairness, he did make a trade a week plus in advance of the trade deadline to get Curtis Mead. At least they found out quickly that he's hurt and he's not coming back anytime soon, so you have plenty of heads up on that. It's not an excuse to not get something done at the deadline, and it's really not an excuse to fail at the deadline when you just swept the two-time defending champs, best team in baseball, who just added Tariq Skubal, and you just swept them.
You led the Dodgers to the World Series.
On top of sweeps of the Yankees and Rays and White Sox, among others, and to turn around and not get anything done after what you just accomplished this weekend of all things. Like, I half expected they would take 3 out of 4 from the A's, and then they'd get swept by the Dodgers. And we'd come in on Monday and we'd be getting callers being like, see, don't invest in this
I told
team.
you so.
It's exactly the opposite. They went out and they could not have proved more in the last month they're worth investing in. So you have to get something done after this weekend.
Have to do something. Yeah, and you don't want to just have it. And I don't think they will lean on the injured guys, right? Like, I don't think it's going to be that. Because we even heard Breslow talking about them. It doesn't seem super positive. I know Roman Anthony's picked up a bat now, but I don't think you can put him in the lineup anytime soon. Garrett Crochet is not going to pitch
still
this
swinging
year.
after he picked up the bat, though? Have there been any reports on that?
There's usually setbacks with this guy, so I'd be a little concerned about that. And the fact that they are linked to so many shortstops is promising that they're not going to just say Trevor Story's got the job when he comes back, or Monasterio's hitting, so he'll just be the guy, even though he's not the best in the field. So, yeah, they have a whole bunch of kind of obvious needs, but the team is good enough where you're not like, we got to acquire these players, then those players need to be on fire, and then we need to go on a run. No. The difficult part's out of the way. You went on the run. You firmly are in a playoff spot right now, but you should add to the team because even though there hasn't been massive deals besides Skubal, we've already seen a bunch of teams add to their team. As it stands right now for the Red Sox, and I know this is kind of Buzzard's luck because of Curtis Mead's broken wrist, you basically just took your roster and got rid of Connolly early. That's all you've really done. So on paper, you're a little bit worse than you were before. So I feel like they absolutely need to make a move, and they got less than 6 hours now to get something done.
Okay, I think they just got something done, Keith.
Really? Is this breaking news?
I think so.
Oh. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program. This is breaking news.
According to Jared Carrabis, Section 10, the Red Sox are acquiring Adley Rutschman, catcher, Baltimore Orioles. He is adding, they are going over medicals at this point, but Adley Rutschman.
Okay. I like it. This was a guy that burned real hot. A couple years ago, you would have been like, this guy's never getting traded, and he's going to be like Mike Piazza.
He was a mega prospect.
He was like, and he was living up to it. His first couple years in the league, he was getting MVP votes.
That Orioles team is a cautionary tale for people who love prospects.
Is he not playing right now? He's on the IL.
No, he's hurt.
How hurt is he? Well, when they
Well, I guess it's pretty important they're going over the medicals, for God's sakes.
Yeah, my guess is he's going to fail.
Well,
No,
with this medical staff, they're
That's
probably
true.
like,
he's the healthiest guy we've ever seen in our lives.
yeah, he's playing
What, you
today.
acquire an ox? I've never seen somebody so healthy. He was an all-star this year. He has 8 home runs, 47 RBI, a 764 OPS, which is higher than each of the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Lower than his first 2 years in the league where he was great with Baltimore. His name was tossed out there. Like, we had kicked it around when we we're looking at catchers, and like Hunter Goodman was sort of like the high end version of the catcher. We thought that others could be available. His name was on the list. I don't mind it. He's not like a real power bat. He is a switch hitting catcher. He can also DH for you a little bit.
You want a little more fire? Mark Feinsand says the Orioles and Red Sox are talking about Adley Rutschman. So that if in case you didn't think Carabas was plugged in enough or you doubted him, which
Talk
you
about a
shouldn't,
lot of things.
it seems like other people are connecting the Red Sox to the Baltimore Orioles and Adley Rutschman as well, but he's here. So he's hurt. I'm looking at the latest update on Rutschman.
Yeah, he has a wrist inflammation.
That's good. That's not important to hit. Orioles president of baseball operations Mike Elias said Friday Rutschman will resume hitting Saturday and could begin a rehab assignment next week, meaning that now this week.
Okay.
So, I mean, it sounds like he's at least close to returning. He played last on July 18th.
All right.
Red Sox stats, I know, had an update on him, and I feel like he didn't like them being linked to Rutschman, so now I'm just trying to find that.
I just feel like he is one of those guys that I think the name is actually even a little bit better than the player.
I agree, but they need a catcher,
upgrade.
right?
Oh, upgrade.
And
Yeah,
so,
upgrade.
like, this is not a nothing move, but it's not Goodman. It's not, I don't even know how you'd compare him to Liam Hicks or some of the other catchers they've been connected to, but Goodman was kind of the top of that market for sure.
He's better hitting against righties, meaning he's better as a lefty hitter than he is a righty.
Nick, you're the baseball savant guy. How's he doing defensively?
I think he's fine. I don't think he's great. But I was just looking at his contract. There's still one more year of arbitration after. So with 2027, he's still under team control.
So he's controlled.
All right, so you got a little bit of team control on him. He normally bats third, but that's for the Orioles. It'd be interesting to see where they throw him in this lineup. I'd say it's got to be somewhere in the top 5, though.
Here you go. This is what Rutschman. I would think. I think that's right.
Actually, if you look at this, he's elite defensively. So
okay, so that's good. This is what Red Sox stats said. He basically had like a stretch in, I forget, May. Here's how he breaks it down. His first 34 plate appearances of the year, no homers, 241 average. His next 30, 4 homers, 467. The 220 after that, 218, 4 home runs.
Oh, so it's gotten worse.
And, I mean, really, it's all clustered into one quick hot streak. A week. I mean, how much is 30 at-bats? So it's one hot streak that he had, and then he's basically hit 218.
Yeah.
But I would not consider this a nothing move. I mean,
No,
this
I do like the move overall. I think that was one of the spots they could upgrade. We said catcher, we said shortstop, we said left field, although nobody else is really saying left field. DH, which I guess he could also factor into that too. Like, I would say Wong deserves to be on the team more than Narvaez does. So I would probably, what are you going to do with Narvaez? But just get rid of him, I guess. Or like, maybe he's involved in a trade, or maybe he gets DFA'd. I don't know if he has options. Maybe he goes to the minor. Whatever. This feels like, all right, if you don't get like the Bobby Witt, CJ Abrams, but you get the Zach Neto, Adley Rutschman combo, pretty good.
No,
like, I think is good.
I agree. You said this earlier in the show. You're like, look, and I agree with this too. If the big fish isn't going to move, right now Scoob will move. Do we think Abrams is moving? Do we think Ellie De La Cruz, Bobby Witt, like, do we think those guys are moving?
Bobby Witt, no.
I don't.
I don't know about CJ Abrams.
Okay, well, I don't think so.
All right.
Passon's latest characterization is that he's not. So I don't think so. If he does, then we'll reevaluate. Should Breslow have given up more to get a guy like that?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think we're now to the point where if they make 2 smaller moves, which means a guy like Rutschman, that equivalent at shortstop, you tell me the name, that equivalent in the rotation, which I think they do still need another arm, rotation, not bullpen. I'll take a bullpen arm, but I think rotation's a bigger need. If that's what they're doing, then I don't know if it's an A of the trade deadline, but you're at least upgrading your big league club.
When we went on the clock last week, I mentioned Adley Rutschman, brag. How about that?
Nice.
And people said that I didn't know ball. So now what are they going to say?
Ooh, good nickname. Is this a nickname potentially? Dice just tweeted this one in. The Flying Rutschman.
I like it.
I don't hate it. Text line is saying
actually, you know what his nickname is?
What is it?
Clutchman.
Clutchman.
Yeah, he's already got that.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty solid.
Text line is asking, where are you seeing that it's done? Carabas right now is the only one reporting it's done. Feinsand says they're talking.
Heyman has, a minute ago, seriously talking on Adley.
Oh, serious talks?
Heyman does. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So they're in a relationship.
Jared actually just clapped back at Heyman and said Scoop Shop had it first.
Oh, okay.
Get him.
There you go. They got him.
Okay.
And if I remember correctly, I think Rutschman is funny. Like, I think he wasn't he the guy a couple years ago?
Good vibes guy.
No, he
Vibes
was like
guy.
I think he was quoting like, "I think you should leave," and like a bunch of other players around him were like not really sure what he was talking about. I'm like, I like this guy. I'm pretty sure it's him. So if he likes Tim Robinson, he's okay in my book.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, he did. I think you should leave trivia.
How about that? Did he really? Yeah, the guy's the man.
Just for
even better pickup.
Just for clarification's sake, because again, if people are going to Carabas' timeline and they don't see it, maybe they're confused. So Milliken, same podcast, works with Jared, tweeted out the Red Sox are acquiring Adley Rutschman from the Orioles per Jared Carabas. So he's crediting Carabas. Carabas has not tweeted that on his own.
I like it though.
I don't know what that tells you, Keith.
Oh,
if that should make you, or is he nervous about tweeting it on his own? Is he just busy?
No,
He just went at Heyman, so
okay.
Yeah, oh, that's true. That's true. No,
yeah, that is true. He is clapping around on Twitter. You're right.
Clapping around.
Good point. Okay. Well, Red Sox have Adley Rutschman. Your thoughts? 617-779-7937. How do you feel about it? Is it enough? Will there be more from Craig Breslow? We'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith.
Coleman.
5 home runs off Brian Bayo. That's a 2-run shot. It's 8-1 Baltimore, and we're in the 4th inning.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss.
Let me good news, bad news, you, Keith.
All right, are you going to pick the order, or can I pick the order?
Why don't you pick the order?
All right, I'll go bad news first.
The newest Boston Red Sox, according to Jared Carabas, Section 10 podcast, who did say the Red Sox are exchanging medicals with the Orioles, which Rutschman is currently on the IL.
Yeah.
So the medicals are pretty important here.
Do you think the Red Sox medical staff knows what they're looking for?
I'd say they're about to greenlight whatever's going on with this guy.
Like holding the X-ray upside down. You're like, no, that's not right. Forget it.
What's holding it up is that the Orioles are providing the medical information and the Red Sox doctors do not know how to interpret it. That's what's holding it up.
Like, this looks good. You're
But
like,
anyway,
you got to open the envelope.
Jared Carabas says Adley Rutschman of the Red Sox. We don't know for what yet.
Okay.
Good news, bad news. Well, the bad news, Keith.
Yeah. What's the bad news?
Adley Rutschman was hitting a couple of home runs there off of Brian Bayo, who serves up taters to everybody.
No, but that was as a starter. That wasn't Bulk Hogan.
Good point.
The Incredible Bulk.
The good news is he hit a couple of home runs against the Red Sox earlier this year in Baltimore. And I do mock Bayo. Bayo was tremendous in that game. Was it Friday night? It was Friday night game.
Did you see the stat that was making the rounds?
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
know if
know.
it still holds over the weekend with everything that's happening. He had or has the worst starter ERA and the best reliever ERA, like with a certain number of innings.
In baseball?
In baseball. They showed both
In
stats.
history.
It was like the one, maybe. But they were showing like this season relievers with like, I forget however many innings, like 35 innings or whatever.
Okay.
Best ERA, and then as a starter, worst. And people are calling him Bulk Hogan.
When you say people, you came up with that, or that's something people are doing?
Well, a buddy of mine tweeted me the Incredible Bulk, and then I went with Bulk Hogan. So I feel like I could claim Bulk Hogan, even though I was inspired by the other ones. Yeah.
Good guy. I get why we want to do that. So Adley Rutschman, in his career, 254, 756 OPS. Those career numbers are very much in line with what he's doing this year.
Bulkamania is what he said.
Nick says he's very good defensively for whatever that's worth. Switch hitter, 28 years old, 6'1", 230. And he's under contract next year as well, or arbitration eligible next year. So they have some team control. You want to sound off on it? I don't know what the return is yet. I'm fine with it. It's not big game hunting, but at some point you got to get something done. If the big names aren't, if Goodman and C.J. Abrams aren't going to move, you got to move on to the next thing. That's what a good GM does. So I'm okay with this. I'm not over the moon. They need to do more.
Well, I think they sneaky had not really lefty sticks. They started the year like all they have is lefty sticks and outfielders. Then it's like, well, Roman Anthony's gone. Jaron Duran can't hit.
You said he's better from the left side. You said,
yeah, he's better at hitting righties. It's like 100 points higher on his OPS this season. Remember, he was the guy that did the home run derby a few years ago, and he hit lefty and righty. Well, that's cool. But he's not like a huge power hitter. Like he maxed out at 20 home runs. But I look at it as he's an upgrade over the Wong-Narvaez duo.
Yep.
So you have a better catcher. He's also under team control for a couple of years. You can hit him somewhere at least in the top 6, whereas before you were taking your catcher and you're like, all right, I'm putting him 8 or 9. So I think it already strengthens your lineup. And I'm hoping that he's not the only move. I'm hoping that it is maybe a lesser shortstop to go along with Rutschman, and that is like now you're adding 2 essentially everyday players to your lineup. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Narvaez has basically been unplayable these days.
Yeah, he's tough.
Wong is swinging a nice enough bat.
Good challenge, too.
Yeah. So, look, they can upgrade that spot. So, and this is an upgrade on that spot.
Yeah, I agree.
Again, barring what they gave up. He's hurt right now, but the good news is the Red Sox are 5 games up on a playoff spot. 5 games, rather, up on a playoff spot. So, they have a little bit of time, and it's not like they're losing anything at catcher, at least as far as we know to this point in time, unless I've missed something on the return. Let's go to Daryl in New York. Hello, Daryl.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Daryl from New York, obviously.
Right.
I'm
You
calling.
are.
I'm a huge Red Sox fan, 51 years, and I just can't believe. I'm happy. I'm happy we got Rutschman, but being as a wrist injury he had, it's just another shot in the heart.
Yeah, so a wrist injury.
I think he'll be okay if they're trading for him. Well, yeah, I guess.
I
don't
don't trust this Red Sox medical staff at all. But I would say a wrist injury with a hitter generally not something you want to hear.
No, but he was diagnosed by the Baltimore staff.
That's a good point.
So
Baltimore announced, although maybe they just knew they were going to trade him, and they were trying to reel in a sucker like the Red Sox.
True.
But
they faked it for the Red Sox to get him.
Correct.
Exactly.
I mean, that's possible, but the last time they made a good deadline deal, and I mean the Red Sox, not Breslow, because he never has, was also a guy that wasn't able to play for a couple of weeks. They got Schwarber, they had to wait it out, and you're like, oh, they didn't even get anybody, and then the guy was awesome. They should have re-signed him.
Adley Rutschman, by the way, was the first overall pick in 2019.
No, he was a stud. It was like between Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, and Jackson Holiday, everybody thought the Orioles were going to win every World Series. And now, I think all those guys kind of stink.
No, Gunnar Henderson's still pretty
No,
good.
Gunnar Henderson's fine, but he's not. No, Gunnar Henderson's supposed to be like MVP of the league.
Yeah, no,
good.
Jackson Holiday stinks.
The question,
this guy is not anywhere close to being worth the first overall pick in his career.
But wasn't it 2 years ago? It was like Gunnar Henderson or Bobby Witt. Who would you rather have? And you could argue over it. It's like Chris Paul, Darren Williams. It was the same kind of debate. And I feel like Gunnar Henderson's good, but he's not.
He's gone the way of Darren Williams.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Who I would say peak on peak, give me Darren Williams.
Yeah, I don't even like Chris Paul.
Oh.
Okay.
Adley Rutschman does have 20 career playoff at-bats.
How'd those go?
Not great. Good for the pitchers.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he went 2 for 20.
Okay.
He's hitting 100.
Well, not 0.
But he's not looking for his first playoff hit.
No.
Play that much.
No, he's got that under his
Got
belt.
that out of the way.
Okay, that's good. Here we go. I think there's still room on the bandwagon for Justin in D.C. He liked the Curtis Mead deal. Justin, how do you like this one? Adley Rutschman.
If this is our big move and we gave up anything of note for Adley Rutschman, I'm jumping all the way off the Breslow bandwagon and asking for a refund from you, Jones. Let me just put it in layman's terms. Living in D.C., I get to watch Adley. Adley Rutschman makes Trevor Story look like Lou Gehrig in the amount of games that Trevor Story plays, and he makes Luis Gonzalez Jr. or Curtis Mead look like Mickey Mantle at the plate. So that is to say, this guy is what we call a capital B bust from the number 1 overall pick. Outside of 3 weeks where he faced Bayo in late April this year, Adley Rutschman has been atrocious at the plate hitting the ball.
Yeah,
yes,
we
he's good defensively.
We highlighted this earlier. Yeah, it was really a 30 plate appearance stretch earlier this year, and since then he's hitting like 218.
Maybe he's a change of scenery guy.
Yeah, maybe he is. And just because I'm long-winded, so I'll be more positive here. But Keith, you're saying if they can just get like a below-average Major League shortstop in Adley Rutschman, that's a good deal. For me, that would be a D or an F on the scale of deals because we only need a bat. And quite frankly, Adley Rutschman is not a bat, and any hitter coming back with a wrist injury is not a short thing. And the last thing I'll say is the only medical staff that may be worse than the Red Sox is the Baltimore Orioles.
No.
So this is just all bad news.
All right, I did not know that part
I didn't
of it.
know that either.
No, but I would say I get what your point is. We also don't know what they gave up yet for Rutschman. That could obviously impact how people feel about it. But if you take this team that has been an absolute house of fire for a month and a half, and then you improve catcher and shortstop, like the everyday catcher, the everyday shortstop is now better.
Right.
I'm not saying it's
great.
Mike Piazza, Pudge Rodriguez, but the production is better, and then you keep those other guys in the spots that there are, and I don't know, I think 1 through 9, all of a sudden your lineup's going to look a lot more formidable.
I mentioned the Red Sox stats numbers. Here's what he highlights. He says Rutschman has been pretty much a failure from what he was expected to be.
Well, yeah.
Most of his quote-unquote bounce back this season is from the 30 plate appearances we referenced earlier in late April.
Including against starter Bayo.
He says, interesting to say the least, paying a premium in the division is scary if that's where it's heading. So I don't know what he means for, I see.
What would they pay?
Well, but he's saying because it's in the division, they're probably paying a premium on Rutschman. I have not seen anything yet as to what the deal
Franklin
is for.
Arias.
No, it won't.
Well, Heyman just said that it's very close to getting done.
Okay,
but I'm just saying
he's like 20 minutes behind.
No. I don't think it'll be for Franklin Arias. I'm just saying if it is, we have to kind of lose our minds on that, right? So as much as I like the Rutschman deal, there are certain players you do not trade for. Even Meyer, I wouldn't trade Meyer for him.
Yep.
Is that too much?
I wouldn't trade Meyer for him.
So there you go. So there's like 5 or 6 names that we keep tossing around. What about like Witherspoon? Trade Witherspoon for Rutschman? Because he's another name that gets brought up. We don't have the attachment to him like we do some of the other players.
That seems high based on his draft capital, but I don't think he's having the greatest year. I'd have to double check his stats.
Can you believe it?
Well, you know what that means, Jones. Trade deadline is at 6 o'clock. Let's go to our trade deadline desk. He's back. Billy Lanny. Billy.
All right, this is from Fox Sports. According to multiple reports, the Guardians are acquiring Joe Adell from the Angels.
Oh, no, that's
Joe
your guy,
Adell.
Keith. Oh, he'll rob you a home run. He'll rob you a home run. He stole back like 3 home runs one game.
And you love the Guardians.
I do love the Guardians. They have great giveaways and $2 beers. $2 beers, free jerseys.
And Hell's Adells.
Hell's Adells coming to town. They can bring the theme song with them.
Yeah,
that's a good get by them.
Yeah, it's a nice get.
Joe Adell's nice. People sleep on Joe Adell.
Well, I don't think we were debating that he's a nice player. I just think we were debating whether or not he was useful in a home run league. You
don't think that 16 dongs is helpful? Not bad.
I'll tell you what's better.
Not bad.
It's better than Brent Rooker, who I drafted. So
Way better than Brent Rooker.
That's true.
He's tied for 58th in home runs.
That's another move. Anything
It's
else?
a big league, though.
Anything else happens, we'll have it here on
I didn't know
Jones
Joe
and Keith.
Adell was available.
Well,
but so Zach Neto's got to go. If they're trading everybody, they traded Soriano earlier.
That's a great point. They're trading everything that isn't nailed down.
Trout?
Maybe.
Who?
You want Trout?
Yeah.
I'd take Trout.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know that I want him, but I'd take him.
Trout or Duran? Who do you want?
No, I just said I'd take him. I'm just saying it's not like some.
As I said, they get Trout. Let's go back to the trade deadline desk with our own Billy Lanny.
All right, this is from Jeff Passan, Sources tell ESPN the Seattle Mariners are acquiring outfielder Taylor Ward in a trade with the Baltimore Orioles.
Orioles making moves.
Orioles.
I like Taylor Ward.
You do?
That's when they.
You like Braden Ward.
I like Braden Ward as well. Friend of the show.
Taylor Ward also hit a leadoff home run
So,
off of Bayo.
I like Dwayne Ward.
He's a Heinz Ward guy.
Good one. That's a good Ward. That is a great Ward. No, when I thought they needed a righty bat, and I'm with you. I think they need a lefty stick now more, even with Rutschman. But Taylor Ward was a righty bat that I thought they could get linked to. So anyway, he's going to Seattle.
Okay, now it's happening. It's all happening now. I think maybe the West Coast woke up. That's what happened. You
That's
need
the
Seattle.
key.
You needed the Anaheim to get into the office today.
That's the key.
Start wheeling and dealing and making some of these deals. If they ended up with Rutschman and Trout, that'd be like the greatest 2022 team of all time. It'd be like the Rich Keefe rules all over again.
617-779-7937. Angels are selling everything. The Orioles, how far out of a playoff spot are the Orioles? They are only 2.5 out of a playoff spot, and they are burning it down.
Well, I think they know.
They
know they're not catching the Red Sox.
They do seem to know.
They were like, oh, the Red Sox just swept the Dodgers? We better bail.
We'll get to your feet. Well, they just got to catch the Guardians. Maybe they saw it.
Oh, true. Well,
they got Joe Adell. Maybe they
Joe
saw
Adell,
that.
they quit.
Like, we're out.
They go Joe Adell.
We'll get to all the latest going on with the Red Sox. Some more thoughts on that sweep over the Dodgers, along with all the latest coming up next. I don't feel as strongly about that.
Okay, no, I like it. I like it.
I bet
I'm still signing up for it.
I bet he's right. But
He's
that's
pretty sure.
It's a little wishy-washier than I was hoping for.
No. He's
but
got
the fact that I think so too, because the fact that Feinstein and Heyman, among others, are now heating up on this story. But yeah, he goes, I'm pretty sure they're doing it.
Okay.
That's a yes.
Yeah, it is.
That's a yes. It's a done deal.
Yeah, I would say.
Carabas says Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. He says players are agreed upon, he believes.
Players, and now we're working on medicals, which again can be something.
But we don't know what the players are.
Bradford just retweeted Feinsand and said more potential pressure on the Red Sox medical staff as Rutschman's left wrist is an issue.
Yeah, well,
has one more year of control after this one.
We've all been making medical staff jokes for half an hour, Brad.
Yeah,
but yes.
Try to keep up, would you? I don't know. He could be in the.
Well, he's coming back from the West Coast.
He might be on a plane right now, for all we know.
Cotillo, 2 minutes ago. A lot of radio silence from both sides on the rumor.
Not on this show.
No
radio silence here.
Radio noise.
You can find it somewhere else.
A lot of radio silence from both sides on the rumor, says Cotillo.
On the rumor?
Adley Rutschman is coming to Boston, which means they're taking the medical review seriously.
Good.
He says Jared Carabas all over this story. You just called it a rumor, Cotillo. With John Heyman and others.
He's all over the rumor. He
Yeah.
started the rumor. If it's just a rumor, he started it. And if it's a deal, he got the scoop.
Good point. What does that mean is radio silence?
No, we've been talking the whole time. There's no silence on this show. We go opposite.
No, in fact, it's one of our strengths. One of our strengths. People
tune in, you hear voices.
I mean, it would tell you. People, there are metrics that tell you people enjoy silence.
People love just
And
having a cool, calm listen.
We got to try more of that. We
Yes.
got to try more radio
Let
silence.
it breathe,
Steve,
as they say.
According to some of the radio shares out there.
So the metrics.
But we have very little silence on this program.
That's what I'm saying. And
It's one of
Adley
our
Rutschman,
strengths. Yeah.
I like it. We've already gotten some pushback. Now, I reserve the right to dislike it depending on
what they give up.
Yeah, because that part hasn't been out there,
No,
right? I
I
don't think Jared said anything about that.
We if it's Arias, then heaven forbid, or Ianson. You asked about Witherspoon.
Ianson.
That's probably too high, to be honest. That's
So I'm
probably
looking
too high
at
for him.
SoxProspects.com. They always do a great job. Franklin Arias is number 1 in the Red Sox system.
Ianson's got to be 2.
Ianson is 2. Witherspoon is 3. And believe it or not, Jake Bennett still qualifies and is 4. So Sox Prospects has Jake Bennett behind Ianson and Witherspoon.
Sox Prospects has got to amend that. He's
I
not
think
a
they
prospect
probably have a
anymore.
rule, though. They
Yeah,
probably
I mean,
say depending on
He's
how many.
technically not a rookie yet.
Right.
Yeah, so.
But I would
Well,
just
he
say
hasn't hit that threshold yet.
I would just say while they're on the major league roster, maybe update the website, Sox Prospects.
They
and then
did.
Put
It says he's on the 40-man roster. These other guys are playing
So
for
who's after Bennett?
Justin Gonzalez.
Oh, I wouldn't trade him.
He's 5th.
Just hitting moonshots.
Yeah, he is. I would not trade. If he's in the Rutschman deal,
Yeah.
I won't like it. Who else?
Andy Asokar.
Yeah, I think he's another.
He's 6. He's 19 years old.
Yeah, so that's probably a lot too.
Franklin Primera, catcher, 19-year-old catcher.
I just saw
He's
he
7th.
I think he won catcher of the year in whatever league he was
Okay.
in. But that if we're starting to get to that level of
Henry
prospect,
Godbout.
he's hurt.
He's 8th. Juan Valera is 9th.
Also hurt.
And Sad Biel Delzine.
All right. I think once we hit that catcher, I think I'm okay with the prospects.
He's 18. he's
years
10th.
old?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant the 18th prospect. Sorry, you said he's number 10.
No,
prospect. Yeah,
that's how old he is. He's not expected to be with the big club till mid-2029, it says.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, something like, as long as it's not a top 5, based on that, it's not a top 5 prospect in your system, top 5 real prospects, Sox prospects, because Jake Bennett's on the major league roster.
Yeah.
So 6 according to that website, you're probably fine.
Okay.
I'd probably feel okay about that, but I agree. Until we know who's in the deal, it's hard to be like, we like it, we don't like it.
Sure.
You think there's a chance this is like a player off the big league roster? Narvaez?
There's a chance.
Bayo? Why would they want Bayo? They
Duran?
This is what I'm saying. Do you think it's something like that and not a prospect? Probably not.
I think it's most likely a prospect because that's what like 99% of these trades are, although the Durbin Meade one was not. And Baltimore, you'd mentioned it, they're 2.5 games out. So are they doing like a soft sell or are they doing like a full sell? And so would they say, hey, we'll grab a pitcher or we'll grab an outfielder? I doubt it. But I wouldn't, I guess, rule it out. They're not the Angels. They're not 13.5 out.
No.
Or like the Royals or some of these other teams, the Nationals, that are just completely punting on it. Like, they have a decision to make, and if they're trading this guy, although didn't they also trade Taylor Ward?
Yep, to the Mariners.
Yeah. So, no, I think they're a sell mode. Although that opens up a spot for Duran.
Sox prospect did call it. That's true. Sox prospect did call it a paying a premium in the division, which I don't think they know what's in the deal. If they do, they have not passed that along.
That might just be like an assumption.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because you're dealing in the division, it's assumed you probably have to pay a premium. So what is that for Adley Rutschman? I don't know. I guess we're about to find out. Anyway, that was Carabas. He believes they are in the medicals portion.
Okay.
And Milliken aggregated
He was
that.
pretty sure, so I'll take it.
Well, and then again, Feinsand and Heyman both came out almost immediately after that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. That's where we're at on the latest with the Red Sox, is we're a little over 5 hours away from the MLB trade deadline. What's next on your big ticket item list? Is it a shortstop? Is it an arm?
Shortstop for me over arm. I think the shortstop, I want an everyday player, and I want somebody that's at the top of the lineup. Or if they have power, great. That's why I like somebody like Neto more than Lopez. And that's why C.J. Abrams and Bobby Witt, obviously, are the extreme super wish list. Like, I understand that's unlikely, but put those two guys at the very top. I think that would make a major, major difference. And then after that, whatever kind of upgrade you could get. Lindor's interesting to me. I don't know if he goes anywhere. Players like that. The pitcher's nice. The pitcher, to me, like, kind of gets you through the season and kind of strengthens that. So I'm not saying it's not a need.
But what's their role on the playoff roster?
Playoff roster, if everybody's even if enough guys are healthy, forget everybody. Like Crochet's not gonna be healthy, but if enough are healthy, that arm that you acquire will probably get pushed to the pen anyway. So give me the everyday shortstop. That's what I want the most. And there's still a number of those names out there. None of the names that we've mentioned have gone anywhere else. Like, you liked Luis Arraez, second baseman. He goes to the Phillies. Okay. But all those shortstops, and we've gone through them now for like a week straight, they're all still available. So that's what I'm looking for.
It's been a while since we read this. That was the Rosenthal report earlier today, is that all he's hearing throughout Major League Baseball, from whatever executive he talked to, or front office person he talked to, all he's been hearing is the Red Sox and a shortstop. The Red Sox and a shortstop.
Red Sox and a shortstop.
So we'll
he
see.
Said SS.
We'll see. He did say SS.
Yeah.
We'll see if they get something done there. They are worth investing in, though, based on how they played over the last month plus. You know, they're on some crazy streak historically.
Yeah. Well, they had the best month of July in the history of the Red Sox,
Fewest-
right? Or best month.
Fewest losses, I think is how it was phrased.
Oh, yeah.
It is. They're the second Red Sox team ever to go 15-1 over 16 road games. Like, they're 28-5 over their last 33 games. It's the best 33-game span in franchise history. So, and they just swept the Dodgers. It wasn't like, all right, they struggled with the A's and the wheels are coming off a little bit, and then reality check, the Dodgers slap you around. Like, no, they swept the Dodgers. I'd say 2 out of the 3 games were kind of easy. They came back in all of them. Cedar Rafaela, at least according to Scott McLaughlin on the website, is now an MVP candidate.
Oh, speaking of, I think a $10 bet on Rafaela gets you like $950
still,
if you're in on that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Even right now.
Yeah, look on some of the sites anyway.
I mean, plus 950.
Not bad.
Can't possibly be a bad bet.
No, but
with
like
those odds.
It's funny because he was an all-star. Like, he was a replacement, but he was an all-star this year, and then he's just been like even better since. The guy gets going. Plus,
he should have been an all-star last year, and he had that insane stretch where he was like, is he the MVP headed in the all-star break last year?
I agree. He was actually a more deserving all-star at the halfway point last year than this year, but he at least got the acknowledgement this year. We were mad when they took him out of the 2-hole. We're like, what do you do taking him out of the 2-hole? He was on fire.
I didn't get that.
And then there's another bad Tracy decision, because then even the game when Meade was out, he still didn't move him up right away to 2. So that seemed dumb. But no, he's been fantastic. So yeah, you had a lot to like in the series against the Dodgers. Throw in Bulkamania, Brian Bayo. Helped win a UA game.
He was really good on Friday night. He was. Real quick, a couple of updates from Patriots training camp. We're going to talk to Mego at 1.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown looked like he jammed his thumb in practice at one point in time. But he continued the practice session and caught a touchdown in 7-on-7 with Christian Gonzalez on him. So it seems like a little bit of a scare.
All right.
But he's okay. Phil Perriad seems like A.J. Brown had a few words for Gonzalez immediately after the play.
I like that.
Competitive, spirited session despite having to go in the field house due to the rain. No Kyle Williams today. He was hobbling late in Saturday's practice, so he wasn't out there. Gabe Akis upped his level of participation today after returning to from the NFI list. He won his lone one-on-one pass rush rep and participated in team periods.
Good.
So that's good.
That's great.
And then Kayshon Boutte ended practice with another awesome touchdown catch from Tommy DeVito.
Oh. Well, good for Tommy.
So I feel like
he's already been pushed down the depth chart a little bit.
It seems like early on they were showcasing him.
Or perhaps
we're like, boy, he's getting more reps than Romeo Dobbs. What's up with that? Showcase. And now he's back to repping with Tommy DeVito.
Apparently Dobbs also had a touchdown on Gonzalez, by the way.
Oh, good for Romeo.
Hell yeah.
That's nice.
Anyway, we'll get more of that from Mego coming up at 1 o'clock. All the latest with the MLB trade deadline, including what's going on with the Red Sox and Jarren Duran. We can get to that next.
I'm Sean Flaherty of Catcher Law Group, the largest.
go! Let's go! Emmett Sheehan blows, dude. Reeks.
That was Hogdale over the weekend.
Another good call by Hog.
Red Sox got another bat to tee off on the Emmett Sheehans of the world.
That's right.
Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles. Let me
well, we shall see.
Read an update here, Keith.
Yeah.
Because I'm okay with it. I do not think it's like a home run, big ticket move by any means.
But right now, we don't know what they gave up for him.
This is the thing. You might hear that name and go, well, that was a mega prospect and the number 1 overall pick, and he was an all-star this year. I would say it's good. It upgrades their catcher spot. I don't know. Bad position.
Yeah, I guess.
So this is a hybrid. Ken Rosenthal wrote something, and then Red Sox Stats commented on it.
All right.
For Mike Elias, the GM in Baltimore, to trade Rutschman to a divisional rival, this is Rosenthal, let's just say the return had better be good for him to avoid a fan revolt in Baltimore.
Are they really going to revolt?
Rosenthal then said such a return might not be possible. Okay, so I don't know what this is.
Saying then? Yeah.
Red Sox Stats then added the rumored return is huge. Will be interesting to see who's right if it gets done. So when he says the rumored return is huge, did Carabas add that on the YouTube stream?
Not that I know of.
Is that something he's hearing, meaning Red Sox Stats from inside the organization? Like what? Like who has anything? I just buzzed through something Cotillo wrote in the last break. There's no even hint of what the return could be. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, I think it feels like an assumption. Being like, oh, well, if it's in the division, it must be for like a big deal. It's like, well, maybe they just didn't get a lot of huge offers for Adley Rutschman. Like, that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
And the Red Sox have a good farm system, or maybe it's even somebody off the Major League roster. You had sort of asked that question. I doubt it, but it's possible. Plus, if you're bringing in some bodies, you're going to have to move on from some guys anyway. You know, like maybe it's a prospect like Ann Narvaez or whatever. You're like, okay,
right.
See you later.
Right.
Like, you can fill in for
lottery
him
ticket
now.
in Narvaez.
Yeah.
And Narvaez had a good year last year. He's young enough where maybe Baltimore sees something there. Okay, I could get into
Major
that.
League catcher.
We also have Basayo, who would be their long-term catcher.
Is he also hurt?
Yeah, he's also hurt.
So he's also hurt.
Yikes.
So, by the way, speaking of Rutschman, it's been a while since we said it. He's currently on the IL.
Sick.
Joel Sherman, I guess, was just on the MLB Network. He says he thinks it's very close with the Red Sox. Some people think it's up to the physical review, which, again, with the Red Sox, I imagine they just greenlight all these things based on their medical staff.
Did you see Dice's tweet?
No, I did not.
You know that old meme or GIF of the security guard patting people down but not even touching them? You know the old guy going into the stadium?
Yes, when they're walking
He's
in.
like, Red Sox medical staff checking Adley Rutschman medicals. And the guy's just got his eyes closed, just like letting everybody pass. Like, yeah. That's not right.
Can you believe it?
I do believe it. Oh, it's Fast and Furious this hour, Jones. Let's go back
pick it up
to the red hot trade desk with our own Billy Lanny. Billy.
All right, according to Ken Rosenthal, White Sox are acquiring center fielder Brenton Doyle from the Rockies.
Brenton Doyle?
Brenton Doyle. All right.
Okay. Rockies in sell mode.
Rockies.
Go
Give it up.
Red Sox can't get Hunter Goodman now if they got Rutschman.
No. Okay.
Brenton
Things
Doyle?
are happening. Yeah, Doyle.
I mean, the White Sox are not.
Doyle rules. Doyle rules.
The White Sox are not irrelevant to the. Brenton Doyle this year?
Yeah, what's he up to?
214.
Okay, well.
One big fly.
Oh, he's not a power guy.
5 ribeye steaks, 569 OPS. He has played in 45 games.
All right, so it's a little bit of a buy low with the hope that he turns into something.
I guess. Doesn't feel like much out of the Chicago White Sox there.
So Cedar Rafaela had 4 times as many home runs this series as this guy has on the season. But listen, that's why we do this. You know, every trade.
Double the amount just off Yamamoto the other night.
That's true. Rutschman had more home runs against Bayo earlier this season than this guy's had all year. But listen, that's why, you know, we break down every single trade that happens.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what we do on Deadline Day.
Yeah.
So our thanks to Billy Lanny there at the Deadline Desk. Anything else comes down, we'll be sure to pass it along. Frank is in New Hampshire. Hello, Frank.
Go ahead, Frank.
Jones and Keefe, you guys are the best show around. Make sure you guys stay on the air all the time, or at least Keefe, you got to make sure you stay on the air.
I'll try.
Wait a minute.
So,
thank you.
Just real quick, I'm actually heading to Rhode Island to go see the Odyssey, Keith. Looking forward to it, seeing it in full IMAX.
Enjoy.
So,
yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. But Rutschman aside, whether that actually happens or not, or whether it's all smoke and mirrors, why do you guys think Breslow has such a hard time getting deals to come together at the trade deadline. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Well, hang on. I mean, he did a deal for Mead, and now he's done a deal for Rutschman. So I mean, I don't know.
I guess going into this year, would you say it was
going into this year he failed miserably?
Yeah,
but I don't know that I would say he's having trouble getting deals done. You may not like the deals, but these are bigger moves than anything he's made at the deadline in the past. Both of them.
Well, let's see what he gives up for Rutschman, because I already think he gave up a lot for Mead, and it would have been fine if Mead was good. Now, this is unfortunate luck, obviously, that he's hurt and is probably not going to play for most of the regular season.
No, he might have overpaid. I'm not quibbling with that.
Yeah,
he might have overpaid for Mead as well.
Yeah.
But he's not having trouble getting deals done. He got the deal done.
Well, yeah. Let's see.
According to Carabas.
Yeah, right.
I see what you're saying.
No, it's close. I mean, I guess I believe him. I'm just saying, we need to get this deal done. Yeah, last year you wonder, was it if he really offered Peyton Tolley and Franklin Arias for Joe Ryan, he did his job. I mean, he tried to get him.
Bradfo had it a couple of days after the deadline last year. He was like, it was 2 of 3 of Tolley.
Or it was early, too, I think. Wasn't it Tolley or early and then Arias and somebody else?
It was Tolley, Arias, and someone else. Was it early? I don't recall.
I thought
who the third name was.
But
I didn't think it was early, but it was 3 prospects.
Yeah, wasn't it a pick of Tolley or early?
That's what I thought.
Maybe. Okay, maybe it was.
But either way, that's one where they're kind of lucky that deal didn't happen, but that was being super aggressive. 2 years ago, I think they were in a weird spot where they didn't really want to fully commit. And I'm guessing it's the front office we're not that good.
But this, to me, assuming the Rutschman deal closes, and I hope he does more, he should not be done.
Mm-hmm.
But assuming the Rutschman deal closes, and Carabas is right, then this shows growth out of a GM who I think last year was so interested in a guy who wasn't going to move. Joe Ryan wasn't going to move. He still hasn't moved.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't move last year. He wasn't going to move. And Breslow was offering and overpaying and trying to bowl them over. And he never moved off it to the point where he just got hung up and stuck, and then he had no backup plan. I'm guessing he was trying to blow away the Rockies for Hunter Goodman and maybe the Nationals for C.J. Abrams, and he moved on, and he got some deals done. Assuming this one goes through and the medicals are clear, which, again, I think the Red Sox are going to clear the medicals.
I would imagine so,
So that, to me, shows a little bit of growth. Now, he might wind up losing the trades, or you may not like the trades, but at least he's closing on some deals. Steve is in Fall River. Hello, Steve.
When you started talking about the Red Sox medicals, I was inquiring about home equity.
Steve, let's put you on hold because we have an update here from Buster Olney.
Okay, what do you got?
And Nick was just whispering something about
Red Sox and O's have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects medical set. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay.
Oh, Red Sox need to say yay or nay. Oh, on the medicals, I get it. Sorry, got it.
Prospects medical set. So that would also kind of confirm that it's just prospects.
Good point. Not a roster player.
Not a roster player.
I'm sorry. So that's the latest from Buster Olney.
Okay.
More advancements. No one's still reporting it's done except for Carabas, but more advancements. It seems like Carabas was on it. Nick, can you pot Steve back up for me? Sorry, I put him on hold there, and I froze him.
Yeah, Jesus. Just about to get going there.
My mistake. There we go.
I think you can pot him up now.
I cannot. Oh, there we go.
He's in green.
Steve, hello.
Sorry about that, Steve. What do you got?
How are you?
Yep.
When you brought up the medicals and the Red Sox, it reminded me of my home equity line I inquired about. They said, for the amount of money you want to borrow, we're going to do a drive-by appraisal. I'm like, okay, you're going to do a drive-by appraisal.
Got it.
So I don't know what's going to happen with these medicals. I don't know what you can get from looking in the file without actually examining the player. The second thing is you saw my tagline. I want to be Jeremy Duran's PR guy because God knows he needs one. He won the last 2 games for us, folks.
No, he didn't.
He hit that home run, made it 6-4, and then that bunt he achieved. They got the two runs in.
I think the home run made it. I think the home run made it 6-3, and then the RBI he had on Friday was to make it 1-0. They fell behind in that game, and then I feel like Rafaela won that game for them.
Chad Tracy
won in the series.
Tracy was talking up their bunt. His bunt ability. So I guess there is that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if you want to be on Jaron Duran's side, I guess, what, you're basing it off of 2 years ago, and you're like, what are you going to get in return for him? I guess. I don't know. I think it'd be addition by subtraction.
Here's the thing on Duran. I just think the way Tracy was defending him, he's here.
You might be right. Yeah.
I'd like him to be off the team by 6 o'clock, or they could DFA him after 6 o'clock if they want.
Yeah.
But I would like him off the team. But the way Tracy was defending him, I think he's going to be here, which is a shame. I disagree with that, but that's what I think. 617-779-7937. More your phone calls here on the Red Sox. And we got Mego standing by from Patriots practice, wrapped up earlier today. Some interesting stuff going on with A.J. Brown and Gonzo, among other things. We'll get to all of it with Mego in just 2 minutes on Jones and Keefe. hour. Jones and Keefe, WEEI.
Just flying today.
It really is flying
Humming.
around throughout Major League Baseball. Red Sox.
It's the trade deadline desk, I think.
Maybe have a deal for Adley Rutschman. Certainly sounds that way.
Mm-hmm.
Joining us is a Baltimore Orioles fan.
That's right.
Megan Ottolini from Patriots Practice. We can get to Rutschman in a moment, Mego, if you'd like, but it sounded like a very competitive practice today inside the field house.
Oh, trash talk. There was a lot of trash talk today, guys. I don't know, sometimes when we see these indoor practices, if it's in part because we are so close to the guys and it's such a close space, you can really hear everything. But I didn't know what to expect when you're inside the bubble and it's this point in training camp. It just doesn't happen that much in the summer. It was definitely a very competitive practice and one that was eventful because early on it looked like there was a possible injury scare for A.J. Brown, but it looks like everything's fine.
So, yeah, it was a thumb injury, and then he was good to go. And it also sounded like, just from reading some of the tweets, he and Gonzalez were a big part of the intensity of the practice.
Yeah, this has been my favorite part of training camp so far is watching these two go against each other because it's just so uncommon that you see two guys who are top 10 players, they're on the same team, and they really don't know each other. So you've been seeing them like battle it out and try to have this chess match with one another. What happened in this instance is they were doing a one-on-one drill that they do often where running a route from Drake May throwing a ball, and they were kind of battling each other out, tracking the ball. And then after Gonzo got the interception, as it would have been in the end zone, you saw A.J. Brown walking over, took off his glove, was shaking off the hand, had a staffer come out to the middle of the field to take a look at it for a while. But I guess it was fun because he went back to the wide receivers, and then he was a full participant in practice and got Gonzo back a couple times. Gonzo got him back a couple times. And one of the times, like, the two started really shouting at each other in the end zone. I think it was during 7v7s. And I was like, okay, like, we might get a little fracas here between these guys.
And we know Gonzo, a man of very few words, so that's pretty interesting to see him go back and forth. What do you make of the Gonzo situation as it stands today? We were playing Vrabel earlier, and he was like, yeah, and they're working on it, and then if we get a deal done, like, that'll be the progress made or whatever. But he's still there. He's still doing all this stuff. So how do you make heads or tails? Adam Schefter over the weekend is like, yeah, they're not really close to a deal, and yet he's practicing and competing one-on-one with A.J. Brown.
I thought it was interesting what Albert Breer said to NBC Sports Boston last week, which was I didn't realize that this kind of same thing was happening over in Seattle with Devin Witherspoon. Of course, everybody's looking over there to see when Witherspoon is going to get his contract done because of the shared agent between those two players. So knowing that Seattle has some kind of unwritten rule that you have to be participating to a certain extent to get that contract done, and that's what they're doing over there, it really just makes me wonder if Gonzalez's agent is saying, like, hey, we're playing this the same way over here. It also makes me wonder if this is going to be something that is the way that Vrabel is going to do things going forward. If when you're in a contract negotiation, and even a very high leverage one, he's going to have this expectation of his guys, hey, training camp, when the pads come on, this is really important to our program. And so you need to be a meaningful participant. You can't just participate in individual or groups and then stand off to the side with a piece of paper looking on. I think that'll be something interesting to watch after this. I am still completely perplexed as to why Gonzalez is practicing to the physical amount that he is. But I'm also a little impressed because it's so different than the guy that he's been the last couple of years.
I'm definitely impressed by that wet day on the field the other day where he was out there. We're like, what the hell is he doing? Yeah. Pads are on. It's a wet field. And as Keith said earlier today, it's not like Vrabel shut down that question about whether or not there's a policy here.
Yeah, like he's sick of it.
No, he's sick of getting the questions. There's no doubt about that. Right. So that's interesting. And, again, the jawing on the field, interesting as well. I'm intrigued. Akis was out there and actually doing some team stuff today. How'd he look?
He was, and not only that, but before that, there was almost an entire practice period of practice where you saw him working kind of exclusively with Mike Vrabel in what looked like a kind of special teams drill, but him, one other player, Mike Vrabel, and another coach. And Vrabel was like very demonstrative, just working one-on-one with him. I think the sense that I have from just watching these interactions is They really want to get him up to speed. Vrabel is still extremely invested in this guy despite getting off on an awkward foot with the health and contract stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if they feel like he could be a big part still of the team this year.
You know, one of the big questions I had going into camp was going to be Will Campbell, like sort of a little bit further down from like the Gonzalez, A.J. Brown stuff. But the last time we saw him, he just was so bad. And you're wondering, all right, what's he going to look like? And I know it's just camp and it's just practice so far, but it seems like pretty unanimously he's doing really well. Have you noticed that when you're watching the O-line?
Yeah, I've tried to watch him a little bit. To be honest, guys, a lot of times when they're doing those 1v1 plays, it's also at the same time that they're doing the 1v1 on the other side. And if I'm choosing between watching Will Campbell go against Draymond Jones, I'm probably going to choose Christian Gonzalez and A.J. Brown on the other side.
That's where we were.
That's all we watched.
That's where the Binocs were.
Yeah,
I feel bad. I trust the observations because it's not like he looks like a huge liability in the competitive team periods. I just also wonder, the other side of this is the edge position is such a huge question mark for this team still that I wonder, when we're watching these 1v1s with Will Campbell, no disrespect to anybody, but it's kind of hard to judge that kind of matchup and performance, in my opinion, until you really get to the joint practices.
Is Kayshon Boutte getting de-emphasized in these practices? Like today, for instance, he caught a late touchdown pass, but it was from DeVito. Some of what I read over the weekend, we weren't there on Saturday, he was kind of repping, or his reps were getting reduced with the first-team offense. Is he getting de-emphasized?
It's been a really interesting mix with the wide receivers overall. So, for example, today, Mac Hollins, I believe, was running almost exclusively with the twos with Tommy DeVito. And then because Kyle Williams was not participating in practice at all today, guess who you had running with the ones, guys?
Oh,
No,
Chisholm.
no
Chisholm.
way.
Your bud?
Afton Chisholm.
Nice.
Yikes.
How about that? I don't like that.
So-
I gotta be honest. So
Me
he's
neither.
getting first-team reps over Boutte?
I don't care for that.
I don't know if it's over Boutte, guys. You're talking about different kinds of receivers here. So it's not like it's a one-for-one. Today was much more with the first team, seemed to be an emphasis always on A.J. Brown, but also Romeo Doubs. And Romeo Doubs had some really nice connections with Drake May. He had a touchdown in one of the competitive team periods. But I think they're still in the portion of camp where it's a lot of mixing and matching. And for someone like Mac Hollins, who I would be really, really surprised by a cut there, when I look at him and then I see other guys running with DeVito rather than Drake May, I go, well, maybe they just kind of know what that connection and chemistry is at this point.
Do you think ultimately Boutte is on the team week 1, or between now and then you think he gets traded?
If I had to pick one side or the other, I'm going to say that he gets traded. Just because as much as he wants a role here, I don't think the role that they could offer him would be what he wants in a contract year. You know what I mean? Like, he would essentially, I think, be slotting as another explosive type receiver. Wiggy likes me to say outside receiver.
Got it.
Not say the X, Y, Z,
No.
any of that.
No.
So the outside threat. And I get it. Like, from the perspective of somebody who's going into a contract year, he wants to have as great of stats as he can and have a career-defining year and get his money. I just don't think there's going to be that much room for that on this offense. But I like him, and I would like him to be here.
No, me too.
Same.
I agree with you, though. The tea leaves seem to be pointing that way. Keith, you got any more football questions, or can we ask the Orioles fan about
No, I'm out. I'm fresh
the newest
out.
Red Sox?
Fresh out of football questions.
Okay.
Is Adley Rutschman any good?
He has been. He's just hurt a lot, guys. He gets hurt. And
fit in
he's
nicely
never
here.
Like a Red Sox, yeah.
he's never lived up to his potential, but I don't think that means that he can't. I think he's still an upgrade. What everybody, I believe, and I have not been tracking this the same way that you guys have because I've been focused in on football down here. But isn't the whole question about what they gave up for him?
Yeah, we
still
still have not
TBD.
seen any of that as far as I can tell. Yeah.
TBD, like, you can either read this as like, oh, nice upgrade. Okay. Like, that's not exactly a complete home run, but that's a nice upgrade at that position that you needed. And he only has 8 home runs this year. He had 9 entirely last year, so it's not exactly like the power bat that you're dreaming of. If you're going between him and someone like, I don't know, Hunter Goodman from the Rockies, who they still have a ton of control under, and I think last I checked, and he may have added to this, had 31 home runs. I'm like, I'm probably going to take the Rockies catcher But if you didn't have to give up anything huge for him, then it's a nice upgrade.
Okay.
There you go.
Mego, good stuff. We appreciate the insight on the Orioles as well as the insight on the page. She covers everything. Keith.
That's right.
I mean, she's really all over all of it.
A Jill of all trades.
It's true. You can
Jill?
yeah.
You're not Jack of all trades. You're a Jill of all trades.
I'm a Jackie.
Oh, Jackie.
Jackie
Damn it.
of all trades.
Damn
I was
it.
right there, Keith.
It was right there.
You can follow her on Twitter at Megan_Ottolini. Mego, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye.
Okay. A Jackie of all trades. That is.
Yeah, that is better.
Twitch chat does point out, guys, don't keep Mego too long. She has an AA meeting at 1:30.
Well, she's getting after it.
That's, of course,
Mondays can be tough.
It's the Kego jokes.
Can be
Twitch
tough
chat,
for all of us.
Twitch chat loves the Kego jokes.
Kego jokes are great. Kego made her way into a bunch of different grab bags that people submitted.
Sorry, I've been drunk.
Respect it. I respect it.
Efton Chisholm, first-team reps. I do not like that.
Yeah, what in the world?
I don't.
What in the wide world of sports?
I don't know.
He probably will make the
Well, you
team.
have to practice for injuries just in case.
I guess.
Throw them out there.
I
for a
guess.
snap.
Yeah.
That's what, like.
He had a touchdown catch last year.
Well, it's true. He
It was
did have
against
the
the
one.
Jets.
He did have the one. He
Counts.
also had. He had the
Kyle
horrible.
Williams had like a few, didn't he?
He had the horrible flicker.
Yeah,
Or was
a
it?
bad
Or was it
flicker.
like a wide? Or was it like a double pass? What was it? He had something that was no
we were
good
like,
last-
don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He had
I
something
remember that.
last year. I can't
Just
remember
please
exactly
don't,
what it
please
was.
don't do that again.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on the Red Sox. All the latest at the MLB trade deadline in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile...
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We got the grab bag on the way about 15 minutes from now. Maybe we'll have another Red Sox trade by then. We are live today, not in Foxborough.
No, although we did make our way to Foxborough.
Yeah, no, I got a
We were there.
I got a nice coffee there.
Walpole's finest brew.
We are live today in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We just checked in with Mego on Patriots practice today. If you missed any of that, Odyssey app, AUDACY. Get it on your phone. It's free. It's easy. You can take it with you wherever you go. Buster Olney tweeted out in the last 15 minutes or so, Red Sox and Orioles have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects and medicals are set, although I've seen no rumors whatsoever on the prospects.
No, not a single name.
Because Carabas said, we played you the clip from his YouTube stream going on leading up to the deadline. that he thinks the players' names have been exchanged. He said it was up to the medicals. Seems like Carabas is very much ahead of the curve on that. I've seen nothing on the prospects.
No.
Only says Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. So, like, at what point should we start getting nervous that Carabas had this, like, an hour ago?
Yeah. It's 12 o'clock, right around there, I think.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
What are you waiting for, huh?
Like, seriously.
What are you waiting for?
As the great woman once asked, what are you waiting for?
The timestamp on the Milliken tweet of what Carabas said on the YouTube of Section 10's trade deadline spectacular.
There's a lot of forms of media.
That was 12:05.
12:05. So over an hour. Although it is the Red Sox medical staff having to sign off on it.
It's like a caveman finding fire for the first time. They're like,
It's George Costanza.
X-rays? Yeah.
Once he had sex again and he's supposed to do the science fair, he's like, what are these?
Take me to your leader. That's the Red
Sox
Sox medical
George,
staff.
you got a whole thing planned. He's like, I don't know what to do with any of this. So that's a little concerning because if
take me to your leader.
Well, there's also the concerning part of like, what they also give up for this guy.
I don't know.
Because he's not great. He's an upgrade at their catcher, but he's not great. He's not worth overpaying for.
But
I assume when they got Rutschman, it wasn't an overpay, but that might have been a dangerous assumption.
I'm a little, you can't have it both ways. Like I do want Breslow making moves, but after trading Connolly early for Curtis Mead, I am a little nervous that it's going to be like Marcelo Meyer and something else that you want, like Witherspoon for Rutschman. Rutschman is a great name. He came onto the scene, a house of fire. He was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. MVP votes first 2 years in the league. Switch hitting, power hitting catcher. Well, power hitting a little loose. He had a 20 home run season. And was a part of this new wave of the Orioles and all their top picks. And then the last couple of years, you're like, all right, he's fine. Like he's better than Wong and Narvaez. So I want the player. I'm happy to bring on the player, but we have no idea what the name is or names that are going to be traded away.
My line when we went through Sox prospects earlier today.
Not a top 8, 7?
So starting at number 7, I think I'd be in.
Okay.
Franklin Primero is a catcher. They want a catcher. 7. Fine. That prospect.
So not a top 6 prospect.
I don't count Jake Bennett because Jake Bennett is on this list.
So not a top 5 prospect. Oh, what about Meyer? I would not do that.
Yeah, that seems too steep.
Maybe that's just what the deal is.
That'd tell you a lot about how they. I mean, what's the difference between Meyer and Rutschman? They're both super failed high prospects. Rutschman's done it.
The difference is like Meyer's never actually achieved success yet. Rutschman has.
Right. Meyer's younger too.
But Rutschman, maybe we know what he is.
Well, that would mean they were giving up on Jackson Holiday because they're not moving Gunnar for Marcelo
Good point.
Meyer.
Meyer's
also true.
Still only 23.
No, Meyer's young.
Yeah, I guess I thought he was older than that.
No, but this is another thing similar to early. Like I like both guys, but they're not untradeable by a long shot. I just hope that the return is better. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me overvaluing those guys because we've seen them a little bit, and you're like, oh, I think they're going to be really good.
Text line: pay some schmuck to sit on the IL. Typical Sox trade.
They got a lot of guys on the IL. It's true, but some of them could be back any minute now.
It's true.
I think.
Let's see. David is in New Hampshire. Hello, David.
Go ahead, David.
Hello, good afternoon, gentlemen. You can hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, sound great-ish.
I just wanted to say about the Rutschman situation. You guys have pretty much touched on all of it, but you never know what you're going to get out of this guy. I remember his name because I think he went 5 for 5 at Fenway Park a couple years ago, almost into the cycle. You know, so he has talent. He's a switch hitter, so I kind of like the upgrade at catcher. A left-handed catcher could balance with Wong. I like Wong better than Narvaez. I was wondering what you guys thought about that. And the last point I was going to make about the Odyssey app this weekend was so fun to sync up the TV broadcast with Will Fleming and the WEEI broadcast. Do you guys ever do that? Is that something you guys hear about? Because I do it almost every night to try to sync up Will Fleming on the home run calls because it just gets me so excited. So
that's great. Hey, good good plug for the Odyssey app. You do a lot of listening. I'm just watching on TV, so I'll just put it on Nessa. But you do a lot of linking it up.
Because of my ADHD, I have to do a lot of different things at once, and so I'll like play video games and listen to the Wills break down the game, or Lenny. Lenny's been doing a really good job. Also, the few times they have the Apple Plus game,
that I'll do.
You can immediately sync. It's like an option on the TV for you, and you can sync it and listen to those guys and watch the game.
No disrespect to Northeastern alum Alex Faust, who had the broadcast the other week.
Yeah, give me the Wills and Lenny.
I flipped over to the Wills on that Friday night game against Who was that? Was that
Yeah,
Blue,
no,
Blue Jays game?
Yeah, I'm with the caller. No, I listen to those guys quite a bit. They do a great job. Odyssey app. Also, if you're like bopping around the house, although they weren't playing really day games over the weekend, but when they're playing day games, it's an easy thing just to have on, walk all over the place. So yeah, that's good.
Okay, Red Sox stats.
Oh, his thought real quick. We
Oh.
both like Connor Wong this year over Narvaez too. That
Yeah,
was his
well,
question.
as of like 2 weeks ago, I was saying just go with the defense of Narvaez. But no, I've swung around on that.
Wow.
So if they're going to play out of those guys or have one of them remaining on the big
Yeah.
league roster, Wong would be the guy. Okay, ready? Here's a quick exchange. Red Sox stats.
Okay.
He updated Rosenthal.
All right.
Rosenthal is now saying that the Orioles may get a quote-unquote monster return for Rutschman.
Oh, Tessie.
And he says, I expect they will get a strong return. So is it a monster
Oh.
return or a strong return? I don't understand.
Oh, they have two monsters they could trade.
Another person responded to stats and said,
"Who's this person? You're not going to name him?
I am our
Oh, it's like a license plate.
burglar."
Oh, yeah. That's all right. Maybe not. Maybe don't do that.
He says, rumored to be Primera and Valera. So the catcher and then Juan Valera, who's
Primera and
hurt.
Valera.
Stats said, I've heard way bigger. So Primera,
Yeah, same stats.
Primera and Valera, I believe we just read them. I think are 7 and 9.
Yeah, 2 top 10 prospects is a lot
Okay, but that's
for a guy who hits 8 home runs.
That's
More than the Dodgers gave up for
Primera
Yeah,
is
seriously, they should have just gotten Scooble while they were at it.
Primera is 7, Valera is 9, and he says he's heard way bigger.
Way bigger. Well, 7 and 9, and then you remove Bennett from there, so it's really 6 and 8 from like the minor league guys.
Correct.
If you look at it that way, that is quite a bit. We'll see. It hasn't gone through yet. I'm surprised that any of the other guys haven't mentioned it yet, like Buster or Jared or anybody else. It's just been they're waiting for the Red Sox to say yes. But I think the Red Sox are saying yes more so on the wrist than they are like the players. That's already been agreed to.
No, they've agreed on the
Yeah.
players, whoever they are.
We just don't know who they are.
They haven't agreed on the medicals.
Does the risk really matter if you have another year of team control on him? He's not a rental.
Does the wrist matter?
Well, aren't
Like,
they getting him
it's
for a
just
push this year?
Wait, what?
Aren't they getting him for a push this year?
Well, yeah, but he's also under team control.
Yeah,
for
but
another
I think
year.
it would also depend on what you would give up. You're like, we're not giving you this guy if he's only going to play for like 2 weeks this season.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
would
he's due for a
interpret
rehab stint anyway next week
Well,
or this week.
That's according to Baltimore.
That's what they say. And then we had a caller say the Baltimore staff's the only medical staff worse than the Red Sox.
Well, it does mean
I
they're
don't know
better.
what to
It does
believe.
by default mean they're better.
Yeah, true.
A.J. Brown, by the way, told the NFL Network he dislocated his thumb.
What?
In practice today.
Pop that sucker back in, I guess.
A.J. Brown says he dislocated his thumb early in practice, appeared to happen when he was getting jammed at the line by Christian Gonzalez. He says, thumb out of place, you keep going.
I was going to say, he is sitting next to Brian Baldinger. You ever seen his fingers?
Oh,
I don't think Baldy has any sympathy for A.J. Brown.
If I saw that in person, I would react like Ramondre Stevenson
Yeah.
on the practice field the other week.
Oh, yeah, it's a must-throw-up situation. I guess Brown said, quote, thumb out of place, you keep going.
Hell yeah.
All right.
That's a man right
Got-
there.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a
yeah,
man.
Yeah.
617.
Man of the week?
779. 793. Man of the week.
We can do Man of the Week
Can't be
and Woman of the Week.
Is that disrespectful of the week of the women's broadcast on Nesson?
No, we'll do a Woman of the Week, too.
Man and woman of the week.
We can do Woman of the Day if you want.
Sounds like the DA show.
Just
but
Tracy
that is-
Bingham every day.
This is just, now we're ripping
This
off.
is like late 90s Greg Hill show. Maybe not. Maybe we'll not do that.
617-779-7937. You can jump in line. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They take it right up until the trade deadline today
Woman
at
of
6.
the Night.
Sorry. We will get
We
to
still
the-
might have time for trades. You might get a breaking
We
news
might.
in the middle of
Right in the
grab
bag.
Yeah.
You might get bagged.
Yep.
We'll get you the clip du jour, and on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts
certainly is time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe. WEEI Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Boston Red Sox, a well-earned day off, Jones, after sweeping the back-to-back World Series champion LA Dodgers in their house. They went into LA. They smacked them around a little bit.
Pretty nice.
Red Sox are on a roll. They are back home tomorrow to begin a 3-game set with the Chicago White Sox, followed by a 3-gamer with the A's before they go back on the road. So their next 6 games will be at home starting tomorrow night, but they are now 60 wins, 51 losses, so 9 games over 500 after being 7 games under with Alex Cora. Pretty remarkable turnaround, I would say.
Odd how that plays out. I mean, a lot of people point to the young guys. It could be the absence of the young guys on the roster.
It could be anybody.
I tend to think I'd draw a more direct parallel right to the manager. But again, that's me.
Okay.
But a good series for the Red Sox nonetheless.
Excellent.
And an off day to just focus on some moves.
That's right.
It's 1:30 on Jones and Keefe. Grab bags are the best part of the day. Twitch can't say I, but Jones doesn't give a frick what they say. Who will be the random baseball player of the day? Mego is going to get so blackout drunk tonight. She won't remember anyway.
All right, Jones, the Major League Baseball trade deadline.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is
We're all
at
a little distracted because
6
of what Keith just has going on this television.
She pulls out her breast.
Ay, caramba.
And she's juggling them.
Listen, I like
work television.
I like to throw a TV. I like to throw stuff on. We don't have the cable boxes installed just yet, but I was able to subscribe.
This guy's just filming, or what's going on?
It's the Piranha remake. One of the Piranha remakes.
I'm gonna have to put this on my think about it. I can tell you, it's
I
on
thought about it.
It's on. I'll be thinking about it for days.
Part of the problem.
Yeah.
Baseball trade deadline though.
Yeah.
6
Sorry, right.
o'clock this evening,
Yes.
Jones. The Red Sox, the rumored deal that we've been talking about for the last 90 minutes. Jared Carrabis was the first one to have it. Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox, the Orioles catcher, and we're still waiting to figure out what the Red Sox are giving up, if they've approved the medicals and all that. Other than that, though, nothing else related to the Red Sox.
No.
A lot of shortstop rumors, but nothing added on today. No pitcher. Nothing really cooking.
If it's going to be a big return, Keith, for Rutschman.
Yeah.
And, I'm starting to worry how big of a return it's going to be.
So, listen, before it even happens, I'll take Rutschman. I like Rutschman. Upgrade over the current catchers.
Yeah.
If they give up, the house for him, I don't really like it.
It's going to be another overpay.
Yeah.
It's going to be it's almost to the word going to be what I said anyways about Meade, where I'm like, he helps, I thought, before he got drilled in his second at bat.
Yeah.
I think he's going to help, but it feels like an overpay. That I'm worried we're going to be saying the exact same thing about this trade. But yeah, it makes me nervous if it's an overpay for Rutschman. What else they're even going to do?
Yeah,
right. So it's twofold. It's did you overpay for this guy, so it took you out of other deals, and this is all you got? And oh, by the way, he's hurt.
You're just wasting your time.
How many wrist injuries are you going to have on this team?
Other trades, obviously the Tarek Skubal trade from a couple days ago is the big trade this deadline thus far. Luis Arraez did go from San Fran to Philly earlier in the day, and Taylor Ward goes from the Orioles to the Seattle Mariners. So that's another one, but other than that, pretty quiet.
No, it's not been a lot of big moves, which tells you why Luis Garcia was yesterday.
Yep.
Peralta we mentioned was yesterday. But yeah, there has not been a lot of major names outside of Skubal.
No.
But players are moving.
They are.
And hopefully they can actually close the deal on this Rutschman deal, assuming it's not too much.
Grab bag. Grab bag.
I heard you say
Jones and Keefe.
Nice.
The best midday radio show around.
That's nice.
It's true.
It's a compliment. Former Patriots second-round pick Jalen Polk has retired.
Oh.
Calling it.
I guess I thought he did that last year. No, he was already out.
No. He's decided to retire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's done. You won't see him on Sundays.
Dropping passes.
to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear.
How about this, Jones?
Yes.
The Hall of Fame game is this Thursday night. Cardinals, Panthers.
Oh, baby.
Preseason football.
I love the Panthers.
Kenny Pickett going to get the start for Carolina.
Oh, I was just about to ask who he played for. He's on Carolina.
Carolina's
Got
going
it.
to start.
Oh,
You're going to see him right away. Maybe
Okay.
the first snap of the game, right to Kenny Pickett's small hands.
I'll watch a few series.
Okay.
Red Sox are playing that night. I'll watch a few series,
no,
though.
Sox are hot.
I'll check in.
I'm going to watch the Sox.
Grab bag. Grab bag.
Jones, I saw the new Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man Brand New Day. Giving it a thumbs up. Full deep dive tonight on the Dork podcast.
Thumbs up. That's not how you grade these.
No,
you're
it's not.
saving it for. You're saving it until it gets okay. Yeah.
I got to get the people. I got to push the people over to the Dork podcast. You could
Okay.
get it on the Odyssey app.
Sure.
Right? So the synergy there. We had a caller earlier. You can listen to the Red Sox on the Odyssey app. You can listen to Jones and Keefe on the Odyssey app and the Dork podcast.
Link them all right up
on the Odyssey app.
Listen to the Big Dog Show.
Big Dog Show. They're barking.
All
the shows.
Yeah, everything.
All the shows. So we're going to start 8:45 tonight with House of the Dragon. The penultimate episode was last night. Tell you what, the dragon on dragon fights kind of bummed me out.
Oh.
It's sad.
You don't like the dragon on dragon action.
I wish they would all get along and just dominate together. I don't like when dragons.
That's not really how nature. I've not seen the show, but
No.
that's not really how nature works.
You're right.
Yeah.
And they are nature.
Yeah.
And followed by Spider-Man Brand New Day. So we'll talk about it all.
Oh, great.
Where do bad takes go when they die? They don't go to heaven where the angels fly. They go to grab bag on Jones and Keefe. See them again at 1:30. People cry and people moan in the healthy Twitch chat. Ain't that right, Jones? One day you'll remember what the clip du jour is, while Vrabel and Rossini try to make it on their own. Where do bad takes go when they die? They don't go to heaven where the angels fly. They go to grab bag on Jones and Keefe. See them again at 1:30.
All right, Jones. The storied USC Notre Dame football rivalry will be restored. There were questions on whether or not they were going to play. So the storied duel, as ESPN writes, started in 1926. Then they had a 3-year break during World War II and a 1-year stoppage for COVID. They've played 95 times. They played last season. Notre Dame got the win. But future matchups, they were undecided.
They were up in the air.
So starting in 2030, they're back at it.
Okay.
So don't fear not. You gotta wait a few years.
What fell through? I don't even get it.
I don't know.
World Wars, I get.
Yeah,
COVID,
well,
I guess I get.
Yeah.
But like, what's up with this?
I don't know.
Okay, but at least it's back. Okay.
Pants, AJ Brown, the most hyped trade in the whole damn town. Faster than old Stephon, receiver of the Drake May balls.
Jones, this past weekend was SummerSlam 2026.
Yeah, how'd that go?
2-night affair. I didn't watch a second of it because I've been shut out once again.
You were in a
time
loop? Is that what you called it?
I
Yeah.
even filmed it. Did you see my? I filmed a video.
I watched it. It's not as good as what's on this TV,
No,
but
it's
it was
not.
pretty good. Yeah.
ESPN Unlimited tells me sign in with your provider. I say, okay. So then I go to Xfinity, and then it's like, well, you got to activate ESPN. I'm like, okay. And then ESPN's like, it's activated, but sign in with your provider. I'm like, I am. And then it's just nonstop. Then I was talking to somebody again. They gave me no information.
Did you get anybody on Twitter give you any useful direction?
I got the least useful information I could possibly ask for, thanks to a lot of the great listeners and followers of @Keefe21.
All right.
I was like, anybody got a clue? So I was even like asking for support. And one guy was like, it's easy on YouTube. I'm like, I'm not on YouTube. And then one guy's like, did you use my Disney account? I'm like, I have it through Xfinity. I don't want to do that. One guy copy and pasted the how to activate ESPN.
Oh,
which I literally had in the video.
Yeah, that was in
He
there.
goes, hope this helps.
Yeah,
it didn't.
Yeah, no.
One guy said, just Google watch wrestling. That didn't help.
That didn't work?
Yeah.
That seemed
Way
like
of dealing with amateurs.
One guy goes, why don't you try incognito mode? Like, what the hell would that do?
I don't know.
Then
Did you
another
try it?
guy.
But sounds like you didn't try that one. You didn't try that?
I did.
Oh, you did try
yeah.
it. Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. No, I did. Then another guy goes, that's weird. He's like, I bundled Hulu, Disney, and ESPN. Sounds like a guy that's like working for the Mickey Mouse. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Good for you, bud.
So I actually responded to that guy.
Oh.
I was like, why would I pay for it twice? He goes, I don't know.
Well, you want to watch if you really want to watch it.
He goes, I don't know. And then he goes, SummerSlam ended 30 minutes ago. And I was like, first of all, it's 2 nights. So it did not end. Night 2 hadn't even started yet. Oh my God. No help. If you don't have any useful things.
Bill, did you see it? Was it good?
No, I didn't watch it.
Oh, no, you didn't watch
No,
it.
not
Not
paying
know
for
it
that.
wasn't good. Okay.
I get my highlights on social media. It's like you give it 10 minutes after the match, you'll find out.
Okay.
Yeah, so Bill's I didn't watch it. There's a bunch of stuff on here. CM Punk won.
Yeah.
Oba Femi beat Brock Lesnar in a Hell in a Cell. I didn't watch any of this.
Lesnar's final match.
Former Haas.
Yeah, was it? That's what they say?
I think so.
Dan
Kinda
How
like passed the torch at the end of the match.
Yeah, I guess. Danhausen did win the Human Monies on a pole match. He defeated Dominic Mysterio.
Good.
So he got to keep the $100,000 that Danhausen stole from the Judgment Day. So
it's all his.
Seems like a win overall.
I know it's all for me.
Grab bag.
Making sure I'm not in too deep.
Grab bag.
Keep bursting on my feet.
Grab bag.
All right, Jones. Oh, jeez, that keeps going here.
Let it ride.
Does. The
No,
beautiful and
no,
talented
no.
Tracy Bingham. Follow me on Twitter.
No.
No.
Maybe
No.
she thinks you deleted it, though, like Duran.
Yeah, that's true. But no, she does not, sadly. No.
Almost heaven, Soldiers Field Road.
No.
In a studio on the Charles River.
That's still pretty true.
Tears are made there, viral like a sneeze.
Definitely.
Gaggers in the madness, Derek's in the keys. Take me home, Keith and Jones, to the afternoon show. Nick and Lanny, grab your baggie, take me home, Keith and Jones.
All right, we'll get to Bob Ryan in a minute.
Can you believe it?
I told you this could happen. Trade deadline 6 o'clock. Let's go to the trade deadline desk with our own Billy Lanny. Billy.
All right, Jeff Passan. The Toronto Blue Jays are acquiring utility man Josh Smith from the Texas Rangers. Sources tell ESPN. First on the news was Evan P. Grant.
We're gonna be crap bag. We're gonna be crap bag. We're gonna be golden with the team of the crap bag. I'm from the crap bag with that Jones and Keith.
All right, Jones. Who was the best baseball performer from yesterday? Was it Everson Pereira, 2 for 4 with a dong, 4 RBI. Yordan Alvarez, 4 for 5, 2 RBI and a run.
Could have used the dinger.
Cole Carrig, 3 for 4, RBI run, 2 steals. Matthew Liberatore, 6 scoreless with 7 Ks. Or Kyle Freeland, 9 innings, 1 earned, 8 Ks.
Wow. A big weekend for Rafael. He's not in there, though, huh? Okay, let's go.
He had a good weekend. This is from yesterday.
No, it's a good point.
Only
Let's go Yordan.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, how's the great Bob Ryan tweeted?
I'm assuming yes.
Razors Sports Shift.
Yep.
Tweeted, who is the greatest baseball player you have ever seen play live?
Barry Bonds. Ooh,
That's
have I
your
seen him
answer?
wait, have I seen him live?
Oh.
Maybe not, actually.
Oh.
Best player I've seen live? A-Rod?
Probably A-Rod.
Yeah.
The picture that they have here is Griffey. That'd probably be mine.
Yeah.
Bob's?
I don't think I ever saw Griffey live. Yeah, what'd Bob say?
Willie Mays.
Mantle. Oh, Mays.
Willie
Okay.
Mays.
Right.
Also, I was going to say Stan Musial.
Yeah.
TD Nash said, who's your favorite European NBA player?
Oh.
And then the guy was retweeting a picture of Dražen Petrovic.
It's got to be Sabonis. He loves Sabonis, doesn't
It
he?
is 100% Sabonis.
Arvidas, he loves Arvidas Sabonis.
Stan the man usually loves, hates Shaq, loves Arvidas. Yeah.
Good passer.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Laskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, we have more of a recent vintage player. Rookie of the Year votes in 2009. Hung up the spikes after the 2021 season, although it looks like he sat out COVID. I don't think he played 2020.
All right, that wasn't for him.
2-time Gold Glove, including winning the Wilson overall Defensive Player of the Year in one of those years.
Like a platinum glove. Wow.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
The overall. Played for a variety of teams in a 12-year career. He was an outfielder for the Snakes, Rockies, Brewers, Nationals, Orioles, and Giants. Most of his career with the Snakes, including both Gold Gloves.
Okay.
He won a Gold Glove in 11 and in 13.
Man, do they have the platinum glove then?
Well,
maybe
no.
I'm mischaracterizing.
No, he won the
what it's
Wilson overall Defensive Player of the Year is what he won.
I thought that was the platinum glove. Maybe I'm
He
wrong.
was a member of the 2019 World Series winning Washington Nationals. He was acquired in season, went to the Nationals, helped them win a World Series.
Not Eric Burns.
Not Eric Burns. He has 2 nicknames. One of them involves his last name, so I won't say it.
Okay, what
the
about
other
the
one
other?
is El Yolo.
El Yolo?
El Yolo.
That's an awesome nickname.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I'm cheating and looking.
Okay.
Chris Young?
No.
Ian Desmond?
No.
They don't have it then.
They don't have it.
I don't believe they have it unless I'm missing it.
Nobody else, huh?
No, I don't think so.
He did not hit a lot of home runs nor steal a lot of bags.
Who was it?
Gerardo Parra.
He got it.
Parra Shark.
Nobody got that one. Say it again.
Parra Shark.
That was another nickname?
Yep.
The Parra Shark.
Just
could've
Parra
told us,
Shark.
and that would have been fine.
Just Parra Shark.
Okay. Well, that's your random ball player.
Gerardo Parra.
Each and every day here in the grab bag on Jones and Keith. Stay tuned. We'll get you the clip du jour on the way next.
All right, back here at Jones and Keefe, WEEI. And Jones, it's time for our clip du jour. You ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour again?
I'm so glad you asked. It is the clip of the day, and I was telling you how I believe today's the day that the great Wally, the Green Monster, was going to pay a visit to the Boys and Girls Club, and CC Beans are going to have a chance to maybe interview or at least interact with the great Wally.
It's very impressive.
But there's a lot more than that. The thing that got sent home said Wally.
So maybe
if she's
maybe that tells you Tessie could be in a deal.
Well, it is trade deadline day.
Yeah.
So she's gonna stick around.
That might tell you a little something.
Or maybe she just helps with like the atmosphere. Like
Oh.
she's with a Breslow in the war room.
No, I
not
thought
like
you-
that. No,
I
not like
thought-
that. She's somebody's daughter.
I thought you were saying.
No, I mean like just like they're in the war room. I'm sure it's pretty tense, and
Yeah.
then she's just kind of like waving around, doing like Tessie stuff.
I think you were going to say laundry and dishes is what I thought you were going to say, and I was just saying,
Making me a sandwich. That's what I need.
How dare you put Tessie there?
No.
Your gender roles. You're really living a few
I
decades
would trust
out
her.
of it, quite frankly.
I trust her more than Breslow to make a deal today.
Yeah, she'd probably get
She'd be
something
way
done.
better.
Yeah, she probably would. 617-779.
You know what I'm mad about?
What's that?
So you know how Nessun has that great commercial where they're like the women of Nessun?
Yeah, well, they're just like everybody except they're women.
They don't include Tessie in any of the commercials. Don't you think that's a huge miss?
Yeah.
No, I think it's great. They have like an all women like play-by-play team, color team, the camera, women. Not a shot of Tessie.
It's disrespectful.
Junk.
I know. Like I never thought about it.
Honestly,
That game's coming up.
the women game,
I think so.
Tessie better be front and center, or they got a real problem on their hands. That's just my thought.
We were supposed. This is not in
You're-
any
what are you
way
gonna
an
say?
easy segue,
No.
but we were talking booty.
We were talking booty. We still can.
Keyshawn booty.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Not to be
Caught a
confused.
touchdown pass though today
Yeah, you
from
did. Cutlets.
Tommy Cutlets. Yeah.
Real quick update from Chris Cotillo.
Go ahead.
He says just over 4 hours to go. Assuming the Red Sox are being careful with Adley Rutschman's medicals, they'll want to give themselves time to pivot if it's not to their liking. Again, total radio silence. They are hunkered down.
Okay.
You can stay hunkered down with Rich and Ken.
That's right. 4 hours to the deadline.
With Ted Johnson. They come your way 2 minutes from now. We are brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Kids are eating good there. It's
they're huge.
Colossal lobster roll season at the Nines. Choose hot buttered or traditional, both built to the hilt, with tender North Atlantic lobster served with fries and coleslaw. You gotta love the Nines. We're back tomorrow. Tier Tuesday, Tommy Tuesday, Kiefer Madness, and full reaction to the Red Sox trade deadline. Did they get Adley Rutschman?
No.
Did they get anything else?
Fingers crossed.
We're gonna find out. Stay tuned. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson come your way in 2 minutes here on WEEI.
Here's what's in our feed.
And the feed brought to you by Wellesley Mazda. We are on Adley Alert. MLB trade deadline, 6 p.m. today. Red Sox are talking with the Baltimore Orioles about catcher DH Adley Rutschman, per multiple reports. Jared Carrabis of Section 10 saying the deal is close, and the two sides are working hard on it. The 28-year-old Rutschman, a three-time All-Star, currently on the IL for the third time this year. Now with left wrist inflammation, he's hit .251 with 8 homers, 47 RBI in 67 games. Could be close to a rehab assignment this week. We will keep you posted all afternoon. The feed brought to you by Wellesley Mazda. Savings that go far, capability and safety that go farther. Mazda's More to Move You sales event is on right now, and all summer long, take advantage of this exceptional offer and visit Wellesley Mazda. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
It is one of the all-time great series, not an exaggeration in Red Sox history, given the stakes and the environment.
Zidane drives one deep to left field, gone and fair, and is out of here! Zidane! Say hello to L.A.! Swung on and driven, high and deep into left field. Are you kidding me? Zidane! He is ridiculous right now. 2 bombs, swinging a drive into left field. Oh my goodness, he's done it again! Zidane on his 4th homer of the series. Here's Miller, he drives one. Oh baby, adios! Back to back, they keep doing it. Off the mat again, and it is 4-3 Williams.
This is a display right now. They are punishing baseballs.
Drives one down the right field line. This is crushed. Sayonara! 3rd homer of the inning. Red Sox 5, Dodgers 3.
And they're on cue. Ice in his veins.
Lenny, they're the best team in baseball right now.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Good afternoon, everybody. How the hell are you? It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and a team that just keeps kicking the best teams in baseball right in the Johnson. And I'll tell you what, that was a fun as hell weekend to watch baseball. I stayed up for every single one of them. Oh, yes, I did. And you can listen to us on the Odyssey app, and you can press a little microphone button and leave your little takes there. And we launched those take grenades in the 5 o'clock hour. Gentlemen, how are you doing? Most of all, Ken, welcome back. You have that glow of Getty Lee and Alex Lifeson all over you, my friend.
What a rush this weekend was. And today might be, Rich. I'm telling you, I mean, the action is hot. Hot out there. Tampa, by the way, just got a catcher. So, I mean, stuff's flying by the second right now.
Yeah, this has not been a boring trade deadline. And, you know, you take a look all the way back to a couple days ago. Was it yesterday or the day before when the Dodgers announced that basically they have the world's greatest pitching rotation in the history of history? Wildly unfair, but, you know, listen, the Red Sox still at the same time, even with all that, were able to embarrass them at home. But, Ted, how are we feeling today?
I'm good. Are you? I'm great, man. I mean, to see, you know, the Red Sox play the way they have out, you know, kind of after the All-Star break. I was curious having that layoff. You know, they were cruising into it, and I thought, well, the momentum was going to slow after it. Please, are you kidding me? I mean, they've won what? Golly, they're 28-5. In the last 33 games, 4 sweeps of first place teams. They're incredible, man. They're playing out of their minds. So I'm trying to think. When's the last time a Sox team has deserved a big move at the trade deadline? I mean, like the 2018 team was probably the only team where you can say it was far and away that team had earned, like, you know, them to do something big at the trade deadline. And then this team, right? So we'll see here with a few hours left, 4 hours left before it's over. But I'm not real hopeful, but this team deserves them to make a big move.
You're not real hopeful. Wow. Despite all this smoke going on right now.
Yeah, I just feel like they feel like, well, Curtis Mead, it's just, man, we tried with him, and now they got a catcher. They got, kind of that was the position. And didn't for a long time we were saying early in the season, if they just had average hitting, just hit the ball a little bit better with this pitching, they would be the best team in all of baseball. So I think they're trying to just kind of a little bit win on the margins and get a little bit better hitting in here, and that's going to be the difference that they need to maybe go all the way.
Yeah.
Well, we know that something happened last night, and that was indeed sports. So, Stiz, let's let that
What just happened?
Sports happened.
Yes, and Sports Happened is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. The Boston Red Sox may not be the best team in baseball, but they are certainly beating the ones that could be. Ghost is.
And there's some truisms about the playoffs that have rung true here. The 1-1.
Swinging a drive into left field. Oh, my goodness. He's done it again. Say done. Say LA is home. We are tied at 3 on his 4th homer of the series.
And they're on cue, ice in his veins, rounding third base. I mean, is there a hotter hitter in baseball right now? Dodgers are like, where can we get a guy like this? He's not for sale.
Just a big sloppy orgy of dongs last night. 4 homers, 3 in the span of 7 pitches, and the Sox sweep the Dodgers in an absolute statement series. Right there, Cedon ties it with a bomb. And then the very next pitch is back-to-back homers once again.
It is one of the all-time great series. Not an exaggeration in Red Sox history, given the stakes and the environment.
Here's Willier. He drives one. Oh, baby. Adios. Back to back. They keep doing it. Off the mat again. And it is 4-3 Willier.
My man's having a good time.
Well, yeah,
in
he
the
is.
booth. I don't blame him. Well, not much longer after that, Yoshida gets in on the fun, and it's kind of great. In the Yoshida clip, you can hear the crowd just being like, "Get this guy the F out!" Like, I mean, it's like 3 home runs and 7 pitches. You could just see everyone just crushed. And then Jarren Duran took a break from yelling at his own teammates to actually contribute by adding a dong of his own. That was kind of wild to see, but we know how insane this is. They've won 23 of the last 26, 8 series in a row, holding the second AL wild card with a 5-game cushion over the first team out. The AL East is still in play as they are now only 5 games behind the first place Rays. But really, the most impressive thing, and I was saying this earlier, is that they are beating the snot out of the best teams in the league. So during their 28-5 stretch, the Sox are 14-0 against the Yankees, White Sox, Rays, and now the Dodgers. That is 14-0 against baseball's top 8 since June 28th. Are they the best team in baseball right now, Ken Laird?
Well, what is important right now, not to not wallow or roll around in what's happened here the last couple of weeks, is to stay with the Yankees and the Rays. That's why today is so important. Last night after the game, there were Yankees reporters who were tweeting that basically the Yankees were on the verge of getting Adley Rutschman from Baltimore. They were excited. They're going to stay up for hours to see if the deal comes through. And the news today that the Red Sox are actually the team that might get this done. It's on the threshold, or there needs to be a final say. That is huge. As big as getting the bat is, it's not allowing the Yankees to get him. New York already got Luis Garcia. Tampa got Freddie Peralta from the Mets, and they just acquired Liam Hicks, who's another catcher from Miami. That's a name that the Red Sox were supposedly in on. So not to dive away from your question, Rich, but today matters. Like, forget about what's happened. Great, you're back in it. You're 9 over. That's unbelievable. Obviously, a month ago, we all were crushing this team, and nobody except Rich, after they beat Atlanta, would have thought this was even possible. But they're not the best team if Brez doesn't get the job done today. He's got to come through, not only for Rutschman, but also I think a shortstop.
You think Rutschman's the difference?
Yes, I think he's part of the solution. Yeah, I think it's big. I think he's a 3-time All-Star. I know he's injured currently, and he's taking dry swings or
Been
whatever.
on an IL 3 times this year.
I know it. I know, but he is
And it's
so
his
much
wrist,
better than
too.
what you got. Don't you get sick of watching Wong and Narvaez whiff 3 times a game every night? Every night in the 9-hole.
Yeah. No, I hear you. It's just can you count on them? And man, it feels a little bit nibbly on the margins. And man, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like how I felt about how people treated Derek White this year. It's like, are we ready to give up on Narvaez already? I mean, I know he hasn't had a good year this year, but it just.
I mean, short answer, yes. I mean, right now, I don't trust Narvaez to be the guy, the difference maker, bat-wise, that you need. And, oh, by the way, Rutschman could still be a DH. I mean, they could theoretically keep both catchers, I guess. That's not a done deal. And neither is the deal itself. So, Brez has to finish the job.
It's switch hitter, too, right?
Switch hitter, yep.
All right. And so this injury thing is because that's the last thing you want to hear. I mean, my God, the Red Sox have been dealing with this all over the place, and it seems to be hands and wrists that we're hearing the most about. And his wrist is concerning. I mean, he's dealt with, like, inflammation. He did that during the year. Also, wrist injuries can be, as we know, particularly troublesome for hitters. So I don't like that part of it. He's supposed to come back this week. Is that right? He was scheduled. He was on like a 10-day IL, and it would have been like in a couple of days from now he'd be coming back. Is that correct?
Yeah, his last game was July 18th. He's got a left wrist contusion or something of this sort. So he's supposed to start a rehab assignment soon. Maybe that, you never know. If they're holding him out for trade purposes, it could be it could be better than they're letting on.
Is it weird that we haven't heard any details about what the Red Sox are giving back? And I mean, this has been kind of out there for the last couple hours to not know exactly what they're giving up to get this, Adley Rutschman guy. To me, it makes me a little bit nervous. I don't know why we haven't heard what the actual offer is from the Red Sox.
I mean, Baltimore wants young pitching, controlled pitching. So I bet you Anthony Ianson, their second prospect, is in the mix, probably. If not him, Witherspoon or Juan Valera, who's their 7th best prospect. So some combination of those guys. But, yeah, he's a big name. I mean, he was the first overall pick in a draft, so probably it's going to be a haul.
Yeah. I don't like when this type of information gets leaked out so far ahead of a deal actually being made, because that smells to me like someone's trying to use this as leverage. Like someone's trying to put that out there. Like you were talking about the Yankees. There was talk about how they said that they were in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the agent or maybe I'm sorry, not the agent, but the Orioles are trying to leak out that the Red Sox are about to make a move on it in order to get the Yankees to pony up some more for it. I don't think this is a done deal. I know it sure does sound like, and it's not just, did you say it was Carabas who said this?
Well, he was the one that originally
He was the first
broke
one.
it. Yeah.
Feinstein and Buster Olney have also jumped in. I mean, Olney said it's done. Everything's done. It's just the Red
medicals.
Sox need to approve. The medicals actually are done, quote unquote.
Oh, okay. I thought that was
but
the
the Red
hang-up.
Sox have to sign off on it. Whether that's John Henry or who that is, I don't know.
All right.
I mean,
well, it's as I said, to hear that much and it not be announced always makes me a little nervous. But, if it's going to be announced, most likely it'll be on our show. And we will, of course, break into whatever we're doing, whatever fantastic Marconi winning audio to tell you and give you the latest. There's also some other rumored names out there, and we'll get to those. And Heyman's take on this Adley Rutschman deal and whether he thinks it's good for the Red Sox. We will get to all that. 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
John Stewart.
Adley Rutschman, his defense has been very good this year. He was an all-star once again. He's been a multiple all-star. I mean, you could complain that, well, he's not been a superstar like a 1-1 could be, but he's been a pretty good number one pick, and to be a big pickup for Boston.
All right, that is John Heyman. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson here on a trade deadline countdown show. I think that right now, I've seen maybe 4 people saying that this is most likely going to happen. So I guess we should just say, all right, well, put that one in the books for Craig Breslow.
I don't feel comfortable saying that. Do you feel comfortable saying that?
I don't.
Well, listen, I don't either. But I mean, it's like everyone is literally saying, well, just got to listen. It's going to happen. But I want to ask you, Ted, if this is a move that ends up being officially announced during the show or by the trade deadline, and this is it, are you happy with what Craig Breslow did at the trade deadline?
It's tough because Curtis Mead, if he was healthy and playing, I would feel better about it. You know what? It's kind of like if you can't get one big name guy like a Bobby Witt, then can you get me a couple, like guys that are more than serviceable, which it feels like this rush, this guy would be, and then along with Curtis Mead, if he didn't get hurt, I would be okay with it. But I don't know, does the Curtis Mead injury change how you feel they should approach the trade deadline, Ken? I mean, do you look at it and go, well, he's hurt and he's probably not going to come back the rest of the season, maybe for the playoffs. So they need to make up for losing him, for foreseeable, for this rest of the season. Should they do more because of the Curtis Mead injury?
Yeah, I think so. I think you have to get a middle infielder now, probably a shortstop. Although their shortstop situation is very bizarre because they get Trevor Story, and they've got Meyer, and they've got Franklin Arias, their top prospect.
Who are all in different stages of their career.
Right. So
Yeah.
I don't know how that will work, but yeah, you can't count on Curtis Mead. And Rich, I'm getting swept up like you did for the Braves series, but you watched that series against the Dodgers, and I know one of their starters probably won't be in the rotation very much longer, Emmett Sheehan, who went last night, and they had an opener. But
they got to him early, man.
How can you not look at the last month and say we are the best team in the American League at least, and if we bone up here, we've got a shot to win a World Series? How do you not say that today?
It's hard.
Sure.
It's hard because it was. Let's face it. After the 15 wins, you go, okay, let's see how. Is that just a fluke, or
Right.
because you can also make the argument going into an All-Stars break that teams are kind of taking their foot off the gas a little bit, so maybe you're not getting their best. All right, let's see how they play out of the All-Star break. Well, we've seen how they played out of the All-Star break, so it doesn't feel fluky. So it feels more, to me, kind of to agreeing with Ken, that this team is more deserving of being treated as one of the better teams because they've proven it against some of the best teams in Major League Baseball post All-Star break.
Is there any kind of talk about what the Sox are giving up for Rutschman? Like, have you heard any kind of names being tossed around? Because I have not.
Well, it's going to be prospects. I think that's I don't think it would not make sense for the Red Sox to give anybody off the big league roster except for maybe a Narvaez. I mean, even Duran. I mean, that would kind of be, interesting. I guess that's loosely possible, but it sounds like they're defending Duran. You guys were all over this last week, right? I mean, they're going to extremes to protect him.
Chad spent a whole minute loving him up the other night.
Can I play you this? Because
Yeah.
this was like on Saturday, and obviously a couple days after everything happened with Jarren Duran showing up, Wilson Contreras, and Chad Tracy first of all straight up lied and said that he wasn't yelling at Wilson Contreras, which is ridiculous, and we obviously are fans of Chad Tracy, but Jarren Duran continues to put him in bad situations where he has to somehow quickly either apologize for him or think of a way that he won't shame him, but he did it wrong. Like, I mean, what I would have done if I was Chad Tracy in that situation, instead of straight up lying about what we all saw and hurting my reputation, I would have said, you know what, I was in the middle of managing and I didn't quite get to see everything, but I will take a look at it after the game. And and I'm sure we'll all talk after that. That's all you got to say, and then everyone's okay. But you don't straight up come across as a liar, which I did not like, because Chad Tracy, up until that point, basically anytime he's not defending Jarren Duran, his track record has been fairly pristine. So this was him, Chad Tracy, on Saturday, talking about Jarren Duran, the whole situation. Now Stiz told me about this. I have not heard this yet, so let's take a listen.
How much rope can you give a guy like that?
I think you can give him some rope. Like, I think that you can't ignore what he's capable of doing. You can't ignore the month he had in May, and I get that, right? He's gone through some struggles. You can't ignore the level of defense that he plays. You can't ignore that he can bunt against lefties. He can get a safety squeeze down. He can sack bunt. He can steal a base. Like, sometimes it's very easy just to look at a batting average, and I'm well aware of, like, qualified hitters and all this stuff, but, like, you can't ignore that he's hitting 280 with runners in scoring position. Like, there's a lot more than I look at than just the batting average and what he is capable of doing, even standing in left field to help us win a game. You can't ignore those things when you're in my position. So, and you have to look at what you have available to you, what's best to help us win now. So, no, it's not all that difficult to balance for me.
Is he like on the set of a Fast and the Furious movie with the boomers in the background?
Seriously.
Just imagine someone about to race for papers in the background.
It is L.A.
It's interesting. Like, you and I are on the same page, Rich, when it comes to how Chad Tracy handled that. All that matters is how he thinks it will resonate with the team. That's all that matters. And you had Wilson, Contreras having Jarren Duran's back. I mean, he answered it perfectly about the incident. And had the guy that basically called him out. He had that guy's back, and so if Chad Tracy thinks it's the best thing for the team that he approaches it the way he did, then that's really all that matters. Although you and I think it might bite him in the ass later, or that it's not the best move, all that matters is that Chad Tracy thinks that it was the way to approach that answer. Considering how it will be received in the locker room, which it doesn't seem to be an issue.
And this is also after Will Fleming during the game, I believe Friday night, during the broadcast say, listen, I talked to the players and I talked to Chad Tracy and I spoke to Jarren Duran himself, and there was more than meets the eye to that story. Now, whatever that means, right. However much trust you put in that report.
I'd like to ask Will what that means. Ken, get out the Will phone.
Well, they're still stuck on the plane. Aren't they on the tarmac still? Duran is back on social media, and he about 8 hours ago he put out a picture of the plane that was delayed or
another
in
breakdown,
a third breakdown,
issue?
Which is good for the team, so it's not a problem. But
they rise to the occasion when their planes are got issues, man. Jeez.
No question, but come on, somebody pony up some money so these guys
Seriously.
can fly. I mean, this is insane. How many teams have how many? Because they're flying commercial, right? Like the Red Sox. Yeah. How many teams still fly commercial?
Well,
for some reason, I had this impression
it's
that
a
they
charter,
were like NBA
right?
teams.
It's like it's a Delta charter. There's nobody else on the plane, but still, yeah.
Okay, but
it's not Air Henry.
Well, I mean, there's Aircraft One. The Patriots have their own plane. When the Celtics fly, is that like a Delta charter, or is that like their own plane?
Good question. I don't know the Celtics.
I bet you it's got to be their own plane because
I think it's their own plane.
It's got to be spec'd out to be fit those long legs and stuff. Yeah.
I've got some leftover Spirit Airline points if they need. Hit me up.
Very generous of you, Stan.
Spirit these days, are they still around?
No, they went out of business. Rest in peace.
Surprise.
I got on Spirit Airlines one time, and because
one time.
One time, and to be honest, I was just like, I don't care. I just had to get somewhere fast, and I went there, and it was like super cheap. I'm like, it doesn't matter to me. But I went in, and I had like my my laptop or my iPad and like a book. But when I sat down, I was in a row of 3 in the middle, and there was a row of 2 in front of me, which meant there was no thing for me to put my book and my iPad in, and that you couldn't put it under the seat because in front of you was the little bar that goes in between the 2 seats. So literally the whole time I had to hold everything in my hands while I was flying. Like Spirit Airlines didn't even have a pocket for me to put.
You didn't know they charge you to bring a book and a laptop on the plane. You didn't know that until you got there. Huh?
It wasn't bad though. Like I would get flights to Fort Lauderdale for like $30, and as long as you can just bring a backpack, and like. My mom has a house in Florida, so there's a wash machine, so it was great for that, I will say.
Yeah, I had to fly up to Florida as well, and I honestly think it was like maybe $65 for me to get down
and
there.
It's only a 3-hour flight. Like you're not flying across the country.
Yeah.
But not to pivot, so the whole Duran thing, did you come to the conclusion, was it, obviously Duran said what he said, but was it at the coach? Or was it at the player? Because I think
it wasn't at the coach at all.
It could have been the third base coach. I mean, it does matter.
It could have been at the coach.
Your team.
It could have been at the coach.
I
You're
think
right.
that's a huge difference. Because then, if Contreras did defend him, maybe he was sincere.
And I think Contreras is just being a pro's pro, and that's why we love Wilson. But did you see Contreras' face when they were walking back to the dugout? It's kind of hard to see Contreras looking at Duran in front of him and think, "Oh no, it was nothing."
He didn't fight him. I mean,
But
it's better
he's
than earlier.
wrong. But the thing is, he's wrong. Even if he's yelling at the third base coach for not telling
Shouldn't matter.
Wilson to run, it's like you still shouldn't be doing that. Matter of fact, it kind of makes you even more of a dick because at least the player is on your same level. You yelling at like a coach and trying to upstage a guy like that.
Well, they don't respect these coaches. Half of them were in like A-ball earlier in the year. They fired half the staff. I mean, but Duran won you the game Saturday. That drag bunt, which eventually got the winning run home on a double play, that's the small ball this team needs. They actually need Duran. I am on board with keeping him. But
now that they changed their style of play,
yes,
yeah, he's more valuable now.
He's totally more valuable.
He's more
and
valuable
Roman's
now.
not coming back. You need a left fielder. So what the hell would you do out there?
Yeah.
I just like having a weirdo on the team anyway. So to be quite honest, if he was gone, it would almost be like not as fun. Like having a dude like him, where it's just like a total weirdo, or sometimes will just completely go nuts.
Dude,
I don't have a problem with that.
Can you imagine? I mean, I think they're up 6-4 last night, and they're bunting to get guys over,
Right.
and they
Huge.
extend their lead to 8-4. It's like I can't believe this team. This team is legit.
Duran sacked again last
Yeah,
night.
finally, they're finally actually playing the game the way I think this team was designed to play.
There you go.
I also just heard from Tier 1 Terps, Celtics chartered by Delta.
Okay,
well,
so they're in the same situation
Yes.
as the Red Sox then. Oh, they don't seem to be late anywhere. What's going on? They're just screwing the Red Sox. Yankees fan running the thing. All right, 617-779-7937. There was some interesting news that came out of Patriots camp, and Ted ends up getting redeemed for something he thought about Drake May. We will get to that right after this. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. We're in the Catch a Saw studios. No fee unless you win. Is this Use Your Illusion music here? GNR?
It is GNR. It's a Jackson request.
Okay. All right.
14 Years is the name of the song.
Deep cut, Jackson.
Yes, it is, but it's an awesome song.
You know whose shows are way too long? Guns N' Roses.
Really?
Yeah.
These days, yeah.
I saw it at Fenway. I thought it was well placed. It was no Odyssey.
I saw them. Man, I saw them at Gillette. I saw them at that power trip thing that they did out in the desert when Ozzy was supposed to play, but he was dying, and then Guns N' Roses was out there. Their shows are like 30 songs, and it's like covers. It's stuff off the spaghetti incident. It's like this stuff you didn't want to hear off of Use Your Illusion, which is basically everything except for You Could Be Mine and Civil War, and even Civil War's kind of goofy. It's like it's too long, and Axl can't really sing anymore, and which is a shame because the rest of the band sounds great, but it's just Guns N' Roses. Just if they shaved 45 minutes off their set, it would be fantastic. But it's like I don't want to hear Dustin Bones or whatever these not the best.
You're not a true fan, Rich. That's all.
No, I'm a huge fan. I freaking love that band. I think that Appetite for Destruction is one of the greatest albums ever recorded.
Yeah,
like Appetite for Destruction is disputed. Not even disputed. Like front to back, people talk about the perfect 10. Like that is a perfect 10 album. Not one moment on that album where you're like, this isn't perfection. All right. You know what is also perfection? Us announcing when a big trade is made. We even have a sounder for it right there, Ken.
Really? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's news to me. Stiz did some work on this?
Well, listen.
What just happened?
Go. All right.
There it is.
I can rock with that.
So when you hear Cooper Boardman say, what just happened, you will know that we've got ourselves a big-ass trade, and we're still sitting around waiting for something to happen with the Red Sox, which 6 o'clock, we got the deadline. Also, Rob Bradford is going to be coming on with us around 4:30. Hopefully by then we will have some sort of news, but nonetheless we will break in with the sound of good old Coop there yelling as soon as we get some sort of news. All right, Ted. You've been talking about Drake May at the end of last season, and I know that as you were watching the postseason, you were somebody who the entire time was like, all right, well, Drake's messed up. Drake's his shoulder's obviously screwed up. And then this past week, I think this was on Friday. Is this the one with Kay Adams where he's talking about it?
Yes.
Sis, that you got? Okay. And then finally, he kind of gave us a few more details about what indeed was going on here in the postseason. Let's take a
How's
listen.
your shoulder?
Yeah, my shoulder's feeling great. I think that was a bummer way to end the last game. You don't want to.
You look great out there.
Nah, well, thank you.
So you're feeling healthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, yes,
wow.
Vander.
Man.
Wow.
She's very sweet in these interviews, man. Okay. Very nice.
I mean,
You're great.
She's a good interviewer.
Yeah.
I like Kay Adams. She does a good job. But I mean, so I don't know how you couldn't look at what he was doing and the difference between his midseason throws and his postseason throws and not go, all right, well, he's jacked up. What game did he get injured in? Was it do you think it was the Denver game?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
No. It was way before the Denver game.
God, for some reason, I read something that he got hit again in the Denver game.
Oh, I mean, that might be true, but I think the original injury it happened before the playoffs. And
yeah.
I'd have to look at the schedule again, but it happened like people spotted it. I forget which game it was, man. It was like with 2 or 3 games left in the season was when it happened, and I think it just never got better. It never got better, and I think it was the was it the IT joint or IC joint where it's about managing pain. It doesn't you're just a little bit restricted and. Maybe a smidge in what your mobility is, but you can still throw the football. It's just all about, can you handle the pain that comes with that injury?
He did definitely re-injure it then in the Denver game. Obviously, that's they get the pain injection before the Super Bowl.
Right.
So he was tackled awkwardly there in I think it was the third quarter. But either way, do you think though he's covering for Campbell? Because I mean, it makes what was different was he had guys in his lap the entire coming off that left side the entire playoff run.
I mean, never no quarterback's been sacked more in playoffs than Drake May was last year. So, you'll never, and that's why he's such a. I think why he's such just from a mental standpoint, he's such a home run when it comes to having him as your franchise quarterback. Because he knows, even if it is Will Campbell's fault that he got all those hits, you never say that. You never. Ever throw your offensive lineman under the bus if you know it's good for you, and he never does. So, I mean, that's smart. I always, if people want to complain about how he played in the playoffs, how did the guys quarterbacks he played against, how did they perform? Because that's really the best way to judge a guy's performance in the playoffs. I mean, obviously the Super Bowl is a little bit different, but again, the injury was at an all. I think that was when it was its peak. Kind of most painful. So I give him. I give him a pass for the way he played in the playoffs, considering the injury and considering the conditions and considering how the opponent quarterback played in those playoff games.
Ted, how much does it suck as a professional athlete to have an injury and not be able to talk about it, and having to hear the media and having to hear the fans call you out as if you've just lost it?
It's one of the worst things as a player, because you know that they don't want your injuries being out there, but yet no one knows you're getting judged as if you're healthy.
Yeah,
that is the I would say it's one of the more frustrating things that a player can experience is playing with an injury it's not significant enough that you can't play, but it's enough where it's just even if you're 70%, 80% of yourself is going to affect you, and people they're not gonna judge you on that. They're gonna judge you on how you played, not the fact that you were at 80% because of an injury.
How many of the leaks that come out about injuries that players have come either directly from the player or from the player's agents?
It's more likely probably from the player.
Sometimes baseball Brett. In the
case
of
baseball Brett.
There you go.
A friend of Roman Anthony. That's right. Who calls in? I mean, because I would think that there's got to be a point where if you've just heard it from everywhere, from all sides, and people are questioning how tough you are, or whether or not you're on the downhill of your career, and that you're playing with this horrible injury that you're not allowed to talk about, I could see the tendency to want to just fire off a little text to maybe some friend of yours that you have in the media to put something out there. I got to think that happens all the time, right,
Well,
Ted?
I think it used to happen more. I don't know how close. The guys don't have relationships with media members anymore. So I hear what you're saying, but somebody in the media, yes, maybe it's not a local guy, but it's somebody that you feel comfortable where you can slide that information, because you don't want it to come from you, because then it looks like you're using it as an excuse. And you also don't want to give your opponents kind of a blueprint on what is exactly going on with you. So you're in a bind. It is a catch-22. The players find themselves in. So the last thing they want, the player, is for people to think that it came from them, because they don't want the coaches and their players, their teammates, to think that they're giving information out to the opponent that they don't necessarily need to give, because it's to their it's to the opponent's advantage, or you don't want to come across as looking soft. So it's a delicate thing, man.
It is Monday, August 3rd, and there is still no deal signed with Christian Gonzalez. And it doesn't even seem to be like there's any kind.
I think we lost
He'll
Rich.
be back
He'll
in
be back
3,
Yeah.
2.
There you go. Sorry,
1.
we lost you there.
Hello, Ted.
There you are.
Rekindle.
And he'll be back in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Ted.
There
How's
you
it
go.
going? Sorry. As I said, sometimes I just like holding my breath
That's
for a
awesome.
few and just seeing if I can make my eyes pop out a little bit. It's a fun game that I play. But it's Monday, August 3rd, and we have not heard any kind of movement here on the Christian Gonzalez contract. It is interesting how, last week it felt like there might be some sort of advancement, and then at the end it was like, oh, they're not even close. But it could speed up soon. You know what? I want to kind of get your take on where things stand. Also, on top of that, I don't know if you've heard this, but over the weekend, we had an all-time great rendition of the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, my God. I can't. You cannot play this whole thing. I cannot take it. It was. I mean, we can play a snippet, but the full minute, it is unlistenable.
Hang on. Cannot take it. This is one of the hardest I've laughed in, like,
oh my God,
like a couple months. Like I listen to it because there's some that are just like bad, and you're like, okay, this is bad. But then there's some that are just a masterpiece of catastrophe.
Yeah.
I mean, it is truly wonderful.
This is
So,
like
Ken,
Disclosure Day bad, which I just watched over the weekend, and it may be the worst film I've ever seen.
Rice
I mean,
pilaf.
oh my god,
Just mailing it in at the end of his career, huh?
Oh my god,
like Belichick.
Embarrassing for all involved. It made Belichick's season look good.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Man.
Ted, I'm sitting there watching Disclosure Day, and I see this text going on text chain. It's like, I just finished Disclosure Day. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. And I have to be honest, the ping on my phone woke me up. I had dozed off twice during it. And then Ken's just like, wait for the ending. And I saw the ending. Oh boy,
yeah.
I feel
What is
bad.
Spielberg doing? I feel like I owe Christopher Nolan an apology for ripping the Odyssey
See?
because in
You see?
comparison, my God,
I'm just like, why did you do this?
Why did you do it?
It's like there's not a lot to it either. It's like,
No,
why
the
did
whole
this
movie's like a chase movie, pretty
I mean,
much.
aren't you making movies as you're making the movie going, this movie really sucks, but I'm still going to make it? Like, can't you just bail out of some of these
But
movies?
I guess like Bill, Spielberg could just have gone off the cliff and not be aware that what he's doing is subpar, right? Sometimes you lose it, right?
I think maybe so, yeah.
But there were so many scenes, Ted, where like Spielberg is the master of, like, you could think of many Indiana Jones scenes where they're delivering a dialogue and he's kind of looking and he's very serious and the camera's slowly zooming into his face and you're thinking, oh, this is so great, except this time the dialogue is so trash and they're zooming in and I'm like, that's not helping, it's making it worse.
It just gets worse and worse.
Dude, it's been a minute since he's made a good movie, though, right?
You're right about that. When you look at it, it's been about 20 years.
Yeah.
What is the last great Spielberg
I mean,
movie?
War of the Worlds I didn't mind, but it wasn't great by any
It
means.
wasn't
Definitely
great.
not great. And
Man,
that was
I got to look at his
15
IMDb
years ago,
here.
you know? So, all right, but we digress.
But anyway,
we digress.
Bringing that up, this anthem is probably worse. It would be a hard test to see which one I'd rather listen to or watch again. But I guess if it made you laugh, Rich, I can stomach it. I can grind through it for another minute.
It truly is just wonderful because it's very rare that you can say this one might be the worst. and without not even speaking in hyperbole, this one might be the worst. All right, we will get to that right after this. 93.7 WEEI, Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson. Let's play the sounder. We've got some breaking news, baby.
What just happened?
According to Jeff Passan, your Boston Red Sox are acquiring three-time All-Star catcher Adley Rutschman in a trade with the Baltimore Orioles. As of right now, we do not know what the Red Sox are giving up, but to add also to the intrigue, Bob Nightingale has added the Red Sox still would love to come away with a shortstop by the end of the day.
Let's go, Craig. Craig got it done.
He gets a shortstop then.
Wow. I mean, let's just pause here for a second.
He's got to get the shortstop.
The Red
for it
Sox
to really be a home run.
a month ago were 14 games under 500. They are now 9 games over, and they just acquired the former face of the Baltimore Orioles, Adley Rutschman.
But
he was the first overall pick in the draft.
But he didn't
He's a
play up to
3-time
that.
All-Star. He's a home run derby participant from just a couple years ago. He's a Silver Slugger. He's a College World Series champion.
Yeah.
He's a Golden Spikes winner. This is a big get. Rich, this is a big fish. This is a bang. This is a wow. Great job by Craig Breslow.
This is a very good trade, but I mean, this obviously is not, hopefully not the end. I like the fact that we're hearing that Breslow is aggressive and still trying to get a shortstop.
He was the
That
first
would
guy
be nice.
in with Curtis Mead. My God, the guy's on fire.
We still don't know what they're giving up yet. Has anybody seen that? Because Passan is not, and nobody is reporting yet.
Julian
on what
McWilliams
they're giving
says
up.
they are communicating the Red Sox with players that are on the way out. That's the latest that we have on, who is going out in return. But obviously, credit to Jones and Keefe and Carabas for having this news at noon, but it took 3 hours for it to be officially official, and now it is.
Yeah. I mean, it is Breslow saying we can win the World Series this year. I do like that. I mean, he's not sitting on his hands. These are, very, these are not half measures. The two, Meade unfortunately did not work out, but the two of them together, I do like his aggression, and it would be amazing if it does end the trade deadline with a shortstop also here.
It
And
feels
at that point, how can you fault him, Ted?
I was just about. You took the words right out of my mouth. I feel like at this point, and I'm always. It's if you bring in good players, and this guy seems like he's kind of a proven big leaguer, right? I mean, even though he's gotten hurt a lot,
his first 3 years he was like a 6-WAR catcher. He was like a premier catcher in the league.
So
he's been banged up a little bit the last two.
His WAR is 1.8, but still, that's better than the other catchers that you have on the roster. But the point I want to make is, as long as you try, if it doesn't work, like Curtis Mead, okay, it didn't work out, but it wasn't because you didn't try. At least you are trying to make the team better, which a lot of people were still kind of questioning Breslow's. I mean, even though there's a turnaround, what does he do at the trade deadline? Because the last two have kind of been underwhelming so far. Ken, you seem to like what he's done.
I love this. And by the way, I know you guys love Top Gun Maverick. Adley Rutschman took on the name Rooster, son of Goose, because he grew a mustache to look like Rooster Bradshaw from Top Gun Maverick. So you got that going for you. So bang.
It's a great movie, but whose favorite person is Rooster?
Well, I'm just saying, at the time, he got into the spirit of the thing, so I like that.
I don't want to be Goose. I want to be Goose's son.
But is it weird? I like baseball players better that have mustaches. I feel like they're better players, or they're got swag to them, or something. I don't know.
Mickey Gasper when he was up here, great mustache.
Yeah,
and no concern about his wrist, Ken.
Oh, I mean, we'll see. I mean, obviously the Yankees wanted him, and then they either pulled out because of concern with the medicals, or they didn't want to give up enough in the prospects. We just don't know what the Red Sox gave. So, yeah, it's definitely a concern, but if they're going to go for it and give up significant prospect return, they have to. And by the way, he's also signed for next year. So, depending if there's a season next year, you got him for next year.
Are you, I don't want to say concerned, but Baltimore trading him within the division is fairly remarkable. I mean, this is a big name.
Yes.
Like, do you read into that anything?
I think,
like a what do they know type of thing?
It depends. Let's see what they got back. I mean, it's a big. If you're an Orioles fan, you're kind of livid, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I would be.
You're trading him in the division, and this guy never won a playoff game. You drafted him first overall in 2019. Never won a playoff series for you, and he's gone to a rival. You better have gotten something good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the number 1 overall pick in 19, and he was essentially one of the main faces of their rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
And he's only 28, and they're willing to move him. I mean, I guess anytime something like this happens, your tendency is to try to find out whether or not you got ripped off. We still don't know what they're giving up, but that is odd. When it's somebody within the division, the first thing I always think is like, what do they know that we don't know? And I know that the Yankees were in on this, and it does seem to me like, I mean, they legitimately wanted him, the Yankees, and that Breslow came in and stole him. So it makes me think that the price is going to be not cheap. Like if you took him out of the jaws of the Yankees' mouths and then you beat them, that makes me think that we're probably going to look at this what they gave up and go, oh boy. But we'll not. But as soon as we know, we'll let you know.
And Tampa got a catcher, Liam Hicks from Miami, who was also probably he's having a better year statistically than Rutschman is. Not as big of a name. So between these three teams now in the AL East, that it's fair to say the Red Sox are in it, very much in it for the division. I think 10% is their official odds right now to win the division at Fangraphs, but you're going to get Adley Rutschman. You're going for the division.
You know what's wild is that if you take a look at, I'm looking right now at Adley Rutschman's numbers this season, and he had a much better first part of the season than the second half. He had like a 273 batting average in the first 46 games. Last 21, he had a 200 batting average, and all the rest of the numbers dropped pretty steeply. So. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I mean, as I said, right now I like it. On the surface, I like it. But the more I think about it, the more I just think how weird it all is that it was in the division. He's hurt. I don't like wrist and hand stuff. We've dealt with a lot that already.
The Red Sox, their medical staff's excellent with hands.
They know exactly what to do. They'll be fine.
Don't worry.
If there's enough room for him. That's the only problem is they're going to have to maybe send him down to Florida to have that being worked with. All right, we'll take your calls.
One positive spin on that is he's in the division, so he very much knows the market. He's played in Boston quite a bit. He knows the Red Sox staff. So he's, if indeed he's a catcher and not a DH, he's going to be ahead of the game from somebody who's coming in from, out of town, from way out of town.
Yeah, definitely. And once again, according to Bob Nightingale, it sounds like Breslow isn't done. He's been looking for that elusive shortstop that we've been hearing so much about. I wouldn't mind just maybe because we're going to have Bradford on in about a little over an hour. I wouldn't mind just maybe getting like a quote from him just to see what he thinks about this, just a first impression. And I know he's probably waiting for the return is the same way we are to find out what the Red Sox are giving up.
Oh, you think Bradford's not listening? I'm going to text him right now. Give
yeah.
me a quote.
Yeah, we just need a quote. I just want a quote, baby. All right, 617-779-7937. Do you like what you see out of Craig Breslow's aggression? Because it is aggressive. This is impressive up to this point. Are you waiting till the end of the day to give him any kind of credit? Are you waiting for that shortstop that apparently, according to reports, he's still going for? 617-779-7937. No, just 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
Coleman. It's electric. You go.
And the feed is brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. It is official. Multiple sources now confirming Ken Rosenthal, Jeff Passan, the Red Sox have acquired catcher Adley Rutschman from the Baltimore Orioles. He is currently on the IL with an inflamed left wrist. However, trickling in some info on who was going back in the deal, our Rob Bradford letting us know that Carlos Narvaez is in on the deal going back to Baltimore, and also Andy Koska says that right-handed pitching prospect Anthony Ianson is part of the deal going back to Baltimore. Ianson rather, is the Red Sox second highest-ranked prospect according to MLB Pipeline, Double-A right-handed pitcher, top 50 prospect in baseball. Also, Endy Azakar, rumored to be by Julian McWilliams, part of this deal as well. More coming up. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed.
It is one of the all-time great series. Not an exaggeration in Red Sox history, given the stakes and the environment.
See Don! Drives one! Deep to left field! Gone and fair! It is out of here! Say Don! Say hello to L.A.!
And
Swung on and driven, high and deep into left field! Are you kidding me? Say Don! He is ridiculous right now! Two bombs! Swinging a drive into left field! Oh my goodness! He's done it again! Say Don! On his fourth homer of the series. Here's Willier. He drives one. Oh, baby. Adios. Back to back. They keep doing it. Off the bat again. And it is 4-3 Willier.
But this is a display right now. They are punishing baseballs.
Drives one down the right field line. This is crushed. Sayonara! Third homer of the inning. Red Sox 5, Dodgers 3.
And they're on cue. Ice in his veins.
Lenny, they're the best team in baseball right now.
Two hosts and an enforcer. It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
The great Will Fleming. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson here with the trade deadline just a couple hours from now, and we've already had some big moves. You can call us at 617-779-7937. We're now, as Ken was just mentioning in the feed, getting a little more information about what it ended up costing to get yourself a pretty good name. If you ask me, the more I'm starting to think about it, the better I am feeling about all of this. So Ken, if you've got all of the information, because right now I see three names of who
it's up to
has
5.
been traded.
It's up to 5 now. The full
Okay, so let's go.
Boy.
The full return now. It just got a little worse from a Red Sox perspective because Kyson Witherspoon is also in on the deal. So if you're going on prospects, Anthony Ianson, their number 2 prospect, right-handed pitcher in Double-A Portland, is in the deal, and now also their number 4 prospect, right-handed pitcher Kyson Witherspoon, he's down in A-ball. He is in on the deal, and their number 5 prospect, Endy Azakar, their outfielder from A-ball, is in on the deal. So their 2nd, 4th, and 5th ranked prospects. Also, Harold Rivas and Carlos Narvaez. So those
and by the way,
5.
If you're just tuning in, this is for Adley Rutschman.
For Adley Rutschman, yes.
Yeah, the Orioles have just made this trade, and that has been confirmed. So out of all of those pieces there, who cares about Narvaez? That's, they're just, you've already got a guy to replace him. I have to think that Ianson is the one guy that hurts.
Yeah.
So that's the piece that I'd be worried about 5 years from now. He's a 21-year-old. He's got, he's a dude that looks like, or at least there was hope that he would become a pretty big piece down the road, extremely valuable. The rest of the guys, am I wrong, Ted and Ken, in thinking that the rest of the guys I'm not too worried about, but Ianson hurts?
Well, that's definitely the one that hurts. He's like Ken mentioned, he's the top 50 prospect in all of baseball. So you go, okay, but they have a plethora of pitching talent. At least that's starting to dwindle away, right? After not Peyton Tolley, but Conley Early, and then now Ianson. So those are 2 young, really good one was proven, one is not, but looks like he's going to be a good pitcher in Ianson. But yeah, that's certainly the one that hurts. And just to kind of go back on the Adley Rushman talk real quick, or just we haven't talked about his defense. We've talked about his offense. He's got 8 home runs, so maybe not a ton of pop, but he's got a good on base average. But it's really his defense that makes him kind of special, and he's considered to be elite in defense. He's got the number 6 spot overall among MLB defensive players according to the metrics. His fielding run value (FRV) is a plus 812, which means he saves 8.12 runs above an average defender at the position.
I like that.
And so he was an all-star selection this year, basically because of how good he is at framing, blocking, and throwing guys out at second at that position. Which this team, I think, is going to win some games on the margin. It's not even though they're top 10 in the last month in home runs, they need to play more like a small ball team, and so you win on the margins. And having a really good catcher, defensive one, I think helps with that. And this is that guy.
And it's just in summary, I'm just going to say they're second, 4th, 5th, and 17th ranked prospects per MLB pipeline. So 4 prospects, 3 of their top 5.
We just cleared the farm for this guy.
Yes, we did.
Doing?
Yes, we did. You better sign him long term at this point.
Can you just text Rob Bradford and just say, is that a lot?
I did, yes. Here's Bradfo's verbatim. I just saw the return. Yikes. Okay. But I do like the deal because it is a World Series or bust type of deal. That's what they said all offseason. Schwarber was also hurt when they acquired him in 2021. That's the risk of being good this time of year. Also, it keeps him away from the Yankees. So there's the Bradford.
Yeah, Schwarber came and then didn't play for the first 2 weeks, and we were crushing for it. But then he got healthy, and we saw what he did when he got back.
Well, so this is what I feared when we heard that the Yankees were in on him, on Hutchison, or excuse me,
Rutschman.
Rutschman.
Yeah,
Rooster.
Rutschman. The Rooster. And that is that you were going to find out what the Red Sox gave up, and it was going to look like a lot on paper. And sure enough, it does look like a lot. But I do understand what Rob is saying. They're all in on this team. They believe in this team. I think they're all seeing what we saw over the past several weeks and have been like, how can you not give this guy, Chad Tracy, everything that he needs to win a World Series? And what's so freaking scary about all of this is that we've seen this same team be a disaster. You know what I mean? It's like you're almost – and maybe it's kind of the Red Sox or Boston fan defeatist attitude you have sometimes where you're just waiting for the house of cards to tumble down at any moment. Giving up that many prospects because you're all in is scary. But, man, I got to give it to Breslow. The balls on this guy –
big ones this year. Big ones.
Big clankers. I'm talking walrus balls.
He might have been the only one, at least willing to admit that he never gave up hope or faith in this team, man. I mean, he was, even when it was as bad as it got, 14 games under, he was still kind of talking positive about this team. And
full on balls on the table.
Balls on the table. Will. Big ones, man.
It is. I mean, do you guys don't feel like I do? It's great that they're going all in, but we also, think about what we were saying a month and a half ago, and all of a sudden it's almost like there's. What was the game or the movie where they got Flubber and all of a sudden they couldn't the Nutty Professor or the Monstars? Like there's something weird going on with this team. There's no way possible they could have ever been that bad, and now they're just the greatest team you've ever seen in your life. Like they're kicking the ass of every great team, and just there's part of me that wonders if everything could just crumble back down and the sun is shining on a dog's ass for a little bit. I don't know, but I love what we're doing here. I love that he's going all in, and there's almost nothing you can really complain about. If you really want to see this team win, and if you believe in what you've been seeing, then my God, Breslow's done everything right, and it hurts to say that.
You cannot tell me that you're upset that they got rid of so many really high rated prospects.
Well, you will be in 3 years if they're all in the Orioles
in
and they're
3
smoking
years, though.
you.
In 3 years, but right now, how many times have we? I mean, Chaim Bloom, all he did was covet his prospects and never wanted to give up, and all we did was crush him for it.
This is Dombrowski-esque. I mean, you got to love it. It's like, Stiz isn't wrong. They have nothing left to go get a shortstop at this point. Also, just to add on to complete the deal, The Red Sox are getting a veteran catcher, Jake Rogers, back. He'll probably go to the minors, and cash. So you got that.
And
going
if I
for
had
you.
just said to you guys yesterday or Friday afternoon, would you clear the farm for Adley Rutschman? What would you say?
Well, they didn't clear the farm. Their top prospect, Franklin Arias, was untouched. So that's good, right? I mean, and they got
no one other than Narvaez. It was no, it wasn't
right.
You give up Marcelo, right? You didn't give up.
That's true.
A lot of people thought Roman might be involved in some of these trades.
That's true. Good point, Ted.
Jaron Duran, I wouldn't have been hurt if he was gone, but he's still on the big leagues club.
Stiz, they have not cleared the farm, but the day's not over yet.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we're still
got another 3 hours.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want? I mean, do you want Brez to do something or not? I mean, God, we got to praise them sometimes. I mean, I'm impressed. I love the Clankers.
I am a fan. I am a fan of this. It doesn't mean it's not scary. I mean, you know what this is? This is like, in Rounders. This is I'm going all in. And it's somewhat terrifying, but no balls, no babies. We got to do something big.
Players have to be pumped too, right? Like if you're in the clubhouse and they just traded 3 of their top 5 prospects, that's a sign management believes in you, right? It's huge. Invigorating.
It's huge. This deal right here tells all those guys that they have their back.
And Narvaez, they've had problems with going back early in the year. He was late, right, and got in Cora's doghouse, and there's something going on there.
Dude, haven't heard his name hardly all year. He's struggling, and he just hasn't. He's been a non-factor. I can't imagine. I don't even sense that he was any kind of leader in there. That the big league clubhouse is going to be all that bummed out that Narvaez is gone. I can't imagine that.
And
all
Yankees fans are pissed. They're going for the third best catcher in the market. I mean, I love hearing their hosts and fans go crazy because they thought Rutschman was a Yankee as of last night. Wow. How often recently has that happened?
When did we ever beat the Yankees for a prospect or for a player? Never.
Right.
Not
all
anymore.
right. Let's take your calls. 617-779-7937. Breslow, you're all right. Craig Breslow, after all the crap we gave you, I like your attitude, man. It is World Series or bust now. And you looked at that Dodgers team and you saw the move that they made over the weekend, and you still spanked them, and you still think you can do it in the postseason. I love it. I do, man. Just hold on tight. This roller coaster is going to be insane. The next couple of months, it's going to be wild because you just hope they don't dip back down to what they were. You got to continue to just think that they're going to ride this and be able to take it into the postseason.
I feel like this deal right here kind of saves Breslow's job. Like, 'cause I think he did all he could do. Now it's up to the players from this point on, Ken and Rich. I just feel like there are a lot of people that thought that maybe he was still, kind of working for his job, and we didn't want him anywhere near these trade deals at midseason. But I think now what he's been able to pull off, I think it feels to me as if he's kept his job at least, for the next year at least.
I think I mean, listen, for me, and this is the first time I can say this, I think they should keep him. I mean, he put them in a good chance. He put them in a good place to win this year, and that's what we wanted.
I don't know how
so,
you don't. Yep.
There you go. Good job, Craig Breslow. I can't believe I'm saying these words today.
Rich. Another 3 hours. Don't count your chicken and your eggs before.
Okay. As of now, until they trade away, some really important piece.
Unless they trade Duran for a shortstop, then we'll be good.
Then we'll be fine.
Well,
that'll be great.
And by the way, not everybody's a fan of it. I mean, 802 texter, he's a washed-up catcher, hurt all the time. Great trade to kill the momentum. They should have repackaged 3 of the top 5 prospects with early to get a useful shortstop instead of a junk catcher. So
a lot of people I'm seeing think Breslow got fleeced.
Mm-hmm. It's not universally loved, put it that way.
I mean, listen, you beefed up your team to win this year. Bradford's right. It's tough. It's a lot to give up. But he's saying, I want to win this year. And if that's the kind of attitude you want, like if you think that right now something special is going on and you need to invest in this team right now, then I don't see why you can be mad about this deal. I just don't.
Yeah.
Now, if you're somebody who wants it for the long run, then fine. You're going to be pissed today. But I think that they, like the way that I do, this team is special and worth investing in, and he did a great job. All right, 617-779-7937. Do you like the trade? Do you not like the trade? They gave up an ass load, but maybe, just maybe, it'll be worth it. We'll take your calls next. right, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937. Oh, we got ourselves a trade, baby. We got ourselves a trade in which the Red Sox gave up a buttload. I mean, a lot.
Yeah.
$10 shake on the Twitch says, "I'll pay good money to have you never say that phrase again, Rich." But I like
Which
it.
one?
But well, you said ass load before.
You did say ass load.
No, you switched it to bus load. Butt load.
Ass load, butt load. Either way, there's a rear end that's loaded. And that's sure enough what they did. It was definitely packed. But I keep thinking about this trade, and I keep thinking about how, I know they gave up a lot. They didn't give up their best prospect, from what you said.
Mm-hmm.
But I do love the fact that they're going all in. Let's go to David on line 1. David, what is going on, my man? How you doing?
David.
All right, I'm doing fine. I like the trade. They gave up a couple of potentially good young pitchers, but that's potential. Right now, the way this team is playing, I think to me clearly they can win the American League. So and then it's just one more step forward, to the World Series after that. So I'm glad they did what they did. The other thing, and I was thinking this last night after the 3-game sweep, there's some really magical stuff going on here. I mean, it's like pixie dust kind of stuff. And I'm dating myself, but do you remember the movie Damn Yankees?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't. I remember the band Damn Yankees. Ted Nugent kicked ass in that band.
All right. Well, here's a movie that you can maybe watch on streaming. It was originally a Broadway musical. It was about some Washington senator's son who gets sick of the Yankees winning all the time, and he makes a pact with the devil that if the devil turns him into a young player, if the devil will turn him into a young stud, that he'll give up his soul to beat the Yankees.
And that man was Jaron Duran.
Might have been Breslow.
No, but it does feel like that. Thank you, David, for calling. It does feel like someone made a deal with the devil because you went from the worst team historically,
It does.
to being one of the best teams historically. I don't get it. It's strange, but damn, it's been fun. All right, let's go to, I believe it's Nadav on line 2. Nadav, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Just wanted to call in and say I love the trade. I think it's been a couple of years of us harping on Breslow and the ownership for not being aggressive enough. I love that they're finally getting their big balls on the desk, as you said, doing something, believing in this team, but I think they have to re-sign Adley Rutschman. If they don't do that, I think it's a fucking waste of time.
Whoa! You gotta watch the F-bomb there. Jeez.
But I agree with
Worse
you.
than ass load.
But I think that's right. You got to learn how to turn your F's into BLs.
Yeah.
Buttloads. All right, so it's interesting because now everyone is kind of digesting what happened, and Sean McAdam, who we like, he put something out there saying some people in the game are completely stunned by what the Red Sox gave up for Adley Rutschman. Said one evaluator from another organization, quote, "I'm absolutely dumbfounded by this. This is literally one of the most ridiculous trades I've seen in 30 years." That seems a little drastic.
Wow.
I don't quite know about that. And we're hearing some more interesting stuff too, like I guess George Springer to the Red Sox is unlikely. That's Julian McWilliams who's saying that. Because the other part of this, the other shoe to drop, if it does drop, is that according to Bob Nightingale, the Red Sox are not done, and that they're looking for a shortstop as well. But, if you didn't hear, Adley Rutschman, 3-time All-Star catcher. Obviously the last 3 years his numbers have been going down slowly. We're kind of getting him at his lowest in a little bit, but he's still very good. He had a better first half of the season than the last half of the season. He's still on the IL. I guess he's projected with this wrist injury to come back within the next several days. We'll see. How many times this season have we been told someone was going to come back at a certain time?
Oh, gosh. All season long, man. All season long.
Yeah.
It's unlike any other season before, Rich. Yeah.
But in regards to what McAdam is saying, or whoever this guy is in baseball, that's factually incorrect. It's one top 100 prospect, okay? It's granted, Ianson is highly rated. He's your second highest ranked prospect. You gave up Kyson Witherspoon and Azakar, you're 4th and 5th, but they're not top 100 guys. So they're, it's a lottery ticket, but it's far from a sure thing. And you got a franchise catcher who I would hope now you sign. I mean, that's one thing. I do hope they extend him for a long-term deal. Because if you believe in him this much, you better believe in him for the long term. More than just
otherwise
a year and a
it's a
half.
2-month rental. I
Yeah.
mean, if next year's a lockout.
It's weird. I feel like attitudes have changed around here. It used to just be like, okay, let's just get the best player for the team. Now I feel are fans not happy if they don't win the deal now? I thought that we got mad at them. I mean, people
We used to get mad at at
people
Heim.
were critical at him for trading Conley early for Curtis Mead. People say, "Oh, you lost the deal." Maybe Curtis Mead has a bigger need on this team than Conley early did, and it's the same thing with Adley Rutschman.
I mean, if you had done nothing after a 15-game winning streak and this bizarre, twist of fate they're on, fan base would have been rioting.
Yeah, maybe you didn't win the deal, but you might have. You got on paper at least. You made your team better.
Didn't win the battle, but won the war.
There you go.
Dice on the text line says 100% better than the Jalen trade, so you got that going for you.
There we go. Great metric.
Yeah.
By the way, how did you like that fake news that went around this weekend that Drew Holiday signed with the Sixers, or like that? That was
I got.
No, yeah, you got.
Are you kidding me,
dude? It's everywhere though. Like, what do you?
Wow, I'm usually pretty good at that too.
So that was sham Charania.
Oh, you bastards!
Oh, and you know what? They used the exact same lettering,
font, everything,
the font, everything, and I thought it was. Oh,
you know what? Just Google it, and you'll find out. Like, if people are writing about it, then it'll be there. Because I did that because I was like, oh my, because my original thought was like, well, now they're winning a championship. I was like, that with Drew Holiday, the Sixers are winning a championship, and it's the Celtics' fault. And I was going to be really, really pissed. This is the worst thing the Celtics could have possibly done. And now that I saw that he's not actually going, I'm like, okay, well, they can still have fun.
the same guy did Russell Westbrook to the 76ers. I was like, well, they're loading up, man. They're just got all these guys, and they're all taking minimum contracts.
You literally can't trust anything these days.
Oh,
I did, however, see
scary.
Jalen's introductory press conference is Thursday. I am looking forward to that. So I think that's accurate. I think that's true. Can't wait to hear what Jalen says when the Sixers introduce.
What happened to the fan event he postponed?
It's still postponed.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe he was told not to do it, and maybe he saw some way some people reacted in Boston, and maybe he saw the really dumb Boston Celtics media people putting out Big Deuce as Spider-Man, which is still one of the worst posts I've seen. Their social media team is just bad. Doing Big Deuce, brand new day. That means Dookie. All right, 617-779-7937. Red Sox receive Adley Rutschman. You got yourself a 3-time All-Star catcher, but you gave up a lot. Carlos Narvaez, Anthony Ianson, who is probably the biggest piece in this. I think he's the number 2 guy in their system. Kyson Witherspoon, Endy Azakar, and Harold Rivas. These are all very good prospects, but Ianson's the tough one. Who really cares about Narvaez? He's just being replaced. Oh, well, I mean, our guy Lorenzo, the batting coach. I'm sure he cares because that was his dude.
Oh, wait till Lorenzo gets his hands on Adley. Woo! Next level.
I know. All right, we will take your calls because I right now it only seems to be Sean McAdam who's tweeting anything is that this is like a disaster. I mean, listen, you could say they gave up a lot, and they did, but they're going for it this year. But in this McAdam tweet, some people in the game are completely stunned by what the Red Sox gave up for Adley Rutschman. Said one evaluator from another organization, I'm absolutely dumbfounded by this. This is literally one of the most ridiculous trades I've seen in 30 years. Yeah, well, you didn't see the Jaylen Brown trade. All right, 617-779-7937. We will take your calls next.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson here at a trade deadline show. You can call us at 617-779-7937. And if you did not hear, the Red Sox made a big trade for Adley Rutschman from the Orioles. The Orioles are getting prospect Anthony Ianson, also Endy Azakar, Kyson Witherspoon, and, of course, Carlos Narvaez. And some of the grades are coming in now, gentlemen. This is from USA Today, home of Bob Nightingale. And he writes, for the Orioles, let's give the Orioles trade grade first. They say it's a bummer for O's fans who love seeing Rutschman go from number 1 overall pick in 2019 to homegrown stud. But if you're going to give up on a young talent who didn't live up to the hype, you want to get back these kind of young prospects. Ianson is MLB.com's 49th best name in all of baseball, and Witherspoon, number 4 in the Sox system, and Azokar, number 5, are all highly touted in the Boston family farm system. That'll work nicely. They give the Orioles in this trade a A-. Now, as for the Red Sox, they say Boston needs offense, plain and simple. Meade was a step in the right direction, but he's injured now. Enter Rutschman, who has struggled to be the star he was in 2023 and 2024. Plus, he's coming back from an injury soon, so it's a bit of a swing to hope that he goes back to being an RBI machine. But the Red Sox gave up a ton of prospects for a player who might not live up to the hype he once did. The grade, a C. They gave the Red Sox a C, and they gave the Orioles an A-. Let's go to Michael on line 1. Michael, what's happening, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, Michael.
Good. How you doing this afternoon, gentlemen?
Good, my man. What's your take on the trade?
I listen, man. I really didn't understand the Meade trade when it happened, and then all of a sudden his debut, he gets hit in the wrist, and now he's out, and now we're trading for, a guy who has a lot of upside, a lot of potential, young, but again coming off a wrist injury. Sadon is doing his thing. He's getting his power up, but I feel like, if we need a little bit more power in our lineups, we shouldn't be going after guys that have bad wrists.
Yeah, you know what? That does scare me a little bit. We've heard enough about hands and wrists, but
I mean, listen, at least it was their team that said he would be back next week and not our doctors who said that, the Red Sox doctors, because you can't obviously trust their medical team. Let's go to Chris on line 3. Chris, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, I think it's a terrible deal. I think that basically it was a bidding war between the Yankees and the Red Sox, and Baltimore took advantage of that. Look at the Tarek Skubal trade. What did the Dodgers give up to get Tarek Skubal? A lot less than the Red Sox did.
True, hard to argue that. I mean, it is kind of perplexing.
But everyone's wondering that.
Yep.
How does Tarek Skubal go for what he went for?
Mm-hmm.
To the best
All right.
team.
Well, so so what did you like? The more you've thought about this, has your opinion changed? Because I'm still of the mindset where you're giving up a lot for your future, but you want to win today because this team obviously seems like they're on some sort of magical run, and I don't know how you can take a look at what they're doing and not invest in them. I've got no problem with what they did. It's scary, but you kind of have to make those kind of moves sometimes in order to win a championship. Are you guys still of that mindset? Because we're about like 45 minutes into this trade, and I know sometimes opinions can change as information comes out.
I love it. It's been 8 years since you won a World Series. You said, to Bradford's point before the year, you were trying to get to the next level. You made the playoffs. Didn't start well, but you have corrected in a major way. Your starting rotation is arguably the best in baseball, and you've got guys in there who are veterans, right, like Sonny Gray. So it's time to go for it now. It's time to take a shot, and the AL is totally wide open. You just fleeced, pantsed, whatever, the Yankees, the Rays, the White Sox, the best teams in the AL. Yes, it's hard to picture you beating the Dodgers in a World Series, but, hey, who knows? Maybe you have something like that happened this weekend. Yeah, when it comes around again, and you get the better of Skubal and Yamamoto and Ohtani. Somehow you find a way to win that series.
I like it, Rich. I mean, it's hard for me to get too upset with this. I mean, it's 4 prospects that were in the farm system. When who knows when we'd see those, and Carlos Narvaez, who was not having a good season at all. So, and it was a position of need. Everybody was speculating that they were going to go for a catcher. He's considered maybe the best defensive catcher in Major League Baseball, and I said earlier that this team kind of needs to win on the margins, and so having a catcher that is as elite as him is hugely important, and it helps. If it's going to help enhance what the strength of your team is, which is pitching, which the way he frames, the way he calls games will enhance that. I don't know how we can be so upset about this deal when if it went the other way, if it was when Kai Bloom was here and he never wanted to get rid of any of these prospects. To help that 2021 team, right? I don't think I'd be curious what that trade deal was. I feel like he didn't do much, and everybody was so pissed off about that. But now we're criticizing him for going for it with prospects that who knows when we'd ever see, and a catcher that is having a down year with a guy that is, he might be injured a lot recently, but he's shown that he can do it at the big league level for a couple, 3 years. I mean, he's been a 3-time All-Star. It's hard for me to see where you can be that upset. Maybe they lost the deal on paper. Just like a lot of people were crushing them for the Curtis Mead trade for Conley early. It's like, okay, you may be on paper. It looked like it wasn't, but let's see how this plays out before I think you can really judge how these deals are.
Let's go to Edward on line 3. Edward, what's going on, my man? What do you think of the trade?
Yeah, I mean, Ted, I love you, but you're way off here. You're a football guy. This is ridiculous. They've traded away probably 6-7 of their top 10 prospects for junk. Over the past 2 weeks, they're giving everything away so Breslow can save his job. And Henry's signing off on it for God knows what reason. They're setting themselves back 10 to 15 years to save Craig Breslow's job. Think about that. They just gave up your number one starter for the next 10 to 15 years for a guy hitting 240 with 8 home runs that can't stay healthy. It's unbelievable. I'm having a heart attack in the car. I cannot stand it.
Ed, I'd take 8 home runs from a catcher right now.
Ed, are you really having a heart attack?
Oh God, he went off the line real quick.
Is he gone?
I hope. Yeah.
Like he's having a heart attack over Anthony Ianson. Like I know I know he's a good prospect, but this is a guy you're having a heart attack over. And do you not think that this team? I'm telling you, Edward, you would have been calling in tomorrow if he hadn't have made a move today.
Right.
If there would have been no moves that were made, you would have called in and bitched about that too. This is the price you pay to make some sort of move. Now, listen, Is it perfect? No. Does it scare me a little bit that his wrist is, injured? Yeah, because I think we all got a little bit of PTSD from this team and hands and wrists and their medical team. So I understand that. But, man, you got to make some sort of move, my man.
Full throttle, baby.
Team.
Here we go. We're 3 years late, but let's go.
How have the Red Sox done in recent history? I know I'm a football guy, but I feel like I can do enough to talk baseball. How's
football guy, unlike me.
Football guy.
I was the GM of the Oakland A's. Billy Beane, just in name, was the guy calling the. I was actually me. I was the one running on the treadmill with him during the game.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Bust my ball. I get it. I mean, but I feel like, what are the last 3 big names that have come up recently from the farm system that the Red Sox have put on their roster?
I mean, Anthony and Meyer.
Okay, how have they done?
Yeah.
and what's the other? And what's the other big one with 2 years? Christian Campbell.
Campbell, yeah.
And how's he doing?
He went backwards.
So all these guys that they have that are high prospects in their farm program, how have they done coming up to the majors? The last 3 big names.
Good point, Ted.
From their
good point, football guy.
Farm. Thank you.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Only a football guy could figure that one out. That was good. Let's go to how about Nate on line 5? Good calls today, by the way. I love it.
Love it.
You keep them coming. 617-779-7937. Nate, what's going on, my man? How you doing?
How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, I'm sick of these people complaining because these are all the same people going to call in tomorrow and complain about Brezzo not making a deal.
Yep.
You had to make a deal at this and upgrade the C position, and that's what he did today. Hopefully he stays healthy. And Ianson, Witherspoon, just like every other pitcher, they're going to miss 3 years from Tommy John surgery at some point anyways.
Right.
You got to go out there and take a chance, and that's what Brezzo did today. But all these people complaining about the blah, blah, blah. This guy just went out there and made a deal that upgraded our catcher position, gave us a great chance, made our lineup better, made our defense better behind the plate.
Yep.
You got to give him credit where credit is deserved. He's making a risk here. He invested in his team, and he believes in his team. And this guy McAdams is talking about, he's probably a Yankee guy that works for the Yankees who just got outbid. He probably just pissed off.
Great point.
You might be right, and that's the thing too. And by the way, that McAdam thing is getting some play. People are.
Well,
there's a ton of people who are spreading that around. If you didn't hear it, Sean McAdam wrote something. He said some people in the game are completely stunned by what the Red Sox gave up for Adley Rutschman. Said one evaluator from another organization, I'm absolutely dumbfounded by this. This is literally one of the most ridiculous trades I've seen in 30 years. Calm down. This is the most ridiculous trade you've seen. A 3-time All-Star who was playing well this year.
Dude.
And they gave up the worst thing that the Sox gave up was their number 2 pitching prospect. Come on, that's the worst trade the most lopsided thing you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just so I'm clear, he was the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
Correct.
Yes,
Not the
2019.
Orioles' first pick. It was the number 1.
1-1.
Yes.
And people are I'm shocked that there would be you could have those strong of feelings about this player considering his pedigree. I mean, his pedigree, other than being injured a lot, is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, some people are saying the past couple of years for him haven't been the same as his first few, and he's prone to be injured lately, and now we got to pay him.
Let's go to Dominic on line 5. Hello, Dominic. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm just driving through the rain, but I can't. I like where the conversation's going, and I just want to agree with Ted. Why are people pissed about these prospects? Roman Anthony was the number 1 prospect in the goddamn country, and look how great he's done so far. Look at Meyer, top prospect, right, guys?
Yeah.
These guys could amount to nothing. Rutschman is a switch hitter. He's got some major league talent. He's, like you guys said, he's been an all-star. He's been hurt. I mean, I like the balance between Wong and Rutschman, lefty-righty catchers. I think it's going to be good. We'll have to see how it works out, but I don't give a shit about those prospects.
Whoa. Here we go. People are getting emotional.
By the way, our callers are the best. You know why?
Well, you started it with ass load. Now everybody's just potty mouthing.
they just feel comfortable with us. They just sometimes let it fly. That's why we got a dump button.
And can I just say, yes, the Roman Anthony injury, it's been wonky, to say the least. But, let's not act like he's a bust. You know what I mean?
But we don't know what he is either, though.
Yeah.
He's not a bust, but he's also, you can't say he's a perennial all-star either.
By the way, he better come back now. You're going for it. It's been 3 months. What is happening? Get back on the field. Come on, let's go.
And here's the thing, too, and this is the one thing that you should be able to stick with, and that is that this is Breslow saying we can win a World Series this year. This is him. This is not fooling himself. This is not a half measure.
Is it him saving his job, as one caller suggested?
Well, I think it does save his job because this is what the fans wanted. This is what the team wants. This is what Chad Tracy probably wants. I believe it's the right thing, too. I'm telling you, if tomorrow if he hadn't made these moves, that caller's exactly right. Tomorrow, everyone would have been calling in and bitching, saying, Breslow, what are you doing? And you know what he's doing? He knows that he has seen what this team has pulled off over the last 5 weeks. He saw them embarrass the Dodgers, like one of the best, like a team that just made a massive move to become the Death Star. Like if you root for the Dodgers, that's like rooting for Microsoft. What are you doing? Just like stop. Like you should right now be looking at this Red Sox team and saying, you know what? They went against the best teams in baseball and went 8-0 against them over the last, what was it, like however many, like two months. You beat the hell out of the Dodgers, the Yankees, the White Sox. And there was another team in there, the Blue Jays. Like, I mean, you killed these teams. You're good. You're a good team. And there's no question that you can win the AL. Whether you can win the entire thing, that's why you beef up. And that's why right now Breslow is saying we can win a World Series this year. So I don't want to hear any of this bitching about the number 8 prospect being given up, that you don't know what he's going to be in order to get a guy who's a 3-time All-Star.
Full on. Balls on the table.
Big ones.
You bet.
Great
Big
brand,
ones.
Rich. Totally agree.
Clankers. All right. 617-779-7937. We'll continue to take your calls. You guys have been good. I love it. Keep them coming.
is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. And you can call us at 617-779-7937. If you watch the Red Sox this weekend against the Dodgers, then you know the Red Sox are really effing good. Maybe the best team in baseball. If not the best team in baseball, definitely an argument that they're the best team in the American League. And if you are Craig Breslow, you absolutely have to deliver some sort of player that is going to put these guys over the top. And today, he actually did something that says, I believe in this team, and I am going all in on these guys winning a World Series because I think they can. What now, if you didn't hear, if you're kind of just like catching up with everything that went on, this big deal is that you ended up getting Adley Rutschman, who is a 28-year-old 3-time All-Star catcher, and he is from the Orioles. And what you gave up was Carlos Narvaez, because he's a catcher as well, so that's really no big deal. Anthony Ianson, who is the number 2 pitching prospect right now with the Red Sox. Kyson Witherspoon, Endy Azokar, and Harold Rivas. And all of those guys are prospects. And the amount of people who are getting, like, super upset and angry, and one guy who said that he almost couldn't speak, he was so angry, I guarantee you all of them had to Google who everyone outside of Anthony maybe Ianson was. Like you're upset about like the 14th pitching prospect for the Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
Like what are we doing?
Well, I mean, they're good pitching prospects. Ianson and Witherspoon are legit. I mean, names, people that I've heard of. If you're a baseball person, you know who
As
they
I
are.
said, Ianson is a name that you most likely knew, but like everyone's getting like all pissed off about what are we doing? You have prospects like this so you can make trades to make your team better.
Yeah.
And I understand that obviously, and by the way, they protected their number 1 guy.
Yep.
Like they still got their number 1 prospect. So I love the people who are just, I can't even talk.
Well, 207 texter said it the best. Baseball hardos are wild about prospects.
They are.
That's just a fact. and I get pulled that way. I remember when they traded for Kimbrel and they gave up 4 prospects, and I was like, I can't believe they gave, I don't even remember who the guys' names are anymore because they turned out to be nothing. And Kimbrel was great for you in 2018. So it's just, sometimes you just got to go for it.
In the highest prospect, Ianson, he's a pitcher, right-handed pitcher.
Yep.
Don't you feel like of all the positions that Craig Breslow is good at evaluating, you can bring in and sign as a free agent, it would be that position?
True.
I don't. They have a stable full of pitchers right now.
Yep.
And so that's one position you go, okay, I feel okay with him giving up because I feel like he can find quality pitching in the offseason. So I don't feel like, even though their top prospect is a pitcher, that's probably the one position I feel more comfortable giving away than any other pitchers, based on the expertise of the chief baseball operator.
And Sean McAdam makes a good point in Mass Live real quick, Rich. The Red Sox were dead last in offense from the catching position, 25th ranked OPS, only 4 homers, ranking them 30th. I mean, if you don't think they needed help at catcher, offensive from catcher, I don't know what you're watching this year.
That's a great point. All right, let's go to Orlando on line 5. Orlando, what's happening, man? How you doing?
Orlando. Nope. Must be asleep.
Orlando.
We'll put him back on hold. Let's try somebody else.
Okay, great. All right, let's go to Tiernan on line 4. Tiernan, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Tiernan.
Hey, guys. I really liked the trade. They needed help at catcher. And I was thinking about, you remember a long time ago when they were clutching Henry Owens to their chest? Not even Giancarlo Stanton could get him. And then he showed up in the majors, and he just didn't have it. You never know with pitching prospects. You just never know. I also think that, to the point about positional depth, Cedar Rafaela and Wilyer Abreu aren't going anywhere. You got 2 of 3 outfield spots locked down for hopefully 4, 5, 10 years. Your outfield depth is the same thing. Where are you going to put all these guys? So you needed help at catcher. You traded from the depth, and you just never know with the prospects. Thanks, guys.
It's a good call. All right, let's go to Rich on line 1.
Nope,
He's
Rich
not
just
a
dropped.
Rich.
You can't trust Riches.
Oh, of course. You never can. Let's go to Orlando then on line 5.
Hey,
Back to Orlando. What's up, buddy?
Okay, listen, what's up? How y'all doing? So I'm listening to some of the callers, right? And they're saying some of them don't like the trade. Am I right? Some of them are saying they like the trade.
Most of them, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing about that cracks me up. None of these guys they have are going to be 3-time All-Stars that they have, including Carlos Narvaez out of the bunch, who's the only one on the Major League roster, correct?
Right now,
correct.
yes.
Yep.
So what the hell are we talking about here? You needed a catcher. That's actually a great move by the Red Sox. And Teddy, the guy that said for you to stick to football, maybe he should shut up because you knew what you was talking about better than he did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You was right on point with that. That was an excellent trade, man. That's what I wanted to say.
Thanks,
Nice
Orlando.
job.
We appreciate
And
it.
Teddy just ran over a guy from Mix in the hallway. And
Yep.
he was so fired up after that. Just like
Papers
linebacker
went
in the
flying.
hall.
Just
Boom.
got so scared.
He was laid out like Bettis. It was unbelievable.
It gives me a heart attack, and then I walked down the hall to go to my next entry point, and Stiz did the same thing. Jumps back.
Just
Almost ran me
stepped
over,
right on
too.
him.
I scare people at work all the time, coming around corners. It's
Yeah, if you're not expecting Ted around the corner, that'll wake you up.
Yep.
Let's go to Don on line 1. Don, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, Don.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Hey, good. What do you think about this trade?
So I don't love it. I mean, I think it's a minor upgrade at catcher, but Rutschman was a huge deal a couple of years ago, but he's got 2 years of really very minor production. So it's like it's something, but it's not enough. If this is all they do, I'd be very disappointed.
That is an interesting point. Should they, now that they're going all in, should they even go further? I think that's an interesting point. Do they need a shortstop now? Because if you just get the catcher DH and you got Monasterio playing short for the next month, are you going to regret not going for the extra mile?
If you're in it for a penny, you might as well be in it for a pound.
There it is.
But you've already given up kind of on so many of your prospects. I just don't know how you. What else do you have to give up?
Well, you got Franklin Arias, your number one prospect.
Yeah.
And Justin Gonzalez, your big 6'6" outfield prospect.
Let's go to Jake on the Cape. Jake on line 3. What's up, Jake? How's it going?
How you guys doing? I love the trade from the Red Sox. I think that giving up both pitching prospects, and Einstein and Witherspoon was tough. However, if Rutschman signs the extension, I think it's going to be worth it in the long haul. So I think really good trade for the Red Sox. I think you can see it both ways, but in the end, they did what they needed to do.
Yep.
Thanks, Jack. I was looking up so Baltimore obviously didn't want to sign Rutschman. That was part of the reason they dealt him. He had a year left, and they didn't think they were going to sign him. Rutschman was asking for like a 9 or 10 year deal for big money, maybe like $200 million.
Oh, great.
So it's interesting now where he is in terms of he's had a couple of down years, but what will he command, and would they ever sign, a guy who's 28 to a 10-year deal? That does not seem very Red Soxian.
Nope. Well,
so I hope that
that magic age is 30 though. So if he's under that 30, then they have signed guys over 30, but pitchers for short-term deals, but not. Yeah, they've gone along. They don't do those long-term deals anymore.
But again, if you don't extend them, we just gave up 5 prospects for a 3-month rental.
By the way, it's I read you the USA Today's trade grade, and they did not like it very much. They gave the Orioles an A-, and they gave the Red Sox a C. Yahoo a lot more favorable. Yahoo ends up giving the Red Sox a B and the Orioles a B+. They said about the Red Sox that Rutschman was one of the biggest names on the market as the former number 1 pick, a top-tier catcher in the league. While currently injured, the switch hitter provides strong defense and the ability to hit from both sides of the plate, at least at an average level. The Sox needed to upgrade their catcher position. All this is true. And neither Narvaez or Connor Wong was provided much offense. When Rutschman gets healthy, he will instantly slot the top of Boston's lineup for this year and next year before he hits free agency in 2027. They said, obviously, if there's a downside to this move, it's his injury history. He played just 90 games last year and has been held to just 67 games thus far this season. Meanwhile, he is a strong defender who can help fill in Rogers, by the way, who they got. It can fill in for Rutschman while he's injured. So there you go.
I mean, think about your lineup. When he's back and healthy, hopefully it's a week or whatever. Rafaela, Abreu, Wilson Contreras, boom, Adley Rutschman, slot him in there. You drop down Durbin or whoever else, Yoshida, to 6-7. That makes a huge difference.
Huge difference.
Yep, absolutely. All right, 617-779-7937. We are going to have Rob Bradford here on in about 30 minutes to give us his take on what's going on and also what he's hearing about the rest of the moves. Right now, according to Bob Nightingale, the Red Sox are trying to go after a shortstop. And can they pull it off within the next 2 hours before the trade deadline? We shall see. So we'll have him on a few, and we'll take your calls as well, 617-779-7937. Not going anywhere. Back in 2 minutes.
Off a series sweep of the two-time defending champion Dodgers, the Red Sox keep the action going. They have acquired catcher Adley Rutschman from the Baltimore Orioles today, just a couple hours shy of the trade deadline, officially for 5 players, Carlos Narvaez and 4 prospects, 3 of their top 5, the Red Sox top 5 prospects per MLB Pipeline, including pitchers Anthony Ianson and Kyson Witherspoon, also outfielders Endy Azekar and Harold Rivas. The 28-year-old Rutschman, 3-time All-Star, currently in the IL for the 3rd time this year with left wrist inflammation, could be close to a rehab assignment this week. And that's what's in the feed at WEEI, WEEI.com.
It is one of the all-time great series. Not an exaggeration in Red Sox history, given the stakes and the environment.
Don drives one deep to left field. Gone and fair. It is out of here. Say Don. Say hello to L.A. Swung on and driven high and deep into left field. Are you kidding me? Say Don. He is ridiculous right now. 2 bombs. Swinging a drive into left field. Oh my goodness. He's done it again. Say Don. On his 4th homer of the series. Here's Willier. He drives one. Oh, baby. Adios. Back to back. They keep doing it. Off the mat again. And it is 4-3 Willier.
But this is a display right now. They are punishing baseballs.
Drives one down the right field line. This is crushed. Sayonara! 3rd homer of the inning. Red Sox 5, Dodgers 3.
And they're on cue. Ice in his veins.
Lenny, they're the best team in baseball right now.
Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
And that is, of course, the great Will Fleming. Lenny DiNardo as well. I got to tell you, I thought that Lou did a good job on Sunday Night Baseball as well.
Oh, he crushed it.
Yeah.
I thought he crushed
Excellent.
it, man.
Looks sharp,
Excellent job. Middlebrooks has been really good. Pretty good team that WEEI's got assembled there. Pretty good. All right, 617-779-7937. You can give us a call. It is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. Also, you can go to the Odyssey app, leave us a message, press that little microphone. We play it a little bit later on. And on the heels of the trade deadline, a big deal that has been made, and we've had calls all about it. You've got Adley Rutschman coming to your Boston Red Sox from the Orioles, 28 years old, 3-time All-Star catcher, former number 1 overall pick. And the Sox had to give up Carlos Narvaez, Anthony Ianson, who is the number 2 pitching prospect in the system, Kyan Witherspoon, Endy Azekar, and Harold Rivas, also prospects as well. Witherspoon being a pitcher, the other 2 outfield. And we will take your calls. First of all, you real quick, Ken, you reached out to Middlebrooks, speaking of Will Middlebrooks, and he gave you kind of a text back on what he thinks of this deal,
he's
right?
traveling now, can't join us, but he gave his thumbnail thoughts. According to Will Middlebrooks, it's an overpay, but prospects are prospects. This improves a roster that is playing their ass off. They're going to take a chance and make a deep run. Everybody's been begging Brez to have some guts and do what's needed to get done to be better. Can't get mad at him for doing that with minor leaguers. Also, none of these guys are named Franklin Arias, and they have pitching. Craig does, this is Ted's point, actually. Craig's best work is drafting and developing arms in the system. There will be more of those. They have a pitching staff that will be around 4 years at the moment. So,
yep.
Yeah, it just makes sense. It makes sense. If your best prospect is a pitcher, to think that the guy that's really good at, drafting, developing pitchers or signing, free agent pitchers is going to replace that prospect that you sent away in no time at all. So I'm not as worried about it. It's amazing to me how many people are just killing Breslow for this. I just don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
All right, let's go to Freddie on line 3. Freddie, what's up, bud?
Hey, I think that it's a net positive, this trade. I think Ianson is the big get for the Orioles. From my understanding of the talent level of these guys, that this looks like a Dombrowski trade, not a Bloom trade. But this is an elite defender, guys. I'm actually in the middle of looking at fan graphs right now. When he was a rookie, the ERA of the Orioles dipped by like half a run when he was behind the plate. I'm trying to find those numbers for other years, but I'm not great with the computer. He is there's all types of defensive metrics in the guy. He's a switch hitter. If you re-sign him, he ends up DHing a little bit 3 or 4 years down the road or more than he has been. You've got a very good, legitimate switch-hitting power bat, 3-time All-Star. And the previous caller, a couple of previous callers ago somewhere said it's a minor upgrade over Navarez and Wong. That is false. This is a 3-time All-Star.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the trade overall, but there's risk, genuine risk in this trade, no doubt.
There's no question. That's a great call, but you know what? That's what you do when you have a team that you think can win it all this year. You risk your prospects. You put your chips in the center of the table. You put your clankos up there, and whatever phrase you want to use, you give up a buttload. We've used every single phrase, but they've done it. They're going all in.
Full on, balls on the table.
That is correct.
Now, Texter is mad that we keep saying 3-time All-Star because that doesn't mean anything anymore. Everybody gets into the All-Star game, but not really. Not in baseball. I mean, Sonny Gray couldn't even get in.
That's Pro Bowl for the NFL, but yeah.
But baseball, what was he talking about? Yeah, if you're a baseball All-Star, that three-time, yeah, that means something.
603 Texter, this team is built on prospects. What about Sedon, Tolley, Bennett? Hope I'm wrong, but they gave up too much. So there is some fear of that. But, you got a good mix. I just liked where the team is right now. You needed one more veteran bat. In this case, not just righty. He's a switch hitter. Good point by the caller, too. If you sign him long-term, he's got at least the backfall as a DH if he's, if he can't catch anymore. That's a good point.
No question.
That's true. Yep.
Let's go to Ryan on line 5. Ryan, what's going on, buddy? What do you think of this trade?
Hey guys, I like it. Now I'm going to reassure Ken because his pirate bones are shook to the core because what they did is traded prospects for an actual major leaguer, which is backwards in the world of the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Ken,
yeah,
I'm here for you, buddy. Maybe this guy will be your Elias Diaz, is all I'm saying. Maybe that's what Rushman can be for you.
Well, the team of my youth is floundering, the Pirates, and I know everybody in Pittsburgh is like, this Dodgers trade has shook the small market. The fact that the Dodgers would get even better, with Skubal is just people are pissed around in those kind of markets.
Hang in there, Pirates fans. The system's gonna change. I think pretty soon. I think a cap's coming. So
yeah,
it's gonna be.
Do you think there's a collusion for that? Like, because it is the one caller before was right. It's hard to compare the Skubal return with what you just gave up, with what Brez just gave up for Rutschman. You gave up more for Adley Rutschman than the Dodgers gave up for Tarek Skubal. Now he costs more, but still. What's going on here? There is something going on behind the scenes with the labor dispute and Skubal to the Dodgers.
Yeah, I don't understand what that might be. The people think that maybe it's the Dodgers did a favor to all those small market teams, that it's going to force the MLB to really, really lock down. And there's a lot of big market teams like the Red Sox that want to spend like small market teams. So I think there's going to be an overwhelming kind of pressure, at least for most of Major League Baseball owners to want to get a cap, thus making, I think, the team have more, or this league have more parity, and I think that's probably better in the long run.
Do you think this is the best team in the American League? Like right now, do you think the way that they're playing, they're the best team in the American League?
It's certainly not the Yankees because they've been bleeding. I mean, they have now. Granted, they're injured, heavily injured.
Yep.
And you just embarrassed Tampa.
They swept Tampa, which was maybe considered the best team. So, yeah, I don't know how you argue that they're not.
Yes.
And, the White Sox, they've been, 500 lately. Of their last, 10 games, they're 5-5. I didn't believe too much in the White Sox anyway.
No, they've been pretty active. The White Sox did pick up a couple significant pieces.
They did?
Yeah. Luis Castillo, the starter from the Mariners, just went there. And they got the Mets reliever, Brazoban, so they got a couple different guys.
Rich, I looked at two kind of markers to see if this team was maybe fraudulent. One was after the 15-game win streak ended, how did they play after that? And then another one was after the All-Star break, how would they play after that? And both times they've shown that they're still the same team they were before those two markers.
Yeah,
and that's kind of, I was waiting for something to happen. And when those two things came up, and nothing bad happened. All they did was keep balling. So I think this is it's not fluky. It's not smoke and mirrors. This team is what it is right now.
Well, we had Chris Cotillo on, I believe, what was that, Friday, Rich, I believe. And he still maintains that despite this streak and how great it's been, he still believes that they are in the middle of where they were, 3 months ago and where they are now.
God, I can't remember how you could say that after that Dodgers series.
Well,
You know
that
what I mean?
was before the Dodgers series. So
Yeah, but now I think that you got to kind of reevaluate a lot. I mean, I said this at the beginning of the show. Like, the Red Sox may not be the best team in baseball, but they're certainly beating the ones that people are calling the best teams in baseball. I mean, their record against the best of the best is okay. I looked at it here. They're 14-0 since, like, during that big stretch, the 28-5 stretch, the one that they've just been killing it. I think that was since June 28th. Mm-hmm. They are 14-0 against the Yankees, White Sox, Rays, and Dodgers. I don't know how you can look at that and not think that this team absolutely can be one of the best teams in baseball right now.
Not to mention, just look at the way they've won. Like last Wednesday, they have Monasterio's 2-run homer in the 10th to beat the A's. Then they win. They come back on back-to-back homers from Abreu and Contreras on Thursday. They win at 5-4. You beat the Dodgers Friday night. They had a 5-run 7th. Rafaela has the two-run homer, and Bayo is like lights out of the bullpen and shuts it down. Saturday, you beat the World Series MVP Yamamoto. You only had 4 hits, but 2 of them were homers. And then yesterday, 4 dingers. I mean, it's like, holy hell, what is going on? This team has to be considered legit.
I'm looking at Kalshi. There you go, Ken.
I'm all right, my man.
For AL Manager of the Year.
Interim AL Manager of the Year?
Yep, and Will Venable from the White Sox is, like, by far, he's got 60%. But Chad Tracy is second with only 17. I don't know how you can't consider him. I don't know how he's not the guy right now.
Does he have a home yet in the Boston area, or is he still where is he staying?
Dude, I told him last time we had him on, go ahead and buy that expensive car. You're going to be the manager. Like, and if he's not, I don't know what more he needs to do. I mean, listen, they
keep doing what he's doing. He doesn't need to do anything different than what he's doing.
Don't fill his head with fast cars.
Yeah,
That's what got Roman in trouble.
Yeah, Rich
Roman
was like,
bought the
go on,
Lambo.
buy a Lambo. It's all good.
Rich, you got to stop pounding the table for him to get an extension. He'll get his extension at the end of the season when he's done doing what he needs to do.
Sure, but I'm not. Listen, it's okay for him to go ahead and say, yeah, maybe I won't be jacked around for a while and have to live in a hotel. Maybe I will go ahead and it's like Clark Griswold putting money down for the pool before you had it.
You don't want to mess with anything you're doing right now.
That's what I said, Teddy. But Ken wanted to take. He wants them to take the interim tag off now. Take it off. Make him the manager.
No, I would, yeah, in the next couple of weeks. I mean, let the trade deadline, give Adley his press conference, and then take it off.
I'm now at the point where I don't think anything can F these guys up. Like it's like everything they do is just I can't believe they did that. I can't believe they did that.
Rich just so
everyone's all knocked on wood.
Oh man,
dude,
that was bad.
I am the one person on this show who way back when they beat the Braves is like, dude, I'm feeling something about this team.
You also killed the Celtics right in the middle of that Sixers series. My God.
I think you changed course on that opinion pretty quick, though. You go back and forth and back and forth.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was 100% these guys are great, even when they were historically bad. I don't know what your ears were hearing. It wasn't me. But you must be misremembering things. All right, 617-779-7937. We'll continue to take your calls. Also, Rob Bradford's going to join us here in just a few and give us his take on what he thinks about this. And we are an hour and 43 minutes away from the trade deadline. Is it going to be is this the end of it? Or are we going to get that shortstop move that Bob Nightingale continues to tease? And
or maybe Ohtani, maybe Jordan. Who knows? I mean, at this point.
At this point, who knows? That's absolutely. Let's go. All right, 617-779-7937. Your calls have been great. We'll continue to take them next. Nice.
Thank you, Stiz.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertlieb, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. You can call us at 617-779-7937. Just, I want to get your full review in a little bit, but just because I know we're talking about the trade, but I just want to know one thing. How much was your Rush Dopp kit that you ended up buying from the merch stand?
Well, this was free of charge. Thank you for asking. I'm displaying it right now on the Twitch chat for those watching. If you were a sucker enough to buy a VIP ticket, top 15 row, you get one of these puppies right here, a little shaving kit with the Rush logo on it.
It's not nearly big enough for how I like to travel, and it's, I would think only a band that's in their 70s would give those away for
and
party
for those
prizes.
who buy now, you get a Yeti cooler with the fly-by-night logo, the Rush logo right there, and you get early entry. So Rush is coming here to Boston September 12th and 14th. I mean, some of us paid a little extra to go see them in New York before they come here, but that's fine. When they come around, it's worth your while.
I paid a lot of money for my tickets for when they come here in September.
You couldn't wait. You couldn't wait. You had to see him first, and then you were rewarded with a nice little shave kit so you can keep your Gillette in there for when you shave your Rush pubes. All right, let's go to John from Peabody on line 4. John, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Just want to call in and chime in on this trade. I love the move, and I'll tell you why. So I think you look at Rutschman, and he's a first overall pick in the draft in 2019. He's a switch-hitting catcher. He has power. He can hit for average, and he's a great defensive catcher. So you're instantly upgrading your team offensively right there with that position. You're upgrading your offense and your defense, which already was really strong. Number two, you didn't really give up that much. Everyone's talking about all these prospects that we gave up, but the really big prospect we gave up was Ierson. We don't know what Witherspoon's going to be. We don't know what the other two outfielders are going to be.
Right.
Narvaez was an automatic out. So as far as I'm concerned, you had to give up something to get something, and I don't think we gave up as much as people are saying we gave up.
Right. Good point, John.
Yeah, great call. And Ken, you mentioned earlier that they didn't even give up their number one prospect as well.
Right.
And Ted made the best point is look at some of these, prospects lately that you've had come up here, and Marcelo Meyer, and you mentioned a few others.
Kristen Campbell, and Roman Anthony.
So listen, it can be a crapshoot. You don't know what they're going to be, but one of the main reasons that you have prospects is so you can make a trade like this, something that will hopefully instantly. Well, as soon as he gets back from the IL, which is supposed to be this week, beef up your
He
system.
and Roman back together, both of the wrist guys coming right off the IL. What do you think?
God, that would be pretty funny. I mean, listen, he's down there doing not dry swings anymore. He's actually hitting a ball off the tee.
Is he?
Yeah, well, wasn't that the last report? Is that he actually was swinging?
I think those are dry swings, though. Hitting off the tee, I think, is considered a dry swing.
I think he might be making contact.
Wet
off
swings?
the tee.
Oh,
40 swings every other day, I believe, was the report.
Oh, wow.
Now you're talking.
Big old sloppy wet swings now. So
how about this 508 texter? See if this hits home. 508 texter says, this feels like a Christmas gift from your grandma. Way overpaid for something that was cool a couple years ago when something else was wanted and needed, and asked for much more. But out of respect, you can't hate it because it was well-intentioned.
No. It feels nothing like that. It's amazing. I don't know what – I just can't believe people would rather bet on the unknown commodities other than the known commodity. In the known commodity, yes, he's gotten injured, but he's a 3-time All-Star. He was the first overall pick. I mean, his pedigree is incredible. I can't believe people are having this approach.
What's the football comp? Like, who would this be like getting Jadeveon Clowney or something?
Man,
somebody more in their prime, I guess.
Boy, I'd have to think of that. Boy, I can't imagine it.
It's not AJ Brown, right? He's not currently top 10 player at his position, but
he's an all-star though. This guy's an all-star,
right?
I mean, so that means something.
This trade makes your team better today, does it not?
Totally.
Like,
well,
is it
not today because he's hurt, but next week.
Okay, next week. Is that indisputable?
Indisputable.
That's indisputable.
Even if he's a 250 hitter and hits 15 home runs, he's better than what you got.
I don't know how you can argue against a move that was made that makes your team instantly better today. Not 3 years from now, but today.
Yep.
That's the shocking part that people would have any issue with that.
Let's go to Tim on line 5. Tim, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Not much. Not a fan of this, and here's why. Over the weekend, I heard them saying on the broadcast that Narvaez was very good with the pitchers, especially like the Bellows, Chapman, Guerreros, and all those guys who would most likely speak Spanish too. Isn't this the same team that paid for Doug Mirabelli to get a police escort across 93? I feel like catchers are very important to the pitcher's development. So I'm a little bit worried about that.
This is the thing. He's excellent. This catcher is excellent at framing and calling games, and he will actually help these pitchers become better pitchers. So he's the opposite of what you're saying. He's actually an enhancement to the pitching that they have. His best asset is what he does on a defensive side of the ball, not necessarily the offensive side.
It is interesting, too, and a lot of texters are bringing up Hunter Goodman, the Rockies catcher, who is among the tops in baseball right now in home runs. I think he has 33. So if he gets traded, what he gets traded for will be an interesting comparison. And then also, did the Red Sox want Rutschman over Goodman because of what you're talking about, Ted? They value the defense much more than they did the offensive pop. I mean, it'll be curious to hear what Bresla says about that, too.
The other thing that's kind of interesting is that he seems like a Chad Tracy guy in that he is known for his plate discipline. Like, I guess he's got a really good understanding of the strike zone. He takes a ton of walks and makes these pitchers.
Mm-hmm. He's a patient guy, as we are when we get the rich glitch.
Yep.
But he'll be right back in there.
2-1.
There it is. Thank you.
Hey, there we go. The countdown there. But but he understands the strike zone. He's historically been very good at taking walks, which is nice. And also, he doesn't chase. So he doesn't need to expand like the strike zone. He's a smart at bat, which is one characteristic of the Chad Tracy Red Sox. They've been a hell of a lot smarter at the plate. God, do you remember that period of time when they just didn't have any walks? It was
crazy.
It went
really
22 innings.
Ted was so mad that day. The day they had no walks, it was like I thought you were going to squeeze the life out of somebody.
They literally had games where the starting pitcher pitched 80 pitches and the game was over. It's crazy.
Well, all right. Well, a gentleman who is very fired up right now would be our own Rob Bradford. Rob Bradford, who is on top of all the trades, even the stuff that has not happened yet. He is connected with people behind the scenes, connected with the players themselves, some of the front office people. Is this it? I'll get his opinion of the trade also to find out whether or not, according to reports, the Red Sox are still in on a shortstop. We will talk to Rob Bradford with all the details. Baseball is not boring, and neither is Rob. We'll have him on next.
And there's some truisms about the playoffs that have rung true here, the 1-1.
Swinging a drive into left field. Oh my goodness! He's done it again! Say done! Say LA is home! We are tied at 3 on his 4th homer of the series.
Here's
Willier, he drives one! Oh baby! Adios! Back to back! They keep doing it! Off the mat again! And it is 4-3 Williams!
Oh, yes. What a weekend for your Boston Red Sox. It is 93.7 WEEI, and that is the great Will Fleming doing his call right here on this radio network. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and a gentleman who has put merch on every baseball isn't boring is on every possible thing that you can get. He has baseball isn't boring mugs. He has baseball isn't boring prophylactics. And there is a baseball isn't boring day coming up, I believe, at Fenway Park that we're all very excited for. But more than anything, this gentleman knows exactly what's going on with all the trades and all the inside scoop. Our buddy Rob Bradford from WEEI.com. What's up, Rob Bradford?
Oh, McFarland to you all, and that was a great Lemmy Flemmy, right? Like that. This is what we termed it. So great
Yes.
Lemmy Flemmy, the ace of spades in back of Will Fleming's calls. Yeah. So, and by the way, I don't know if you saw, we're in negotiations for a baseballs and boring plane to actually replace the plane that the Red Sox have. Which Wilson Contreras, when we put that up there, I cannot say if it was or wasn't AI. But Wilson, we put it up there on the socials, and Wilson Contreras just came out with prayer hands. So he is behind the baseballs and boring playing idea.
Yeah, without question. But you know what? I'm not going to complain. They seem to play better when they don't show up on time. So I am perfectly
and they
fine.
trade better too. The front office does better. Everybody does better. Let's go.
I know. It is strange. All right, so let's first of all, if you don't mind. And by the way, Rob Bradford is indeed brought to you by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Adley Rutschman for a ton of, basically a bunch. Carlos Narvaez, Anthony Ianson, Kyan Witherspoon, Andy Azokar, and Harold Rivas. Tell me what you feel about this announcement.
Well, I think that, Ken had asked me to text in like my initial thoughts. And my initial thoughts were a good move. It's World Series aspirations. This is a World Series aspiration move. And then I just finished texting, and then it came across what they gave up. I'm like, oh, my goodness, that is a lot. But I'll stand by it. It's, I don't want to obsess over overpaying or what you gave up in minor leaguers. I hate when they do that because so many times it doesn't work out or the pain isn't as much as everybody thinks. What's painful is not taking advantage of a situation like the Red Sox find themselves in, which is arguably the best team in the American League. Having that World Series possibility, which they have proclaimed back in November, you put yourself in this situation. They earn the right to actually have the front office make moves like this. And the minute that Adley Rutschman walks in that door, that this is going to be, for the players in there, nobody's going to say, oh, my goodness, we don't have Kyson Witherspoon and Anthony Ianson and Carlos Narvaez. No, they're going to be like, okay, here we go. And I think there's something to be said for that. There's a risk. All of these have risks. This is cost of doing business at the trade deadline. But still, we can't be hypocrites here. You want to get to where you want to go. This was a big step toward doing that.
Seriously, it's amazing. It's amazing how this people would be. Usually, the fans around here have issues for them not getting rid of their prospects and making their team better. It's kind of crazy. But I'm reading some comments from Will Middlebrooks. He must have just been on CBS Sports, but he talks about maybe part of the overpay. Brad Foe was that the New York Yankees were in the market for the same player. And so, that maybe the fact that, the Red Sox and the Yankees were after the same player is what drove up the price for the Red Sox. Your thoughts on that? And does that give you a good feeling that, hell, the Yankees were trying to land the same guy, but the Red Sox, ultimately got him?
Yeah, I think that, two things is that we look at every time a deal isn't made by the Red Sox and the Yankees make a deal, or anyone makes a deal, Rays make a deal, whoever, you say, well, what are you doing? Like, you not only didn't you get the guy, but you let them get the guy, which is a big part of this equation, a big part of the conversation over the last few years at the trade deadline. So once again, we can't be hypocrites. This was a move that absolutely helped your team, but also did a disservice to the Yankees. And that is undeniably one of the maybe 3 or 4 teams that you're competing with to get to the World Series in the American League right now. And also another part of this is Craig Breslow, and I tweeted this, Craig Breslow has familiarity with Mike Elias. He played with him on the baseball team at Yale. You say, well, what's the big deal? Well, look at the deals that Breslow have made with, that are legitimate baseball moves recently. Paul Taboni, obviously with the Red Sox, that was a legitimate one-for-one baseball move. This, a legitimate baseball move. You give up a crap load of prospects for a guy who's going to help you right now, but you do that out of familiarity and trust and speaking the same language and all of that. So and here's the last thing I'll say about Craig Breslow too, about this deal, is that I do think that he's learned. I don't think there's any question about it. I think that he's learned about this job, about how deadlines work, because remember last year, they waited to the end, they got screwed on Joe Ryan, you end up with Dustin May, and then you have the sad trombone of a deadline, a second straight time. This time, you're not waiting around. You're really getting uncomfortable, but you're getting the thing that you know that you had to get. And like you said, Ted, you kept them away from the Yankees.
I can't wait. Go ahead, Rich.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Ken.
I was going to say, I can't wait for Brez to come in like the Vince McMahon power walk, when he comes into the press conference. I mean, he should be a gift right now. Go ahead, Rich. You go ahead.
Do you read anything into the fact that the Orioles are trading this guy in the division? Like usually that means that they know something we don't know. Are you worried at all that they're doing that?
Yeah, listen, Rich, I mean, I think it's a risk anytime you have a guy with as many injuries as this guy's had. But we could say the same thing about Kyle Schwarber in 2021 when they got him. He didn't play for 3 or 4 weeks with a hamstring. There's a risk. There's no question about it. But I think that the Orioles, 2 things. Number one, they are one of these teams that said, we're not going to do it. Like, we're kind of in it, but we don't feel really good about our chances. So it's just better to turn things over. And also, this haul that they got, there's a reason everyone in baseball is like, oh, my goodness, are you kidding me? Kyson Witherspoon, your number 1 pick. Anthony Ianson, your number 1 pitching prospect. Ezokar, who is the top your 5th prospect in the organization, like all of that. This rivals what you would see even like to get a guy like a Garrett Crochet. Like it's not that far off from that level of deal. So that's why Mike Elias of Baltimore probably said, I don't care if it's in the division or not. I'm making this deal.
Well, to that point, Rob, how would you explain the return for Skubal compared to this?
Well, a lot of times, Ken, it's really like we can say prospect rankings and everything else is how the team feels that it either fits or how they value it. So a guy like River Ryan, who is perceived as a top of the rotation guy, okay, let's compare him to these guys like Anthony Ianson and Kyson Witherspoon. I think that probably Detroit like River Ryan a whole lot better than these guys, even though he's been hurt a whole lot. Then you got the outfielder Hope. There isn't Ezekar is definitely not at the level of the guy that they got in Hope. So I think it's just a lot of it's subjective, but the upside that Detroit got in those two guys probably is a little bit higher. And also you can't discount as good as Skubal is, he still is a rental as well. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just two different situations.
Can I ask you about this? I'm just now seeing this report come out and from Foul Territory, and a gentleman by the name of Lance Brozdowski. Do you know him? He is.
I do. Yeah.
Okay. He is saying that I texted someone in another front office, and he said that the Orioles got duped, where they're basically taking on damaged goods in Ianson and Witherspoon. Have you heard anything about that?
No. I mean, no. I think here's the thing. I talked to a scout just the other day who saw Anthony Ianson his last outing in Double-A, and he wasn't the guy throwing 100 that he was in spring training, and he may have hit a little bit of a wall, but he still was pitching. I think, I don't know if he went 5 or 6 innings, whatever it was. It wasn't the dominant guy that we saw early in the year, but that happens with guys in their second professional year. That's understandable. And Kyson Witherspoon, he's done nothing but sort of gotten better as the year's gone on. So I don't know where he's getting that from, but that's the first I heard of sort of any sort of damaged goods.
Okay. All right. So, Rob, can you stick around with us for a second? Because the rumor is
sure.
the Sox are not done. That is the rumor. And so I want to find out what you know, whether there's anything in the chamber right now with Craig Breslow. But as we were saying before, he put his clankers on the table. He is making big moves because he believes this is a team worthy of a World Series. We will talk to Rob Bradford. Baseball isn't boring. WEEI.com right after this.
Adley Rutschman, his defense has been very good this year. He was an all-star once again. He's been a multiple all-star. I mean, you could complain that, well, he's not been a superstar like a 1-1 could be, but he's been a pretty good number one pick, and to be a big pickup for Boston.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and let's not waste this gentleman's time because he's got things to do. It's trade deadline time. Mr. Rob Bradford from, of course, WEEI.com, and Baseball Isn't Boring. If you haven't heard, a deal that broke about an hour and a half ago. Adley Rutschman is now coming to the Red Sox from the Orioles. In return, the Orioles receive Carlos Narvaez, Anthony Ianson, Kyasin Witherspoon, Andy Azokar, and Harold Rivas. It's a big haul, but it's for a player who is a three-time All-Star, including an All-Star this year. We've talked about that, but I want to get you, Mr. Bradford, your comment on reports that the Red Sox may not be done. In the hour and 10 minutes that we've got left before this trade deadline, do you believe that they will be Craig Breslow will be making another deal before the trade deadline?
Or they have the potential of being thin at a couple different areas. The shortstop being number one. If you think Andrew Monasterio is going to be able to be the solution, okay. I like Andrew Monasterio a lot, but I don't know if you want to ride him through October as your shortstop. And then you come to starting pitching. You get rid of Conley early. You have two rookies who you're going to have to get to the finish line there in October. You have Sonny Gray, who's 36 years old. You have Ranger Suarez, who's had different ailments. So I'm not, it can still work out for all of them, but I'm just saying, it probably would behoove them to cover themselves a little bit. And I do want to think, so I was thinking about this, guys, the level of this trade and the satisfaction of this deadline. So being in LA, they had this very well publicized drone show, right? It's like fireworks, but it's drone, right? So they're talking about this for days out there at Dodgers. Dodgers were so proud of it. Then that night after the game, which they have the drone show, they have hundreds of people on the field. They're waiting, and that they make the trade for Tarek Skubal, and they said, by the way, the drone show has been canceled, and everyone just walked out. And I don't know. So is this at the level where if you had a drone show at Fenway Park and you canceled it, no one would care because you got Adley Rutschman? I know that's a very long one, but I'm fascinated by them canceling the drone show.
I would say it's a little bit of a different level of player.
Yeah, they would still be pretty pissed. They would be pissed that there's no drone show. Let's be honest. Yeah.
Hey Rob.
No question.
Just a side note, just you brought it up. I thought Chavez Ravine was kind of empty, man. I know they hold 50.
It's weird.
There just wasn't as many people as for the team that's won the World Series last year. Did you find that peculiar?
Well, I think that it was full once Joe Kelly got there, and then they all left, and then, but also it's kind of it's a cliche, but it's kind of true. It's like innings 3 through 7, there's people there, but when the game starts, there's hardly anyone there, and then everyone leaves. So yeah, I mean, it's all of that. It is a great feather in the cap for the Red Sox to win those games, but that Dodgers team that you saw is nowhere in the crowd and everything else. It's nowhere representative of what you're going to see 2 months from now.
All right, let me follow up that one with just this quick one. Is where are the Red Sox in the AL? How would you rank them? Are they the best team in the American League, or is there a team better than them?
No, I think so. I mean, I don't say that lightly because I've been hesitant to say that, but I think they're the best team because it's been not a small sample size. They've done this. They've not only done this, but in the last 40 days, they've gone 14-0 against first place team. So that says something to me, and they continue to do it. There's no step back so far. Do they need help like they got today? Yeah, I do think so. But I look at these standings, Ted, and I'm just like, okay, I have to do a triple take. Where are the good teams? Am I missing somebody? And so I always land at, hey, you know what? They probably right now are the best team.
Hey, Bradford, you mentioned shortstop. So Cotillo apparently has said that the Red Sox have clearly made Marcelo Meyer available in advance of the deadline, potentially for pitching. But would he be in a package for a Neto, or if it is indeed pitching, what are the names you're hearing that they're in on? Would Eovaldi be in the mix?
Well, I reached out about Eovaldi today because I heard his name being surfaced, and obviously when he signed with Texas, it came down to Red Sox and Texas, and he has a no trade. But the answer I got, because they asked DeGrom down there to waive his no trade, and he said no. I think that's the same thing with Eovaldi, that they want to make a run with the Rangers. So I like that idea and that fit is that sort of guy, like maybe like a Shane Bieber or someone like that to really help. But, and then you come back to Marcelo Meyer. Well, yeah, I don't think there's any question that he still has some value. He was a 4th overall pick. He hasn't produced. They probably are looking for other answers at the position that he plays going forward. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if they are at least making him available. Because, again, we come back to this year. It's World Series aspiration. Is Marcelo Meyer going to be an enormous part of that? I don't know.
All right, well, Rob Bradford, we know you got to run. Thank you for your precious time with us. We appreciate the inside scoop, the inside info. And if something breaks before 6 o'clock, just send us a nice text so we know that you care about us, okay?
You guys are top of the list. And also I'll be stopping by with Arcan a little bit later.
Ooh.
So I look forward to doing that, yeah. So it's good times. I love this day. It's good times. It's not only because Wilson Contreras, not every day. Wilson Contreras gives you the prayer hands on social media. So, yeah, it's a good day.
All right, Rob, great stuff.
See you,
Rob Bradford,
Thanks.
you can read him at WEEI.com. Also, Baseball Isn't Boring. Thanks for coming on. All right, so, Ted, to kind of answer your question about whether or not, or where this team stands in the American League, according to some of the popular betting sites, right now, the Red Sox have the 6th best World Series odds.
Whew.
And you look at the teams that they are behind, and it gets very interesting.
Dodgers, probably a lot of National League teams.
Yeah, they're behind the Dodgers.
Yankees
Dodgers right now are the first. You just swept them.
And Braves.
The Yankees, that is a team you swept. Behind the Brewers, a team that you went 2-1 against. And that was when they were bad. That was in April, and you still went 2-1 against them. The Braves, a little bit of a difficulty there. I think you went 1-2 the 2 times you played them, but you have not really played them during this resurgence. And the Rays, who you swept. So in there, you have 3 teams that you swept, 1 team that a series win, and the Braves are the only stick in the mud. So ask yourself, if these are the teams that are ahead of you, you embarrassed several of them, and you've only gotten better against a couple of these teams. So I would love to see what you look like against the Braves now, since the Chad Tracy takeover and turnaround has happened. But absolutely, this team is one of the best teams in the league. If they're not the best, they're beating the best.
And there's always a chance the Dodgers have a bad series against one of those teams and get eliminated. That's actually kind of the hope, right? Because you don't want to get to a World Series and face Skubal, Yamamoto, Shohei, and Blake Snell, like 1 through 4. And Glass now can't even get in the rotation. But it's just, that team is so loaded. You definitely didn't get them with all their horses.
How can you root for that?
It's just, you can't. It's the evil empire now.
Yeah, it's like that's – and that's why I kind of root for this whole, like, salary cap thing to happen. You take a look at that line, and you're just like, this is – but it makes it fun. Like, there can't be one it almost feels like it's been like being a Patriots fan all these years, like being a Dodgers fan.
Yeah,
like, nobody liked the Patriots because they were just so dominant. As long as you had Tom Brady, you were just so freaking good.
But the difference is the Dodgers just buy their way out of buy their wins. Where football, you got to earn those wins, man.
Yeah, right.
It's a little different.
Yeah,
it's different.
It is. And I was trying to remember. Like, when was there a time where you saw a team that you thought was hopeless and they turned it around like this? I can't think of anything close.
I can think of one.
What?
It's 2019, St. Louis Blues, baby.
Oh, true.
St. Louis Blues.
Coaching change.
They were the worst team in hockey.
Happens more in hockey, I feel like, especially with coaching changes that seem to turn a team around. Like, in this case, the coaching change didn't really turn it around, right? I mean, I know Rich kind of favors the
argue
Tracy
that
factor.
big time.
Well, ask Wilson Contreras.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong that Chad Tracy had nothing to?
He's a nice guy, according to Wilson.
To do with the turnaround?
He's a good guy. We like him.
No, because he was the manager for about a month and a half while they were still under, kind of trying to find their sea legs.
Exactly. Like, it takes a while for the personality of a manager to infiltrate a team, for them to adapt, for them to accept that person, to feel, to have the trust earned that they feel like they can be the type of free players that they have been lately. Because I think that they were all playing as if they felt that anything they did wrong, they were going to get called out by their manager, Alex Cora, during a press conference. Am I wrong in that?
like, these were all younger players and a lot of guys
Mm-hmm.
who did not like the way that Alex Cora seemed to be running things, and it took whatever the 6 weeks or however long it was that they still weren't good for these players to learn, all right, maybe I can feel free. Maybe we don't have to have 14 people telling us how to swing. Maybe, under Chad Tracy's new regime, we can kind of simplify things.
Yeah, I
Play
think it definitely.
smarter baseball.
I think it had an impact. I just don't think it had as much as you're crediting it, which is fine. But who was it I was listening to last night that basically credited Caleb Durbin's finger game where he came back from being it like
we've credited the Venezuela earthquake
yeah,
as like a turnaround.
We're trying to find
everything.
out. Yeah. You know what's interesting? I'm looking at the Red Sox versus Dodgers. They're starting lineups in the 2000. If you add up all the players from their starting lineups, the 2026 luxury payroll, the Dodgers have $206 million in luxury tax payroll to their players, where the Red Sox had $44 million. Just a big gap in
huge
in how both teams spend. And if you're the Red Sox, your way of doing business is being validated by this run. And so for a lot of us that are like, man, they're 12th in spending. This team should be in the top 5 every year.
And Mets fans are like, what's going on? We spend $400 million and we win nothing.
Right.
They're in sell mode right now.
Right.
It's depressing.
All right, 617-779-7937. It is the trade deadline, an hour away, and we will stay on top of things, on top of some of the latest that's coming out about this Adley Rutschman trade, including, did Craig Breslow slip one past the goalie? I know we're all trying to figure out why this, there's people who are pissed that they gave up so much, but are several of these players the Red Sox gave up damaged goods? I love this conspiracy theory. Let's get to that next, and we'll take your calls as well. We're not going anywhere. Back in 2.
Big move by the Red Sox. Craig Breslow acquiring catcher Adley Rutschman from the Baltimore Orioles in exchange for Anthony Ianson, Kyson Witherspoon, Endy Azekar, Harold Rivas, and Carlos Narvaez. And this feed, by the way, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The 28-year-old Rutschman, 3-time All-Star, currently on the IL. But with that left wrist inflammation, he is expected to be close to a rehab assignment. .251 average, 8 homers, 47 RBI for the 3-time All-Star this year in 67 games. Summer is the easiest season for weight loss. Warm weather, lighter meals, being outside. Your body is primed to succeed, and Awaken 180 has your game plan Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Ken Laird, and that's what's in the feed.
It is one of the all-time great series. Not an exaggeration in Red Sox history, given the stakes and the environment.
St. Don drives one deep to left field. Gone and fair. It is out of here. St. Don. Say hello to L.A. Swung on and driven high and deep into left field. Are you kidding me? St. Don. He is ridiculous right now. 2 bombs. Swinging a drive into left field. Oh my goodness. He's done it again. St. Don. On his 4th homer of the series. Here's Willier. He drives one. Oh, baby. Adios. Back to back. They keep doing it. Off the bat again. And it is 4-3 Willier.
But this is a display right now. They are punishing baseballs.
Drives one down the right field line. This is crushed. Sayonara! 3rd homer of the inning. Red Sox 5, Dodgers 3.
And they're on cue. Ice in his veins.
Lenny, they're the best team in baseball right now.
It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson in the Catch a Slaw studios. No fee unless you win. You can call us at 617-779-7937. And if you have not heard, Craig Breslow actually did some big boy moves. He got in Adley Rutschman, a 28-year-old, 3-time All-Star catcher, former number 1 overall pick. What did he give up? Carlos Narvaez? Who cares? Anthony Ianson, you should care. He is a very good I think he's the number 2 prospect in pitching for the Red Sox. Is that right, Ken? Number 2?
That's correct.
And then Kyson Witherspoon, 21-year-old right-handed pitcher, also very highly regarded. Then Endy Azokar and Harold Rivas, 2 other prospects, both in the outfield. And there was mixed reviews on this. As a matter of fact, it's funny, as the day goes on, the ratings for the Red Sox get better. Like at first it was like, they gave up way too much. And now, like, as the people who are sitting there rating every single trade that's going on, it seems as the minutes go by, people start going, all right, well, maybe we're freaking out a little too much about the Red Sox, because I'm taking a look at CBS Sports. Like I mentioned earlier how the Red Sox, I think it was on, I think USA Today, they got like a C, and the Orioles got an A-. And now the Red Sox with an A, according to CBS Sports. They say the addition of Rutschman doesn't fill all the Sox deadline needs, but it does address a leading weakness in the lineup and makes that lineup deeper. Not only does Rutschman upgrade the catcher position in the here and now, but the remaining full year of team control gives Boston certainly the position through next year. There's also plenty of runway to work on an extension before Rutschman reaches free agency. There's an added bonus here. The Red Sox will now keep Rutschman out of the Yankees' hands. That was also the rumor, that the Yankees were after him. The Yankees need a catcher perhaps worse than Boston did, and they had reported interest in Rutschman, and they give the Orioles a C. They basically did not like any of that. Now, this I find extremely interesting, Ken, because I have not heard this anywhere. I'm not going to pretend to think that this is a source that I am familiar with, but Rob Bradford seemed to know who this was, and he seems to be somebody who is respected. A guy by the name of Lance Brozdowski.
Sure.
He is player development analyst for the...
Isn't that the Monsters, Inc. guy's name?
Yes, that's right. Mike Wazowski, Lance Brozdowski.
Yeah.
But he's from Foul Territory TV, which I have heard of. And he was doing a report on this trade, and I haven't heard this at all, but I find this very interesting. Stiz, let it roll.
Is there other moves that you see here that are like, wow, one team clearly won this?
I don't know if there's any that are jumping out right now as like, oh my God, it's a slam dunk. The one that I'm curious on your guys' thoughts on that I'm still trying to process is the Adley Rutschman one. 1 more year control. It's not every day you can get like a 4-WAR projected catcher for 1 more season. who knows what'll happen with the CBA and stuff, is whether that's a shortened season if you want to discount that value. But the weird thing to me with that transaction is like the Red Sox gave up like their entire 25. I mean, this is exaggeration. 2 of the 3 arms they drafted in 25 that they paid a ton of money in bonus to. Like that's like $10 million of bonus money that they sent out. So I am confused on that one. Like I think I initially, when I saw that, I went, that package is insane. You know, like from my perspective, both those arms are major league arms, Ianson and Kyson Witherspoon. You get a replacement catcher in Nervais, who was a 2-war catcher last season. The outfielder in that transaction seems like he's, you know, interesting, but he's way off, A-ball guy. For 1 year of Adley, one more year of Adley, you know, I don't know. It's a tough one to me. I texted someone in another front office, and he said that that the Orioles got duped on that transaction, where they're basically taking kind of damaged goods in Ianson and Witherspoon. I'm trying to reconcile my thoughts on that, but I do feel like that is I'm torn. Like I don't know. That's the one that I'm like right on the fence now on, and I'm trying to figure out what side to go on. So I'm curious on your guys' thoughts.
Okay, so stop it. Damaged goods.
Oh, jeez. Well, it's official. Too late. Don't mess with the Brez butt. I mean, come on.
I mean, listen, you got to do medicals and stuff before you make any trades anyway, so it can't be anything too drastic. But damaged goods, and when we asked that to Bradford, he said he had not heard anything. I don't know what he's talking about, but how funny would it be if we find out that Breslow slipped one past the goalie?
That would be awesome.
And everyone's
the guy's feeling it.
Yeah, right. I mean, listen, everything else has been working.
Yeah.
And if he was able to, you know, clear the deck of guys who obviously were, you know, I don't want to say broken. That's not fair because we don't know. As I said, I don't know the accuracy of any of this, but that's the first time I've heard anything like that. We're going to, in the meantime, I know Ken and I are going to be texting our sources to find out whether or not that's legit. But, oh, dude, how unbelievable would that if we find out, like, tomorrow that, oh, yeah, all these reports start coming out. It's like, yeah, I didn't like what I saw from this guy the past couple of months.
Ianson, Tommy John surgery scheduled for September, yeah.
You're right. I mean, you don't root that for anybody, but, I mean, it's just, wow, okay. I mean, but would you find that absurd, seeing that everything else this year seemed not this year, but in the past like month and a half has gone completely the Red Sox way?
No,
that the one you're supposed scared to give up might end up being damaged goods.
So true. And by the way, the Red Sox have made a second deal just to work this in, Rich. So Tyler Uberstein is a depth pitcher, a starter. He was really good. I think he was the Woo Sox like pitcher of the year last year, and he came up for a cup of coffee early in the year when the Red Sox needed somebody, and he's on the 40-man roster. He had been hurt a lot of the year. Anyway, they've traded him, per multiple reports now, to the Braves for Eli White, who is an outfielder, 32-year-old outfielder. He's mostly corners, left and right field. He's a right-handed hitter. And it's just, you wonder if that's the first of a second move where, in this case, maybe Jarren Duran would be out or somebody else going, because I don't know where you would put Eli White. He's definitely a big leaguer. I mean, he's played in the big leagues 3 years with Texas, 4 years with Atlanta. So either he's going to go somewhere else in a second move, or they're clearing the deck, and there may be a second move coming up here this hour. So keep you posted.
Yeah, once again, the trade deadline is in 49 minutes, and we are still hearing a lot of reputable sources saying that they're going for this shortstop. So let's see what happens. Let's go to, is Paulie still there?
Paulie's hanging in.
Paulie's hanging in there. Let's go to Paulie online, too, because Paulie is very upset by this. Paulie, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? How you feeling about this trade, my man?
Paulie. Oh, boy.
All that time.
I think we, boy. He had enough
that time he hung in there.
Silent protest from Paulie. Well, we have another Paulie and Denham on the line. Oh, wait, maybe.
That's what I was talking about.
Oh,
yeah,
he's on line one now. He caught on a different line. There he is.
Okay, Paulie, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Of course, yes.
All right. You know, you get another Rushman. He's in the studio right now. Ken, how was the show last week?
he's a Rushman, not a Rutschman.
Yeah, I am too, man. All I listened to in the 1980s was Rush. All the time.
Outstanding. You got to go when they come.
Everything before I'm with Rich in that everything before permanent waves sucked. Okay.
Yes.
Besides
2112, put him on the map.
A lot of abstract noise. Besides working man, closer to the heart. and of course, Fly By Night.
Yes, I agree. Paul, you and me right here, Paul.
They ran a string of great albums, probably the greatest run of all time in rock and roll, from Permanent Waves to Roll the Bones, and then Harvard University awarded them the Artist of the Millennium Award, which they give out once in a blue moon. They were killer, unbelievable. What a band they are. But yeah, how old is this guy, Rushman?
28 years old. Yep.
Oh, okay, that's not so bad. So he's still in his prime. But for a guy that's been on the IL for 3 times this year was a move. They must have looked at the medicals and figured, I think we're going to be able to get him back at 100%. So I'll agree with the deal at that point. But I think they went overboard in the payment. I was thinking whatever they do now after the Meade trade, even though I thought that was an even Steven trade, they needed a second baseman, they needed a stick, and they got both. They had to win this deal. They didn't win the deal, but they did fill a need. I'll give them that. But yeah, that's my stance on all this. And I want to say one last thing about Steph Curry. Hopefully, coming to the Celtics. If you were Steph Curry, Steph Curry, and if you had your choice between a legendary story franchise like the Boston Celtics or the San Francisco She-Males, who would you take?
Well, I mean, listen,
Jeez, what a call.
I mean, listen, all I know is that he's a Rushman, and I agree with him on his take of Rush is that most of the stuff, 2112 stinks, and if you have to sit through 2112, like all 7 songs, they didn't do all 7 songs.
Yes, they did, the whole album. It's only like 35 minutes. Closer to the Hot is awesome, is a great pronunciation. I'm gonna keep that.
Sports Talk Radio Caller of the Year.
Yeah, that's right. Paulie always delivers. All right, 617-779-7937. Did Craig Breslow give up damaged goods? I love this.
And
I
think Durant is gone. I think this Eli White trade means he's gone. It's not official. I haven't heard, but I can't figure out who else Eli White would fit here, and you would get rid of other than Durant. So.
All right, I have a feeling by the time we get back in 2 minutes, there is going to be some more information on not only that, but so much more. And also, before the end of the show, we have to get to truly the all-time greatest national anthem that was sung over the weekend. I am not exaggerating either. When I heard this, it's the hardest I've laughed in probably a month. So we're going to have to play that, and we will take your calls as well. 617-779-7937, back in 2 minutes.
On WEEI.
What just happened?
All right. right. It is 93.7 WEEI. That sounder means that here on Rich, Ken, and Ted, there is a trade that has been made as we are about 42 minutes away from the trade deadline. According to Ken Rosenthal, the Giants are close to acquiring Marcelo Meyer from the Red Sox for reliever Eric Miller. According to his sources, this is something that is just about to be official.
Wow.
So Miller is very good. He is a power left-handed reliever who has had a 1.5 ERA in 33 innings in 2025. He ended up having an elbow UCL sprain, but he's a reliever with an injury history. He was on the IL again earlier this season. Boy, Breslow loves the dudes recovering from injuries.
Rehab project, yeah.
So Boston does need bullpen help, so this is good. And right now, Meyer is somebody that I really had no problem with getting rid of, to be honest. Even though what a horrible tenure here. I mean, he was only 23, and you're essentially giving up on a former number 4 overall pick. But it just seemed like it was a pain in the ass. It just seemed like things didn't match up. I don't know about the off the field stuff. I just know at the beginning of the year there was a lot of weirdness in the locker room with him being called out by Alex Cora. Let's take a look here. I'm getting some more information now. And then there is the whole Tyler Uberstein to the Braves.
That's the Eli White trade we're talking about.
Eli White trade. Tell me about Eli White.
So 32-year-old outfielder from the Braves, 7 years in the big leagues. Definitely a major leaguer. So you're not bringing him in without giving somebody up in the current allotment. I mean, there's got to be another move coming. Uberstein's a good pitcher, solid, like fringe, big leaguer. We saw him a little bit earlier in the year. Woo Sox minor league player of the year. For Marcelo Meyer to go for a lefty reliever, I'm not saying Eric Miller's not intriguing. He throws hard, 97. But this was the number 4th pick in the draft. Like at one point, it was one of the big 3, and he goes for Eric Miller. It just doesn't it seem like just a sad trombone ending for the Marcelo Meyer career in Boston?
Yeah.
Wow.
That is odd. So Miller is 28 years old. Big dude, 6'5", 269 pounds.
Breslow loves those big lefties, tall lefties. Man.
But he's big and he's fat. He's like 270.
Yeah.
Okay, big boy.
It's all right. Rick Russell.
Yeah, so far this year he's been pretty good. 2.97 ERA, 42 strikeouts in 30 and a third innings. He's been dealing recently. So over his last 7 appearances, 8 innings pitched, 3 hits, 0 runs. 11 strikeouts. Not bad. So he is a decent reliever, but you just gave up Marcelo Meyer, which, once again, if you would have told me yesterday, if you could get yourself a good middle reliever for Marcelo Meyer, I would have said bag of hammers at this point, to be honest. So
he does have some control. I don't know if he's going to get the Car Shield commercials transferred over or what goes on there, but it's also, I think, there's got to be Meyer and Roman Anthony are so tight. Don't you feel like it's also we just needed to separate these two? I mean,
maybe it could. Yeah, it could be. I mean, listen, if you believe any of the rumors that are out there, that's probably best for Roman Anthony that Marcelo Meyer is nowhere around him. But then again, I don't know if I believe the rumors, but maybe that's the reason that they did this. I do know that Eric Miller is a left-handed pitcher, and the bullpen needed that.
Yeah.
So
he's kind of like Giovanni Moran has been pitching pretty well, but he kind of slots in there, and then you have some depth in case somebody gets hurt. But wow, it's stunning that Marcelo Meyer's value is now getting you a lefty reliever.
Man, what a weird road for him. You know what I mean? It's like this has just been extremely strange.
What a day. You traded 4 top 20 prospects for Adley Rutschman, Marcelo Meyer for Eric Miller, and now Eli White is here, and we don't know what the next move is, but it could be Duran on the way out.
Tell me about Eli White a little bit, because once again, I'm not familiar.
6'2", 195, 32 years of age. Has played 3 years in Atlanta. Previous to that, 3 years in Texas. 4 years in Atlanta. He's just a multi-purpose, like a 4th or 5th outfielder. Plays mostly left and right field, but plays a lot. He plays for a good team in the Braves, so they're not giving him up for nothing. This year he's hitting .233, 5 homers. Not a big speed guy, but can steal you maybe 10 bases a year. So he's just, he's just kind of a solid piece, a veteran outfielder.
Dude, Eric Miller's huge. Now I'm looking at his picture.
Oh, yeah, he's giant. I mean, but not like we were talking about who's your favorite catcher from
Alejandro
Kirk. He's not like short and stubby, or that guy, the Suarez, the reliever, who we just saw for the Athletics, who gave up 2 big long home runs. This guy is big and fat.
No, yeah, Alejandro Kirk was like an Oompa Loompa who got stung by 1,000 bees.
Right,
he's like 200 and I think he's 250 pounds and he's like 5'7". He's like really small, and his proportions are all over the place. No, this guy's Paul Bunyan. like he's like a big boy. He's the dude that was chasing Pee-wee around the dinosaur park.
Yeah.
Like, he's a big guy. All right, 617-779-7937. Why do I have a feeling that I'm going to look down here in the next couple minutes or two and see Jarren Duran's name popping up?
Yeah, I think it will. I'd be shocked if it doesn't. I don't know what the hell they're going to do with Eli White if it doesn't.
I mean, you're right. So, it does seem like there's more moves to be made. I mean, the Red Sox are the most active team on the trade deadline.
And can I ask you guys something? If Jarren Duran does get moved, how much of his antics played a part in that? Like, if none of this stuff was happening, do you think they still would have moved on from him? If they do.
I think that it would definitely be part of it. I think it's just kind of like an extra bonus. Although I thought you were going to ask what the caller referenced on Friday, and that was if Jarren Duran leaves, how many chicks will stop coming to Fenway? Because I don't know, Ken, you were not
missed
here.
An all-timer, Ken.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he called in and he goes, "You can't get rid of Jarren Duran. He's the one that brings the broads to Fenway." And I Googled best eye candy amongst Red Sox players, and Jarren Duran, of course, comes up number 1 for the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess they're just not big fans of, I don't know, Carlos Narvaez. He's gone too now. So who knows? All right, 617-779-7937. It is getting, all of a sudden, deals.
Yeah.
We are at the deadline in 35 minutes, and we will have everything up to date. And we'll take this quick break. When we get back, we'll let you know what's happening, what's breaking down, and go through some of these, some of the analysis on some of these new players that the Red Sox have. We'll do that all when we get back. 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and the drive home was brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Ken, who's circling the drain, my friend?
Yeah, it's time for our league leaders and who's circling the drain. Presented by Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining. At drainsbyjames.com, they give a poop about your pipes. So the stat that I think was most cited last night, 15-1 for the Red Sox in their last 16 road games for the first time since Ted Williams' rookie year of 1939. It is incredible, this turnaround. And just doing the math, Rich, if they just go 500 their next 51 games, their final 51, they're now at 86 wins. So that's all they need, I think, to get in the playoffs is just be a 500 team. With all the action today, I mean, it's a weird roster right now. I don't really know what it's going to look like in 30 minutes, but Eli White and the new lefty reliever and Adley Rutschman coming in, wow, what a change. Unbelievable.
Yeah, totally. And as I said, I don't know how many times I can say this, but they may not be the best team in the league, but they're beating the best teams in the league, and they're embarrassing them. Like, this weekend was awesome. But real quick, because we apparently got a ton of great take grenades that people have launched at us, and we'll get to those in a minute. But I still can't get over this weird ending to the Marcelo Meyer era of the Boston Red Sox. So if you've not heard, this just was announced like maybe 5 minutes ago. Eric Miller from the San Francisco Giants has been traded to the Red Sox. This dude's a hoss, middle reliever. I mean, he's 6'5", 260 pounds.
269, I see here.
260, yeah. So the guy is like, he's Paul Bunyan. And he's lately been an absolute badass, just like throwing complete and total heat. He's a left-handed reliever, which this team has needed. But Marcelo Meyer, I mean, how weird is this? This guy went from an untouchable prospect to potentially like a throw-in remarkably fast. Like, I mean, he's just like a guy that was the number 4 overall pick in 2021. His injuries were becoming almost comical after a while. It seemed like every time he started getting momentum, something broke down. On top of that, he was, drafted, if you remember back, I mean, he was drafted as the shortstop of the future, and then Boston wouldn't let him play shortstop. I mean, Trevor Story, pushed Meyer around the diamond, then he learned third and then second, and then moved back to his natural position when Story went down. And then in February, there was a thing where Cora, publicly told the guy that, told that he wasn't guaranteed a job. He was like, we'll give you the opportunity, but you'll have to earn it, which is a huge change from the way that this team used to view Marcelo Meyer. And then there was the bizarre playing time situation earlier this season. Meyer was getting pulled, pinch hit for, shuffled around, and fans are wondering why they just, weren't letting him play. Dude, it's just a really weird ending when you look for now he's gone. And you're right, part of the rumors of him and Roman Anthony, that maybe, I don't know, maybe the two shenanigans together.
I think so. I think it's part of the, plan to bring Roman back in a different setting. And also, it's probably an upside because he's a California kid, Marcelo. I mean, it makes sense for him to go back to San Francisco. I think he's still got a shot to be a decent player, but the days of him being valued as a significant, 4th overall pick are gone. That is no longer near.
It's wild. I just think about the.
Nope, it's
like a total, a country boy. This guy's big. He's belt fed. All right, let's launch some take grenades. Apparently, we got some good ones. Let's let them roll. Incoming! Oh yes, you have been going to the Odyssey app, pressing the microphone button, and leaving us your take grenades. We play them in the 5 o'clock hour. Let's let them roll. Pull.
Happy rainy Monday. Gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know if this is going to come up in conversation or not, but anybody let Ted know that he had a hot pregnant woman call in that's into big feet?
Oh, yeah.
Right down your alley, Teddy.
What did I miss?
Have a great day, gentlemen.
I forgot on Friday there was a woman who called in and said that she wanted pictures of Ted Johnson's feet and that she was pregnant. And we know that Ted has said on the show before that he loves the pregnant ladies.
Wow.
So I forgot to inform him that. Now, listen, I mean, maybe she already reached out to Ted. I'm not sure.
I got a thing for pregnant, too.
Yes, he did. So that would have been exciting. You know what? Remind me, Stiz. Make sure that tomorrow I remind him, and maybe we pull a little bit of that audio. All right, let's go to the next take. Go.
Hi. Do you have a broken, sprained, or dislocated wrist?
Well, we can help you out at Boston Red Sox medical staff.
It's true.
Mrs. Mary McGillicuddy from Haverhill, Massachusetts said, I had a broken wrist, and I went to these people. They sent me to Florida for a year and a half, and I came back and it was fine. So if you have any problems, we can help you out at Boston Red Sox medical staff. Come on down.
Yes, the one thing you can feel good about the newest trade is that the broken wrist was analyzed, not broken, but the fractured wrist, I guess it is broken, was analyzed by the Orioles medical staff, not the Red Sox medical staff.
However, I was listening to Jones and Keefe on the way in. They had a caller from the D.C. area who said the only medical staff that may be worse than ours is Baltimore. So,
well, that's how you kind of, two things about the trade for Rutschman. If you're a Yankees fan, you're pissed because you thought you had Rutschman and you didn't get him. But if you're a Baltimore fan, can you really get excited about these 4 prospects? Can you imagine being an Orioles fan? They were in the postseason, was it 2 years ago and last year? At least 2 years ago. And there was buzz. Like, you felt like the team was turning the corner. Now they stink.
Especially if apparently Breslow slipped one past the goalie and you have damaged goods in several of the prospects, according to the reports. All right, let's go to the next one.